June. In the early morning hours of Shuangqing City, heat still radiated from the ground. Jiujie Street wasn't called the favorite street for young people due to marketing hype. It was genuinely deserved. If I were a DJ, would you love me? Social, social, social dancing. Music spilled from the bars and KTVs on both sides of the street, popular bar songs of the moment. Occasionally, a live streamer danced in the street, phone in hand. The fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged figure on screen was, in reality, quite ordinary. In an age where even videos can be photoshopped, anyone who gets into online relationships is an idiot. So he walked down the street wearing a mask, muttered to himself, then entered a nearby bar. Truthfully, he didn't enjoy such places. The flashing lights, the alcohol, the decadence. Compared to this noisy environment, he much preferred foot massage parlors. Both were forms of consumption, but drinking not only harmed the body, but was also expensive. Foot massages were different. In Suhi's view, foot massage was an exceptionally health-conscious form of entertainment. It wasn't pricey. Besides getting your feet washed, you could also eat from a buffet. While the taste couldn't compare to a five-star hotel, the value for money was excellent. After the massage, you could even take a nap in the club. So he approached the bar counter, ordered a cocktail, removed his mask, and took a sip. Leaning against the counter, he scanned the chaotic dancing inside the bar, his gaze slightly dazed. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a pack of Huangala cigarettes, took one out, placed it in the corner of his mouth, lit it, and exhaled a smoke ring. Melancholy and profound, as if the smoke held countless stories. From a distance, two girls dressed provocatively approached, sleeveless crop tops and jeans so short they were shorter than Suhi's underwear. "Handsome, can I kiss you? I lost a truth or dare game just now and got punished." The girl's large eyes sparkled with innocent light. "Sorry, I'm allergic to saliva," Suhi said flatly, the cigarette still in his mouth. "All right." The girl turned away, disappointed. Suhi downed a cocktail in one gulp. No choice being too handsome. He'd lost count of how many times women had approached him like this. But women of this caliber couldn't catch the eye of Suhi, who had seen countless female celebrities. Just then, a familiar fragrance drifted over. It was a niche perfume with a heavy ink scent and the earthy aroma of vetiver Su. He loved this fragrance. If she knew you really are allergic to saliva, would she regret missing a potentially blossoming romance? A pleasant voice sounded beside him. So he turned his body toward the source of the voice. A simple colored long dress, a baseball cap on her head, a black mask under the brim. "I don't need this kind of affection," Suhi said with a slight smirk, tossing the barely smoked cigarette away. He reached out and removed the baseball cap from her head. "I've told you countless times the best disguise is to cover the key features, not everything. Covering everything makes you stand out even more, turning you into a target for attention. Could it be that I want this attention?" The girl said softly. "Oh." Suhi gently placed the baseball cap back on her head, continuing to smile lightly. When pop queen Li Xuan visits a bar and meets up with a civilian, the level of attention and discussion could land on the trending topics list. "Suhi, can you be serious for once?" Li Xuan frowned, then relaxed. "And you're not a civilian either." Suhi, the genius music producer of the domestic entertainment industry, with over 50 million Weibo followers. After only 2.5 years in the industry, you've become a gold-plated producer. Official predictions say you'll become a song god. Within 5 years, the youngest song god in domestic entertainment. "The things you mentioned," Suhi interrupted with a faint smile on his lips. "Do I still possess them now?" Yes, these things were once his. Actually, Suhi had a big secret. When he woke up one morning at the age of 5, he gained memories from his previous life. Yes, he was a reincarnator, reborn from Earth to Blue Star. With this precious memory, Suhi had planned his career path from a young age. In his previous life, he was up to who shared music-related short videos. He was most exposed to music, but due to a congenital defect in his voice, he couldn't hit high notes. So he abandoned the path of being a singer and chose to become a music producer instead. At 20, he signed with a company as a music producer. Relying on songs from his memories, using them, or rather, borrowing them, became the current gold-plated producer in just 2.5 years, even propelling Li Xuan to the status of pop queen. However, Suhi admitted he was an idiot because he underestimated the power of capital in this world. The entertainment industry here was a stage for capital. They could make anyone famous or destroy anyone effortlessly. To rise in the industry, one needed company resources and promotion. Otherwise, no matter how good the work, it would be suppressed by capital and never gain popularity. The rule within the Chinese music industry's capital circle was newcomers without fame had to sell themselves. During the rookie phase, the copyright of their works belonged entirely to the management company. Of course, once fame was achieved, one could negotiate terms with the company. Soo-hee, after becoming a gold-plated producer, prepared to discuss copyright matters with the company. The company then demanded he commercialize himself, agree to fleece fans, and in return, they would renegotiate his contract. But Soo-hee refused. He believed doing so would harm his karma. He would earn money he deserved, but he wouldn't touch what wasn't rightfully his. Thus, negotiations broke down. The company reclaimed the copyrights to all his previous songs, and even the stage name Sue he was taken back could never use it again. Ironic, yet realistic. This was the power of capital. Soo-hee, if you're willing to commercialize, Warner might consider giving the name Soo-hee back to you, Li Xuan said softly, her eyes fixed on him. That name was originally mine, and even if I went back, they could kick me out at any moment, even if I became a song god. Soo-hee's smile vanished, his breathing slightly rapid. His temperament was good, he rarely got angry. But that didn't mean he couldn't get angry. Being kicked out by the company felt like having played a game for 2.5 years, nearly reaching max level, only for the game company to reclaim his account. Who wouldn't be furious? Director Du told me. Li Xuan pursed her lips. If you don't agree, they'll make Du Feng become Sue. Due to certain family reasons, Soo-hee had always written songs from behind the scenes. Although the stage name Soo-hee was extremely popular in the domestic entertainment industry, his true identity was known by very few. Is he worthy? Soo-hee sneered. Now, not only did they want to reclaim his account, but they also wanted to find a fake to use his name. Soo-hee is the top name under the song god in domestic entertainment, with high commercial value. The company has the ability to purchase high-quality songs. Du Feng, although newly entered the industry, is director Du's nephew. Everything will proceed smoothly. Capital had countless ways to make money, and equally countless ways to deceive. They could buy songs from others with money, credit the lyrics and music to Soo-hee, then have Du Feng step forward, using the Soo-hee name to collect money from fans. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Soo-hee clapped. Our director Du is truly brilliant. Li Xuan pleaded. You don't want the name Soo-hee to be tainted by someone else, right? Soo-hee shook his head. But I don't want to raise a child for someone else. Li Xuan stared at Soo-hee. Have you really decided? Soo-hee smiled, of course. The moment I flipped director Du the bird and swaggered out of the company, I never intended to go back. Li Xuan frowned. You're so immature. Soo-hee waved his hand. You've been brainwashed by capital. Let's break up. Li Xuan lowered her head, her eyes fixed on the ground. The pop queen Li Xuan and Soo-hee were a bonded couple. If Soo-hee was replaced, there was no longer a need for them to be together. Moreover, the company wouldn't allow her to associate with Soo-hee anymore. Soo-hee froze for a moment, then quickly recovered. I elevated you to pop queen. In the future, I can use my talent to elevate you to song god. Soo-hee, stop being naive. Do you think any other company in the domestic entertainment industry would dare to keep you after leaving Warner? Without the name Soo-hee, no matter how good your songs are, they won't become popular. What talent overcoming capital? That's just you being lucky, chosen by capital. Li Xuan laughed bitterly. So you only like the stage name, Soo-hee said, feeling a stranger in front of him. Soo-hee, you have talent, but talent is worthless in the face of capital. You are love, but that stage name is my dream. I'm sorry, I choose my dream. Dreams. Don't insult dreams. Soo-hee nodded. I agree. Let's break up. No arguments, no shouting. Li Xuan looked at Soo-hee's indifference, turned without hesitation, and left. Watching her retreating figure, Soo-hee felt an unexpected calmness in his heart. Everything was gone. Even his girlfriend was gone. He wanted to tilt his head up at a 45-degree angle, preventing tears from falling, but all he saw were spotlights, nearly blinding his eyes. Strong liquor burned his throat, scratching his throat raw. Soo-hee had never gotten drunk before, so he didn't know his own drinking behavior. He only remembered snatching the keyboardist piano on the bar stage and playing an elegant piece in this place many considered vulgar. Oh, that piece was called A Wedding in My Dreams. He had once released half of it under the name Soo-hee, and fans had been clamoring for the second half, but he never had the chance to complete it. Tonight, he finally accomplished this. After finishing the piece, he passed out. When he woke up, it was already the next day. The ceiling of the room was very white. The June morning sun streamed through the window, feeling comfortable on his face. But his head ached. The moment Soo-hee sat up in bed, rubbing his temples, he suddenly realized he was completely naked and a dull ache spread from his lower back. He was first stunned, then his expression changed drastically. I'm not pure anymore. Chapter 2. Let us pretend last night never happened. Good heavens. Was I truly a victim of a predatory encounter? Soo-hee gazed at the chaotic scene on the bed, taking a considerable amount of time to process the situation. His recollection was hazy, as he had indulged excessively in libations. After performing Wedding in a Dream at the bar, it seemed that a young woman had approached him. He could not recall her face, yet remembered her ample bosom, albeit obscured by conservative attire. Wait a moment. To be subjected to such an ordeal in that environment. How outrageous. He took a moment to inspect his sides, relieved to find that nothing was amiss. Thank goodness. His kidneys remained intact. Suhi sought to locate his mobile phone, rummaging through his shirt pocket and then his trousers, but to no avail. His phone had vanished. How absurd. Had they not only robbed me of my dignity but also my belongings? What purpose could they have for my phone, given that they could not unlock it? Strangely, his wallet, containing his identification and a modest sum of over 200 yuan, remained untouched. It hardly seemed like a robbery. Oh dear. Young men must learn to safeguard themselves. Had I truly lost my cherished virtue, preserved for 23 years? Huddled on the bed, tears streamed down Suhi's face. Regardless of the circumstances, life must carry on. First, he needed to visit a hospital for a checkup, and thereafter, devise a plan to recover his account. With this resolution, Suhi rose from the bed and began to don his trousers. Ding! Detection of host's memory awakening. The entertainment system is about to activate, guiding the host to the pinnacle of entertainment on Blue Star. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, leaving Suhi utterly bewildered. His hands slackened, causing his trousers to slip to the floor. It was not the system's emergence that astonished him, but rather the phrase host's memory awakening. Hadn't my memories awakened at the age of 5? Was there a flaw within the system, or was the awakening to blame? Awakened at 5 years old? You inquire? With the scant memories I possess, I nearly stood atop the pinnacle of entertainment on Blue Star. This was largely due to my previous life as a music-sharing short video creator, allowing me to retain knowledge of several songs. Defying familial opposition, I enrolled in a music program at university, mastering numerous composition techniques, which ultimately propelled the name Suhi to prominence in the domestic entertainment industry. Ahem. Under the circumstances of lacking divine inspiration, Suhi indeed reached the apex of domestic entertainment. Wow, that is impressive. Haha, rather ordinary, but let us not digress. Just as pride blossomed on Suhi's face, it swiftly faded. The system had arrived late. Yet, it hadn't arrived entirely too late. Had the system been present earlier, he might have already attained the status of a musical deity, only to have his maxed-out character snatched away by Warner Entertainment, resulting in an even greater loss. Detection of the host's inner fury. System activation in progress. Activation successful. The host will receive prestige points upon publishing works. Prestige points can be used to customize creations or enhance professional skills. A friendly reminder, the required prestige points vary based on the quality of the work. The system will periodically issue tasks, which the host may choose to accept or decline. Host, Suhi, age, 23, current prestige, Ding. A beginner's gift package has been granted to the host. Would you like to open the beginner's gift package? Open it. Suhi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Previously, he believed that the few songs he could recall had all been snatched away by Warner, leaving him with no inspirations to draw upon. Fortunately, the emergence of the system changed everything. Suhi vowed to reclaim all that he had lost. Ding. The beginner's gift package has been activated for the host. You have received the song The Initial Dream, and copyright has been registered for the host. The song has been successfully placed in the system's repository. Suhi gasped in astonishment. He remembered this song. It had been immensely popular in his previous life. He had once considered drawing inspiration from it, but alas, the song felt somewhat dated compared to his vision. He could only recall fragments, and when he attempted to recompose it, it lacked the essence he desired, leading him to abandon the idea. With the activation of the system, Suhi felt an immense weight lift from his heart. He had initially thought that he had been outmaneuvered by the capital, that his creative well had run dry, leaving him powerless for revenge. However, the system had inundated him with a wealth of entertainment resources, making it impossible for him not to soar to great heights. If talent could not triumph over capital, then Suhi would become the capital himself, emerging as the greatest force in the entertainment industry and across the entire Blue Star. As he donned his trousers, he silently resolved to take action. It might seem audacious to think so, considering that Warner Entertainment was one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the industry, wielding countless methods to suppress a mere producer. They controlled public opinion, dictating what the masses could see and what remained hidden from view. Li Xuan had a point when she said, "Talent seldom conquers capital. It is merely talent that has caught the eye of capital." At this moment, Suhi realized that if he dared to proclaim himself as Suhi in public, He would undoubtedly receive a barrage of legal notices since the stage name belonged to Warner Entertainment and was no longer associated with him. Having organized his belongings, Sui glanced at the nightstand and was taken aback. There lay 20,000 yuan. Was this an affront? He was a man of principles, not some lowly individual. As he reached for the money, a slip of paper fell. Sui swiftly caught it. The note read, "Let us pretend last night never happened." The elegant handwriting and the 3 exclamation marks revealed her agitation. Yet, wasn't she the one who had initiated the conversation? The specifics eluded him, but that no longer mattered. In the world of adults, unexpected events often occur. Sui had cherished his chastity for 23 years, intending to reserve it for his future wife, only for it to vanish in an instant. There was a tinge of sadness, but it was fleeting. What prevailed was a sense of regret. Losing his chastity and being unable to recall the sensations associated with it was indeed troubling. Sui sighed and shook his head, pocketing the 20,000 yuan. Just as he prepared to leave for the hospital to ensure there were no lingering issues, he suddenly froze. On the pristine hotel sheets lay a crimson blossom, reminiscent of a plum flower. Could it be? Shock, surprise, incredulity, exuberance. Is it unnecessary to visit the hospital under such circumstances? After all, it is the first time. It is improbable that one would encounter any ailments. It appears that everyone is experiencing this for the first time as well, thus I cannot consider myself at a disadvantage. Although it is regrettable that I cannot recall the sensations of that moment. Alas, Sui furrowed his brow tightly, striving to recollect the events that transpired earlier. Yet aside from the ample bosom, he could genuinely remember nothing. This is not Sui's fault. Every man harbors a singular aspiration, to ensure that their child is not left wanting after marriage, hence their heightened sensitivity towards that particular area. After pondering fruitlessly for an extended period, he shook his head in disappointment. However, just as he took a few steps, he inadvertently stepped on something. Bending down, Sui discovered a cherry-shaped earring. Has Cinderella left her crystal slipper behind? He picked up the earring and tucked it into his pocket. Upon descending in the elevator to the lobby, he suddenly remembered something and approached the front desk, where he awkwardly yet politely addressed the receptionist. "I would like to check out." Sui felt a tinge of disappointment, as the room had been booked under his identification. After inquiring a few more questions regarding the previous night's events, he was informed that the receptionist had already changed shifts and was thus unaware of the details. Accepting this, he took the refunded deposit of 100 yuan and exited the hotel. Sighing, he reflected that it was indeed the girl who had paid for the room, along with an additional 20,000 as a reward for his efforts. Yet, why had she taken her phone away? Chapter 3. My idol, I no longer deserve you. In Shuangqing City, within the largest commercial office building in Jiangbei, Lin Qingming parked her car in the garage, donned a mask, and entered the elevator with her bag. It was no longer working hours, so the elevator was devoid of the usual crowd. The upscale office building was adorned with mirrors, and Lin Qingming found herself gazing vacantly at her reflection. Her eyes were slightly reddened, and there were 2 patches of redness on her neck. She adjusted the collar of her white shirt to conceal the blemishes. Ding! The elevator arrived at the designated floor. President Lin. As soon as she entered the company, the receptionist greeted her. What was meant to be a routine salutation startled Lin Qingming. Ahem, good morning, Shaoli, she waved at the receptionist. Her steps somewhat flustered as she hurried past the office area towards her own office. Good morning, Qingming Jia. President Lin. Although the office area appeared spacious, it actually housed only 3 individuals, 1 man and 2 women. Qingming Jia seems a bit off today. It looks like she's wearing yesterday's outfit. Indeed, it was the very attire she had donned the previous day. President Lin was known for her fastidiousness, not only in summer, but even in winter. She would change her clothes daily, and she's late today, the 3 employees murmured among themselves. Lin Qingming entered her office, locked the door behind her, and finally exhaled in relief. She flopped onto the sofa, reclining against the backrest, and grabbed a throw pillow, allowing herself to sink into a state of bewilderment. How could this be? How could I have allowed someone to take advantage of me? 24 years of chastity, lost to an unfamiliar, odious man. She muttered as if in a trance, tugging at her hair in frustration. Due to work-related stress, she had felt restless the previous night and, while passing by Ju Street, had suddenly desired to drink, which led her into that bar. Who would have thought that she overestimated her alcohol tolerance, becoming intoxicated after just 1 cocktail? In her hazy state, she seemed to hear a familiar melody. Indeed, it was her idol, Su He, playing Wedding in a Dream. Not only did the first half play, but the latter part followed splendidly. She then imagined the man at the piano as her beloved idol. Ah, Lin Qingming, you foolish girl. What idol is there? He's merely a pretty face, and aside from his handsome appearance, he possesses nothing of substance. The thought of the unfamiliar man lying beside her upon waking sent Lin Qingming into a frenzy. Here she was, in the entangled world of the entertainment industry, having rejected all unspoken rules, carefully preserving her chastity for 24 years. Lin Qingming unzipped her bag and retrieved a photograph from the innermost compartment. It was a picture of a masked figure, revealing only his eyes, sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding arrogance and confidence. Oh, dear idol, I no longer deserve you. Lin Qingming wept, her sobs echoing loudly. Clutching the photograph, she cried out passionately. Suhi had never revealed himself online. This was a candid shot she had taken of him backstage at an event. Countless nights had been spent cradling that photograph while she slept. Of course, Lin Qingming would never admit to being infatuated. As a young woman, having an idol and a beloved figure was a source of great joy. Especially one like Suhi, the Suhi who graciously allowed his songs to be free, ensuring that everyone could enjoy beautiful music. Yet, the thought of having the idol's photo in her bag while engaging in such affairs with another man was unthinkable. Lin Qingming's mental state began to unravel. Suddenly, her phone rang from within her bag. She wiped her tears and rummaged for the device. It was not hers, but rather the phone of that unfamiliar man from the night before. Due to her peculiar profession, she feared he might take advantage of her slumber to capture photos or videos, so she had taken his phone when leaving. However, to avoid being mistaken for a thief and having him report her, she left behind 20,000 yuan intended for employee wages, along with a note. A ridiculous one-night stand. Hello? Upon answering, Lin Qingming quickly realized it was not her phone and felt regret for picking up. She smacked her forehead in annoyance, intending to hang up. Hey, who are you? Where's my brother? A melodious voice, tinged with a commanding tone, emerged from the other end, laced with surprise and curiosity, ultimately culminating in excitement. He is not here. Lin Qingming abruptly hung up and switched off the phone. As a woman, she could discern that there was a hint of gossip in that voice. Alas, what good man would frequent such places? They were all there for fleeting encounters. Although she acknowledged that the man was undeniably handsome, even surpassing popular stars, Lin Qingming was not superficial. No matter how appealing one's exterior may be, it remains ephemeral, though her body may no longer be worthy of Suhi. Her heart would always belong to him. A knock echoed through the room. It was her manager, Jiao. Qingming, old Yang has indeed left. Jiao's voice resonated with regret. Let him go. Just remember to send a wreath on my behalf. Lin Qingming gritted her teeth. It was because of this old Yang that she felt compelled to drown her sorrows in a bar. Qingming Studio, which Lin Qingming had founded single-handedly, had risen to the forefront of the entertainment industry. She was well acquainted with the myriad rules governing this realm and understood that to advance amidst a sea of capital, one must adhere to its dictates. In the entertainment world, especially for women, particularly for the beautiful, sacrificing one's body is deemed a commonplace affair. Under the subtle insinuations from her former agency's head, Lin Qingming opted to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract and subsequently departed from the company, using her remaining funds to establish her own studio. Her earlier aspirations were grand, envisioning a realm within the domestic entertainment industry free from unspoken rules. Indeed, this dream still lingered, albeit now accompanied by some modest hopes, hoping her few remaining artists would not leave. Once boasting over a dozen talents, only 3 now remained. Coupled with her assistant and the receptionist, their total number was a mere 6. The sense of defeat was palpable. Otherwise, Lin Qingming would not have sought solace in drink. Although Haisher Entertainment was not a major firm, it had the backing of Warner and thus some degree of influence. Old Yang's move to Haisher undoubtedly promised him a brighter future, Jiao sighed. Large companies prioritize their image, while smaller ones require talent. Old Yang, being the most skilled vocalist in the company, was naturally pursued by Haisher, and his acceptance of a more promising agency was equally justifiable. Humph, when our company flourishes, he will regret his decision. Lin Qingming's words were soft, yet occasionally firm. Yet, with old Yang gone, who would participate in the Voice of Qingren program we signed up for? Jiao murmured. Voice of Qingren was a competition show by Shuangqing Television, inviting several entertainment companies from Shuangqing City to compete. One company dismissed such local shows, leaving the program producers to recruit Xingming's studio to fill the gap. Let Hanheng go? Lin Xingming pondered before responding. Hanheng would suffice. After all, it's merely to fill the quota. A Jiao nodded with a wry smile. What does it mean to fill the quota? What difference is there between participating without aiming for the championship and being a dead fish? Oh, you desire that 50,000 yuan prize, don't you? Cough. How superficial. Am I that kind of person? Lin Qingming shot A Jiao a glare. Go tell Han Hang to give it her all. A Jiao hesitated. What about the contest song? The organizers specified that it must be a new release. Lin Qingming contemplated before replying. I will check on you, I go. Come, I should be able to buy a song for Han Hang. A Jiao eyed her skeptically. Do you still have money? Can I sell my car? In truth, even if she relied solely on her past successes as a dual-threat artist in film and music, she could live comfortably. Why then should she endure losses as a boss? Should we just shut down and flee? I, Lin Qingming, am not one to surrender easily. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by fate. Oh, what happened to your neck? Oh, just a mosquito bite. Chapter 4 Heh. Possesses a remarkable sense of rhythm. Kyoto, Warner Entertainment. General Manager's office. Du Detao and his nephew Du Feng were enjoying tea when Li Xuan knocked on the door and entered the office. Upon seeing Li Xuan, Du Feng's face lit up with joy, but he was halted by a glance from Du Detao. Xiao Xian is back. Come over and have some tea. Du Detao gestured towards the sofa beside Du Feng. Mr. Du, au fond, Li Xuan greeted the two men. Du Detao poured her a cup of tea and presented it before her. The trio sat in silence for a while. Finally, Du Detao lightly tapped the tea table with his fingers and suddenly inquired, what did he say? Li Xuan pursed her lips. Ultimately offering a bitter smile and shaking her head, he said he won't be coming back. Huh. As expected, the corners of Du Detao's mouth lifted slightly. The left side of his face still throbbed from a blow delivered by Su He, and he mused, given this, we cannot be too lenient. Mr. Du, perhaps I should visit him again in a while. He has a proud disposition and is unlikely to heed advice while in a fit of anger. Once his temper cools, it might be different, Li Xuan suggested, glancing at Du Detao. There's no need. I know his character well. If he genuinely wished to commercialize the stage name Su He, he would have done so long ago. Du Detao replied with a shake of his head. Su He, having achieved his current success in his 20s, was far too proud to allow his stage name to be commercialized, thus exploiting his fans. However, nurturing a top-tier producer incurs substantial promotional and operational costs for the company. Although Su He songs have consistently remained popular, garnering high listening and download figures, all of his works have been freely accessible to the audience. Initially, the company believed this strategy would help him build a reputation, considering it a sound choice. Yet, even after attaining the status of a top producer, if he remains unyielding, the capital-driven board will not permit him to continue in this manner. It is important to recognize that the current fame and reputation of the name Su He could yield a measurable income, even if the songs were not monetized. In this era of traffic and fan economies, Capital possesses a comprehensive method for profiting from fans. This approach allows Su He to maintain his image of not charging for his music while simultaneously finding various ways to generate revenue. Naturally, if Su He cooperates, it would be mutually beneficial, but his stubborn nature complicates matters. The board, eager to capitalize on Su He's peak as a top producer, would consider reclaiming all song copyrights and the rights to the name Su He, effectively pushing him out of the picture. This tactic is frequently employed by entertainment companies, and in Su He's case, it is particularly convenient since he has never appeared publicly. They could easily find a replacement for the stage name. As the ownership of the name belongs to the company, is it truly necessary to take such drastic measures? He is still so young, and the royalties from his songs amount to a significant sum each year. Given his immense talent, with sufficient resources and time, he could very well become a legendary composer. Li Xuan's eyes glinted with reluctance. Do you think the company would invest in elevating a producer who refuses to commercialize? Du Detao took a sip of tea. What is talent worth? How much do those song royalties actually contribute? The company must support numerous artists, and if he is unwilling to generate profit, others will certainly step in to do so. His agitation grew as he spoke, even causing him to spit as he emphasized his point. In the era of universal entertainment, talent is in abundance. To gain the acknowledgement of capital, one must commercialize. Otherwise, which company would be willing to support and profitable individuals? Li Xuan glanced at the teacup in her hand before setting it down. Very well, she sighed bitterly, shaking her head. As the superstar nurtured by Su He, She had done all she could. Du Feng, await your debut at the music gala. Soon you shall be Su He. Du Detao cast a glance at Du Feng. Indeed, a flicker of excitement crossed Du Feng's eyes. He had just returned from studying popular music at a renowned institution in the United States last year. His expertise was by no means inferior to that of Su He. Moreover, he had long been displeased with Su He's aloof demeanor within the company. As a favored talent, even the once promising Du Feng had to address Su He as a senior. However, with Su He ousted from Warner and his stage name now bestowed upon him by his uncle, Du Feng felt an exhilarating sense of vindication and unspoken pleasure. All right, I must visit the boardroom to share this news with them, Du Detao remarked as he rose to leave. Just as Li Xuan intended to depart, Du Feng called out to her. Xuan, I know a delightful Western restaurant. Would you care to join me for a taste? He invited. I have matters to attend to later, Li Xuan replied, shaking her head. My uncle believes that prior to the music gala, we should interact more, allowing the paparazzi to capture some photos for exposure, thus making my identity more prominent. He quickly immersed himself in the role of Su He. Su He and the diva Li Xuan were inseparably linked, with a significant portion of her fanbase being followers of both Su He and her. They were regarded as a golden pair in the entertainment industry. Very well then, Li Xuan hesitated momentarily before ultimately consenting. The prodigious and acclaimed producer Su He will attend the music gala. Breaking news. The popular diva Li Xuan is dining with a mysterious man at a Western restaurant. The most enigmatic producer in the industry, Su He, is set to make his appearance, leaving fans exhilarated. Warner Pictures disclosed that Su He would release a personal physical album for diva Li Xuan by the year's end. Online, news about Su He inundated the internet. This most mysterious and celebrated producer in the industry was finally to appear before the cameras, much to the delight of his fans, who had long awaited this day. Oh my, is my husband Su He finally making his debut? Let it be known, Su He is my husband. Huh. What good is your claim when Su He and Li Xuan have been a duo for so long? As expected of Su He, directly producing a personal album for our diva, I need only utter one word. Bye. Of course, we must support him after enjoying so many of Su He's brilliant songs for free. Looking forward to the music gala and Su He's new album. The audience's reaction exceeded expectations. Initially, there were concerns that some would accuse Su He of forgetting his roots after rising to fame, claiming that he previously offered songs for free, yet now he was seemingly exploiting fans with a physical album. However, such sentiments were rare and swiftly dismissed by netizens. Their collective mantra was clear. Having enjoyed Su He's generosity for so long, everyone owed him the price of an album. With a deft sense of rhythm, Su He sat before his computer, a Huangala cigarette delicately perched between his lips. The ethereal smoke curled upwards, slightly stinging his eyes. Squinting, he surveyed the thousands of caustic replies beneath a comment that questioned his artistry. While vexation bubbled within him, a flicker of gratitude emerged as well. His decision to offer his songs free of charge stemmed from a simple truth. They encapsulated the heartfelt efforts of music pioneers, and he merely acted as a conduit, sharing their passion for the sake of inner peace, nothing more. Furthermore, there exist myriad avenues for monetizing a song. Charging for access is but a minor facet. And even without fees, he finds himself amply compensated. Truly, it is a burden too heavy to bear. Suddenly, his newly acquired phone chimed. A video call from WeChat illuminated the screen. Upon recognizing the caller, a faint smile graced his lips. Fatty, what brings you to call me? Let us go for a foot massage, the usual place. Chapter 5. Hey, what happened to your face? Looks like an allergic reaction. The Jinping Foot Massage City boasted numerous branches throughout Xuanqing City. It offered a comprehensive package of foot massages, entertainment, mahjong, and buffet dining. Some private rooms even provided karaoke. The skilled technician, Sun Qian, was an old acquaintance of Su He's, a woman nearing 30, proficient in her craft with a firm touch. Su He, it's been a while since your last visit. I've missed you. Sun Qian was a conversationalist, a necessity in her line of work, where engaging with clients from all walks of life was essential to avoid awkward silences. Among all her patrons, she held a particular fondness for Su He. This young man was strikingly handsome, more so than many celebrities, and unlike other clients, he exuded a sense of genuine enjoyment in his visit. I just returned to Xuanqing a few days ago, and I couldn't resist coming to see you. You're looking more beautiful than ever. Su He inhaled deeply, a light chuckle escaping his lips. It must be said that foot massages are indeed a delightful means to unwind, under Sun Qian's skilled hands. The frustrations stirred by Warner began to dissipate. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. A rotund figure with a jovial countenance poked his head inside, and upon spotting Su-hee, his face lit up with glee. "Huh, Sui, you're already getting a massage?" With a sidelong glance, Su-hee retorted, "Fatty, you invited me for a foot massage but arrived late. Traffic, my friend. Your brother Jiang just landed and called for you. What a good friend, right?" The hefty figure plopped down onto the sofa beside Su-hee, causing it to creak under his weight. "Is Ling Ling on the clock?" he inquired, turning to Sun Qian, who wiped her hands on a towel before retrieving her phone to message a colleague. "So, our genius producer finally graces us with his presence. Aren't you worried about your family's esteemed president Su finding out?" Fatty reclined on the sofa, grinning slyly at Su-hee. "You seem well informed," Su-hee replied. "Of course. After all, your brother Jiang is making waves in the American financial sector, transforming 500,000 into 5 million in just a year. What a financial prodigy." This jovial figure, known as Li Jiang, was Su-hee's childhood friend, a bond forged through shared experiences. While Su-hee pursued music in university, Li Jiang opted for a path in finance. Later, he went abroad to study and would occasionally return home. As soon as he landed, he would seek out Su-hee to hang out. He would then boast about his illustrious achievements in the financial sector of the United States. My ears had grown calloused from hearing it. Wasn't it merely turning 500,000 into 5 million? Was it truly worth bragging about for an entire year? Su-hee dug at his ears. "Huh, you know nothing. In the financial world, such a tenfold return is akin to becoming a top producer in the entertainment industry. Both are prodigies." "Prodigious chubby," Su-hee remarked with a hint of indifference. "Well, we are all prodigies," Li Jiang nodded. Su-hee raised an eyebrow in surprise. This chubby fellow had made progress in his mindset, having once been particularly sensitive about his weight. "I recall the first time I called him chubby in our childhood. He ignored me for an entire week. Now he could accept it. On a serious note, are you truly prepared to make an appearance?" Li Jiang inquired, his curiosity palpable. "That's not me," Su-hee replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "What do you mean?" Li Jiang asked, a bit bewildered. Subsequently, Su-hee recounted all the matters concerning him and Warner in detail. As he spoke, Li Jiang's jaw gradually dropped, nearly hitting the floor. "Damn it, that wretched Warner. That damned capital. It's utterly dehumanizing," Li Jiang exclaimed, pounding his thigh, his entire body quivering with indignation. "You're so angry that you're even cursing yourself?" Su-hee observed with a bemused smile. Though Li Jiang could not yet be considered a capitalist, he was certainly on that path. Freshly graduated from university, he had managed to turn 500,000 into 5 million in just 1 year in the American financial sector. Although reluctant to admit it, this chubby fellow indeed possessed a remarkable talent for making money. "I am still far from that level," Li Jiang retorted, "but are you truly willing to let this go? Your stage name, Su-hee, was painstakingly earned through your efforts. Would you so willingly relinquish it to others? How could he possibly assist me? He would only say I deserve it." Su-hee shook his head with a bitter smile. Su-hee's father, Su Jinghua, was the president of the National Literary Association. He once hoped Su-hee would become a writer or a poet. However, Su-hee disregarded his father's objections and chose to pursue music at an art school. Since then, their relationship had turned frosty. "You and your father share the same stubbornness. Look at how harmonious my relationship with my dad is," Li Jiang chuckled. "If you weren't hindered by your weight, you might have been performing on stage, wielding swords." Su-hee mercilessly mocked. Li Jiang hailed from a family of traditional opera, where lineage was highly valued. Yet, due to his weight, his father had abandoned the idea of him performing and allowed him to pursue his own interests instead. "Let us not digress. Are you truly ready to just give up?" Li Jiang rose from the sofa, leaning towards Su-hee. His previous nonchalance vanished. "Do I strike you as the type to give up easily?" Su-hee asked, an amused glint in his eye. "Not at all. Back in the day, when I snatched an eraser from you, you took the opportunity to throw my entire pencil case away. A Scorpio 1T let things go so easily." Li Jiang shook his head. "Huh, you still understand me," Su-hee chuckled lightly. "Will you leave again after this visit? No more hesitation. With your impressive resume, Brother Jiang, you'll undoubtedly receive top-tier treatment in the domestic financial sector," Li Jiang exclaimed, his tone brimming with pride. Su-hee remained silent. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a girl in her early 20s, carrying a foot bath. "Ling Ling has arrived." Li Jiang greeted her with a smile. "Delighted to see Brother Jiang." Ling Ling set down the foot bath and began to massage Li Jiang's feet. Oh dear. Not long after, Li Jiang suddenly cried out in pain, retracting his foot. It seems Brother Zhang's kidneys haven't been well lately, Ling Ling remarked with a teasing smile. What I was massaging was the kidney reflex area. Not bad. Li Jiang, it appears Western cuisine suits your palate, Sui quipped. Nonsense. Brother Zhang's kidneys are perfectly fine. I simply wasn't accustomed to it, Li Jiang retorted, clearly unyielding. He extended his foot once more, exclaiming, Come on, target Brother Zhang's kidney reflex area with full force. Instantly, the room was filled with the sounds of exaggerated lamentation. After a while, the commotion subsided, and Suhi spoke up. Fatty, what is going on? I'm planning to register an investment company. You're going big, huh? Since you're chasing excitement, you might as well see it through. Scorpios are not to be trifled with. Need assistance? Is that even a question? Absolutely. With a financial prodigy like me on your team, Warner will be a breeze to handle. Genius Fatty. By the way, what happened to your face? You seem to have an allergy. A dog licked me. Chapter 6. Isn't this just a case of a pillow being delivered when one feels sleepy? After finishing the foot bath and chatting a bit longer with Li Jiang at the foot massage parlor, Suhi finally returned home. After applying some anti-allergy cream to his face, he lay in bed and took out his phone. Although Li Jiang, his childhood friend, could be unreliable at times, Suhi acknowledged his professional capabilities. Warner was undoubtedly keeping a close eye on his every move. As one of the top 3 entertainment companies in the domestic industry, Warner had the power to blacklist Suhi from renowned entertainment firms. If he wanted to re-enter the industry, not only would he have to abandon his stage name Suhi, but he would also be barred from major companies. Pursuing a career as a producer was essential, as he aimed to reclaim everything that belonged to him under that identity. However, this time he needed to prepare meticulously, utilizing the resources at his disposal to become the greatest capital in the domestic entertainment sector. Given the vast ambitions of entertainment companies, he decided to establish an investment firm. Starting from behind the scenes, once he amassed sufficient resources, he would step into the limelight and surprise Warner. Of course, these were merely foundational ideas. Fatty would draft a proposal later, and they would discuss it in detail. The immediate priority was to earn some prestige points, as these were necessary to customize more projects within the system. With this thought in mind, Suhi opened the Yuegao website. Currently, without a singer and hindered by his congenital vocal issues, the quickest way to release music was to sell songs. Yuegao, as the most popular music trading forum in the industry, was the place where countless music producers monetized their creations. The website comprises 2 distinct sections. One serves as a forum for casual exchanges and boasts a lively atmosphere, while the other functions as a marketplace for an array of musical offerings. In this realm, the majority of song copyrights are held firmly within the grasp of capital, which is understandably reluctant to allow its assets to be jeopardized. With both financial interests and official entities involved, the act of plagiarism becomes a significant threat to these investments, resulting in severe repercussions, including an industry-wide ban on such practices, thus dissuading most from attempting to copy others' work. This environment fosters a sense of security for creators to showcase their compositions online for sale. The diversity of music copyrights is vast, and within the confines of this platform, numerous methods of sale exist. Some renowned music producers opt to retain their copyrights and attribution, selling only the rights to performance. Conversely, there are those who bundle all rights to their songs for sale, a common practice among newcomers in the industry who lack recognition and channels for distribution, thereby relegating their works to public trading platforms. For these fledgling creators, a song may fetch a mere few hundred yuan. Beyond the novices, there exist industry giants who have signed contracts with their entertainment companies, restricting them from profiting under their own names. Consequently, many of these influential figures resort to pseudonymous ventures to earn extra income. Due to corporate limitations, they often sell bundled rights to their songs without even seeking attribution, a tacit understanding that has become an industry norm. Remarkably, these prominent figures can command prices for their songs that soar into the hundreds of thousands. Account levels on the platform are elevated based on transaction amounts, with a requisite of 100,000 yuan to advance a level. Given the substantial sums involved in their sales, these industry titans achieve high rankings, necessitating only a single post to attract buyers who express their specific requirements, which are then tailored to their desires. The buyers in search of music are not merely ordinary singers. Many are well-known singer-songwriters within the industry. In their quest to maintain their authentic image as original artists, yet struggling with a lack of inspiration, they often turn to this platform to procure songs, subsequently crediting themselves as the original creators upon release, an unspoken rule within the industry. Of course, buyers can also post requests on the platform in a bidding format. Some industry veterans may possess suitable works or discarded drafts that they can offer in response to these bids. Sui had previously earned some extra income on the platform, utilizing a pseudonym that, albeit only at level 5, was still preferable to his primary account. Moreover, this alias was known only to him, as the platform upheld privacy quite effectively, which explained the proliferation of pseudonymous ventures among the prominent figures. Upon entering his birthdate, he was met with an incorrect password notification. After a moment of contemplation, he tried entering Li Xuan's birthdate instead, and astonishingly, he successfully logged in. Username: Xinghe level 5 title, junior producer transaction count 3. While this account's level may not be particularly high within the site, pricing a song at 10,000 yuan is certainly feasible. However, Sui had no intention of selling the initial dream for such a sum. Despite his decision to sell only the performance rights, he deemed it impossible to part with it for anything less than 20,000. After changing his account password, Sui began to explore the forum, seeking a poignant ballad about heartbreak, one that pierces the soul. Requirements: sung by a male artist. It should primarily convey the struggle of moving on after a breakup, with themes of contemplating suicide, yet being unable to let go of a former lover. Copyright type: all rights reserved. Reward: 500. Submissions: 50. Cat Master: even a dog would shake its head at this price. Flying Earth Mouse: seriously, $500 for a bid? Are you trying to throw crumbs to beggars? Air Guzzi: this is absurd. With such a price, how are there even 50 foolish bidders? Meichuan Naikuzi: alas. Musicians today are worse off than dogs. You all engage in this competition while I choose to lie flat. Waves of Dreams: hey, didn't you just submit your work after claiming to lie flat? Su He, amused by the comments, realized that competition exists in every industry, including music. Under the pressure of capital, many struggling musicians can barely afford a meal. For those with modest success, 500 yuan is indeed a meager sum, but for emerging artists, it represents several days' worth of living expenses. Thus, even with a paltry reward, numerous musicians still submit their work. Having not visited the site in a while, Sui found the community as entertaining and articulate as ever. After browsing the forum for a while, he remembered he had important matters to attend to and continued scrolling. Suddenly, a scrolling announcement appeared on the site. Major tender announcement, to be revealed in 5 minutes. Typically, on the Yuegao platform, only tenders exceeding 500,000 yuan are considered significant, and such postings are accompanied by a scrolling announcement. Users who reach level 10 and have activated pop-up notifications receive alerts for major tenders. After a 5-minute wait, the tender finally appeared on the forum, seeking a song, preferably uplifting and motivational. Requirements: a female vocal range is preferred, moderate difficulty, with lyrics that inspire and encourage individuals not to forget their dreams and to forge ahead. Reward: 500,000. Copyright type: all rights reserved. Submissions: 0. Isn't this akin to a pillow arriving just as one drifts into slumber? Suhi's lips curled into a slight smile. However, the buyer's request for all rights posed a dilemma. Having learned the significance of copyright through his experience with Warner, he resolved not to relinquish rights. Even when selling a song, contemplating this, he decided to observe the situation further to see if he could negotiate with the buyer. Just then, Suhi's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, raising an eyebrow. Pulling out a Huangalu cigarette, he chuckled softly. Sister, what prompts you to call me? Chapter 7. Losing a phone is trivial. Losing one's heart is catastrophic. Hey, bro, who was that woman this morning? A melodious voice, laced with curiosity, emanated from the other end of the line. What woman? Sui felt a jolt of unease, questioning himself. Had his one-night stand been discovered by his sister? Impossible, surely. Hee, you little rascal, you're not being honest. When I called you earlier, a woman answered, and her voice didn't sound like Li Xuan's at all. A prominent producer like you actually has a mistress outside? The teasing tone of an alluring woman. Nonsense. Am I the kind of person who keeps a mistress? Sui retorted with irritation. My previous phone was lost, and I just purchased a new one. I retrieved the number today at the service center. Suhi's sister, Su Mu Yan, is 3 years his senior. Since childhood, She has been a beautiful girl with an affinity for the two-dimensional world, still enamored with anime at 26. Consequently, after graduating from university, she joined an anime company and has now risen to a managerial position, gaining some recognition in the industry. Of course, like Suhi, her relationship with their father, Su Jinghua, is strained. He has always aspired for his children to become poets or writers, yet Su Muyin is passionate about anime. While Sui chose a path in music, being older, he no longer has the opportunity to nurture a side career, which has left him resentful towards the siblings. Both Su Muyin and Su He possess stubborn temperaments, convinced that their choices are justified, and thus, they have refrained from returning to the Su family home for quite some time. Upon realizing the situation, Su Muyin felt a twinge of disappointment. What exactly do you need from me? If there's nothing, I'll hang up. Su He's eyelid twitched, and he spoke in a low voice. What do you mean by that? Are you disappointed that I'm not keeping a mistress? Is that the impression I give to my own sister? Seeing your message, I heard you were going to make an appearance. You're quite bold, aren't you? Aren't you afraid that old Su will show up at your music festival with a butcher's knife to berate you? Su Muyin chuckled lightly. Rest assured. Even if he comes, he won't find me, Su He replied with a wry smile. What is going on? Su Muyin was taken aback. I was dismissed by Warner. The stage name Su He was given to someone else, which made Su He feel somewhat embarrassed, as it wasn't a particularly glorious matter. However, since Su Muyin is his sister, he felt no need to conceal anything for the sake of pride. Silence enveloped the call for several seconds. And just as Su He thought the signal had faltered, Su Muyin's voice broke through the stillness. Damn Warner, where's my knife? Little brother. Gather at Warner's entrance. I'll reclaim this stage for you today. Is it just an entertainment company? How audacious can they be to swindle like this? Is there no law left? Her breath quickened with fury, and her tone shifted, losing its seductive allure and taking on a more aggressive tone. Hearing this, Su He felt a warmth in his heart. Sister, getting angry won't help. Just accept your misfortune. Hearing you say that eases my mind. Su Muyin suddenly regained her composure. Su Muyin chuckled. Ever since we were young, whenever you say something like that, the other party is bound to suffer. Su He, am I really that kind of person? Su Muyin teased. No need to explain, I understand. No matter what you do, I support you. If all else fails, let us go together and create a ruckus at Warner's entrance. Tarnishing the reputation of these unscrupulous capitalists, Su He could only pull at the corners of his mouth in response. As he was about to hang up the phone, he heard Su Muyin's peculiar voice inquiring, I see the internet is still buzzing about the hype surrounding Su He and Li Xuan. Could it be that you guessed incorrectly? I have indeed broken up with Li Xuan. Su He let out a snort. And then you found yourself a new girlfriend? The teasing tone in her voice grew more pronounced. I told you, there is no new girlfriend. The girl who answered my call was merely a thief who stole my phone. All right. Losing a phone is inconsequential, but losing your heart is another matter. My foolish brother. I will say this one last time. She is not my girlfriend. Su He ended the call and tossed the cigarette butt into the ashtray, exhaling deeply. He felt utterly defeated. His sister, despite her many admirable qualities, had an insatiable appetite for gossip. However, he never expected that she would dare to call him. Not long ago, he had reported the phone number lost and obtained a new SIM card. The old one was no longer in use. Otherwise, he could have called to test it. Damn it. Su He chastised himself. What was supposed to be a one-night stand? Why seek someone else? Did she truly believe that a woman from such a setting could harbor genuine feelings? At 8 in the evening, Su He logged onto the Yuegao website. The post offering a bounty of 500,000 had garnered 80 submissions already. He glanced at the levels of the submitters. Most were newcomers. As he scrolled down, he was astonished to find 2 level 20 accounts at the end. Little B, Winter Melon, these names ring a bell. So he clicked on the profiles of the 2 level 20 users, recognizing their familiarity but unable to recall any prior interactions. These level 20 accounts had already earned 2 million by selling songs on the Yuegao platform. It was worth noting that while Yuegao might be a lucrative opportunity for newcomers, it served merely as a side gig for seasoned professionals. To amass such wealth on this site indicated that they were undoubtedly capable producers in the real world. Moreover, Yuegao featured a ranking system, and being among the top 100 at level 20 indeed justified the title of a big shot. Yun Hui Hui, let's disperse. With 2 level 20 big shots in play, there's no chance for us. Guzzi. I recall Winter Melon's song reaching the top 10 on the new song chart, right? Yuan Dao, didn't Little B also make it? The last song he sold to Left Bank Entertainment stayed at 8th place on the new song chart for a full 5 days before dropping. Confession: these two aliases are at least high-level producers. It's just a matter of figuring out who they are. Flying Groundhog: these big shots are making a fortune in reality while snatching our opportunities on the website. It's utterly outrageous. Indeed, after the emergence of these two big shots, no one else submitted any entries. Although other users couldn't hear the submitted songs aside from the original poster, they could glean some insight into the submitter's capabilities through their account registrations. With producers in the entertainment industry earning anywhere from hundreds of thousands to millions, those who ranked among the top 100 were undoubtedly impressive figures, especially since both had previously reached the top 10 on the new song chart, ensuring their market viability. Consequently, many producers, seeing no hope, ceased to submit their work. The allure of 500,000 is indeed substantial, but one must possess the capability to seize it. Regardless, it is worth attempting to submit, as the original dream perfectly aligns with their requirements. Sui contemplated this and sent the demo of the original dream to them, adding a note: only the singing rights of the song are for sale. If interested, please message privately. I have already provided my WeChat account for detailed discussions. After completing this, he shut down his computer and prepared for rest. His back still ached, although Sister Qian had given him a massage during the day. Prolonged sitting had taken its toll. Chapter 8. If only the company had a producer on Uego Online, discussions were ignited due to the two titans, Little B and Winter Melon, vying for the same song. This circle is neither vast nor minuscule, while there may be millions of producers online. Those who can truly make a living from this profession are exceedingly rare. Moreover, those who achieve wealth through songwriting are even rarer. The bidding is open. Which titan will claim the lucrative 500,000 contract? Some enthusiastic individuals even initiated a thread on the forum to place their bets. I'm definitely backing Little B. After all, he is a renowned figure on the new song charts. Haha, as if Winter Melon hasn't been there before. I think it's 50-50. Both are high-level producers. It just depends on who has the luck to win the favor of the client. It doesn't matter. I'll mindlessly back Winter Melon. Little B will undoubtedly secure this song. In the forum, many participants cast their forum coins in support of their favorite titan. Given that both individuals are of similar caliber and fame, the distribution of support based on forum coins appeared quite even. Just then, the titan known as Winter Melon finally made an appearance. Winter Melon: Little B, my friend, I am in urgent need of money. Could you yield this to me? Little B: I'm sorry, but a song I submitted was just returned by the client. It perfectly fits the requirements of the thread owner. Winter Melon: how ungracious. Little B: apologies. Winter Melon: haha, let us see whose song is better then. Little B: is there even a need to see? It's obviously mine. Their exchange drew the attention of many onlookers. Little B certainly displayed the audacity of a titan, daring to bid on such a significant contract with a rejected draft. It appeared that Winter Melon's momentum had weakened in comparison. The tension escalated, and it was clear that a captivating spectacle was unfolding. Neither titan was willing to concede, and it remained to be seen who would win the favor of the thread owner. Hey, you all should check that thread. Someone else has submitted. The crowd, initially engrossed in the rivalry between the two titans, was taken aback by this new submission. Typically, when titans take the stage, few would dare to step forward, unless they were even more formidable. Instantly, everyone rushed over to discover the identity of this newcomer. Upon discovering that the submitter was merely a level 5 account, their composure shattered. Who is this person? I've never heard of them. What the heck? How could it be a level 5 account? Such a waste of expressions. How dare they? 2 level 20 titans are in the fray, and yet this individual has the audacity to continue submitting? Alas, what a waste of my time. Who on earth spread the false rumor that a level 50 giant has made a move? Drag me out and execute the perpetrator. Such slander is truly despicable. Misrepresenting a level 5 as a level 50 is absurd. Those titans, in reality, are akin to renowned producers, and they would hardly spare a glance for mere 50,000. Generally speaking, accounts boasting levels in the 20s or 30s on Uego are likely to belong to well-known producers. Those above level 50 are likely to include some esteemed top-tier producers. These individuals stand at the pinnacle of the industry, revered by all newcomers and struggling artists alike. Thus, when someone claimed it was a level 50 giant, a throng of onlookers gathered in an instant. Upon discovering it was merely a level 5, I was infuriated. Look at what he added. Only selling the rights to the song's performance. If interested, please add me on WeChat for further discussion. Hilarious. Is he not a newcomer at this stage? For such a significant deal, he dares to retain the rights? Perhaps he thinks he has the prowess to do so after earning a few $100,000. A fortunate fellow, indeed, who relies on luck for his earnings. But that is where it ends. With titans like Donghua and Xiamifeng in the fray, even selling the full rights would be impossible, let alone keeping any for himself. Everyone is under considerable life pressure, and it is a rare joy to stumble upon a bit of amusement. Such entertaining matters naturally spread across various chat groups, prompting even more spectators to gather. Before long, the comments on that post surged past 10,000. With so many responses, the post remained a hot topic for days on end. 3 days later, at the Xingming studio, Lin Xingming was browsing submissions on Yuegao, with her assistant A Jiao by her side and 3 remaining singers seated across from her. The 50,000 she secured came from mortgaging her beloved car, a bold gamble in her quest for a role. Should she emerge victorious, the champion's prize would not only allow her to reclaim her vehicle, but also to acquire a song at no cost. Furthermore, the local television station would assist in promoting the song. Though the station's reach is limited, it could still save her tens of thousands in promotional expenses. And with a stroke of luck, her new song might even make a splash on the charts. This is Lin Xingming's grand strategy. She must stake her cherished vehicle to produce a remarkable song. If only the company had a producer, she murmured to herself as she scrolled through the forum submissions. Indeed, the fundamental reason our studio cannot retain talent is the absence of a capable songwriter. While everyone possesses the potential to be a strong vocalist, lacking quality songs to perform guarantees they will not achieve notable results. Assistant A Jiao nodded in agreement. In the realm of music production, singers are plentiful, but finding a producer, especially a good one, is exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Xingming Studio is merely a small establishment, and sustaining a few singers is already a challenge, let alone a producer. If this song proves profitable, I shall grit my teeth and bring a producer on board for you. Lin Xingming clenched her delicate fist, painting a vivid picture for her employees. We need to find someone handsome. The speaker, Chen Shi, a young woman in her early 20s clad in leather pants and a jacket, exuded a somewhat punk aesthetic. Her nasal tone was pronounced, yet her voice resonated with depth and strength. Are you recruiting a producer or a potential son-in-law? Zhang Xiaohan interjected with a hint of annoyance. This time, Lin Xingming's song was purchased specifically for her, igniting her excitement. After spending considerable time at Xingming Studio, she had previously sung songs worth merely a few hundred yuan, but now the boss had finally decided to invest significantly, securing her a piece valued at 500,000. Zhang Xiaohan believed this could be her ticket to success. At least we need an intermediate producer. A novice is no different from purchasing songs off Yuegao. Calm. The remaining employee, a man in his 30s, appeared well-groomed and exuded a calm demeanor. Shueliang, once a champion in a talent competition, had soared to fame but fell from grace due to his refusal to lip-sync on stage, resulting in a conflict with the organizers and subsequent shelving by the company. After a brief period of success, he had languished for a decade, possessing talent yet lacking a suitable platform for expression, rendering all efforts futile. The reality of this world is harsh. While many possess talent and ability, it often bears little fruit. Success hinges on connections and subservience to capital. Let us not dwell on the producers for now. Let us choose a song first. Everyone, please lend your thoughts on which one to select. Considering the hefty price of 500,000, Lin Xingming felt she had overstated her ambitions. Unable to afford an intermediate producer, how could she possibly hire one? Thus, she swiftly redirected everyone's focus. Chapter 9. Did he believe himself to be a top-tier producer? How could there only be 80 submissions? Lin Xingming furrowed her brow. In her view, a budget of 500,000 should attract at least a few hundred submissions, even with a mere 3 days' notice, which was not an unreasonable time frame for this platform. Such song-selling venues typically featured either newcomers or part-time professionals. Newcomers could churn out songs at an impressive pace, far surpassing the seasoned veterans, though the quality often left much to be desired. Conversely, experienced artists typically submitted their discarded drafts, seeking a little extra income. Hence the availability of pre-existing songs. Lin Xingming, filled with curiosity, accessed the back end of her post. There were over 80 song samples to listen to. Let's proceed in order, A Jiao encouraged, noticing her uncertainty. All right, 80 songs. We don't need to listen to every single one. Most of the submissions were from newcomers, with lyrics and compositions that were quite basic, and some even failed to meet the standards of novices. Before long, they had listened to over 50 tracks. Assistant Ah Jiao took notes, recording the songs that Lin Qingming and the other singers deemed worthy. Out of those 50-odd songs, only 3 caught Lin Qingming's attention. How can these people not realize the worth of their songs? Are they truly worth 500,000? Lin Qingming's mind buzzed with frustration. Having endured an overload of electronic drivel, she felt increasingly agitated. This platform resembles Taobao, making it challenging to find exquisite items, requiring a stroke of luck. Thus, General Lin should not be overly upset, Shuiliang consoled with a light chuckle. Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan exchanged wry smiles and nodded in agreement. Genuine high-end customization is sought from various entertainment companies in the real world. Platforms like Uego.com cater to the descending market or newcomers seeking to earn a little money. The majority here are indeed novices, with some not even proficient in composition software, carelessly throwing together a song to sell. Listen up, there's not much left, Ah Jiao said as she took over Lin Qingming's mouse. Lin Qingming leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, and nudged her high heels against the table edge to make space for Ah Jiao. It's infuriating. Though Lin Qingming possessed a notable figure, the weight was burdensome, and maintaining a forward-leaning posture was quite taxing. She yearned to rest her chest on the table, yet with Shuiliang present, such an unbecoming action felt inappropriate. Relax, Qingming. Calm your temper. If the fans knew the adorable Lin Qingming was actually quite the tomboy behind the scenes, I wonder how they would react. Chen Qi jested. It's all thanks to the persona the agency crafted for me, leaving me to feign cuteness in front of the camera. It's exhausting. Lin Qingming sighed deeply. In the entertainment industry, every artist has a persona, and while Lin Qingming's appearance is sweet and charming, her personality is rather boisterous, even somewhat fierce. Yet, the agency insists on portraying her as a cute, lovable girl. This predicament burdens Lin Qingming, as she must act coy and endearing on camera. Sister Qingming sacrifices her savings to support us, and it truly brings me to tears. Zhang Xiaohan wiped away a tear. Her remark, though made in jest, conveyed a kernel of truth, delivered in a light-hearted tone to alleviate its heaviness. What do you mean I support you? I am the capitalist here. You all must help me earn money in the future, Lin Qingming retorted with mock irritation. Rest assured, Sister Qingming, even if we can't afford salaries, we won't betray the company like old Yang. Chen Qi pledged, patting her plain chest, glancing enviously at Lin Qingming's ample bosom. Let us not mention that traitor. He has such a buzzkill. Lin Qingming waved her hand dismissively. Let us choose a song, Shuiliang interjected, noticing the conversation drift further away. As the eldest brother in the group and the most mature individual in the studio, he swiftly redirected the focus. The others, reminded by him, ceased their chatter. Ah Jiao clicked to the next song. At last, after sifting through over 80 tracks, only 3 remained. Oh, Ah Jiao suddenly exclaimed. Lin Qingming, nearly dozing off with her arms crossed, was jolted awake by this exclamation. What is it? She asked, pursing her lips in confusion. It seems the next songs were written by 2 level 20 producers. Ah Jiao gasped. What? Level 20? Is that true? The trio of Chen Qi sat up in astonishment. On Uego.com, level 20 signifies a transaction amount of 2 million. Such producers in reality are at least senior producers. Even their discarded works boast commendable quality. Let us listen quickly. Lin Qingming's interest was piqued. She had almost given up hope, but unexpectedly, a pleasant surprise awaited her. The voice of the esteemed producer, Zhang Xiaohan, trembled with excitement. This was a song crafted by a producer capable of breaking into the top 10 on the new music charts. If she could perform such a piece, would it not propel her to success? Ah Jiao first clicked on the song by Xiaomi Feng. As the prelude began, the rousing music captivated her. The demo was typically synthesized, masking the raw emotion with electronic sounds. Yet, being singers, they could discern the quality of the song through its lyrics and melody. This song seems more suited for a male vocalist, Chen Qi remarked, swallowing hard. The lyrics are rather tough. I don't think I can pull it off. Zhang Xiaohan shrank back slightly. Although her voice had power, it was evident that the lyrics were originally penned for a male singer, merely altered for a female pitch. The melody was quite commendable, yet the lyrics fell short. It was apparent that they were repurposed from discarded drafts. Nevertheless, given the caliber of the producer, even a discarded piece bore substantial quality. Let us listen to the next one, Lin Qingming suggested after a moment's hesitation, turning to Ah Jiao. Ah Jiao nodded, and clicked on a song titled Donghua. The prelude featured a piano, complemented by strings. The lyrics were crafted from a female perspective. Yet the melody did not possess the catchiness of the previous song. Particularly in the chorus, it lacked memorable hooks. As the song concluded, silence enveloped the room. Lin Xingming found herself in a dilemma. One song had commendable lyrics, while the other had a captivating melody. Which one to choose? Chen Qi swallowed again, contemplating. Both songs were of admirable quality, a testament to the prowess of a level 20 producer, yet neither was without its flaws, creating a conundrum for everyone involved. Let us allow Henin to decide. After all, she will be the one singing, Lin Qingming suggested, glancing at Zhang Xiaoan. Zhang Xiaoan quickly waved her hand, saying no. Let us have Qingming choose. Given the substantial investment, I fear I won't make the right choice. It's fine, just pick whichever, Lin Qingming waved dismissively, though internally. She was anxious. 50,000 was at stake. If they failed to recoup it, her beloved car would be lost. Then I'll choose. Wait a moment. Just as Zhang Xiaoan was about to make her selection, A Jiao suddenly interjected, There's another song. Do you want to hear it? Another one? Lin Qingming raised an eyebrow in surprise. This producer had a level 5 rating, yet his requirements seemed to reflect a novice's perspective. A Jiao's expression was somewhat peculiar. What do you mean? Zhang Xiaohan inquired. He only sells the performance rights. All other rights are off the table, A Jiao explained, clicking on a submission titled Xinghe. Lin Qingming leaned forward, scrutinizing the computer screen, muttering under her breath, 50,000 for the initial dream, and he won't sell the rights? Does he think he is a top-tier producer? Chapter 10. Boss, I want this song, just this one. Lin, should we give it a listen? A Jiao tentatively asked. Let us not. It's a waste of time. Lin Qingming shook her head, then turned to Zhang Xiaohan. Henin, have you made your decision? Which song will you choose? Zhang Xiaohan appeared troubled. Such is the nature of choices. If it were merely a single song, it would be much simpler to decide. However, the presence of these two songs presents a dilemma. One boasts splendid lyrics, while the other features an enchanting melody. How to choose? Let Henin ponder for a moment. After all, idleness begets idleness. I find the title of this song, The Initial Dream, rather appealing. There might be a delightful surprise in store. A Jiao mused, as she grasped the mouse, preparing for a preview. Having listened to so many songs before, one more would hardly make a difference. What surprise could there possibly be? Can a level 5 account truly rival a seasoned level 20 expert? It seems merely a stroke of luck that allowed them to sell a few songs and ascend by 5 levels, all the while withholding their copyrights, Lin Qingming scoffed. Song earnings can be categorized into 2 types. One comprises copyright fees, where platforms compensate copyright holders for song plays, and various talent shows pay for performance rights. The other form comprises performance fees earned by singers during appearances, which constitutes a labor charge and represents the primary income for many artists. For first-tier singers like Lin Qingming, a single performance could fetch anywhere from hundreds of thousands to $1 million. In the industry, while there are producers qualified to retain copyrights, they are certainly not numerous. No singer or company would be foolish enough to invest in a song that relies solely on performance fees without the potential for copyright revenue. Of course, this is not absolute. For instance, top-tier producers like Suhi possess innate popularity and the privilege of earning copyright fees, allowing singers who perform their songs to generate sufficient income from appearances. I, Lin Qingming, would never consider purchasing songs from such arrogant individuals, even if they were the works of those newcomers whose songs I might deem subpar. Lin Qingming leaned back in her chair, arms crossed defiantly. With conviction, with unwavering determination. Quite resolute indeed. A Jiao lightly clicked the mouse, and the preview commenced. If pride had not been abruptly quelled by the harsh waves of reality, how would one comprehend the necessity of exerting effort to reach distant shores? The synthetic female voice was evident, yet this electronic sound was markedly superior to others, with a fluidity in articulation that conveyed emotion. As the song began, Zhang Xiaohan's brows shot up, a flicker of surprise dancing in her eyes. Chen Qi, originally preoccupied with her freshly manicured nails, widened her gaze upon hearing the melody. She adjusted her position slightly, crossing her legs and perking up her ears to listen intently. Shuiliang raised his head slightly, his ears twitching in response. Lin Qingming's arms, once crossed defiantly, involuntarily trembled, her lips parting slightly in astonishment. The initial dream is firmly grasped in hand, the place one yearns to reach. How could it be abandoned midway? As the chorus resonated, Ajiao turned slightly, only to find Lin Qingming had unknowingly moved beside her. Her sudden motion nearly resulted in a kiss. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Lin Qingming snatch the mouse from her hand, adjusting the volume to its maximum. In the office, the song reverberated through the air. Several singers found themselves swaying to the rhythm, and the initial dream would undoubtedly be attained. Only by realizing true desires can one truly enter paradise. As the song concluded, an air of anticipation lingered. The office fell into a brief silence. Lin Qingming's expression was somewhat unnatural. The earlier arrogance had dissipated, replaced by an air of awkwardness. She raised her hand to clasp her chin and waved dismissively. Humph, it's nothing special. Chen Qi cast a peculiar glance at the boss. Indeed, true to her character, Lin Qingming stubbornly refused to discuss it. Even if the world were to end, her tongue would remain unyielding. Boss. Zhang Xiaoan slid off her chair and clung to Lin Qingming's thigh. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Qingming was startled, her body trembling slightly. Boss, I want that song. Just that one. One hand clutched Lin Qingming's thigh while the other pointed at the computer monitor. Is it really that good? Lin Qingming thought about the words she had just spoken, feeling a flush creep up her cheeks. So you've already made up your mind, huh? How am I supposed to back down now? Woo, boss, I want that song. I want it, I really do. Zhang Xiaoan pouted and clung to Lin Qingming's thigh. With a sigh, Lin Qingming, her face full of exasperation, bent down and gently lifted Zhang Xiaoan's chin with her finger. Since you're so insistent, as a caring boss, I suppose I can't refuse. With that, she took out her phone, opened the private chat interface, and located the account named Xinghe, who had indeed sent her WeChat information. Boss, Qingmingjia, you are the best boss and sister I could ever have, Zhang Xiaoan exclaimed, her head bobbing eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. She adored the song immensely. Every lyric and melody struck a chord deep within her heart. Even when she had merely listened to a sample earlier, she had nearly wept. The song resonated profoundly with her, and she felt that if she were to sing it, her abilities would surely elevate by a level or two. I'll discuss it with him first and let you know the outcome shortly. With that, Lin Qingming stood up, gently freeing herself from Zhang Xiaoan's grasp, and made her way to her office. There were still a few hours left before the submission deadline. Ample time for a conversation. Moreover, the fact that the other party had chosen to add her on WeChat indicated that there was hope for negotiation. She had to admit that the song was indeed impressive, not only captivating Zhang Xiaoan, but also moving Lin Qingming herself. She never anticipated that a level 5 account could produce such a beautiful piece. Lin Qingming recognized that the song was perfectly tailored for Zhang Xiaoan's vocal color, almost as if it had been custom-made. Upon returning to her office and closing the door, a notification chimed on her phone. The producer named Xinghe had accepted her friend request. Lin Qingming felt that since she intended to negotiate terms, she ought to demonstrate her sincerity. Therefore, she sent a video request, believing it to be a more earnest approach than a voice message. After all, a producer capable of crafting such melodies surely possessed considerable talent. Perhaps she could even entice him with her charm to join her company. Alas, I, Lin Qingming, have sacrificed so much for these aspiring artists. However, to her surprise, the moment she sent the video request, it was immediately declined. Lin Qingming stared at her phone in bewilderment. I'm busy, speak quickly if you have something to say. A line of pungent text appeared on the screen. Lin Qingming's forehead was adorned with a neat row of dark lines. Chapter 11. Can someone like this truly establish a studio? Teacher Xinghe, I am the initiator of the post on Yuego Online, and our singer is quite fond of your song The Original Dream. Lin Qingming suppressed her nausea, distancing her phone screen from her delicate face, typing with her index finger as if the odor could traverse the internet. To her surprise, after sending the message, a minute passed with no response. Just as her patience waned, the other party replied with 3 words. And then, how audacious! Lin Qingming slammed her hand on the table, nearly cursing in frustration. She took a deep breath to calm herself and rephrased her message. However, Teacher Xinghe's demands posed a challenge for them. After all, the industry norms were well known, and matters concerning copyright were non-negotiable, though the price could be reduced. Upon reading the reply, Lin Qingming furrowed her brows slightly. She sensed the other party's unwavering stance. Yet, if they relinquished copyright, once the song gained popularity, it would merely enrich this Xinghe, with all future royalties detached from their Xingming studio. Wouldn't that make her a complete fool? Contemplating this, Lin Qingming pressed the voice button, tightening her throat. Teacher Xinghe, please give it some thought. I am Lin Qingming. The first-tier singer Lin Qingming, sob sob. Your voice is not suited for this song. Even if you sing it, it won't succeed. I will seek someone else. To her dismay, her attempts at charm and cuteness bore no fruit, and instead, the other party withdrew. Please, teacher Xinghe, it's not me singing. It's an employee from my studio. I assure you, I can vouch for her compatibility with this song. If you don't believe me, look up Zhang Xiaohan and listen to her timbre. After this, she fixed her gaze intently on the screen. Before long, the other party finally responded. I can reduce the price by 100,000. That is my final offer. I am truly sorry, but I cannot sell the copyright. Lin Qingming fell into deep contemplation. The quality of this song was indisputable. She believed that if Zhang Xiaohan were to perform it, they had a considerable chance of winning the championship, which would yield a prize of 500,000. She could reclaim her little car. Moreover, as a first-tier singer, Lin Qingming recognized the song's potential for success if it indeed became a hit, even if they did not earn the copyright fees, allowing Zhang Xiaohan, the original singer, to take on commercial performances would still generate revenue and alleviate the company's predicament. All right, I accept your proposal. Lin Qingming gritted her teeth and typed this line. After much hesitation, she finally clicked send. Xinghe, pleasure to collaborate. Handshake, have you washed your hands to shake with me? Lin Qingming quipped, sending a handshake emoji followed by a cute, playful emoji. When the other party remained unresponsive, she stomped her foot in irritation. Such an impolite man. In Xuanqing City, within an apartment, Suhi emerged from the restroom, holding his phone. Can someone like this truly establish a studio? He tossed his phone onto the sofa and then reclined on it. Suhi was acutely aware that without the identity of Suhi, selling a single song for 500,000 was an arduous task. Even the most exquisite compositions faced substantial challenges. Such a feat was only conceivable should an exceptionally fitting vocalist fortuitously emerge. Thus, his psychological threshold rested around 100,000. He was not overly concerned with the production costs, as the primary concern lay with the subsequent royalties, which constituted the significant portion of the expense. His greatest fear was that the buyer would purchase the song yet refrain from releasing it, or worse, publish it without investing in its promotion. In such a scenario, it would be tantamount to not selling at all. Earlier, while searching for Zhang Xiaohan, he stumbled upon her news in a variety show, This Weekend. She was set to participate in Voice of the People, where the champion would receive a prize of 500,000, along with promotional opportunities for their song. Upon reading this, Suhi firmly resolved to sell. The song The Initial Dream had achieved remarkable success in his previous Li-Fest charts, and winning such a minor competition would be a breeze. With the program's promotional assistance, exposure would surely propel a new song into the limelight. Money was not his primary motivation. Rather, it was the accumulation of reputation points within the system that mattered most, as these points would enable him to craft more artistic endeavors, an essential aspect of Suhi's path to vengeance. Could a person like this truly manage a business successfully? Having witnessed the perennial struggles of capitalists and their strategic probes into competitors' limits, Suhi found himself slightly disoriented while communicating with such a naive client for the first time. Based on his experiences, the outcome of such individuals assuming leadership typically led to financial ruin, culminating in inevitable bankruptcy. Ding dong. The notification sound from his phone broke his reverie. Suhi reached for his device. The platform cannot modify the amount. Once I finalize the draft, the platform will transfer the payment to you, and then you can return 100,000 to me. The naive client messaged again. Suhi promptly changed her contact name to naive client and sent a sticker in response. With a resigned sigh, he pondered whether she was not concerned about him withholding the refund or continually finding excuses to delay. Did he truly appear so benevolent? The stress was palpable. Suddenly, his phone rang, startling him. He momentarily thought the other party possessed some extraordinary ability, realizing she was calling him. His guilt over past misdeeds surged. However, upon checking, he saw it was Li Jiang calling. Chubby, he answered the call. Pressed the elevator button. Li Jiang's voice brimmed with excitement. Suhi's apartment complex had 2 units per floor, and access to the elevator required a card or assistance from a resident. The neighboring unit, previously occupied by an influencer, had been vacant since their departure, making Suhi effectively a sole resident on his floor. After pressing the elevator button, it wasn't long before Li Jiang arrived upstairs. He tossed a folder of documents to Suhi and rummaged through the fridge for a bottle of chilled cola, guzzling it eagerly. Ah, refreshing. Li Jiang exhaled with relief, plopping down beside Soo-hee. Quick, let us take a look at the project proposal. He gazed at Soo-hee, his dark circles evident, brimming with excitement. Did you pull an all-nighter? Soo-hee smirked slightly. Otherwise, what would I have done? Li Xuan raised his hands in exasperation, expressing that he had always been diligent in his career. It's been tough, he admitted. Soo-hee patted him on the shoulder and then picked up the project proposal. As Li Xuan began to elucidate his thoughts, he explained, our funds are limited. If we were to register an investment company, the most prudent approach would be to engage in angel investments with smaller companies. While investing in larger firms may appear safer, the returns are far less lucrative compared to those from smaller ventures. However, the risks associated with small companies are significant, and the return period is considerably lengthy. He succinctly articulated the balance of risk and reward. How much capital do you possess? Soo-hee abruptly inquired. 8 million, Li Xuan gestured, a smug smile gracing his lips. I have 20 million, Soo-hee replied nonchalantly. Over the past 2 years, he had released numerous chart-topping songs. If monetized, they could have garnered over 100 million. Fortunately, he had eschewed commercialization, refraining from accepting any endorsements, thereby avoiding the exorbitant penalties that Warner might impose. Chapter 12. The ultimate beneficiary of the 500,000 big order. Li Xuan's smile faltered, and a twinge of envy flickered in his eyes. No wonder celebrities like you receive criticism. Earning over 20 million in 2.5 years makes me feel quite envious. He acknowledged their financial constraints and noted, your proposal holds merit. We should indeed invest in smaller companies. Soo-hee perused the proposal and nodded in agreement. Investing 28 million in a major corporation would yield no significant returns. Whereas with smaller companies, we can assert complete control. Li Xuan chuckled but then pointed out the drawbacks. Investments in small companies are limited, and the risks are exceedingly high, with long return periods. Let us not dwell on that. Soo-hee interjected with a smile. Please research any small music companies in Xuanqing City, preferably those that haven't attracted other capital investments. Of course, establishing an entertainment company would be ideal, but if the company flourished, it would inevitably attract the attention of larger firms. If Warner were to discover that Soo-hee was behind the company, they would crush it without hesitation. Thus, Soo-hee intended to collaborate with Li Xuan to create an investment firm that would support other entertainment companies, drawing attention while they developed their own interests discreetly. Not a problem, I can find that out quickly. However, if my name is listed as the legal representative, I will need to sign an authorization letter with you. This way, while my name appears as the legal entity, you will be the one recognized legally, Li Xuan said, adopting a more serious demeanor. Soo-hee regarded him with a peculiar smile. Aren't you afraid I might oust you later on? It doesn't matter. Consider it an investment in understanding a person. Li Xuan shrugged. In that case, I'll invest my entire 20 million, and you need to contribute financially. I'll share 30% of the profits with you, Soo-hee proposed, believing it to be a fair arrangement. Such generosity. Li Xuan looked at Soo-hee in surprise. To him, if one didn't invest money, a 30% share was exceedingly generous. If Soo-hee were to hire a professional investor to manage the company, a fee of around 10% would suffice, perhaps even less. I have no interest in money, Soo-hee remarked, gazing up at the ceiling as if embodying a sage detached from worldly desires. I nearly believed Li Xuan with just a glance. Ultimately, these two schemers reached an agreement. The company is named Star Investment, with a registered capital of 20 million. It will also establish a copyright management department to oversee copyright operations for Soo-hee and handle issues related to plagiarism, which Soo-hee has entrusted entirely to Li Xuan. Beyond these matters, the immediate priority is to invest in a music company, allowing Soo-hee to utilize a system for custom songs, promoting the small firm with cultural elements from Earth. This marks the initial step in his quest for vengeance. As he stated to Li Xuan, if one seeks excitement, one must fully commit. He does not intend to spare the film and television industry, and if opportunities arise, investments in anime and similar fields may also be considered. Indeed, Soo-hee's ambition is to dominate the entire domestic entertainment industry. When this star accumulates sufficient energy, it will result in a cataclysmic explosion. Talent cannot triumph over capital. So I, Soo-hee, shall become capital myself, becoming the greatest capital in domestic entertainment. Following the betrayal by Warner, Soo-hee's demeanor has undergone a significant transformation. Once exuding confidence and defiance, he now bears a mature man's melancholic restraint. His deep-set eyes tell countless stories. A slender cigarette now dangles from his lips, With a snap, Li Xuan ignited his lighter and leaned closer. Suhi gazed at him in confusion. I simply believe that your current aura would be perfect with a cigarette. Saying this, he lit one for himself. On the Yuegao website, many are captivated by a post boasting a reward of 500,000. With only 10 minutes remaining until the final draft deadline, the thread has become quite lively. Another post, featuring the two titans, Little B and Winter Melon, is equally bustling. Presently, Little B holds the highest support rate, followed closely by Winter Melon. Both are formidable figures at level 20, and each has appeared in the top 10 of the new song chart, making them highly sought after by major music companies. Notably, the thread's creator seems to be quite the jokester, as he added an additional name, Star River. This level 5 account, emboldened by the actions of the two titans, has dared to submit a contribution and quickly gained fame on the site. Currently, 5 individuals have backed him, though all remain anonymous, having purchased several hundred forum coins. Due to the scarcity of buyers, Star River's odds have skyrocketed to a staggering 12,000. This implies that if Star River secures this major deal, those who bet on him will reap substantial profits. But is it truly feasible? I am curious to see which 5 brilliant minds have placed their bets on Star River. Have forum coins become so abundant? Do not share them with me. I am already troubled by insufficient supply. I suspect these are some reckless gamblers, lured by the high odds, attempting to take a daring gamble. Yet, even gamblers must heed the practical realities. This is a waste of forum coins. Fortunately, only 5 astute individuals have participated. Otherwise, I would question the average intelligence level of our website. The comments section is particularly vibrant. What began as a rivalry between two titans has transformed into a source of amusement for all, thanks to the unexpected entry of Star River. However, to the general public, the Starry River seems rather understated. He merely submitted a manuscript and did not engage in the forum discussions, regardless of the ridicule directed at him. He chose to remain silent. In contrast, the duo of Winter Melon and Little B was perpetually active, embroiled in a heated argument beneath that post for 3 consecutive days. With the comment section already overflowing with over 2,000 replies. Little B, although my song is merely a discarded draft, it is more than sufficient to surpass you. Winter Melon, humph. From now on I shall exclusively seize your business. Little B, do you think you are worthy? Winter Melon, heh, you probably do not even know who I am. Utter my name, and you shall be startled. Little B, oh dear, I am so frightened. You wouldn't happen to be the genius producer Suhi, would you? That would indeed give me a fright. As for others, never mind. Winter Melon, look at you. As if you are not at level 20 yourself. Do you think someone like you could possibly know Suhi? Would he even spare you a glance? Little B, as if you were not at level 20 as well. Their dispute escalated as they vied for each other as clientele. Winter Melon, in dire need of money, was determined to secure the 50,000, while Little B sought to monetize her discarded draft. Thus both were unwilling to yield. They clashed fervently in the forum. At that moment, a notification flashed across the homepage of Yuegao Network. The final selection for the 50,000 large order from Star Dream Studio was the song The Initial Dream by Xinghe. Upon the appearance of this announcement, both Winter Melon and Little B were left dumbfounded. Everyone following this significant order was equally bewildered. What the heck? Is this a joke? This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Is the client out of their mind? Opting to purchase a song written by a level 5 newcomer for 50,000 instead of choosing the works of 2 level 20 titans? I cannot accept this. There must be something amiss. I just checked that post, and the transaction is complete. They truly selected Xinghe's song. I recall that Xinghe's song was not up for sale, yet it was sold. The forum erupted with incredulity. While it is indeed possible to sell only the performance rights and not the copyright of the work, that privilege belongs solely to renowned producers. Others should consider themselves fortunate if they can earn money from a single song, let alone concern themselves with copyright. Did they genuinely believe that capitalists are philanthropists? However, Xinghe managed to achieve this feat, successfully selling his work even amidst competition from 2 level 20 heavyweights. In that moment, many industry peers monitoring this incident were filled with curiosity regarding the song The Initial Dream. Nevertheless, they lacked the authority to preview the submitted songs and were unaware of what made this particular piece exceptional. Little B, what is going on? Winter Melon, if you ask me, who should I ask? The 2 parties involved were equally taken aback, for this situation was utterly absurd. Little B, keep an eye on this song. As long as the name remains unchanged, it will be searchable once it goes live. Winter Melon, I am eager to see what kind of song could possibly snatch away my order. After their prolonged quarrel, the two titans finally ceased their bickering. However, the forum is filled with lamentations. Those who placed their bets on the duo of Little B and Wintermelon have all suffered grievously. Haha, mistakenly voted for Star River, unexpectedly reaping great profits. I merely found the odds enticing. Betting in reverse, a villa by the sea. The 5 users who backed Star River finally emerged from obscurity. After enduring days of ridicule for their supposed cleverness, they finally had their moment of vindication. Instantly, this triggered another wave of lamentations. Damn it, seeing you profit is more unbearable than my losses. It's absurd, random purchases can yield profits? Share half of it with me, or I shall curse you with a 10-centimeter reduction. The gambling enthusiasts truly deserve their fate. I envy them immensely. In Kyoto, Ifeng Entertainment ranks among the top 10 companies in the domestic entertainment industry. In the producer's office, a man in his 30s set down his mouse, reclining in his chair with rapid, labored breaths. I, Xie Xiaodong, cannot believe I have lost to a level 5 account. He raked his hair in frustration, muttering under his breath. As a senior producer at Ifeng Entertainment, even top-tier singers treat him with utmost respect. This time, when he submitted to Uego, he believed victory was assured, only to have his business snatched away by a level 5 account named Star River. This is a humiliation for him. Brother Winter, what is the matter? A colleague inquired, puzzled. Old Lu, do me a favor, Xie Xiaodong said, his eyes glinting as he beckoned his colleague with a smile. What favor? The man approached, curious. You're somewhat familiar with the marketing department. Could you help me investigate Star Dream Studio and find out if any of their artists are about to release new songs? Actually, I'm not that well acquainted with the marketing department either. I'll treat you to a bath at Tianshang Rinjian tonight. Even if I'm not familiar, I will make an effort for Brother Winter. After sending off the chubby colleague, Suhi lay back on the sofa, scrolling through the Uego forum on his phone. Following this substantial order of 500,000, Star River's reputation on Uego has soared, even making it onto the website's trending list. His private messages have exploded, becoming overwhelming. Dark dealings. Refund. Heh, have you been secretly groveling to the client? Humph, your level doesn't even match mine. How can your song be worth 500,000? A newcomer earning so much, can you sleep soundly at night? Brother, congratulations on landing a big order. I'm in a bit of a bind. Could you lend me 20,000? I'll repay you by the end of the month. As he perused the peculiar private messages, Suhi felt a mix of anger and amusement. In this day and age, many harbor extreme sentiments, finding it more distressing to see others prosper than to acknowledge their own losses. Moreover, in this era where critics abound, being overly concerned about others' opinions is akin to self-sabotage. Thus, Suhi chose to ignore these individuals. After browsing the forum a while longer, he rose to fetch a bottle of cola from the refrigerator, then took a cigarette from the pack on the table, returning to the sofa with it between his lips. He opened WeChat, scrolling through his friends' circle. Suhi's WeChat friend list is filled with trending stars. Whether in film or music, each name could easily make headlines. Certainly, besides the prominent figures and moguls of the entertainment industry, there exists a small group comprising colleagues from Warner, who, although few in number, have all benefited from his support and shared a bond with him. During his tenure at Warner, these associates frequently reached out to him. However, now that he has been unceremoniously dismissed, it appears that none of them have taken the initiative to extend a message of concern or greeting. Suhi casually clicked on the WeChat profile of a certain Chen Yang, an individual he had nurtured and who could be considered a prodigy. The chat history halted at a message from Chen Yang, inquiring, Master Suhi, could you please provide feedback on this song? Your humble and sincere words are greatly appreciated. Following this were Suhi's suggestions and expressions of gratitude from Chen Yang, creating an impression of warmth and camaraderie. Suhi then sent a casual emoji in response. But unsurprisingly, he found himself blocked by Chen Yang. After removing Chen Yang from his contacts, he proceeded to delete the entire Warner colleagues group. Indeed, no matter how strong the bonds forged in the workplace or the gratitude felt, they dissipate the moment one departs. A smirk curled at the corners of Suhi's mouth. He could empathize with these individuals. Had he simply been laid off, it would have been inconsequential. Yet, being cast out by Warner and having his stage name usurped, it was clear that he would never be welcomed back into this realm. To those who have been suppressed by the industry's elite, he had already been condemned in their eyes. Remaining on their WeChat was merely occupying space. However, Warner had effectively sealed its communications, Aside from a few key figures, no news had leaked thus far. After removing his former colleagues, Suhi glanced at the peers group, which included industry titans from other companies, connections he had cultivated over the past 2.5 years, likely to prove invaluable in the future. Returning to the chat interface, Suhi found himself gazing blankly at the pinned conversation with his ex-girlfriend, Li Xuan. He recalled when Li Xuan first joined Warner, a remarkably talented young woman. At that time, Suhi had only recently entered the company, and due to his vocal limitations, he required a singer for his compositions. When Li Xuan auditioned, he immediately selected her. He vividly remembered her expression of surprise and the admiration in her eyes directed at him. With Suhi's guidance, Li Xuan steadily rose through the ranks, ultimately earning a nomination for Best Female Artist, becoming the youngest diva in the Chinese music scene, while Suhi's artistic moniker flourished, establishing him as a renowned producer. Their partnership was naturally marketed by the company, announcing their relationship and positioning them as a beloved couple within the industry. Initially, it was mere publicity. However, as Suhi and Li Xuan spent more time together, he came to appreciate her strong ambition, her resolute character, and her unwavering commitment to her dreams, qualities that endeared her to him. Their chat history, from their initial acquaintance to the present, had never been deleted. Master Suhi, I look forward to your continued guidance. Today, I went to Jiangxing for a commercial performance and brought back some local specialties for the esteemed one. Please do not leave after work. Wait for my return. Dear one, look at those foolish individuals. We are merely engaging in hype, yet they genuinely believe we are a couple. Hee, I dreamed of you last night, though you appeared less handsome than in reality. Suhi, while you need not protect your voice, excessive smoking is detrimental to your health, and I am quite averse to the smell of smoke. Could you perhaps consider quitting? Suhi, I do not wish for our relationship to remain superficial. I cherish you and aspire to be your true girlfriend. The chat records bear witness to his relationship with Li Xuan. Suhi perused the messages, the cigarette he held gradually dwindling. After finishing the last of the records, he inhaled deeply, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Since ancient times, deep affection cannot be retained. Only fickleness brings joy. He opened the chat management and clicked delete, then proceeded to block Li Xuan's account. To hell with love. Only a fool would believe in such nonsense. Chapter 14. Of course, I must go. This is my idol's first public appearance. Qingrenji Sheng is a singing competition program broadcasted by Shuangqing Television. The popularity and viewership of local station programs are typically low, and the organizers are not particularly professional. It is merely a task for the television station. Generally, there are business targets within the station, requiring each department to produce a certain type of program monthly. Qingrenji Sheng is a new live singing competition conceptualized by the planning department. The champion receives a prize of 500,000. Initially, the intention was to invite the 3 major entertainment companies in Shuangqing City, but the top-ranking Liuguang Entertainment declined the invitation for various reasons. This left only Haisher Entertainment and Xindong Entertainment, but 3 entertainment companies are required for the competition, so Xingming Studio was brought in to fill the gap. In the backstage of the program, the staff were busy with preparations. The contestants from the 3 companies waited in the lounge for the live broadcast to commence. Xindong Entertainment, ranked second in Shuangqing City, sent a singer named Chao Ji, a third-tier artist who has released over 20 songs and gained some recognition. Haisher Entertainment's representative, Yang Wei, could be classified as between third-tier and second-tier, as his previous songs had entered the top 10 on the new song charts. And he boasts over 800,000 followers on Weibo, nearing 1 million, a considerable following indeed. Zhang Xiaohan, representing Xingming Studio, entered the lounge and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yang Wei seated on the sofa, her expression quickly turning somber. Xiaohan, I didn't expect them to invite you to participate in Qingrenji Sheng. Yang Wei greeted her with a smile. Haha, just after switching companies, and you already have resources. It seems old Yang is highly valued by Haisher Entertainment. Zhang Xiaohan remarked with a hint of irony. Just days prior, Yang Wei was a singer at Xingming Studio, and they had intended for him to participate in this competition. However, Haisher Entertainment discreetly approached him and lured him away with a lucrative offer, unexpectedly providing him with resources immediately and allowing him to represent their company in this competition. What a coincidence. You need not be so confrontational. If I do not leave, you would not have this opportunity to perform on stage, would you? Yang Wei chuckled lightly. Do you think everyone possesses your shamelessness? Sister Qingming has treated you well. Hasn't she, you traitor? Zhang Xiaohan, with her impulsive nature, felt a surge of frustration, wishing she could unleash a tirade if the circumstances permitted. I sincerely apologize, however. A wise bird chooses its tree. Haishur Entertainment offered me an irresistible price, and I believe you would make the same choice if presented with the opportunity, Yang Wei replied, shaking his head with a smile, though his eyes glimmered with pride. Bah, do you presume everyone is as ungrateful as you? Zhang Xiaohan glared at him with disdain. If not for Sister Qingming investing her own funds and resources to promote you, would you be where you are today? She is my boss, and I possess talent. Should she not elevate me, must she then support those like you? Yang Wei felt a surge of irritation at her confrontational tone. He refrained from making a more scathing remark, considering their past as colleagues. Upon joining Qingming's studio, he was indeed merely a third-tier singer in terms of popularity. Yet he possessed remarkable talent, being the finest vocalist within the studio. In Yang Wei's view, it was only right for Lin Qingming to support him. After gaining fame, with better companies seeking him out just as his contract expired, he regarded switching companies as a perfectly natural progression. You. Zhang Xiaohan's face flushed with indignation. At a loss for how to retort, Yang Wei smirked dismissively, choosing not to engage further. Out of respect for their previous camaraderie, he had greeted her. Otherwise, he would not have deigned to acknowledge someone like Zhang Xiaohan, whose modest social media following barely qualified her as an internet celebrity. Unable to counter his arguments, Zhang Xiaohan sulked on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Chao Ji from Xindong Entertainment, who had been a silent observer, rolled his eyes as the tension dissipated. Returning to his own device, the lounge fell silent. Teachers, the show is about to commence, a staff member announced as they entered the lounge. Upon hearing this, the singers put away their phones and followed the staff out of the lounge. Having just joined the new company, I suppose you are eager to achieve results. But I must apologize. The championship of this competition is mine to claim. Zhang Xiaohan scoffed. Oh, is that so? Yang Wei's face briefly illuminated with an enigmatic smile. That remains to be seen. Chao Ji, glancing at Zhang Xiaohan, shook his head in resignation. He had overheard their earlier dispute and gleaned the nature of their relationship. However, this girl was simply too inexperienced to hope to triumph over Yang Wei. In the reception area of Qingming's studio, sofas were arranged, facing an 80-inch television mounted on the wall, typically used for company tea gatherings. However, with most employees having departed, such gatherings had not occurred in quite some time. Sister Qingming, come quickly. The show is starting. Chen Qi, clad in leather pants, called out from Lin Qingming's office. Coming. Lin Qingming emerged from her office, her high heels clicking as she approached the sofa and took a seat. Watermelon is here. Shui Liang emerged from the tea room, carrying a platter of meticulously sliced watermelon, which he placed upon the coffee table before settling onto the sofa. He called out to the receptionist, Xiao Li, to join them. After all, this was our moment of triumph at Qingming. Lin Qingming picked up a piece of watermelon, taking a delicate bite, and remarked to her assistant, a Jiao. The charm of a small company lies in its lack of rigid regulations, offering a warmth often absent in larger enterprises. Lin Qingming herself was not particularly adept at management, fostering an atmosphere more akin to a family than a corporate hierarchy. Perhaps it was this very ineptitude that led to the company's downfall, as many departed, leaving only a scant few behind. Welcome, everyone, to Voice of the Celebrators, sponsored by Chunjia Hot Pot. For the most delicious experience, turn to Chunjia Hot Pot. Now, let us invite our 4 esteemed judges to the stage. The hostess' voice echoed through the venue. The stage lights flickered to life, accompanied by enchanting music. I hear your voice, and it evokes a special feeling, compelling me to remember you endlessly. One by one, the 4 judges ascended the stage, each taking a microphone to perform their songs. Oh, is that The Mouse Loves Rice? Qingming, that's your idol's song. Chen Qi exclaimed, shaking Lin Qingming's arm with excitement. This program surely has an excellent selection of songs. My idol Su He's music is simply divine. Lin Qingming's face radiated pride as she joined the 4 mentors in song. I heard Su He will participate in this year's music festival. Qingming, will you be attending? Chen Qi inquired. Of course. This will be my idol's first public appearance. Lin Qingming hummed along, her face aglow with anticipation. After such a long wait, she was finally to witness her idol in person. Chapter 15. For the sake of that song, I shall endure. After the judges completed their performances, they returned to their respective positions. Due to insufficient notoriety, the audience was sparse, mostly comprised of hired attendees from the production team. Nevertheless, everyone clapped with professionalism and courtesy. Next, let us welcome the proprietor of our sponsor, Chunjia Hot Pot, to the stage for a performance. Voice of the Celebrators was orchestrated by Shuangqing Satellite TV, primarily to garner sponsorship funds, with the $500,000 prize money also sponsored by Chunjia Hot Pot. Chunjia, who enjoyed singing, supported the program not only to promote her hot pot restaurant, but also to showcase her talent on television. For Chunjia, who owned numerous chain stores throughout Shuangqing City, spending $1 million or $2 million on television appearances was a trivial matter. As the host concluded, a stylishly dressed middle-aged woman with voluminous curls took the stage. Hello everyone. I am the owner of Chunjia Hot Pot. You can call me Chunjia. I will now perform Wild Rose. With her declaration, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Naturally, they could not afford to treat their benefactor with indifference, for today's wages were courtesy of this affluent lady. Amidst the applause, Chunjia began to sing. This program is utterly unprofessional. They even invite sponsors to perform? Someone muttered. Goodness, this is unbearable. It feels like I've stumbled into a plaza listening to an Annie wailing. Another chimed in. Let us leave. This is a trashy show. You all simply don't understand. Chunjia is a billionaire. Oh my, is it truly that impressive? Wealthy woman seeking a patron, as if enchanted by celestial melodies. Dear affluent lady, I am famished. Oh my darling, how utterly outrageous. Are you truly willing to indulge in such frivolous pursuits? What do you comprehend? It is precisely this indulgence that offers a sense of tranquility. I must admit, Sister Chin's rendition of Wild Rose is undeniably fierce. Initially, merely a few thousand tuned into the live stream, yet under Sister Chin's haunting wails, half the audience fled. Nevertheless, the production team remains indifferent, as they have already secured sponsorship funds and are unconcerned about viewership ratings. Their sole aim is to please their benefactors. In Kyoto, at Yifeng Entertainment, Xie Xiaodong, donned in headphones, frowned as he fixated on the live stream on his computer screen, bearing the expression of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. Old Lu, are you certain that song will be performed in such a lowbrow program? He swallowed hard, glancing at old Lu beside him. Of course. I spent a fortune to acquire this intel. That Zhang Xiaohan is a singer from Xingming Studio, and she is set to perform the initial dream today. Old Lu removed his headphones, clearing his ears. As a professional vocalist, encountering such cacophony felt akin to dumping refuse into one's ears. Is it possible that the titles merely coincide? Xie Xiaodong pondered with skepticism. I cannot say, Old Lu shrugged. The extent of his knowledge was limited to this. Whether it was indeed the song Xie Xiaodong sought remained uncertain. For that song, I shall endure. Xie Xiaodong gritted his teeth. As a distinguished producer, to be caught listening to a matron performing Wild Rose would undoubtedly invite ridicule from his peers. Thank you, Sister Chun, for gracing us with such a delightful song. The host, with a professional smile, uttered fabrications with wide eyes. Ahem, I seem to have caught a slight cold today. My performance is not at its best. Sister Chun humbly remarked. We hope Sister Chun will have the opportunity to sing for us again. The host extended his hand, genuinely apprehensive that Sister Chun might suddenly declare, if my performance was lacking, shall I sing another? Although the Shuangqing television station is merely a modest local channel, it maintains its own standards. Wishing to extend the performance? That would require additional funds. Next, we arrive at the most thrilling segment of today's competition. Let us welcome the first contestant with the warmest applause. Chao Ji from Xindong Entertainment. With Sister Chin's departure, the host's tone immediately heightened. Chao Ji stepped onto the stage from backstage. Greetings, everyone. I am Chao Ji from Xindong Entertainment, and today I shall present the song Between Aspirations. As he spoke, he nodded at the staff, who then initiated the accompaniment. With Sister Chin's presence as a backdrop, everything the audience hears now seems melodious. The quality of Between Aspirations is commendable, meeting a preliminary peak standard. Xindong Entertainment ranks third in Shuangqing City, boasting its own producers, thus crafting a song for the competition is certainly feasible. Chao Ji performed with great immersion, brimming with emotion. Upon concluding, he delivered a clean and polished finish. Thank you, everyone. After his performance, Chao Ji maintained a professional smile, though he appeared somewhat indifferent regarding his ranking. Next, let us welcome the singer Yang Wei from Haisher Entertainment to the stage. After Chao Ji exited, the host proclaimed once again with great enthusiasm. Wow! Upon hearing the name Haisher Entertainment, the audience erupted into an overwhelming surge of applause and cheers. Yang Wei, microphone in hand, wore a gentle smile as he greeted. "Hello everyone, I am Yang Wei, Old Yang." In front of the television, the crowd gasped collectively. They were well acquainted with him as he had just recently transitioned from Xingming to Haisher Entertainment. No wonder he made the switch. It turns out he is being cultivated as a key talent by Haisher Entertainment, Qin Shi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It is enviable to be able to participate in such competitions right after joining the company. Even the mature and composed elder brother Shui Yang couldn't help but express his admiration. A singer's success is founded on talent. Yet it is resources that truly make the difference. There are countless singers with exceptional vocal skills, but only a select few truly rise to prominence. And that is primarily due to the backing of resources. So, Old Shui, are you considering a career change as well? Lin Qingming asked sideways, casting a scrutinizing glance at Shui Yang. Ahem, I was merely lamenting, aside from President Lin, who else would want me? Shui Yang hastily waved his hands. In other words, if someone were to offer you a position, you would leave? Lin Qingming inquired ominously. No, as long as President Lin does not dismiss me, I shall remain at Xingming. Shui Yang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The devilish glare from the adorable sister was somewhat overwhelming, even for a seasoned veteran like Shui Yang. Humph, now that sounds more like it. Lin Qingming's spirits lifted instantly, urging everyone to hold on a little longer. Once Han Hang wins the championship in this competition and her song becomes a hit, our lives will improve. At that time, I will buy you all some great songs. And Han Hang and I will take you along. Who would fear failure then? Qin Shi and Shui Yang nodded eagerly, albeit with a hint of bitterness etched upon their brows. Achieving success is not as simple as it appears. For someone like President Lin, who possesses both talent and external appeal, becoming a top-tier star is already a significant accomplishment. But without the capital to further promote oneself, ascending to an ultra-elite status is utterly impossible. If it is so challenging for the boss, it is naturally even more arduous for them. After all, President Lin has been supporting them for so long with her own stardom, yet they have not seen much progress. Shui Yang, who once basked in fame, felt this sentiment deeply. Qin Shi, still in her early 20s, held an abundance of potential for the future and thus only experienced a fleeting sense of melancholy, remaining filled with optimism for what lies ahead. Chapter 16. The initial dream Yang Wei's song is titled Struggle, an Inspiring Piece. From the arrangement, it is evidently superior to Chao Zhi's performance at Xingdong Entertainment. Furthermore, Yang Wei's singing showcased both skill and emotion quite commendably. His vocal abilities are at a secondary level, and on a good day, he could challenge for a primary position. However, that is only when he is in peak condition. This time, Yang Wei's performance met the standard of a professional singer. The chorus featured a small burst of energy, showcasing some flair that garnered much applause from the audience. If Old Yang's song receives proper promotion, it could very well make it into the top 30 of the new songs chart, Shui Yang stated gravely. As a seasoned veteran in the music industry, he possesses the ability to gauge the potential success of a song based on his extensive experience. While his assessments may not be entirely precise, they are rarely far from the mark. A song produced at an intermediate level, coupled with the capabilities of an artist like Lao Yang, could easily secure a place within the top 30 of the new songs chart, provided that promotional efforts are executed effectively. One must not underestimate the significance of breaking into the top 30. This chart is compiled based on total listen counts over the course of a week. With a duration of 1 week on the chart, the top 10 spots yield considerable exposure. And attaining a position within the top 10 of the new songs chart is a fundamental prerequisite for ascending to the monthly hit songs chart. Without the visibility afforded by the new songs chart, the expenses required to promote a song onto the hit chart can be astronomical. In the competitive landscape of the domestic entertainment industry, countless singers and producers release hundreds to thousands of songs daily. Although the majority of these are subpar works by emerging artists, there are invariably some gems among them. Over the span of a week, nearly 10,000 songs are released, making it quite an achievement to rank in the top 30 amidst such a vast pool. It appears that Haisher truly intends to elevate Lao Yang's status. They certainly aim for the championship, hoping the television station will utilize their promotional resources to publicize this song. Who knows, Lao Yang might even break into the top 20. Lin Qingming remarked nonchalantly. As a first-tier artist, she has experienced her fair share of challenges, thus deducing Haisher Entertainment's intentions regarding Yang Wei's song. Fear not, for we have Han Hang, Assistant A. Jiao interjected. Though Lin has invested a significant sum in purchasing the song, Han Han's vocal prowess may be slightly inferior to Lao Yang's, yet it is still comparable, showcasing a similar standard. However, Lin Qingming's brow furrowed slightly as she gazed at the television screen, revealing an undercurrent of concern. The others, noticing her expression, exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of her implications. We extend our gratitude to Yang Wei for delivering such a melodious composition. Perhaps this is the allure of inspirational songs. After listening, I feel an inexhaustible surge of energy. Yang Wei concluded his performance. The host took the stage, radiating enthusiasm, while the audience erupted into fervent applause. In truth, following Chen Jie's performance, as long as the subsequent song was of decent quality, it would be well received, especially given the commendable caliber of this particular piece, meriting applause. Next, let us welcome the final performer of the day, Zhang Xiaohan from Xingming Studio. As the audience's applause subsided, the host gestured towards the backstage entrance. Xingming Studio? Why is a small studio participating in the program? Isn't it supposed to be a major company from Xuanqing City? I had expected Liuguang Entertainment to take the stage. They have several notable artists. It is rumored that Liuguang Entertainment declined to participate due to the meager prize money. Thus, Xingming Studio has come merely to fill the slots. What is the point of listening? The champion is undoubtedly Yang Wei, remarked a spectator. In such local television broadcasts, the majority of the audience are residents of Xuanqing City, familiar with the local entertainment companies, and naturally aware that the largest entertainment company in Xuanqing City is Liuguang Entertainment. They had anticipated that the final act would be from this company, only to be met with the participation of a lesser-known studio, leading to a swift loss of interest. Backstage, Yang Wei and Zhang Xiaohan brushed past one another. He chuckled, encouraging Xiaohan. With a glare, Zhang Xiaohan retorted, "Do you realize that Sister Qingming originally intended to sell her car to fund your music career, yet you betrayed her?" Yang Wei paused, a smirk playing on his lips. "Young lady, allow me to offer you some advice. There is no benefactor in this world who extends kindness without ulterior motives. All she seeks is to profit from you. Capitalists share a singular face, so why should I not seek a more expansive platform? Sister Qingming is not a capitalist." Zhang Xiaohan raised an eyebrow. "You are too naive." Yang Wei shook his head. A man of practicality, he had joined the Xingming Studio solely due to Lin Qingming's fame as a first-tier singer, hoping to ride her coattails to success. Lin Qingming had indeed assisted him, providing resources and opportunities that elevated him to a second-tier singer. Yet, Yang Wei understood the limitations of Lin Qingming's support, as she herself was merely a first-tier artist. Thus, when his contract expired and Haisher Entertainment approached him, he decisively opted to switch allegiances. "Just watch, this time the championship is mine." After declaring her intent, Zhang Xiaohan dismissed Yang Wei and strode towards the stage with her microphone in hand. "Ah, youth is such a blessing, so blissfully naive," Yang Wei mused, observing Zhang Xiaohan's retreating figure with a mocking grin. "Ah, Xiaohan is on stage." On the sofa, Chun-Chi clung to Lin Qingming's arm, squealing with excitement. "Her outfit today is quite splendid," Lin Qingming complimented with a smile. Zhang Xiaohan donned a white long dress, the hem resting just above her knees, revealing her fair calves, complemented by white knee-high socks and sneakers, exuding a youthful vibrance. Naturally beautiful, her youthful attire enhanced her appeal significantly. "Go, Xiaohan." Front desk staff Li and assistant A Jiao gestured enthusiastically at the television. "Donggu, it's starting. That song is about to play." In Kyoto, at Yifeng Entertainment, Lao Lu nudged the drowsy Xie Xiaodong, who was slumped against his chair. "Is it starting?" Xie Xiaodong instantly straightened, wiping drool from the corner of his mouth. As a senior producer, he held no interest in such amateur competitions. Even if Yang Wei's song was decent, it failed to capture his attention. After all, he could effortlessly place any song in the top 10 of new releases, occasionally even clinching the #1 spot. The charts that senior producers aspired to were the major monthly hot song rankings, rendering these lesser competitions beneath their notice. "She is Zhang Xiaohan, barely in her 20s, Lao Lu remarked, having perused Zhang Xiaohan's profile. A third-tier internet celebrity, she had gained fame through cover songs on Douyin, yet lacked any remarkable attributes beyond that. For professional singers, those emerging from internet fame were often viewed as unrefined. Regardless of their popularity, they would always be perceived as inferior within the entertainment industry. While such discrimination should not exist, it remains a palpable societal issue. Indeed, at that moment, Xie Xiaodong suddenly straightened, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. For the song information had just appeared. The Initial Dream performed by Zhang Xiaohan lyrics. Xinghe music. Xinghe. This Xinghe is indeed the one selling songs on the Yuegao website. They truly retain the copyright and have successfully marketed the song. Chapter 17. How I long to stand once more in that position. As the prelude begins, Zhang Xiaohan grasps the microphone, standing alone at the center of the stage. The absence of backup dancers and the underwhelming lighting do little to enhance the ambience. Instead, they seem to hinder it. Nevertheless, she cherishes this moment immensely. For a singer, the greatest joy lies in having an audience to hear their song. Observing the audience before her, Zhang Xiaohan feels a twinge of nervousness, yet a stronger impulse to sing overwhelms her. The moment the prelude concludes, she begins her performance. If pride had not been coldly dashed by the sea of reality, how could one comprehend the effort required to reach the distant shores? Zhang Xiaohan's voice is remarkable, pure, and unblemished. Such a tone is perfectly suited for inspirational songs. Though her initial note quivers slightly due to nervousness, she swiftly regains her composure. The previously noisy crowd gradually quiets, captivated by her voice. The stage lights continue to flicker, and the lighting design leaves much to be desired. Such erratic illumination belongs in a nightclub, not on the stage of an inspirational ballad. Yet, none of this matters. Zhang Xiaohan's voice transcends the inadequacies of the setting, allowing listeners to overlook the amateurish presentation. If dreams had never plummeted from the precipice, in the face of dire adversity, how could the persevering know that they possess invisible wings? Zhang Xiaohan stands serenely on stage, singing with increasing confidence. As she continues, she fully releases herself into the performance. After a few lines, she reaches her peak state, even surpassing her previous capabilities. From the moment she first heard this song on Yuegao, Zhang Xiaohan has been filled with an insatiable desire for it, believing that nothing could suit her better. As a singer, albeit merely an internet sensation, encountering a song that resonates so profoundly is an overwhelming urge. Zhang Xiaohan regards The Initial Dream as her destined song. Not only her, but also Lin Xingming and the others unanimously agree that The Initial Dream, in both its lyrics and melody, feels as though it was tailor-made for her. This is why Lin Xingming chose to forego the two songs from the prominent artists, willingly facing criticism to purchase this lesser-known piece. Planting tears in one's heart will yield flowers of bravery, allowing one to close their eyes in times of fatigue and inhale a fragrance akin to a restful night until dawn. One can walk while humming a tune, accompanied by a light-hearted rhythm. As the accompaniment hits its stride, the audience instinctively straightens in their seats, as if an invisible force spreads from within, creating an indescribable wave of emotion. Many press their lips together, unable to resist closing their eyes and listening intently. In their minds, it seems to evoke memories of childhood aspirations for the future. I recall the relentless pursuit of knowledge, all in hopes of securing a brighter path ahead. I remember the lingering gaze of my parents, filled with both hope and reluctance, as I ventured into distant lands. I reflect on solitary nights in an unfamiliar metropolis, laboring until the late hours, witnessing the deserted streets at dawn, and basking under the dim glow of street lamps. Is this truly the manifestation of childhood dreams? It appears that life has caused many to forget the yearnings of their youth, their childhood ambitions. The moment I opened my eyes, I felt the sting of unshed tears. In moments of despair, the weight of solitude becomes palpable. How I long for someone who understands to offer warmth and a comforting shoulder. The melody gradually swells. Zhang Xiaohan, who rose to fame as an internet sensation, has been a singing host since the age of 18, performing live daily. Her experience in this realm surpasses that of many professional singers. However, she performs her live stream seated, lacking substantial stage experience. Even though she is fully immersed in her singing now, the only stage presentation she can envision involves one hand gripping the microphone while the other is raised overhead, keeping time with the rhythm. Her stage presence appears rather naive, and her command of visual storytelling is virtually non-existent. Yet, this innocent and unrefined presentation deeply resonates with the audience, who enthusiastically raise their hands and sway to her rhythm. With her sincerity, she captivates the spectators and touches the hearts of those listening. I am delighted by the profound connection we share along this journey. Having traversed through the winds and taken winding paths, our hearts still intertwined as before. At the climactic moment of the verse, emotions reach their zenith. The audience's response starkly contrasts with that during the performances of the previous two singers, while many were absorbed in their phones during Chao Xi's performance. And the applause for Yang Wei seemed scattered and chaotic. Zhang Xiaohan's song invites audience interaction. They revel in the unexpected delight and the emotional experience music offers. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaohan slightly bows, her voice imbued with emotion as she sings the chorus, the initial dream firmly grasped in hand. The place I yearn to go, how can I turn back halfway? The original dream will surely be realized. Only by fulfilling true desires can one truly reach paradise. The camera shifts back and forth between the audience and Zhang Xiaohan. The power of the chorus is striking, and the entire rendition is flawless. In Xuanqing City, at Star Dream Studio, Lin Qingming and Chen Qi, along with a few others, are seated on the sofa, their expressions uniformly serious as they intently watch the television screen, listening to Zhang Xiaohan sing with utmost focus. Lin Qingming's eyes glisten with unshed tears. The essence of inspirational songs lies in their ability to evoke empathy, and it is evident that this song has allowed her to immerse herself fully. Surprisingly, the one most affected is the elder brother, Shuai Yang. Tears have already slipped from the corners of his eyes. Having debuted as a contestant in a talent show, he once enjoyed great fame online, though it was fleeting and ultimately led to his downfall. His heart aches with the desire to stand in that position once more. Shuai Yang murmurs bitterly. As a singer, who does not yearn to return to the stage, who does not long for the pure act of singing? Yet, the reality is fraught with challenges. Success is not merely a consequence of talent, nor is fame a guarantee for those who desire it. The Chinese music scene is a battlefield of capital, a playground for wealth. To thrive within it, one must adhere to the rules of finance. If pride has not been dashed by the cold waves of reality, how can one comprehend the necessity of diligence? After the interlude, Zhang Xiaohan continued to sing the second verse. Following the first stanza, the audience gradually savored the moment. This song is delightful. I felt goosebumps. It resonates deeply. Who would have thought that the most enchanting tune would emerge from a small studio? This young girl, so youthful, sings with such prowess. Why does this song evoke a bittersweet sensation within me, almost bringing me to tears? It truly strikes a chord. I seldom experience emotional fluctuations while listening to music, yet this song has profoundly moved me. Such local programs attract few viewers, most of whom are merely there to fill seats, akin to a mundane job. Yet, unexpectedly, they find themselves captivated by such a beautiful melody, unwittingly immersing themselves in the song's emotions. The original of The Initial Dream, performed by Fan Weiqi, with lyrics by Yao Ruolong and music by Nakajima Miyuki, resonates deeply in Chapter 18. How wonderful it is to have someone listen to my singing. The initial dream will undoubtedly be realized. Only by fulfilling genuine desires can one truly reach paradise. As she sang the final line, Zhang Xiaohan was already on the verge of tears on stage. No matter how many times she performs this song, she cannot help but be overcome with emotion. The feelings encapsulated within this song are profound. Every lyric and melody seems to evoke the essence of that initial dream, deeply felt by those who pursue their aspirations. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Some even stood to cheer Zhang Xiaohan's name. Witnessing this scene, she could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her cheeks. To have a stage, to receive the support of an audience, to feel the joy of being heard. How wonderful it is. In Kyoto, at Yifeng Entertainment, Xie Xiaodong's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Beside him, old Lu fared no better, his hands faltering on the table, almost causing his head to collide with it. Initially, both were relatively relaxed, with Xie Xiaodong even displaying a dismissive attitude toward the song The Initial Dream. After all, he thought, what good song could possibly emerge from a level 5 account? The buyer's choice of his song likely indicated a flawed musical taste. Thus, he did not pay it much heed, only listening with a reluctant heart. However, no one anticipated that when Zhang Xiaohan sang the first line, both Xie Xiaodong and old Lu fell silent, not uttering a word until the song concluded, slowly coming back to their senses. Be careful, Xie Xiaodong exclaimed, grabbing old Lu's hand to prevent him from falling. Earlier, he had been curious why Dong Ge would take an interest in this relatively obscure star. Now he finally understood. Once old Lu steadied himself, he took a deep breath and spoke. Xie Xiaodong stared at Zhang Xiaohan on the screen, ultimately shaking his head. I concede. His song is indeed impressive, quite remarkable, but it is a pity, he lamented, shaking his head in agreement with Lao Lu. It truly is a shame. Had such an excellent song been performed by one of our company's leading artists, it could have easily topped the new song charts. Perhaps even made its way into the top 10 of the popular songs list. The essence of a great song lies in the pairing with a remarkable vocalist, not merely in the quality of their singing, but in their renown and popularity. In Xie Xiaodong's view, giving the initial dream to an obscure figure like Zhang Xiaohan is a waste. She is merely a minor internet celebrity, even if she sings beautifully. Without the necessary heat or attention, the song cannot possibly achieve success. As a producer, Xie Xiaodong felt a twinge of anger at such a squandered opportunity, to the extent that he didn't even realize he was still holding onto Lao Lu's hand tightly. The audience's applause resounded endlessly. This was a genuine eruption of enthusiasm from the audience, moved deeply by the song, far surpassing the insincere cheers that followed Yang Wei's performance. With tears streaming down her face, Zhang Xiaohan bowed deeply to the audience and the camera. Just as she was about to turn back to the backstage, the host stepped onto the stage and called out to her, "Please wait a moment. That was such a touching and inspirational song. It nearly brought me to tears." The host took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions stirred by the initial dream, and proceeded with the next segment, which involved the judging panel. "Now, please welcome singers Chao Ji and Yang Wei to the stage." Though the program lacked professionalism, it still featured a panel of judges. These 4 judges, while not particularly famous, were seasoned individuals, 2 men and 2 women, both middle-aged and belonging to the older generation of singers who had struggled to make their mark in the entertainment industry. Their skills were modest, yet their seniority was notable. The domestic entertainment industry is a realm where seniority holds weight, generally. Younger first-tier artists show respect to their second-tier counterparts with more experience, as everyone ages and no one wishes to disrupt this unspoken rule. However, this is not absolute. There are those who enjoy flaunting their status, sharing a common trait of being top-tier celebrities. These individuals, who capitalize on their popularity, often find the industry supporting them. Such top-tier figures are often arrogant, looking down on others, and even their disdain can be perceived by fans and industry insiders as a form of character. In the film and television industry, some top-tier stars can influence scripts, compelling writers and directors to alter their works. According to the order of performances, the host invited the judges to comment on Chao Ji's Between Aspirations. After the host's introduction, the camera shifted to the 4 judges. Regarding Chao Ji's Between Aspirations, the critique noted that while his vocal skills were commendable, the emotional delivery fell slightly short, particularly during the introduction of the chorus, where greater emotional depth was warranted. Other than that, there are no significant issues. Overall, the song conveys a strong motivational vibe, and I would rate it 85. My assessment aligns closely with teacher Zhang's. The technique is solid, yet the emotional expression lags a bit, so I would give it 87. I suggest you practice your diction more, and there are some pitch issues. My score is 83. I bestow a score of 80, for I must admit, it did not resonate with me. The 4 judges offer their evaluations and subsequently assign their scores. Chao Ji maintains a smile on his face, bowing slightly to the judges before stepping back to make way for Yang Wei. "You must win. You must win." Suddenly, he hears Zhang Xiaohan murmuring anxiously beside him, and upon turning, he observes the young girl with her hands clasped in prayer, her expression tinged with nervousness. He cannot help but smile wryly and shake his head. With a sigh, he decides not to dwell on Zhang Xiaohan any longer. Singer Chao Ji ultimately scores 8,375 points. Now, we invite the judges to score singer Yang Wei for his song Struggle. The host reads out the score tally and continues. Upon hearing the scores, Yang Wei's lips curl into a peculiar smile as he steps forward. Yang Wei's struggle reminds me of the days I fought in the music industry, evoking the poignant memories of yesteryears. Hence I award it 93 points. Teacher Zhao is correct. Yang Wei's timbre is quite magnetic, instantly immersing one into the performance. His emotions take precedence over technique, giving me the impression of a very seasoned artist. You performed splendidly, and I give you 95 points. My view aligns with that, 95 points. What a touching song. Brimming with positive energy, the performance had few flaws, so I award it 96 points. Applause erupts from the audience as the 4 judges conclude their scoring. Thank you. Esteemed judges. Yang Wei bows with a smile to the 4 judges, then casts a triumphant glance at the astonished Zhang Xiaohan. The singer Yang Wei finishes with a remarkable score of 9,475 points. Now, We invite the 4 judges to score the last singer of the day, Zhang Xiaoan. As announced by the host, as she steps forward, her brow furrows slightly, an ominous premonition stirring within her. The score of Yang Wei is exceedingly high, beyond her expectations. According to Chao Ji's scoring standard, Yang Wei should have only received around 85 points at most, yet he nearly achieved 95. Chapter 19. In this world, is there truly any fairness? Following his high score, Yang Wei's smile broadens. A hint of derision lingers at the corners of his mouth as he casts a sidelong glance at Zhang Xiaoan. Feeling his gaze, she grits her teeth and turns her eyes towards the 4 judges. The first judge meets her gaze but quickly looks away, clearing his throat. Zhang Xiaoan's performance was commendable, with both emotion and technique being quite good. However, this program requires not only vocal skill but also the quality of the song. The lyrics and composition are not very mature, which limited your potential. Thus, I assign you 83 points. Another judge nods in agreement, adding, "My views are similar to Teacher Zhao's. To sing so well as an internet celebrity is commendable and nearly on par with professional singers. Unfortunately, there were issues with the song selection, so I can only grant you 80 points. The song overly pursues emotion, resulting in a loss of purity, which is a pity given your excellent vocal skills. I give you 81 points. I award you 75 points. The song selection was problematic. The judges' opinions are remarkably consistent. While her vocal prowess is impressive and capable of evoking emotion, the song itself leaves much to be desired." The initial judges' comments sparked dissent among some audience members, who could not help but feel the profound emotional impact of Zhang Xiaoan's performance, which seemed to surpass that of singers Zhang Wei and Chao Ji. However, all 4 judges asserted that while Zhang Xiaoan's vocal prowess was commendable, the song itself was flawed. This declaration led many in the audience to question whether the song indeed had issues. Was the intense emotion they felt merely a result of Zhang Xiaoan's singing talent, rendering her song inferior to Yang Wei's struggle and Chao Ji's between aspirations? Ultimately, singer Zhang Xiaoan received a score of 7,975. The host announced this with clarity, and Zhang Xiaoan's mind echoed with disbelief, leaving her momentarily dazed as she gazed at the 4 judges and the host beside her. How could the song possibly be at fault? How could the original Dream be inferior in quality to the songs of Yang Wei? In her heart, she believed it was an overwhelming triumph, and she was aware that her exceptional performance was due to the song's perfect alignment with her abilities. Yet, why did the judges perceive her singing as commendable but the song as a hindrance? Moreover, how could she have ended up in last place? Zhang Xiaoan stumbled a couple of steps, her brow furrowed as she looked toward Yang Wei, who merely offered her a mocking smile before shrugging his shoulders. Let us give a resounding round of applause to congratulate singer Yang Wei for winning the championship of Voice of Celebration. With the host's announcement, Yang Wei stepped to the front of the stage to accept the trophy from the staff, raising it triumphantly above his head. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers, while some spectators remained seated, bewildered by the unfolding events. Yang Wei is the champion? Many had anticipated Zhang Xiaoan's victory. What nonsense! Are the judges deaf? Zhang Xiaoan nearly moved me to tears with her performance, and she placed last? What is this? To say she has excellent vocal skills but chose the wrong song implies my tears were insincere? What absurd judges! Is this a conspiracy? Haha. Are they not aware that professionals can still be challenged by amateurs? The 4 judges declared the song inadequate. What more is there to discuss? I genuinely cannot accept this. Even if they are experts, few songs have the power to make me cry, and the original Dream is one of them. I wholeheartedly support Zhang Xiaoan. The live audience erupted in outrage. Although the judges represented authority within the program, with their collective assertion that the original Dream was of poor quality, the emotional impact it had on the audience was undeniable. In such a small competition, where the audience was limited, the definition of expertise was ambiguous and subject to the judges' whims. Consequently, despite the audience's sense of injustice regarding the rankings, they could only vent their frustrations before exiting the live stream. At the Star Dream studio, everyone stared intently at the television screen. When Zhang Xiaoan's score was revealed, shock enveloped the room. The typically composed Shui Liang was left flabbergasted, dropping the watermelon rind he had been holding. Last place. Chen Qi sprang up from the sofa in disbelief. Is this a joke? Lin invested 500,000 in a song. Yet these judges dare to claim its quality is lacking? Assistant A Jiao was nearly slack-jawed in disbelief. It is worth noting that while the songs by Yang Wei and Chao Ji were indeed commendable, Anyone with a modicum of musical understanding could discern that they pale in comparison to Zhang Xiaohan's The Initial Dream. Even though assistant A Jiao is not a professional. As Lin Qingming's aide, she has encountered numerous exquisite melodies and possesses a certain judgment regarding the quality of music. Thus, upon witnessing this outcome, she found it hard to accept. Lin Qingming's gaze was icy, fixated on the television screen. Zhang Wei held the trophy aloft, basking in glory. Lin Qingming remained silent, her hand crushing a piece of watermelon rind, juice dripping onto the sofa, her fair fingers losing color from exertion. President Lin, Sister Qingming, Shui Liang, and Qin Qi spoke softly. They understood that Lin Qingming was genuinely enraged this time, despite the challenges the company faced. Even the betrayal by Yang Wei had not roused such fury in her before. Finish the watermelon, let us not waste it, Lin Qingming remarked coolly, rising from her seat. She discarded the watermelon rind onto the coffee table and strode towards her office. The others watched her enter, closing the door behind her, exchanging glances that reflected helplessness and bitterness. As industry insiders, they understood the implications the moment the scores were revealed. The championship of this competition had been predetermined. Haishar Entertainment had undoubtedly colluded with the program's producers, which explained Yang Wei's victory. No wonder Lu Guang Entertainment had chosen not to participate. It was clear that their small studio was merely a pawn in this game. Sigh, it is only natural for those who invest to secure the championship, Shui Liang sighed. He even felt a sense of relief, grateful that during his own era of talent shows, capital had not yet flourished to such an extent. One could still achieve victory through merit, and there existed a semblance of fairness. Now, breaking through is an arduous task. This is unjust, Qin Qi exclaimed, stomping his foot. In the current entertainment industry, where is the fairness? Shui Liang chuckled bitterly, noting that even a prodigy like Su He achieved his success through Warner's resources. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, then sighed collectively, turning off the television and dividing the remaining watermelon, returning to their respective posts. This is the best of times. With social media, internet celebrities, and major video platforms, anyone with talent can rise to prominence. Yet, it is also the worst of times. If one does not adhere to the rules of capital, no matter how skilled or talented one may be, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve fame. Chapter 20. Let us say it's 50-50. I often win against him. Bang. This is outrageous. Xie Xiaodong slammed his hands on the computer desk. The startled Lao Lu jumped. What are you doing, Brother Dong? He said, irritation creeping into his voice. He then glanced at their captivated colleagues, offering them an apologetic wave. Xie Xiaodong leaned heavily on the computer desk, his breaths coming in rapid succession, his chest heaving. Can't you see such an obvious dark scheme? He pointed at the program screen, a voice of Qingren. As long as one is not deaf, the disparity between those two songs and The Initial Dream is unmistakable. Even if the judges were to invoke Zhang Xiaohan's vocal prowess as a justification, he would not display such anger. It is evident, as Lao Lu gestures with his hands. Being an industry insider, he too can discern quality. Moreover, the difference is pronounced. Even an amateur could perceive it. Are you not the slightest bit upset? Xie Xiaodong inhaled deeply, striving to calm his emotions. Why should I be angry? I am not the one facing any underhanded tactics. Lao Lu chuckled lightly, pausing before continuing. Isn't this sort of thing rather commonplace in our circle? One glance at Yang Wei reveals he has substantial backing compared to Zhang Xiaohan. If he doesn't win the championship, who will? His tone was light, as if discussing a mundane matter. Such occurrences transpire incessantly within the industry. Competitions are primarily platforms for singers to enhance their reputations. Preordained champions are a well-accepted norm. That may be so, Xie Xiaodong conceded, his mood gradually stabilizing. Lao Lu's observations held merit. Perhaps in larger competitions, where the stakes are higher, a semblance of fairness is maintained, at least not to such an overt extent. In smaller contests, however, the competition is fiercely influenced by connections. Those with stronger ties inevitably emerge victorious. The industry has long grown accustomed to this reality. Yet, I am thoroughly displeased. Xie Xiaodong scoffed. It is not your song, Lao Lu remarked, tugging at the corner of his mouth, speaking softly. This song, The Initial Dream, triumphed over me on Yuegao. Calm, and now it has been overshadowed by a subpar piece. Does that not imply that I, Xie Xiaodong, am inferior to this inferior song? Were it not for Yuegao. Calm, I would not have even paid attention to this trivial program. Watching it felt worse than swallowing a fly. That is not entirely accurate, Lao Lu replied with a pained smile, shaking his head, uncertain how to respond. He had never witnessed Xie Xiaodong so incensed. Having navigated this industry for so many years, I didn't even regard Su He when he first entered. After all, it is no simple feat for him to surpass me. If today's events were to leak out, where would that leave my reputation? The more Xie Xiaodong spoke, the more agitated he became, gesticulating fervently. Lao Lu evaded the spittle, hesitant to interrupt his tirade. So, Brother Dong, what do you intend to do? Once Xie Xiaodong had finished, Lao Lu wiped his damp face. The collateral damage was difficult to avoid. But, Brother Dong, how long has it been since you rinsed your mouth? Your breath is quite foul. Retweet and expose this dreadful program. Is that really necessary, just for an unfamiliar singer? Lao Lu quickly interjected. Not at all, Xie Xiaodong shook his head. I merely wish for everyone to recognize that this wretched program does not merit the honor of the initial dream. In that moment, Lao Lu observed a radiance emanating from Xie Xiaodong. It was a manifestation of a pure pursuit of art, a sacred glow. Brother Dong, you truly never regarded Su He as a contender? Lao Lu's curiosity was piqued by Xie Xiaodong's statement. Of course not, when Su He was still a newcomer. I frequently competed against him for rankings, Xie Xiaodong replied with a serene smile. And the outcome? Who emerged victorious? Upon hearing this, Lao Lu immediately felt a profound respect for Xie Xiaodong. Su He, a prodigious producer in the realm of Chinese music, ascended to the status of a golden producer within a mere 2.5 years. 50-50, I often triumph over him, remarked Xie Xiaodong, a trace of nostalgia flickering across his face. He recalled the occasion of Su He's debut song, where he decisively bested him with overwhelming statistics. However, in the subsequent tracks, with the backing of Warner, Su He gained access to substantially better resources, thereby widening the gap between them. Dong Gu is remarkable, exclaimed Old Lu, raising his thumb in admiration. Indeed, Dong Gu has such a glorious history. At that moment, two veteran employees from the company, passing by, could not help but chuckle and shake their heads. Xie Xiaodong is boasting about defeating Su He again, one remarked with a laugh. True, he did win, albeit only in Su He's very first song at the onset of his career. Nonetheless, a single victory is celebrated for a lifetime, yet thereafter, he has been mercilessly crushed. Their voices were hushed, but still reached the ears of Xie Xiaodong and Old Lu. The former's confidence dissipated, while the latter's admiration froze, creating an awkward atmosphere. Backstage, Zhang Xiaohan lowered her head, packing her belongings into her bag. Her self-assurance had vanished, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Once she finished packing, she wiped her tears with her sleeve and stepped out of the lounge. As she exited, she spotted Yang Wei leaning against the wall in the corridor, arms crossed, a faint smile gracing his lips upon seeing her reddened eyes. So, I told you the championship isn't yours, right? He remarked lightly. Zhang Xiaohan shot him a glare but remained silent, turning toward the elevator. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. To progress, one must seek a more substantial support, Yang Wei commented. Zhang Xiaohan continued to ignore him, her head bowed as she reached the elevator door and pressed the button. Soon, the elevator arrived at her floor. She stepped inside, contemplating that to continue in this industry, leaving Xingming Studio was imperative, as Lin Qingming was struggling to maintain her own position and could hardly support them. Outside the elevator, Yang Wei's voice drifted in. We all arrived at Xingming during our hardest times. Without Sister Qingming, we would have long since left this industry. As the elevator doors closed, Yang Wei paused momentarily, then shook his head dismissively with a laugh. Indeed, those who find themselves at a small studio like Xingming are often on the brink of failure in the industry. Lin Qingming provides them with a monthly salary and seeks out various resources, albeit minor ones, sufficient for them to continue earning a living. Yet, does this mean they must gamble their futures? If Lin Qingming lacks the power to elevate her artists, must they resign themselves to a lifetime within this small studio? Yang Wei believed that when better opportunities arise, anyone would make the same choice he had. It seems that the little girl's blow was still insufficient. However, now that Lin Qingming has sold the car, it is likely that the Xingming Studio will soon disband. With a shake of his head, Yang Wei opened the champion trophy in his bag for a glance, then patted his backpack and proceeded towards his lounge. Chapter 21. Investment in Xingming Studio. Su He, your new song has flopped. Li Zhang's voice boomed. Upon entering the room, he raided Su He's refrigerator for a bottle of chilled cola. Damn it. Are you pleased that my new song has tanked, you fatso? Suhi lay on the sofa, speaking with irritation. Haha, I merely find the four foolish judges rather amusing. What would their reaction be if they realized that the song they belittled to worthlessness was crafted by the genius producer Suhi? Li Jiang plopped down on the sofa, which immediately emitted a mournful creak under his weight. What reaction could there be? It's merely Suhi. Does he even deserve the critique of the four esteemed judges? Suhi gazed at his sofa with a pang of sympathy. It bore a weight it should not have. Aren't you furious? Li Jiang leaned closer, his face filled with confusion. Aside from work matters, he was most eager to see Suhi lose his composure. To his surprise, Suhi appeared unfazed. Why should I be angry? Suhi reached over to snatch the unopened cola from Li Jiang's grasp, opened it, and took a couple of swigs. Hey! Just as Li Jiang intended to intervene, he witnessed Suhi already drinking. He shot Suhi a glare and continued. So what are you planning to do? Just let it go? I am the boss. Do you expect me to devise a strategy? Suhi retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the coffee table, lit one, and tossed the pack to Li Jiang. Li Jiang took one out as well and tossed the pack back onto the table. Are you testing my professional acumen? Although I have not navigated the entertainment industry, I do not consider this a misfortune. Li Jiang inhaled deeply and spoke with a smile. Suhi nodded, gesturing for him to continue. Such trivial programs, even if your song were to win, would not gain traction without proper promotion. However, now we have an opportunity to ignite its success. Li Jiang stood, shook off some ashes from his cigarette, and glanced at the cola Suhi had consumed, ultimately opting to retrieve another bottle from the fridge. Such underhanded practices exist in every industry, and the entertainment realm is no exception. Yet, while industry insiders may find it normal, the majority of online critics in our domestic entertainment scene, despite being numerous, are fundamentally just. Li Jiang gulped down several swigs of cola and let out a long belch. Impressive, indeed, fatso. Suhi, with a cigarette in his mouth, did not hold back his praise. This was the reason he sought out Li Jiang. Though this fellow might not be the best in character, his professional aptitude was formidable. If your brother Jiang couldn't discern these matters, how would he dare to take on such significant responsibilities? Li Jiang's face lit up with joy. He relished Suhi's commendation and was invigorated by the ambition to dominate the domestic entertainment scene. After a brief pause, Li Jiang continued, stating that they only needed to engage a few marketing accounts to manipulate the online narrative surrounding the television station, bringing to light the dark undercurrents of this industry. They could have singer Zhang Xiaohan online play the victim. Once the buzz was generated, both Zhang Xiaohan and the initial dream would inevitably gain traction. This was merely a straightforward yet effective publicity tactic. Controversy breeds attention, especially when it revolves around perceived injustices, which readily resonates with the public. Brilliant. Truly impressive. Suhi applauded. The rotund man shared a similar sentiment, albeit with the addition of Zhang Xiaohan to the mix. This thought had crossed Suhi's mind as well. He noted the girl's seemingly naive demeanor, a rarity in the entertainment world. Preserving her innocence amidst the chaos was akin to a breath of fresh air in a murky environment. This endeavor should not begin with her, but rather from another angle. Is that settled then? Li Jiang inquired, a tinge of excitement in his tone. This was to be his inaugural venture in the entertainment industry. They decided against thrusting the female singer into the spotlight, fearing that the backlash from the television station might prove overwhelming for her. The primary focus would remain on the nefarious dealings of the television program. Initially, he harbored no lofty expectations for the song's popularity. A spot in the top 10 of the new song charts would suffice. Yet, he had not anticipated such a substantial boon from the television station. To be frank, he felt quite grateful. Are you interested in that young lady? Li Jiang asked with a teasing glint in his eye, catching Suhi off guard momentarily. With a smirk, he added, so you've turned dark after being rejected, aspiring to be a scoundrel? Apologies, but my noble character forbids such a descent. I, Suhi, shall always remain the most sincere in the entertainment realm. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Suhi's expression bore the weight of experience and stories untold. His melancholic visage akin to a heartthrob for the young. I nearly believed you. Li Jiang scoffed, rolling his eyes. You're the boss. The decision rests with you. Whether or not to involve the female singer is inconsequential. As long as there is conflict, buzz will ensue. Have we located the entertainment company? Suhi suddenly inquired. Yes and no, Li Jiang replied, pulling out his phone and opening a document. The three major entertainment companies in Xuanqing City are backed by capital. And the winner of this competition, Yang Wei, is an artist of Haisher Entertainment, indicating their intent to promote him. It seems Haisher Entertainment is shifting their focus. Suhee mused with a smirk. His previous dealings had primarily been with the top-tier entertainment companies in Kyoto, leaving him less acquainted with those in Xuanqing City. However, he understood that if the dark underbelly were to be sensationalized, Yang Wei would be finished. Such a level of scrutiny was beyond the capacity of an ordinary singer. The capital behind Haisher Entertainment is your former employer, Warner Entertainment, one of the 4 major companies in domestic entertainment, Li Jiang remarked with a grin. Observing Suhee's reaction. Upon hearing Warner, Suhee's expression momentarily tightened before he regained his composure. Fate had a peculiar way of intertwining paths. Thus, while the entertainment company remains elusive, I have found a smaller studio, he continued. Suhee frowned. A studio? Li Jiang nodded with an enigmatic expression. Indeed. It's the Xingming studio that purchased your new song. Suhee responded. Here are the details. Li Jiang leaned closer and opened a document on his phone. He continued his introduction, stating that the owner of Dream Studio, Lin Xingming, was seemingly a frontline singer. However, after being sidelined by her former employer, her career had nearly faded. The studio now suffered from a lack of resources, with artists leaving and scattering, leaving only a few behind. As Li Jiang spoke, he glanced up at Suhee, only to find him utterly unfazed. Continue, Suhee remarked coolly. It's quite reasonable for a boss to drive a studio to such a state. He had previously interacted with Lin Xingming and found her to be quite the naive individual. When purchasing songs, she had openly expressed her admiration without even discussing the price, simply making the purchase. What else could one call such naivety? By the way, he seemed to owe her 100,000 yuan, yet this naive individual had not come to collect. I suggest we negotiate now. This studio is on the brink of collapse. Although Li Jiang was unaware of the history between Suhee and this naive boss, he wholeheartedly agreed with Suhee's statement, for in his profession, bringing a company to its demise was akin to being utterly inept. All right, you go negotiate. Suhee finally nodded after a moment of contemplation. Once you succeed, it will be time for me to step in. Indeed, it was an opportune moment. Coupled with the recent defeat in the competition, it should serve as the final straw. Approaching the investment discussions now would prove exceedingly straightforward. Should the investment succeed, he would become the studio's clandestine owner, allowing him to unabashedly promote the artists and foster the studio's growth. Chapter 22. Take a break and return. Xuanqing City. The commercial street beneath Dream Studio. Lin Xingming and her employees sat in a hot pot restaurant's private room, the atmosphere laden with silence. Zhang Xiaohan, her eyes reddened, sobbed softly. Sister Qingming, I'm so sorry. I've let down your expectations. It's all right. It's my fault for not inquiring thoroughly. Lin Xingming shook her head. As someone within the industry, she was acutely aware of the unspoken rule of predetermined champions in many competitions. However, her sources of information were limited, and she was not well versed in the inner workings of voice of the celebration. She had merely noticed that the top-ranking Liuguang Entertainment in Xuanqing City had declined to participate, leaving an open slot, which she believed was a golden opportunity. Thus, she had decided to enter the competition, even spending hundreds of thousands on song purchases, preparing for a do-or-die battle. The outcome, however, was a complete defeat. It's all right, we'll just work harder next time. Chenqi, the perpetual source of joy among them, smiled to lighten the mood. Yet, Lin Xingming could only shake her head, a bitter expression on her face. After being sidelined by the company, my resources dwindled significantly. All my savings have been exhausted on daily expenses and promoting your songs. I have no money left. Lin Xingming was not one to easily concede defeat, yet at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of failure. Once filled with ambition, she had aspired to create a realm within the entertainment industry free from hidden rules. Yet, reality had delivered a harsh slap to her face. Devoid of resources, the artists in hand were left with no opportunities to shine. With financial constraints, even the most basic promotional efforts were unattainable. The company's talents were either departing or dispersing, leaving only a handful, including Zhang Xiaohan, while she herself could scarcely provide for their fundamental needs. All eyes were turned towards Lin Xingming, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Shui Liang, the elder statesman of the studio, wore a conflicted visage. Ultimately, he exhaled and murmured, I still have some savings. Henin's song is truly remarkable. If we invest in its promotion, it could potentially soar. Lin Xingming waved her hand dismissively. It's futile. Why? Shui Liang furrowed his brow. Have you forgotten? We only acquired the rights to perform this song, Lin Qingming sighed. At that time, she believed that such an exceptional piece would surely win. Securing the championship would yield a reward of 500,000 yuan. The production team would assist with promotion, and once the song gained traction, the singer Zhang Xiaoan would follow suit, leading to lucrative performance opportunities for the company. However, none anticipated the shadow of deceit that lay ahead. I had overlooked that, Shuiliang admitted, his embarrassment palpable as he cleared his throat. The room fell silent once more. The beef balls and duck blood in the pot had begun to surface. Yet no one reached for their chopsticks. This gathering, in essence, was a farewell feast for everyone. Suddenly, Lin Qingming lifted her glass. The group paused momentarily, their expressions shifting. Although opportunities on stage at Qingming Studio were scarce and salaries modest, they were all dreamers, united in pursuit of a common goal. This camaraderie was a rarity in other companies. Despite being colleagues, their interactions resembled those of close friends, mature and composed Shuiliang, the vivacious and charming Qin Shi, and the ever-determined Zhang Xiaohan, who relentlessly chased her dreams. Under Lin Qingming's leadership, they endured the trials of the music industry, never once contemplating surrender. Qingming Jia, I can forego my salary, Qin Shi exclaimed, her eyes glistening. Coming from a stable background, she bore no significant financial burden. I too can forego my salary. We could promote ourselves. The original dream possesses exceptional quality. It is bound to become a sensation. I will post on forums and entertainment websites, pleading for them to listen. Once the song gains popularity, even without royalties, I can earn through performances. Zhang Xiaohan grasped Lin Qingming's hand, tears streaming down her cheeks. Alas, sighed Shuiliang. His broader perspective rendered him silent, preventing him from dissuading them. It's futile, Lin Qingming said, her eyes glistening. She turned to Qin Shi, you are still young. Your future holds limitless possibilities. Staying with the company would hinder your progress. Afterward, she looked at Zhang Xiaohan. You possess the rights to the original dream. Consider it a gift for your journey toward your dreams. Take this song to a major company. They will undoubtedly assist in promoting you. At that point, you shall transcend the identity of a mere internet celebrity and become a true artist. As for Shuiliang, he was more than capable. Gaining entry into an entertainment company would be a simple feat for him. A former talent show champion, joining a company posed little difficulty. Lin Qingming provided her guidance. And after completing her counsel, she raised her glass from the table. Come, let us raise a glass. I wish everyone a splendid future and the realization of their dreams. Zhang Xiaoan's eyes were brimming with tears as everyone lifted their glasses, downing the contents in one hearty gulp. What about you, Qingming? Qin Shi inquired through her sobs. Me? Lin Qingming chuckled softly. Perhaps I will take a brief respite. As she spoke, she shook her head, under the gazes of the crowd. The helplessness on her delicate face gradually transformed into determination. She added, I will rest for a while, then return. Lin Qingming had ascended to the ranks of top singers through sheer talent. It was inconceivable that she could be easily defeated. The following day, having indulged in libations the previous night, Qin Shi and her companions arrived at the company only by noon. Upon entering the premises, they spotted Lin Qingming struggling to carry a cardboard box from the office. Qingming, let me assist you. Qin Shi rushed forward to help her lift the box. There are 5 days remaining on the office lease. You all need to vacate your belongings within that time. Lin Qingming smiled at them as she set the box down. Her smile radiated vitality, reflecting the spirited Lin Qingming they all knew. However, it was apparent to everyone that she was merely putting on a brave face. The exhaustion in her eyes was undeniable. As for your wages, Lin Qingming paused, a hint of regret in her voice as she addressed them. The Xinghe company will reimburse me 100,000 yuan. Once I arrange everything, I will approach them for it and subsequently transfer your salaries and compensations. You can trust my integrity, can you not? As she spoke, she half-jokingly reassured them. Qingming, I cannot bear to part with you, Zhang Xiaohan lamented, her eyes reddening once more. Wu Qingming. Qin Shi also rushed forward to embrace her. Alas, all gatherings must come to an end. I look forward to the moment you all rise to prominence. Who knows, perhaps you will surpass me in stature. Lin Qingming said with a smile as she gently patted them. She then glanced at her phone. My taxi is almost here. I must take my leave. With that, she bent down to pick up the cardboard box. Qingming, allow me to accompany you downstairs, Zhang Xiaohan offered, extending her hand. Lin Qingming accepted without hesitation. The two of them carried the box towards the exit. Yet, as they approached the front door, darkness suddenly enveloped them. Lin Qingming looked up to find a rotund man in a black suit standing at the company entrance, a smile gracing his face as he regarded her. Chapter 23. Is there really a reverse bargaining strategy? Ladies, what are you up to? Li Jiang inquired curiously, observing the two young women, their eyes glistening with tears as they hoisted the cardboard box. He recognized Zhang Xiaohan from the Voice of Celebration and had heard of Lin Qingming, a former top-tier singer whose reputation still lingered. Although she had seldom appeared on programs in recent years, Li Jiang had conducted some research on her and recognized her instantly. Please step aside, Lin Qingming replied curtly, lacking the patience for idle chatter. Her car had been pawned, and the taxi awaited her downstairs. I need to speak with General Manager Lin regarding a matter. May I have a moment of your time? Li Jiang adjusted his taut suit, his smile composed. Get to the point. I am in a hurry. Lin Qingming frowned, as she did not know this portly man. In matters of investment, a few words cannot encapsulate the complexity. Might we delve into a more gradual discussion? Li Jiang maintained an air of serene composure. One must admit his physique, combined with his attire today, indeed projected a certain gravitas. Investment? Lin Qingming gazed at Li Jiang in astonishment, noticing he bore no semblance of jest. She gently shook her head, apologetically stating, I do not accept any capital investments. With that, she prepared to take her leave. However, circumstances are seldom absolute. Li Jiang stepped forward, his ample frame effectively blocking both young women. We are an investment firm that values dreams. Dreams? Lin Qingming scoffed at the utterance of the word, a hint of derision gracing her lips. This jest was far from amusing. Capital seeks profit, without exception. In the eyes of capital, dreams are a mere illusion. Profit remains paramount. I am aware of your company's current situation. I kindly ask for a few minutes of your time. And I assure you will find this choice fortuitous, Li Jiang remarked with a light chuckle. Lin Qingming frowned. You've investigated us? As a professional investor, it is my duty to thoroughly assess potential investments, Li Jiang replied candidly. At that moment, Lin Qingming's phone rang, a call from the Didi driver downstairs. I apologize. I have some matters to attend to, she said, answering the call with an apologetic tone. Li Jiang observed her with a slight smile. Inside the company, Chen Qi and her colleagues were surprised to see Lin Qingming return, accompanied by a portly man. Their previous melancholy shifted to confusion. Henin, who is this man? Chen Qi inquired as Zhang Xiaohan entered. He seems to be from some investment firm, Zhang Xiaohan replied. An investment firm? Shuiliang frowned, recalling that Lin Qingming had always been averse to such entities. Her intention in founding the Qingming studio was to distance herself from capital, providing artists with a sanctuary. Although it seemed somewhat naive, considering Lin Qingming's character, there was little doubt she would resist any encroachment by capital. I heard him say he is different from ordinary investors, Zhang Xiaohan recounted. Having only grasped the gist of the conversation outside, her understanding of company affairs somewhat limited. She merely noted the man's assurance that he would not disappoint Lin Qingming. In truth, if someone were to invest, it would alleviate much of Lin Qingming's pressure. While Shuiliang harbored a strong disdain for capital, he recognized that only capital could combat capital in this world. The harsh reality had dealt them a heavy blow. With merely their small team, devoid of resources or funds, achieving success in the entertainment industry felt akin to scaling the heavens. Nevertheless, as employees, they could only await their boss's negotiations, as the final decision rested with Lin Qingming. In the office, Lin Qingming sat on the sofa, facing Li Jiang. Doesn't our esteemed boss offer even a glass of water? Li Jiang jested, noticing her serious demeanor. Ajiao, please bring a cup of water. Lin Qingming called out to her assistant outside. Of course, boss. Ajiao quickly replied, hurrying to fetch the water. Li Jiang's lips twitched, observing the woman before him. She was evidently aware of her purpose in seeking investment, yet she displayed such casual indifference, neglecting even the most superficial niceties. Mr. Lin, our company is called Xingchen Investment. We believe your firm is quite impressive, and we wish to discuss potential investment opportunities with you. Li Jiang straightened his posture, clearing his throat as he delved directly into the matter at hand. Is it truly commendable if you're nearly closing for the day? Lin Qingming retorted nonchalantly. Li Jiang's smile faltered momentarily, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. You are remarkably forthright. Were it anyone else, upon learning of a potential investment, they would likely boast about how extraordinary their company is to inflate their worth. Running a business inevitably encounters challenges, and we are here to assist your company in overcoming these hurdles, Li Jiang offered, his smile a blend of awkwardness and politeness. Please refrain from such grandiloquent expressions. Present your proposal so I may discern how you intend to honor dreams. Lin Qingming replied with a cold smirk. Had Li Jiang not claimed they were a company that respected dreams, Lin Qingming would have likely dismissed him outright. Despite her skepticism, the mere mention of dreams from a capitalistic perspective warranted a dialogue between them. Very well, let us be direct. Li Jiang inhaled deeply, retrieving a stack of printed documents from his briefcase, which detailed their investment proposal. The initial investment amount is 10 million, subject to adjustments based on circumstances. Furthermore, Xingchen Investment's business model diverges from typical investment firms. We merely provide funding and do not engage in company management. This means, should you accept our investment, you shall remain the owner of Xingming Studio, with all operations unchanged. Naturally, significant decisions will require your consultation. As Li Jiang unfolded the proposal and began to explain, Lin Qingming's gaze sharpened when she heard they would not partake in management. Of course, since we are providing the capital and assuming the risks, we shall also claim a substantial share of the profits. My preliminary proposal suggests an 80-20 split, with Xingchen retaining 80%. What are your thoughts, Mr. Lin? Li Jiang had strategically positioned himself for negotiations, as he and Su He had established a bottom line of 70-30, intending to initiate discussions with a higher figure to allow room for compromise. Noticing Lin Qingming lost in thought, Li Jiang waved a hand in front of her. Oh, my apologies, she replied, snapping back to attention. Are there any additional conditions? None, Li Jiang replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Are you certain? Lin Qingming inquired skeptically. Absolutely. The contract will explicitly state that should you have any doubts, you may engage a lawyer to scrutinize it thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Li Jiang sensed her interest peaking, and he internally exhaled a sigh of relief. If what you say is true, I could accept merely 10%. Lin Qingming's unexpected declaration left Li Jiang momentarily speechless. Is there truly such a thing as reverse bargaining? He pondered, bewildered. Why? You invest in dreams, and we realize them. The profit-sharing aspect is of little consequence, she elucidated. Lin Qingming's demeanor has softened considerably. If what this portly individual claims is indeed true, then aside from the company becoming wealthier, there will be little impact on the employees. Of course, her position as a boss has diminished. Should the company flourish in the future, her income will also decrease. However, given that the company is on the brink of closure, she is acutely aware that her capabilities alone cannot revive it. With new investments flowing into Xingming Studio, and with the investors only providing financial support while refraining from interfering in daily operations, granting them the freedom to develop independently. This is undoubtedly a tremendous boon for Lin Qingming and the artists within the company. Chapter 24. If it were her, I would find it quite normal. Inside the apartment, Sui sat at the computer with a cigarette in his mouth. He logged into Yuegao.com using Li Jiang's account and began composing a post on the forum. Battle. That song which triumphed over Winter Melon and Little B surprisingly finished last in a minor competition. The poster had been closely following the initial dream, as it was the most significant event of the week. Finally, during a program called Voice of Qingren, he witnessed the song's debut. However, to his dismay, he uncovered a sordid and ugly underbelly. The initial dream was utterly belittled by the judges, failing to surpass even two inferior songs. Enraged, he felt compelled to share this news with fellow artists, asserting that talent should not be buried by capital, and that such underhandedness is the gravest insult to every musician. My heart aches profoundly. After all, we all rely on this profession. Today, someone's livelihood was jeopardized, and tomorrow, it could very well be our turn. I hope everyone will share and pay attention, together safeguarding justice. The sentiment is heartfelt. The tone is sincere. The appeal is incredibly potent. Most individuals on the website are newcomers who possess a distinct characteristic. They relish gossip. Various tidbits from the entertainment industry can be found within the forum, and presently, the most talked about is the initial dream, which recently clinched a major deal. Many had placed bets on Winter Melon or Little B, yet an entity named Xinghe emerged victorious. Numerous participants suffered considerable losses in foreign currency, thus they remain highly attentive to the song's developments. Upon encountering this post, many clicked to read further. When they absorbed its content, everyone erupted in outrage. Newcomers are imbued with fervor and determination, particularly the youth, who are most averse to corruption and injustice. Coupled with Su He's statement that today someone's livelihood was shattered, and tomorrow it could be ours. The sense of empathy is strikingly powerful. Flying Field Mouse. I've already listened to the 3 songs from the competition, and I must say, The Initial Dream rightfully deserves to win over the esteemed Winter Melon and Little B. But what were those 2 songs in the program that could also win against The Initial Dream? Guzzi, I support the battle. The poster is correct. This livelihood belongs to all of us, and only through unity and mutual support can we foster a thriving industry. Assaulted Fish. Brothers, let's rally against this dreadful show. That song Struggle I heard is nothing but a product of the assembly line, and that singer's performance was utterly atrocious. How could they possibly crown such a talent with The Initial Dream? Yun Hui We Fight. Let us take down this program. Just 10 minutes after posting, it surged to the top of the website. Suhee, observing these passionate musicians, couldn't help but smirk knowingly. If I were to run a marketing account, I could easily tarnish the reputation of a top-tier singer. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand and switched to his account, Xinghe. After entering the trending posts, he left a comment. Xinghe, I just logged on and saw everyone discussing this matter. I am deeply touched by your support. The Initial Dream is the 3rd song I wrote, taking a full year to perfect, from lyrics to arrangement. I never anticipated it would be belittled by the judges. Sigh, am I truly unfit for this industry? His tone was filled with melancholy and helplessness, instantly resonating with many musicians. Brother, don't give up. Those judges don't know anything. Your song is undoubtedly of top 10 quality. How can those washed-up singers serve as judges? Our hard work as musicians should not be overlooked. Keep pushing forward. I have connections with a music blogger. I'll make sure they promote your story. Having only written 3 songs, are you really a newcomer? Brother, if your 3rd song is this remarkable, you must be a top-tier genius. Never give up. The chorus of encouragement nearly brought tears to Suhee's eyes. There exists genuine affection and compassion in this world. In every industry, it is always the newcomers who are so endearing. Though lacking fame and experience, they embody the fresh dreams of the field and harbor a strong aversion to injustice. However, what Suhee did not expect was that after the post gained traction, the formidable level 20 influencer, Donghua, would also appear. Donghua, Xinghe, rest assured. I'll risk my anonymity to help you reclaim justice. I'll ensure your song ascends the charts. Wow, Donghua is stepping in. Is he really willing to reveal his identity? Incredible. Now that S an influential figure. Donghua is amazing. Let us fight. Instantly, a swarm of newcomers responded beneath him. A level 20 account signifies at least a senior producer. Who could he be? Suhee replied with a thank you, confident that justice would prevail, then fell into contemplation. Senior producers already have a reputation in the industry. Those of this caliber are qualified to collaborate with top singers. If Donghua is willing to publicize this matter, Suhee could save at least 1 or 2 million in promotional expenses. What a good Samaritan. With this thought, Suhee gave him a thumbs up through the network. Truly, the stakes are high. The phone rang. Suhee saw it was Li Xuan calling, smiled, took out a cigarette, lit it, and stepped onto the balcony to answer. Suhee, your brother Jiang has managed it. Upon connecting, Li Xuan exclaimed excitedly. That was quite swift. What percentage did you negotiate? With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Suhee squinted at the bustling traffic outside. 19%. Haha, surprised are you? She said we invest in dreams, and they realize those dreams. The profit share is inconsequential. Not surprised at all. If it were her, I would find it entirely normal. Suhee removed the cigarette from his mouth and took a deep breath. Such individuals might be pure artists, but not necessarily adept business people. Shall I proceed with the song's promotion? Li Xuan inquired. The controversy surrounding The Initial Dream is substantial, and given its quality, promoting such a topic-laden song should be relatively straightforward. No need, Suhee replied with a light chuckle. Why not? Li Xuan was taken aback. Just check out Uego. Come, and you'll understand. Suhee refrained from elaborating further. With assistance in promotion, there was no need to squander his own funds. The preliminary preparations were complete. He was merely awaiting the surge in popularity of The Initial Dream to ensure more people would hear the song. Only then could Suhee accumulate prestige points to tailor his songs. As for the subsequent arrangements, having become the behind-the-scenes owner of Star Dream Studio, he naturally aimed to expand and strengthen the company. The most effective strategy was to cultivate a few breakout artists within the studio. With the plethora of songs at his disposal, elevating several chart toppers was entirely feasible. With both Star Dream Studio and Xingchen Investment providing dual layers of protection, Warner Entertainment would never conceive that the true owner behind Star Dream was Suhee. Once he had successfully enlarged and fortified Stardream Studio, he would deliver a grand surprise to Warner. He eagerly anticipated witnessing Du Tao's reaction. Beep. Random task issued. Please proceed to Stardream Studio to apply for the producer position. Upon success, a popular anime script will be awarded. Will you accept the task? Accept. Sui raised an eyebrow and promptly accepted the task. He had initially planned to visit Stardream Studio, and the system conveniently provided a random task. Although the anime script might not be immediately useful, his elder sister was a supervisor at an anime company, and there could be opportunities for collaboration in the future. To become the largest capital player in the domestic entertainment industry, one could not solely rely on the music avenue. Chapter 25 means the genius producer Su He is set to release a brand new single with the diva Li Xuan next month, aiming for the top spot on the July Hot Song chart. The music gala is about to commence, and Su He's latest support banner design has been unveiled. A popular singer suffered a finger injury during a concert, prompting an emergency halt to the event. Breaking news: top-tier star Lin Cheng's rumored girlfriend has been exposed. The trending topics on Weibo are filled with these recent hot events in the domestic entertainment scene. As the most prominent producer at present, Su He frequently dominates the Weibo trending searches. Coupled with the news of a new song alongside his longtime collaborator, the diva Li Xuan, fans are utterly ecstatic. Among these trending topics, a particular one holding the 13th position on the second page has garnered considerable attention. Behind the scenes, the Chinese music scene has devolved to this state because of such subpar judges. The topic was initiated by a somewhat renowned senior producer, Xie Xiaodong. He initially recounted the specific events that transpired. This high-quality piece by the newcomer, The Original Dream, faced unjust treatment during a local program. Xie Xiaodong expressed his profound indignation. Concurrently, he shared the evaluations of 4 judges regarding this song, and subsequently included The Original Dream in the discussion. Presently, this topic has garnered over 10,000 comments. The song is truly melodious. How could it have ended up in last place? At the scene, it was astonishing that this issue escalated to trending status. When the young girl performed, many spectators were moved to tears. Upon reviewing the playback, it was heart-wrenching to witness her expression upon receiving the last place. I could not comprehend how the 4 judges scored her. They could not pinpoint any flaws in her singing, but criticized the song instead. The quality of this piece is exceptional, rendering the judges' comments utterly nonsensical. It is exceedingly challenging for emerging artists. Even such a minor program is riddled with underhanded practices. What on earth was Yang Wei singing? How could he possibly claim the championship? As comments continued to proliferate, the online community's inclination to champion the underdog became apparent. Moreover, the victim, Zhang Xiaohan, is a beautiful girl with a lovely voice, which further incited collective outrage. Everyone clamored to support Zhang Xiaohan, while Yang Wei, the champion, faced a wave of online vitriol. In Haisha Entertainment, Yang Wei sat in his office, toying with the trophy in his hands. After securing the championship, he returned to the company, where the general manager personally met with him, assuring him that the company would focus on nurturing his career. Although Haisha Entertainment does not hold a prominent position in the domestic entertainment industry, it ranks among the top 3 in Shuangqing City. The resources available here are incomparable to those of Xingming Studio. With the right support from the company, he could become a leading artist within 2 years. Yang Wei envisioned a future filled with promise. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. "Come in," he called, placing the trophy aside. His manager, Zhang Chun, entered. His expression grave. "Something has happened. What is it?" Yang Wei's smile froze, astonished. "You need to see Weibo." Zhang Chun handed him a tablet. Yang Wei took the tablet, and, upon seeing the trending topic regarding the underhanded practices, his expression changed drastically. His fingers swiftly scrolled. "Resist the underhanded practices. Yang Wei does not deserve the championship. Trash judges, return Zhang Xiaohan her trophy. If this garbage can win, I could too." The barrage of accusations and insults left Yang Wei utterly dejected. He looked at Zhang Chun in panic. "Brother Chun," he stammered. Zhang Chun shook his head. "I never anticipated that such a minor competition could ascend to Weibo's trending topics." Weibo serves as a platform for entertainment and social discourse, with trending rankings being exceptionally coveted. Besides those like Su He, who earn their popularity through talent, most artists from major entertainment firms must invest substantial sums to secure a spot on the trending list. It is rare for anyone to achieve this organically. However, No one expected that the underhanded practices of a small competition would become a hot topic of nationwide discussion. What do we do now? Yang Wei's face flushed with anxiety. The situation has escalated to such an extent that his reputation as a champion has been irrevocably tarnished. It is likely that no one will wish to hear him sing again. You have just signed the contract, and it has yet to be publicly announced. However, President Li has already issued a directive severing all ties between you and the company, forbidding you from presenting yourself as an artist of Haisher Entertainment. Otherwise, you will face a lawsuit for defamation. Zhang Chun's words plunged Yang Wei into despair. Severing all ties with the company? But Brother Chun, didn't the company say they would focus on nurturing my talent? Yang Wei clutched Zhang Chun's hand. Given your current predicament, do you really think the company will invest in you? Zhang Chun sneered. Yang Wei was not a top-tier artist. Rather than expending resources in a futile attempt to rehabilitate his image, it would be wiser to abandon all hope. For countless artists in the Chinese music industry could easily take his place. Moreover, due to your tarnished reputation, which has rendered you unable to fulfill subsequent contractual obligations, the company is entitled to terminate your contract and demand a penalty of 2 million for breach of contract. Zhang Chun's words struck Yang Wei like a thunderclap, reverberating in his mind. You orchestrated this conspiracy, he roared, his eyes ablaze. Do you have any evidence? Zhang Chun smirked, patting Yang Wei on the shoulder before turning to leave the office. Yang Wei stood there, dazed, watching Zhang Chun's retreating figure, his mind swirling in confusion. Suddenly, he stumbled, his hand inadvertently striking the trophy on the desk. The trophy fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Shattering, the crystal trophy lay in fragments. In a state of panic, he crouched down, gathering the shards in his hands, sharp edges slicing into his fingers, yet he clung to the pieces with unyielding determination. Is this the ruthless nature of capital? He muttered through clenched teeth. 2 million in penalties. How could a second-tier artist like him possibly afford that? This was the true face of capitalism. Memories of his time at Xingming Studio flooded his mind. Let Wei Ge handle this competition. After all, his skills are exceptional, and he stands a good chance of winning. Wei Ge, once you soar, you must treat us to a meal. When Wei Ge becomes famous, I want to ride on his coattails. Yang Wei, your contract is about to expire. Come to my office, and we can discuss renewing it. You've been with the company for some time. I'll increase your share. It seemed that everyone there was genuinely kind. They did not engage in cutthroat competition for a fleeting chance at fame. They truly regarded one another as friends, devoid of ulterior motives. Even when facing the boss, Lin Xingming, they did not grovel as others did in different companies. Although the future appeared bleak, the atmosphere was remarkably comfortable. Even if he betrayed Xingming Studio, he could exit unscathed. Why hadn't he recognized this sooner? Alas, it seemed he could never return. Chapter 26. The Conspiracy Trends on Social Media. Zhang Xuan rises to fame. No one could have anticipated that a small competition from a local station would make it to the trending topics. It is well known that such conspiracies occur daily. Even in national-level competitions, the possibility of such underhanded dealings exists. Thus, those within the industry, upon hearing this news, felt it was hardly worth such a commotion. However, it is precisely such trivial matters that have ascended to the top 10 trending topics on Weibo. This surge in popularity has also brought exposure to the song The Initial Dream, which has soared into the top 10 of the new music charts overnight. The singer of this song, Zhang Xuan, is a victim of this underlying turmoil. Her heartfelt expression while announcing the scores on stage, along with her visibly distressed demeanor, has been described by numerous netizens as a heart-wrenching scene. Zhang Xuan is inherently beautiful, and her flustered expression makes her even more captivating. Following this trending topic, her popularity has skyrocketed, with her Weibo followers increasing from 100,000 to 500,000 overnight. Hey Xiaoqi, Lao Shui, I'm famous now, exclaimed Zhang Xuan, covering her mouth as she gazed at the surging number of her Weibo followers and the flood of private messages. What is the commotion? Chen Qi inquired curiously. Upon witnessing the astonishing statistics, she was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Wow! Shuiliang gasped in astonishment as well. An increase of 500,000 followers overnight. The Initial Dream in the top 10 of the new song chart. Each of these pieces of news was enough to drive them to madness. Chen Qi leaped from her chair and dashed towards Lin Qingming's office. Sister Qingming, we are on fire. It's a huge sensation. What is on fire? Lin Qingming exclaimed, looking around in confusion. No, Xiaoan is on fire. She is trending online. Chen Qi responded, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. Why? Lin Qingming began to ask, only to be pulled out of her office by Chen Qi. Upon arriving at Zhangxiaohan Station, she was astonished to see the song rankings and the follower count on the computer screen, covering her mouth in shock. What is happening? The past few days, she had been preoccupied with troubling matters at the company and had not checked Weibo, thus remaining unaware of this trending topic. It appears that a musician named Xie Xiaodong spoke out online in support of the initial dream, and then other musicians from Yuegao Com joined in, leading to our matter trending. Zhang Xiaohan's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. Lin Qingming inhaled deeply. This indicates that justice still exists in the world. Xiaohan, share more of your daily life on Weibo. I will see if I can secure some business opportunities for you to convert this heat into followers. Thank you, Sister Qingming. Zhang Xiaohan expressed her gratitude hurriedly. Why thank me? This is your chance. It seems our misfortunes are about to turn around. Lin Qingming reverted to her usual spirited self. First came the financial investment, and now Zhang Xiaohan suddenly had a trending topic. Good news followed one after another. Xiaohan, I envy you so much, Chen Qi remarked, embracing Zhang Xiaohan's arm. Don't worry, Xiao Qi. Once I achieve fame, I'll take you along for business opportunities. You are so beautiful and unique. You will definitely attract a following. Zhang Xiaohan reassured her while patting Chen Qi's shoulder. Meanwhile, Shuiliang observed with a smile, a flicker of envy in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Qingming glanced at her phone and suddenly said, I need to head back for a moment. You two can go celebrate with Hot Pot later. I'll cover the bill. Wow. Thank you, Sister Qingming. Long live Sister Qingming. Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Qi cheered joyfully. The initial dream was recorded by Zhang Xiaohan, after which Lin Qingming sent the source files to the copyright holder, Suhi. Subsequently, Suhi made the song available online. This track is officially attributed to Suhi on the copyright website, meaning that any program wishing to utilize the song must contact Suhi through the details provided on the site to negotiate licensing fees. Naturally, Suhi does not handle these matters personally. He established a copyright operations department under the Star Investment Company, founded by Li Jiang, specifically to manage the copyrights of Xinghe's musical works. As before, this song is available for free across all platforms, garnering significantly higher play counts than paid songs, with over 300,000 streams to date. Additionally, it has received overwhelmingly positive reviews. Emerging from trending discussions, the young girl has proven her remarkable talent. One should not let negativity affect their mindset, for the future is promising. Go Hanheng. I shall be your fan from now on, supporting you. You are beautiful and possess a lovely voice. Your rise to fame is well-deserved. Who would have thought that a singer could be so altruistic as to not charge for their music? It's not the singer, but the copyright of this song belongs to the producer, so accolades should be directed towards the producer's integrity. A producer who does not charge. I suddenly think of my dear Suhi. Haha, could this Xinghe be a fan of Suhi, aspiring to follow his lead without fees? To craft such an impressive first song indicates that Xinghe possesses remarkable talent. I eagerly await future works. Receiving a high-quality song without cost is a sweet deal. Even the most stringent critics would offer favorable reviews. Coupled with the recent controversies, Zhang Xiaohan has been affectionately dubbed a treasure girl, enhancing her public appeal and resulting in overwhelmingly positive feedback. With a satisfied smile, Suhi shut down his computer, pocketed a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, and grabbed his keys, preparing to head out. His refrigerator was empty of cola, and with only one pack of cigarettes remaining. A trip to the convenience store was in order. The initial dream has achieved its current popularity without any expenditure, and Suhi is thoroughly pleased. Given the present buzz, securing the top spot on the new song charts should be effortless. After all, this round of new song charts lacks any renowned artists or standout tracks. With the song's quality and popularity, claiming the top position is a mere formality. Perhaps, with the exposure from the new song charts, it might even make an appearance on the hot song leaderboard. System, what is my current prestige level? Ding, host prestige value is 326680. Can I customize blue and white porcelain? Host, are you joking? Well, alright. A piece like blue and white porcelain likely requires an astronomical amount of prestige. Yet, Suhi remains undeterred. As he releases more songs, his prestige will inevitably increase. Moreover, a song of the caliber of blue and white porcelain, which epitomizes national elegance, is not suitable for release at this moment, as lacking the requisite fame would only tarnish its brilliance. With these thoughts in mind, Suhee exited the convenience store, a bag of snacks and drinks in one hand, while the other held a pack of yellow Crane Tower cigarettes. Upon returning to the community, he entered the elevator. Just as the doors were about to close, a girl clad in a pale pink long dress came rushing from a distance, dragging her suitcase. "Hey, young man, please wait for me." Her voice was sweet and melodious. Suhee instinctively reached for the button to reopen the doors, but due to the bags in his hands, he failed to press it in time, resulting in the elevator doors shutting. Alas, in that fleeting moment, the lovely voice vanished, replaced by an exclamation of frustration. Chapter 27. He still owes me 100,000 yuan. Lin Qingming, fuming, pressed the button for the elevator as she dragged her suitcase. What a lack of manners, she muttered under her breath. After the lease on her previous villa expired, coupled with some difficulties at her company, she opted not to renew it. Instead, she chose this apartment, conveniently located not far from her workplace. The two-unit layout offered a more affordable rent than the villa and provided her, as a public figure, with a greater degree of privacy. Hopefully, her neighbors are amiable. After all, having a prominent singer as a neighbor should surely delight them. When the elevator returned to the ground floor, Lin Qingming stepped in with her suitcase. Upon reaching her designated floor, she found that this particular layout allowed for direct access from the elevator to her apartment, with both unit doors facing each other, and a communal area of approximately 10 square meters outside. The door adjacent to hers remained tightly shut, so Lin Qingming refrained from greeting her neighbors at that moment. She retrieved her key from her bag and unlocked the door, then placed the cat carrier behind her on the floor and unzipped it. A plump cat emerged, meowing as if to say, "Let's get acquainted with our new home." The feline rubbed against her legs a couple of times before embarking on a tour of the living room. Lin Qingming then crouched down and opened her suitcase, revealing an array of support items for Suhee, along with several photographs of the renowned singer Li Xuan. As a devoted fan of Suhee, many also admired Li Xuan, and Lin Qingming was no exception. Her aspiration was to become as outstanding a singer as the illustrious Li Xuan. Once Suhee participated in a music gala, she would finally have his photographs. Lin Qingming pinned the photographs of Li Xuan and a reprinted side profile of Suhee to the designated photo wall of her room, arranging the support items meticulously. The daily necessities she had arranged for delivery from a moving company had yet to arrive, but Lin Qingming was not in a hurry. Although the house had been uninhabited for some time, the windows and doors securely closed, a layer of dust still settled within. Just as she prepared to clean, her phone rang unexpectedly. "Hello, a Jiao," she answered. Her assistant, A Jiao, was on the line. "President Lin, a film crew just contacted us, wanting Han Han to sing their theme song," A Jiao said, brimming with excitement. "Really?" Lin Qingming's face lit up with surprise. It seemed that Zhang Xiaohan had truly made it big this time, garnering opportunities without her needing to assist in seeking them out. However, their theme song is entirely outsourced. They take no part in the process. This means we are required to compose a song based on the film, which they will then review. The budget allocated for this endeavor is quite substantial, amounting to 500,000. Our company is responsible for everything, from the song to the artist and the distribution. A Jiao provided Lin Qingming with a detailed explanation of the situation. This outsourcing method is not uncommon in the industry. Many film companies, seeking convenience, often delegate the theme song and all accompanying music to music companies. However, crafting a song of this nature, akin to a thematic essay, is no simple task. It must resonate profoundly with the film's content, and even moderately experienced producers find such compositions to be quite challenging. With such a generous budget, their expectations must be quite high, Lin Qingming mused, slightly furrowing her brow. However, the other party did not specify particular requirements, A Jiao remarked. "I see," Lin Qingming replied as she entered the living room, dusting off the sofa before taking a seat. The nearby cat, Hee, noticed and gracefully leapt onto her lap. As she stroked the feline, Lin Qingming continued, "It seems we are at a point where we should hire a producer. I agree that our company needs a producer. After all, now that Hanhai is gaining traction, as a music studio, we cannot operate without one," A Jiao concurred. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qingming suddenly thought of someone, the producer named Xinghe. The acclaim surrounding Initial Dreams indicates that Xinghe possesses considerable talent. Most importantly, he might be a newcomer. If that is the case, securing him for our company would be an extraordinary gain. Furthermore, Xinghe still owes me 100,000 yuan and has yet to settle the debt. With this in mind, Lin Qingming felt compelled to have a conversation with him. By the way, there is another issue concerning this business, A Jiao interjected. What is it? Lin Qingming inquired. The opinions on the client side are not unified. The investors wish for Han Hai to perform the theme song, while the production team insists on choosing Zhao Yang from Liuguang Entertainment. Zhao Yang from Liuguang. Lin Qingming exclaimed. Liuguang Entertainment, being the largest music company in Shuangqing City, had initially intended to invite them for Voice of Celebration. However, they withdrew from the program, allowing Xingming Studio a chance to participate. It appears they are aware of some inside information and thus opted out. After all, failing to secure the championship holds little value for a company like Liuguang Entertainment, especially since they would not regard the exposure from such a minor program as worthwhile. Zhao Yang, on the other hand, is a second-tier singer who once competed in The Voice of Huagua, reaching the top 8 and gaining some recognition within the industry. Therefore, if we wish to undertake this project, we must factor in the costs of songwriting. If we are not selected by the film as producers, the production fee would be forfeited, rendering this song merely a standalone single. A Jiao outlined the risks involved. Lin Qingming understood perfectly. She gently caressed the cat's head, which purred contentedly in her lap. Do you think we should proceed with this? She asked, uncertain of her decision. Despite the current investment of 10 million, Lin Qingming, a woman of principles, felt compelled to honor the commitment to her investors. She firmly believed that she could not squander the funds entrusted to her for realizing dreams. Hence, she resolved that the money should be utilized wisely and not wasted frivolously. If selected, Henin could potentially reignite her career through the film and possibly ascend to a secondary tier of stardom. However, should she decline, once the fervor subsides, she would likely remain a tertiary artist, with the risk of fading into obscurity, as A Jiao noted. The fleeting nature of online fame is well understood. Despite Zhang Xiaohan's current presence on trending searches, such popularity seldom lasts beyond a fortnight. The ephemeral allure of publicity through hype is recognized by seasoned individuals in the industry. Therefore, it was decided to proceed, as preparations were already underway for Henin's next single, rendering the risk of a loss minimal. Lin Qingming steeled herself. Should success follow, Zhang Xiaohan could sustain her momentum with the film's theme song. Conversely, even in failure, the release of a single would not be deemed a waste. So, will you still purchase the song from Yuego? Calm. A Jiao inquired. No need. I will contact Xinghe directly. He still owes me 100,000. Lin Qingming pouted, feeling quite displeased that Xinghe had not reached out to repay her. This was the perfect opportunity to commission a song from him without the obligation of repayment, allowing her to deduct the debt later. Chapter 28. Why would I block you? Should I keep you for the new year? Upon returning home, Suhi placed all the cola in the refrigerator and ordered a bowl of snail noodles from downstairs. Although he possessed culinary skills, the desire to cook vanished when alone, and he preferred the convenience of takeout. A native of Shuangqing, Suhi held a particular fondness for snail noodles, which, despite their pungent aroma, were deliciously savory. Thus, he indulged in snail noodles more than any other dish in Shuangqing City. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the unfamiliar number, assuming it to be a nuisance call, and promptly hung up. In this era, harassment and scam calls abound, often luring individuals with promises of easy wealth in northern Myanmar. In the age of big data, personal privacy feels like a myth, particularly with mobile numbers, even after meticulously obscuring his details on delivery slips before discarding them. Such actions provided little more than a psychological comfort. Once personal information is submitted, platforms have already acquired one's privacy, the fate of which remains uncertain. Suhi was aware that salespeople could directly purchase detailed consumer information from data companies. Just as he finished his thoughts, the phone rang again, the same number flashing on the screen. Frowning, Suhi pressed the answer button. Hello? A melodious female voice responded. Suhi? Instantly recognizing the voice, Suhi's frown deepened. Why are you calling me? He had already blocked Li Xian's WeChat and phone number, but unexpectedly, the other party called him from a different phone. Why did you block me? Li Xian's voice was laced with emotion as she questioned Suhi. Initially taken aback, Suhi soon found it amusing. We broke up. Should I keep you unblocked for the holidays? After a breakup, can't we still be friends? Li Xian asked, her tone somewhat subdued. Have you been drinking? Suhi sensed something was off. A little, Li Xian replied softly. Suhi inhaled deeply, contemplating whether to inquire about her drinking. However, the thought was swiftly extinguished. Despite their past affection, they were now separated, and he had neither the obligation nor the right to concern himself with her well-being. Never mind, I'm hanging up. he said coolly. Li Xuan fell silent, and they both lingered in an uncomfortable quiet. Just as Suhi was about to end the call, he heard Li Xian's voice. You wouldn't have acted like this before. Whenever I drank, you would always check on me. Suhi's anger flared. You were my girlfriend back then. Of course, I cared. Who are you now? Suhi, do you really want to make our relationship this tense? He laughed in frustration. Sister, you were the one who initiated the breakup. Why do I look like the villain? Li Xian's voice quivered with grievance. Do you know why I drank? Suhi took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse. I don't want to know. Nor do I need to. If there is nothing else, I'm hanging up. Today, I attended an event where I met Mr. Zhang from Jingyang Entertainment. After much persuasion, he finally agreed to take you in. I didn't expect you to be ungrateful and treat me like this. Li Xian, having had a bit to drink and feeling wronged, began to cry on the phone. She understood that given Suhi's circumstances, he would likely be ostracized within the industry. No ordinary company would dare to hire him, as accepting him would risk offending Warner. Jingyang Entertainment, being one of the top companies in the domestic entertainment industry and a competitor of Warner, naturally had no fear of such repercussions. Thus, Li Xian seized the opportunity to present Suhi's situation to Mr. Zhang, who expressed his willingness to accept Suhi and was quite eager for his involvement. After securing this opportunity, Li Xian, filled with joy, reached out to Suhi, only to find herself blocked on both WeChat and his phone. Why do you always insist on acting on your own? Suhi's anger dissipated, his tone now remarkably calm. I was helping you, Li Xian cried out, her emotions flaring. Keep your goodwill, I don't need it. I'll say it once more. The moment you chose Warner, we were no longer connected. With a sharp snap, Suhi hung up the phone. He then lay back on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling for a long while. Finally, he took a deep breath, reached for a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the coffee table, and pulled out a cigarette, lighting it up. It's too painful. Truly too painful. The phone rang again, and Suhi frowned, his anger resurfacing rapidly. He picked up the call. Are you out of your mind? We broke up. Do you understand what that means? Damn it. Silence enveloped the other end of the line. Then, a timid voice emerged. Teacher Xinghe, I am not your ex-girlfriend. Suhi was momentarily taken aback, and as he withdrew the phone from his ear, he involuntarily twitched at the sight of the three words great injustice. Speak your mind. He inhaled deeply, extinguishing the cigarette but in the ashtray, resuming a tone of calmness. Does Teacher Xinghe have any time recently? We would like to purchase another song. With the same singer, Zhang Xiaohan. If you have the time, we can discuss the specifics. Seemingly aware of Suhi's displeased mood, Lin Qingming accelerated her speech. However, the gossip within her stirred with excitement. She never expected that Xinghe had broken up. What could be the reason? Moreover, his tone earlier suggested his ex-girlfriend was still lingering around him. How intriguing. She yearned to inquire. Yet, constrained by her need, Lin Qingming suppressed her curiosity. Still wanting to buy a song? Suhi raised an eyebrow at the news. It appeared that Zhang Xiaohan's popularity had indeed risen, as companies were beginning to approach her for singing opportunities. He continued, what genre of song? The theme song for a film. I will send you the detailed information shortly via WeChat. Please review it before responding. Upon hearing that Suhi did not outright refuse, Lin Qingming's heart brimmed with joy. The initial dream had already reached first place on the new song chart and was steadily climbing the hot song rankings, possibly breaching the top 10. Given that this song penned by Xinghe had achieved such success, Lin Qingming naturally regarded him as more than just a newcomer. Although the ranking was bolstered by public opinion, in her eyes, Xinghe was at least a mid-level producer, a vital force in the industry that many companies sought after. At this level, he could reliably produce quality songs, sufficient for the daily operations of a small company. All right, send it to me, but you should be aware of my stipulations, Suhi said calmly. I understand. But this time, in addition to the singing rights, we will also require the film rights, as it is a theme song. Of course, I am familiar with industry conventions. The film has promotional purposes, thus a portion of the rights will be sold. Otherwise, if someone buys the theme song, they cannot misuse it. Who would still purchase? That is agreeable. Just as Lin Qingming began to feel that Xinghe was not too difficult to work with, she realized her prior misunderstandings about him. However, the voice from the other end of the phone interrupted again. Just add a bit more money. Chapter 29. The new neighbor next door after hanging up. It was not long before the information was sent over. Synopsis of Time Flies. Suhi opened the document, which contained a brief overview of the film's plot, along with character introductions. At a high school classmate's wedding, the protagonist unexpectedly encounters his first love among the bridesmaids, prompting a flood of memories from their youthful days on campus. From their innocent beginnings to the hurdles posed by the realities of life, he sacrificed his opportunity to study abroad for her, and they had planned to elope. However, she abruptly received a terminal diagnosis and failed to meet him, only later to learn that there had been a mix-up with the medical report. This misunderstanding led them to miss the best years of their lives together. Soo-hee, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, wore a peculiar smile. Possessing memories from a past life, he had never enjoyed watching television dramas, as he found the entertainment industry in this world to be rather cliché. In his view, the exceptional works from his previous life rendered the current songs and films as mere inferior imitations. What a truly atrocious film, he scoffed. Nevertheless, given the current scale of Xingming Studio, it was quite impressive that they had managed to engage with such mediocre productions, particularly due to the trending popularity of Li Xuan, which had attracted filmmakers. There was, however, a song that suited the situation perfectly. Although its release would likely associate the film with the label of a so-called bad movie with a hit song. Just then, the delivery man called. Warner's headquarters was in Kyoto, and some items from when he left Warner were finally being shipped, highlighting the inefficiency of their operations. As the elevator required a card to access, Sui had to make another trip downstairs. He tucked his phone into his pocket and stepped outside, only to be momentarily startled as he opened his door. After 2 years of vacancy, the door across the hall was ajar, revealing a few cardboard boxes that suggested someone had just moved in. Has a neighbor arrived? He peered inside to see a girl cleaning the floor with her back to him. Ah, a pleasant figure. The elevator arrived, and he stepped inside, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the thought of having a neighbor. Previously, though there were 2 units per floor, he had enjoyed the solitude of a single unit's privacy. With a new neighbor, he could no longer leave shoes or personal items in the communal areas, as he prided himself on his sense of public decorum. Fortunately, she appeared to be a diligent and tidy girl, making the prospect of sharing the space more agreeable. After signing for his package downstairs, he returned to find the cardboard boxes gone and the door closed. He had intended to greet the new neighbor, but would have to wait for another opportunity. Upon reaching his own door, he found it slightly ajar. Having grown accustomed to living alone, he realized this bad habit of leaving the door open would need to change. Since he was the only resident on this floor, he sometimes forgot to secure the door. However, with a neighbor now in place, he recognized the necessity of rectifying this oversight. He carried the box inside, using his foot to close the door behind him, and placed the box on the coffee table before retrieving a bottle of cold cola from the fridge for a refreshing drink. The summer in Xuanqing City is rather sweltering, and stepping outside leaves one drenched in sweat. Sui used scissors to pry open the sealed box, revealing an assortment of items he had previously stored in his office: a water cup, headphones, several business cards, and a humidifier, trivial knickknacks of little significance. Aren't they returning my trophies? Sui grumbled as he rummaged through the box. During his 2.5 years at Warner, he had been awarded 2 Golden Melody Awards, along with a dozen other accolades. Naturally, he did not personally accept these awards, but had other artists from Warner collect the trophies on his behalf. These trophies, which he cherished and kept in his office, were the very items he longed to reclaim, yet he was disappointed to discover that Warner had failed to send them back. Just as Sui was about to toss these useless trinkets into the storage room, he noticed a picture frame nestled in the corner of the box. Surprised, he pulled it out. It was a photograph of him and Li Xuan, captured in a tender moment. In the image, they were nestled together, Li Xuan beaming sweetly, while Sui appeared to be asleep, eyes closed. This candid shot was taken by Li Xuan as she playfully crept up on him during a break in the office. Sui, unfazed by his girlfriend's playful antics, understood the rarity of such moments due to their unique circumstances, which made the photograph all the more precious. He had printed it using the company's printer and framed it, placing it prominently on his desk. Do they not fear that I might make this photograph public? Sui mused, bewildered by Warner's audacity to send it back to him. Did they not worry that he might expose their secret relationship, claiming to be the hidden boyfriend of the illustrious Li Xuan? Such a scandal could undoubtedly inflict severe damage to Li Xuan's career. Of course, Warner would remain largely unaffected, in the hands of capital, even if their artists faltered. They would not incur losses, as penalties and fees would sufficiently cover any damages. Shaking his head, Sui concluded that it was best to part amicably. Indeed, he could never stoop to such treachery. He discarded the picture frame back into the box, lit a cigarette, and carried the box towards the storage room. casually placing it in a corner. With the cigarette clenched between his lips, he returned to the sofa and reclined. System. Is my reputation sufficient to customize the years we spent together? Ding. The years we spent together requires 200,000 reputation points. Proceed with the customization for the years we spent together. If there is a song that perfectly encapsulates the theme of youthful anguish, it is undoubtedly this one, particularly fitting for a reunion after many years. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohan's vocal timbre is quite suited for such melodies. After the customization was completed, Sui did not rush to send it out. After all, this was a thematic assignment, and he could not rely on past stock as an excuse. He could easily wait until tomorrow. Just then, he felt an itch on his calf, accompanied by a damp sensation. Alarmed, he bolted upright. A large, plump cat had somehow made itself comfortable on the sofa, staring at him with its round, curious eyes. What the? Sui exclaimed, rushing to the bathroom to wash the cat's saliva off his leg. He possesses an allergic constitution, particularly sensitive to saliva. Although he harbors a fondness for small pets like cats and dogs, he has refrained from keeping any due to their tendency to lick their owners. As Sui soaked his feet, he pondered the situation. This plump cat appeared quite clean, not resembling a stray, and strays could not reach his floor. It must belong to the girl next door, who likely left her door ajar when she stepped out, allowing the cat to wander into his home. Just as he finished washing up and emerged from the bathroom, a knock resounded on the door. Someone must have realized their cat was missing and come to search for it. Chapter 30. Waking up in a bad mood, who is it? Sui asked, cigarette in mouth, as he approached the door. Hello, I'm the new neighbor next door. I forgot to close my door earlier, and my cat is missing. I was wondering if it might have wandered into your place. The voice was sweet, ringing like a delicate bell. However, Sui furrowed his brow. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it before. Upon hearing her voice, the hefty cat darted from the living room, scratching at the door with its front paws. It's here. Without further thought, he twisted the doorknob and opened the door. The cat meowed and leapt straight into its owner's arms. Boxy, so you were here all along. How dare you run off and worry me like this? Just wait until I get you home. Lin Qingming exclaimed, cradling the cat, which kicked its legs wildly against her chest, creating a rather provocative scene that flashed through Sui's mind as a vivid metaphor. I'm so grateful to you. I thought Boxy was lost, but thankfully it was here with you. I appreciate your help, Lin Qingming said, lifting her head. But the moment she laid eyes on Sui, a look of astonishment swept across her face, rendering her momentarily frozen as if struck by lightning. How could it be him? It was inconceivable. The cat, having jumped to the ground, scampered into Lin Qingming's room. Maintaining her hold on the cat, she continued to stare at Sui, her expression a mixture of surprise, disbelief, anguish, and a hint of embarrassment. What's wrong? Sui felt a prickle at the back of his neck under her gaze, instinctively touching his face. Was there something on it? Thank you, Lin Qingming murmured, her thoughts a whirlwind. After uttering her thanks, she turned and dashed into her room, slamming the door behind her with a loud thud. A flurry of questions danced in Sui's mind. Shouldn't a girl be captivated by his handsome visage? What had that expression been all about? Nevertheless, this robust girl was quite attractive, and there was something familiar about her. As he pondered, Sui extinguished his cigarette and closed the door. Once Lin Qingming secured the door, she leaned against it, her breath quickening, heart racing. Memories, which she had nearly forgotten, flickered in her mind. The previous night, after drinking too much, she had listened to the piano piece Wedding in a Dream, and in her hazy state, she had mistakenly envisioned that man as her ideal. When she awoke the next morning and saw that face beside her, she felt as though she might crumble entirely. Although the man possessed striking good looks, she had previously established her criteria for a boyfriend, placing physical appearance as the least significant aspect. She was drawn to men of talent, akin to Sui, whose brilliance captivated her despite their lack of a face-to-face encounter. What troubled her most was that she had been the one to take the initiative that night. How could fate conspire to bring them together again? Lin Qingming's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she slowly sank to the floor, leaning against the door. The man who had taken her innocence, initially perceived as merely a fleeting encounter, had now become her neighbor. And not just any neighbor, but one sharing the same floor. If the front door were to swing open, what difference would there be from cohabitation? Yet, judging by his expression and demeanor, it seemed he did not recognize her. Understandably so, he had been thoroughly intoxicated that night, unaware of her affections, leaving no memory of the event. No, Lin Qingming inhaled deeply and retrieved her phone, dialing her landlord. Auntie, I wish to terminate my lease. Can I have my rent refunded? The contract is signed. If you wish to stay, you may. If not, you must vacate. I will not refund the rent. The landlord's words plunged her into despair. When she first chose this apartment complex, it was due to its commendable privacy, a paramount concern for someone in her public position. She had signed a 3-month lease, paying a monthly rent of $5,000, with a deposit of $20,000. Although her company had recently secured investments, Lin Qingming adhered to her principles, refusing to use company funds for personal matters. Her savings were dwindling, having even sold her car. She would have to endure this month and seek a new place once her commission arrived. For now, she could only manage this arrangement, limiting her outings to work hours, hoping to avoid any further encounters with him. Meow. At that moment, a plump cat approached, rubbing against Lin Qingming's legs. It's your fault, she exclaimed, scooping the cat into her arms and giving it a gentle squeeze to release her pent-up frustration. The following day, Suhi was awakened early by a cacophony from next door, as if someone were practicing their vocal prowess. He had a habit of staying up late, rarely finding slumber before midnight, which meant he typically awoke around 10 in the morning. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was only 7:30. In June, the days dawned early, and the sun was already high in the sky. Frowning, Suhi rose from his bed, retrieved a cigarette from his bedside table, and proceeded to the living room. He grabbed a cup of instant noodles from the dining table, prepared it with hot water, and sealed the top with a fork. The noise from next door continued, aggravating his already frayed nerves. While it was not technically a disturbance at this hour, for a night owl like him, it was the perfect time for deep slumber, which had now been interrupted. Knock, knock, knock. The noise ceased within. Who is it? Your neighbor, Suhi replied curtly. What is it? Please open the door. I have something to discuss with you. Just open it. After Suhi spoke, his irritation subsided somewhat. Perhaps sensing the sharpness in his tone, Lin Qingming assumed something unfortunate had transpired and promptly opened the door. The moment the door swung open, a plump cat dashed out, retreating back into Suhi's abode. Meow? Lin Qingming exclaimed in surprise, then slapped her forehead in exasperation. That wretched cat. Could you please keep it down? I tend to stay up late at night, which makes it difficult for me to rise early during the day. As Lin Qingming opened the door, Suhi softened his voice. After all, they were neighbors, and it was unwise to let tensions rise. Furthermore, if it came to a dispute, the other party was technically not at fault, as daytime noise was not legally considered disturbing. Oh, I've grown accustomed to living alone and wasn't mindful of this. I'll be more attentive in the future. I'll practice in my room, Lin Qingming said, avoiding eye contact with Suhi, eager to see him depart without engaging in further argument. All right, thank you, Suhi replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. He found her demeanor quite pleasant. If she had been a more assertive neighbor, she might have simply shut the door without a word. Her attitude endeared her to Suhi. Could you help me retrieve my cat? Lin Qingming asked, her gaze cast downward, gesturing towards Suhi's back. Go ahead and catch it. I'm allergic to saliva, so I'm afraid it might lick me. Suhi stepped aside. Fine. Lin Qingming reluctantly nodded, hesitating momentarily before mustering her resolve and stepping into Suhi's home. Chapter 31. That ashtray was a gift from my ex-girlfriend and had accompanied me for 8 years. I had assumed that as long as I stayed indoors, I would not encounter anyone. However, Lin Qingming never anticipated that having lived in a villa for an extended period, her subconscious would lead her to sing on the balcony, inadvertently disturbing the man across the way, who then sought her out. Whenever she laid eyes on this man, her mind would become a whirlwind, rendering her incapable of even the simplest exchanges. All she desired was to retrieve her cat swiftly and escape from the man who left her feeling so flustered. Upon entering Suhi's residence, she scanned the surroundings, only to find the hefty cat lounging comfortably on the sofa, licking its paws and grooming its face. Upon noticing Lin Qingming's arrival, the cat even waved a paw in greeting. This insufferable cat. Lin Qingming dashed forward, intent on seizing it. To her surprise, despite its rotund figure, the cat proved to be surprisingly agile. With a swift leap, it hopped from the sofa to the coffee table. Lin Qingming missed her grasp and lunged again. The chubby feline wriggled away from her grasp like a slippery eel, darting about Suhi's home. Crash! The ashtray clattered to the floor. Bang! The trash can toppled over. Lin Qingming pursued the cat in a frantic chase. Suhi stood at the doorway, bewildered. watching the chaotic escapade unfold between the woman and her pet. Huh, at last I've caught you, Lin Qingming exclaimed triumphantly, cradling the plump cat in her arms as a victorious smile spread across her face. She then approached the door. As she reached Su He's side, she said, "Thank you. I won't intrude any longer." As she spoke, she lowered her head and bent her body, attempting to slip out the front door. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Su He firmly shut the door. "What are you doing?" Lin Qingming's expression turned anxious. Could it be that this man had ulterior motives? Oh no. Lin Qingming, how could you be so foolish as to enter a stranger's home so recklessly? In that fleeting moment, a myriad of plots from crime thrillers flashed through her mind. However, before she could react, Su He approached her. Lin Qingming instinctively retreated until she found herself cornered against the wall, her eyes betraying her panic. No, she squeezed her eyes shut, raising the hefty cat to shield her face. The reluctant feline turned its head, glaring at Su He. Upon seeing this, Su He took a sudden step back. He was allergic to cat saliva, and if the cat licked him, he would break out in a rash. "Do you think you can leave after making such a mess?" Su He's countenance darkened as he pointed at the chaos within the room. Lin Qingming was momentarily stunned by his words, then moved the cat away from her face and followed his pointed finger. The trash bin lay overturned, litter scattered across the floor. The ashtray had shattered, ash strewn everywhere. There was even a bucket of instant noodles tipped over, with broth splattered all around. Lin Qingming finally grasped the situation. In her haste to catch the cat and leave, her mind had been in a fog. This was not her usual demeanor. It was only because of Su He that she had panicked. The more anxious one becomes, the more mistakes one makes. "Clean it up," Su He leaned against the door, his arms crossed. This woman appeared rather attractive, yet her intellect seemed somewhat lacking. However, the adage big-chested, empty-headed was quite fitting in this case. Lin Qingming lowered her head, and the hefty cat slipped from her hands, meowing before lazily leaping onto the sofa to bask in the sun. The broom and mop were on the balcony. With a resigned "oh," Lin Qingming shot a fierce glare at the cat, then rushed to the balcony to fetch the broom and began sweeping the floor. Su He withdrew a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and leaned against the door, observing her as she tidied up. It must be said that while this woman might not be the sharpest, she handled household chores with remarkable efficiency, clearly a person accustomed to such tasks. "Cough. Could you not smoke?" Lin Qingming frowned, waving her hand in front of her. She found the smell of smoke quite unpleasant. Her tone, however, reminded Su He of his time with Li Xuan, who would always make that same face whenever he smoked. "This is my home. Do you have any say in it?" Su He replied indifferently. "Fine," Lin Qingming murmured, lowering her head to continue sweeping. Yet, Su He frowned. If it were Li Xuan, she would have continued to complain until he grew impatient and extinguished the cigarette. Suddenly, Su He shook his head vigorously, slapping himself. What the hell was he thinking about that woman for? What's wrong? Lin Qingming jumped at the sound of the slap. "Just a mosquito, keep going," Su He said nonchalantly. Lin Qingming let out another "oh." Inside, she felt as though she might burst into tears. She was not typically like this, ordinarily. She exuded a commanding presence among her employees and friends. Yet, in the presence of this man, she found herself at a loss for how to assert herself. The crux of the matter was that she was indeed in the wrong. The room was a mess due to her and Fat Cat's antics, and it was only fitting that she should tidy up. After sweeping the floor, Lin Qingming resumed mopping. Half an hour later, she rubbed her sore back and organized the mop and broom, then turned to Su He, asking, "Is it acceptable now? That bowl of instant noodles was my breakfast." Su He gestured towards the garbage bin, which contained the remnants of the noodles Lin Qingming had cleaned up. "I'll go buy you a new one. I'm famished and wish to eat now," he replied with a sly smile that hinted at amusement. He suddenly found his neighbor quite intriguing. "What should we do then?" Lin Qingming raised her chin, and for the first time since entering the room, she carefully regarded Su He. He was undeniably handsome, exuding a roguish charm with a cigarette in hand. Moreover, there was a certain melancholy in his eyes, a depth of character that only a man with a story would possess, rendering him all the more attractive to a girl like her. Shaking her head to dispel her thoughts, she diverted her gaze back to the floor, though her heart raced. "There are still noodles in the kitchen. Can you cook them?" Su He pointed towards the kitchen. "I can," she replied. "Then prepare them for me," he instructed. "All right." Lin Qingming inhaled deeply and made her way to the kitchen. Following Su He's guidance, she retrieved the noodles from the refrigerator and cracked 2 eggs. "Put in 2 eggs," came Su He's voice from the kitchen doorway. Nodding, Lin Qingming took 2 eggs from the fridge. Swiftly, she washed the pan, turned on the heat, added oil, and deftly cracked the eggs. In no time, 2 golden fried eggs were ready. Using chopsticks, she transferred the eggs from the pan to a bowl and prepared to cook the noodles. Add a bit more. Su He's voice echoed again. Lin Qingming nodded and tossed in another handful of noodles into the pot. While the noodles cooked, she began to prepare the seasonings. Su He's kitchen was sparsely stocked with spices due to infrequent cooking, but when Lin Qingming spotted star anise, she tossed one into the pot to simmer with the noodles. Can you really add star anise? Su He inquired. Of course, Lin Qingming replied. Her initial nervousness gradually subsiding as she spent time with Su He. Before long, the noodles were cooked, but 1 bowl was insufficient. So Lin Qingming used 2 to serve them. All right, may I leave now? She asked, having even cleaned the pot before reaching for a paper towel to dry her hands. Let us eat together. Su He stepped forward, lifting both bowls of noodles and winking at her. Lin Qingming was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved her hands. No? I have to get to work soon. My ashtray is broken, Su He said casually. I'll buy you a new one, she offered. That ashtray was a gift from my ex-girlfriend and has been with me for 8 years. Ultimately, under Su He's gentle coercion, Lin Qingming buried her head and finished the noodles with him, washing the bowls clean before retreating with Fat Cat in a flurry. Chapter 32. Theme song of the movie. Having a new neighbor was somewhat disconcerting at first. However, Su He found that this neighbor's character was quite amiable. Their relationship was not particularly hostile, which was indeed a positive aspect. Due to the exposure of the initial dream, which ranked first on the new song chart, it had surged into the top 6 of the hot song chart. Nevertheless, ahead lay the songs of popular artists from the 4 major entertainment companies, whose substantial fan bases ensured that their releases would invariably ascend the hot song chart. This month, the top position on the hot song chart was held by Sun Peng from Warner, a figure Su He remembered having sung 2 of his songs previously. He was a male artist currently being heavily promoted by Warner. In order to compete with the artists from the 4 major entertainment companies, Zhang Xiaohan still had a considerable distance to cover, unless substantial financial resources were devoted to promotion, which would come at a steep cost. After all, the 4 major companies possessed a rich heritage, and even a modicum of their promotional resources was beyond the reach of ordinary firms. Moreover, it was not uncommon for these 4 companies to vie for the top spot on the hot song chart. This month, to maintain the number 1 position, Warner had invested nearly $10 million in promotional expenses. How could a small internet celebrity like Zhang Xiaohan possibly compete with a top-tier artist like Sun Peng? Securing the 6th position on the hot song chart was primarily due to the popularity of the underlying controversy, attracting many righteous individuals to listen to the song. Yet this ranking was a dream for many. Furthermore, the stage name Xing He bore no recognition, and achieving such results was indeed remarkable. However, Su He was not satisfied. He aimed not for 6th, but for 1st. To facilitate a singer's rapid ascent, attaining the top of the hot song chart was the most effective gilding method. Whether in terms of exposure or enhancing industry reputation, nothing surpassed the hot song chart. The song In a Hurry that year should have a chance to be tested. Taking advantage of the current wave of public discourse surrounding the controversy, Zhang Xiaohan still retains significant popularity, coupled with the film's release fervor and the song's inherent quality. It should be able to compete with the 4 major entertainment companies. Su He contemplated, thus sending the custom song In a Hurry that year to the diligent worker. At Star Dream Studio, Lin Qingming sat in her executive chair, lost in thought. The image of that man lingered in her mind, impossible to shake off. Regarding the man who had taken her first, she could neither articulate hatred nor affection, but rather a peculiar feeling resided within her. Merely seeing him left her mind in disarray. Lin, what's wrong? Her assistant, a Jiao, noticed her distracted demeanor and inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing, Lin Qingming replied. Regaining her focus. Your phone just rang, a Jiao reminded her. Hastily, Lin Qingming snatched her phone from the desk, and upon discovering a message from Xing He, a smile of surprise illuminated her face. Opening the chat, she found an audio file. Quick, call in Hanin and the others. Lin Qingming instructed her assistant. Noting her boss's excitement, a Jiao surmised it was good news, nodded in agreement, and exited the office. Before long, Zhang Xiaohan and Shuai Yang entered. Sister Qingming. What's the matter? Xing, he sent over the new song. Lin Qingming responded while uploading the track to her computer. So soon? Zhang Xiaohan first felt a surge of joy. only to furrow her brow moments later. Could it be a tad rushed to compose a song in merely one day? Implicitly, she wondered what sort of quality could emerge from such a brief time frame. After all, the theme song for this film was a specific assignment. It could not simply be any song thrown together. Lin Qingming uploaded the song file to her computer and clicked the play button. The truth would reveal itself upon listening. She too harbored concerns about the potential lack of quality in a song crafted within a single day. Yet, no amount of speculation could rival the clarity that listening would provide. As the prelude began, the piano intertwined with strings, enveloping the room in a melancholic atmosphere. The expressions of the group momentarily froze, tilting their ears to absorb the sound. In those hurried years, how many times did we utter farewell, postponing our goodbyes? Alas, who is not loved? Love is not merely a debate of emotions. As before, the demo sent by Xinghe featured a mechanically synthesized female voice. However, as the vocals resonated, Zhang Xiaohan's countenance gradually transformed from skepticism to astonishment, ultimately widening her mouth and perking her ears in earnest attention. Lin Qingming took a deep breath. Retrieving the printed synopsis of the film's script from the table, she scrutinized the script while listening to the song Xinghe had composed. For a fleeting moment, the office was silent save for the melody. If our farewell cannot leave us with red eyes, can it still leave us blushing? Just like those hurried years. Inscribing an everlasting togetherness, a beautiful rumor. At the instant the chorus struck, Zhang Xiaohan suddenly grasped the hand of Chen Qi beside her. A glimmer of longing graced her delicate features, reminiscent of her reaction upon first hearing the initial dream. This time, however, her response was far more intense. As if she were beholding her beloved, her cheeks flushed with color. "Han, you're hurting me," Chen Qi exclaimed, freeing her wrist from Zhang Xiaohan's grip and rubbing her reddened skin. She cast a glance at the exhilarated Zhang Xiaohan, understanding that yet another song perfectly suited her vocal timbre was on the horizon. One must ask, who among singers wouldn't desire a song tailor-made for their unique voice? A tinge of envy flickered across Chen Qi's face as she contemplated this. At last, the song concluded. Lin Qingming leaned back in her chair, exhaling deeply. Zhang Xiaohan felt her legs buckle, collapsing to the ground as she clung to Lin Qingming's thigh, shaking it fervently. "Boss, I want it. I want it. This is incredible." The quality of this song rivals that of the initial dream. It was worth noting that the initial dream was currently ranked first on the new song charts and sixth on the hot song charts. This achievement catapulted Zhang Xiaohan to the pinnacle of her career, accomplishing in her debut what many artists could take years, even decades, to achieve. She was keenly aware that her current success was largely due to the hype surrounding her and the brilliance of Xinghe's song. Yet, one could not deny the exhilarating sensation of reaching the summit. Could it be true that this Xinghe was merely a newcomer? How could a novice compose such an exceptional song in a single day? This was not only Zhang Xiaohan's internal dilemma, but a question echoing in the minds of all present. All right, there's no need to rush. It was originally intended for you." Lin Qingming, feeling dizzy from the shaking, finally managed to escape from Zhang Xiaohan's grasp, her mood not improved. "Thank you, Sister Qingming." Zhang Xiaohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us head to the studio to record the song. Once it's done, I'll send it to the production team immediately. If they choose this song, riding on the momentum of the movie's theme, you'll truly soar, Henin." Lin Qingming patted Zhang Xiaohan on the shoulder. Zhang Xiaohan nodded in agreement. "I'll go record at Lao Wang's now. After work, it's on me at the Hot Pot restaurant." With a smile and a wave to her envious colleagues, she left the office. "Don't look at me like that. Supporting Henin is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Once she truly makes it big, I will ensure you all receive opportunities." Lin Qingming chuckled lightly upon seeing her colleagues fall silent. Zhang Xiaohan was currently in the spotlight, and resources would naturally gravitate towards her. "We are well aware," Shui Liang replied with a smile. "Sister Qingming, since we have sponsorship now, should we invite this Xinghe to join our company?" Chen Qi suddenly suggested. With the quality of both songs being so high, it's evident that this Xinghe is extraordinary. If we can sign them, we will all have excellent songs to sing in the future. With such a benefactor, who would worry about not making it big? Lin Qingming secretly entertained this notion as well, although she was uncertain whether Xinghe was already signed to a company or perhaps just a pseudonym for a prominent producer. After all, there were numerous industry heavyweights with aliases on the Yuegao platform, many of whom owned their own companies, and some even held positions in the 4 major entertainment firms. It was unlikely they would forsake a promising future for a small studio like Qingming. Chapter 33. She said she wanted to move into your home. Liuguang Entertainment. Zhao Yang, as usual, sat on the sofa in his office, perusing entertainment news on his tablet. The entertainment industry was rife with daily sensational happenings. One day a celebrity's persona collapses, the next another reveals they have a child. Such events were commonplace in this realm. Zhang Xiaoan was rather fortunate to have gained prominence through online discourse, even earning the support of esteemed producer Xie Xiaodong. He chuckled and shook his head. To be honest, as an artist, one cannot help but feel a twinge of envy and jealousy towards those peers who suddenly rise to fame. After all, we all navigate this industry with great effort. If someone unexpectedly takes flight, it inevitably stirs discomfort among others. There's a saying in finance: witnessing others' profit is more painful than incurring your own losses. The same can be said for the entertainment world. Seeing others thrive is more disheartening than experiencing one's own downfall. Do you regret participating in this competition? His manager, Xiao Li, set a cup of freshly brewed coffee on the table before him. The program Voice of Celebration originally intended to invite Zhao Yang, but Haisher Entertainment had notified the company that they wished to award the championship to one of their own artists. Although Liuguang Entertainment was the largest entertainment company in Shuangqing City, it maintained numerous business relations with Haisher Entertainment. Thus, they obliged Haisher by granting the championship to their artist. Upon learning that he could not attain the championship, Zhao Yang promptly lost interest in the competition and chose to withdraw. Following his departure, the production team dispatched personnel to seek out Xingming Studio. To their surprise, Zhang Xiaoan from Xingming had managed to achieve a remarkable online popularity through this minor program. Furthermore, her song The Initial Dream soared to the top of the new song chart and even secured the 6th position on the Hot Songs chart. Envy serves no purpose. One can only attribute it to the favorable fortune of others. Zhao Yang chuckled and shook his head. To claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous, as that ranking on the new song chart is a coveted aspiration for countless artists. Nevertheless, what good is envy? Even if Zhao Yang participated, he could not tarnish the reputation of Haisher Entertainment. There were unexpected developments concerning the theme song for the film Time Flies. Manager Xiao Li adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. What developments? Zhao Yang inquired, taken aback. The crew mentioned that the investors sought to capitalize on the buzz. Hence they reached out to Xingming Studio to compete with us. Xiao Li retrieved documents from his briefcase and laid them before Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang frowned and glanced through the materials. Did they truly believe a fortune-favored internet celebrity could rival a second-tier singer like himself? With a swift motion, he slammed the stack of documents onto the coffee table, causing coffee to splatter into the surface. Manager Xiao Li dabbed at the table with a tissue, remarking, "The investors are indeed keen on garnering attention. However, the director remains steadfast in choosing us, considering that our song Once Loved You was crafted by Master Zhao." Lu He, a mid-level producer at Liuguang Entertainment, was well known in the entertainment circles of Shuangqing City, often achieving placements in the top 10 of the new song chart, even reaching the #1 spot. Thus, the quality was assured. The director of the Time Flies crew had some connections with the chairman of Liuguang Entertainment, which led them to engage with the company. However, it was unexpected for the investors to wish for Zhang Xiaohan to sing the theme song after noticing her trending popularity. The director and the investors had a divergence of opinion, ultimately deciding that both companies would produce a song to compete, selecting one through a bidding process. To seize business from us. I find it amusing that Xingming Studio, with a suddenly popular artist, seems to have lost its sense of identity. Very well. We shall teach them a lesson, Zhao Yang scoffed, lifting his coffee cup and downing its contents in one go. How could an internet celebrity, whose rise was merely a stroke of luck, and a small studio compete with a second-tier singer from Liuguang Entertainment? Moreover, he had a mid-level producer backing him. At the Foot Spa, the familiar old establishment was still the same. After their treatment, Su He and Li Jiang reclined on the bed in their private room, watching a film on the wall, with fruits and snacks nearby, along with brewed pu'er tea. One must admit, the cost of a foot spa experience at this establishment was only 200 to 300 yuan. Yet it provided relaxation and the luxury of air conditioning while watching a movie, offering impeccable value. Of course, this assumes the spa is legitimate. Illicit establishments would undoubtedly incur greater expenses. However, Su He and his companions had no interest in such places. They preferred this reputable foot spa, renowned for its exceptional therapists. Su He, school will be out at the end of June. My sister is coming to Shuangqing City to visit. Li Jiang took a sip of tea and suddenly spoke. What brings you here, sis? Suhee plucked a grape and popped it into her mouth, then reached for the cigarette box positioned between them, lighting one up. Li Zhang's sister is named Li Ku. Initially, their father intended to name her Li He, but the entire family opposed it, leading to the compromise of the name Ku. Now 18, she has just begun her university journey, achieving remarkable success by entering the Kyoto Academy of Traditional Chinese Opera as the top student in her major. Of course, given that Li Jiang hails from a family steeped in opera tradition, it is hardly surprising to Suhee that she has attained such results. The exception, of course, is Li Jiang, who has been overweight since childhood and has long been dismissed by his family. She mentioned wanting to stay at your house. Li Jiang turned his head away, a smirk playing on his lips. Uffed. Suhee, holding her cigarette, had just taken a sip of pu'er tea when Li Jiang's words startled her, causing her to spit it out. Tell her to get lost. Suhee flatly refused. Although Li Jiang's sister had grown up alongside him, Suhee had never been fond of playing with her. This was largely due to the fact that every time Suhee and Li Jiang skipped class to go to an internet CAF, she would report them. Each time they returned home, their fathers would be waiting at the community entrance, armed with sticks. Thus, Suhee held no fondness for her. I accidentally let it slip that you are Suhee, Li Jiang said, chewing on a watermelon slice casually. Upon hearing this, Suhee froze momentarily before jumping up from the bed. Damn it, you fatso. I'll kill you, she exclaimed, lunging to grab Li Jiang by the neck. However, with his neck being so fleshy, he merely shrank back, creating a natural cushion of fat. Suhee, lacking the strength to penetrate his defenses, soon grew weary. Li Jiang, with his neck still withdrawn, casually skewered another piece of watermelon with a toothpick and popped it into his mouth. As Suhee, exhausted from her efforts, observed Li Jiang's nonchalant demeanor, her anger dissipated. What a calamity, she lamented. In truth, my sister is quite attractive. I would permit you to be my brother-in-law. Li Jiang patted Suhee on the shoulder. The sentiment, good water should not flow to outsiders, resonated with him, given their close friendship and understanding. It seemed preferable for his sister to marry a good friend rather than some other dubious man. Suhee shot him a sidelong glance and raised her middle finger in response. Beast. Chapter 34. I want this song. I mean it. No objections will be entertained. Emerging from the foot massage parlor, Suhee felt a tinge of melancholy. The reason he concealed his identity was to avoid the ire of his obstinate father. His ambition was to stand at the pinnacle of the music industry, only to confront his father with his success. However, now that Li Ku was aware of his secret, and he had been ousted by Warner, the dream that once ignited his spirit, prompting him to leave home in pursuit of a career in entertainment, now lay in tatters. The mere thought of such news reaching his family sent shivers down his spine. It is truly astonishing that Li Ku could engage in such actions. Throughout their lives, Suhee has been well acquainted with her penchant for causing trouble. In order to maintain harmony, he reluctantly agreed to let her stay at his home during the summer vacation. Burdened with thoughts, he packed some snail noodles, intending to savor them as a midnight snack. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he discovered an ashtray placed there, with a note tucked beneath it. Although he understood the ashtray bore special significance, he was at a loss as to how he could compensate her for it. After searching for quite some time, he could only find a similar item and penned an apology. The handwriting was elegant, and from the perspective of Suhee, the son of the Literary Association's president, it was evident that the writer had practiced extensively. Indeed, if such beautiful writing were to grace the face of an old curmudgeon, it would surely elicit a broader smile. How naive, he thought, suddenly overcome with a sense of guilt. So he turned to glance at the closed door across from him, a mysterious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What past lover would gift an ashtray that had been used for 8 years? After all, he was merely 15 years old 8 years ago. The following day, at the film set of Time Flies, Zhang Shun, the representative of the investors, received an email from Xingming Studio early in the morning containing a pre-recorded theme song for the film. He clicked on the track titled in a flash. As the prelude began, he raised his eyebrows slightly. With the progression of the song, the smile on his lips grew increasingly pronounced. Upon the song's conclusion, he took a deep breath, stifling the urge to replay it. He looked up at his assistant, who wore a face of astonishment. Informed Director Liu to come to the office for a meeting. After stating this, he grabbed his laptop and hurried toward the conference room. Before long, the director, screenwriter, and 2 lead actors arrived at the meeting room. Zhang, did you summon us this early for something important? Director Liu Zhenghong entered, his tone rather brusque. In his eyes, Zhang Shun was utterly ignorant of the film industry. Their movie was on the verge of release, and now Zhang Shun, noticing the recent popularity of Zhang Xiaoan, suddenly demanded a change of theme song, insisting on having a minor internet celebrity perform it. Naturally, Lu Xinghong was unyielding. Although the investors held more sway than the director, Lu was a stubborn man. He rallied the entire crew in protest, and since Zhang Shun was merely a representative of the investors without a veto power, he had to concede to a compromise. Both Xingming Studio and Liuguang Entertainment would each submit a song for comparison before a decision was made. Send me the song from Liuguang Entertainment. Zhang Shun cut straight to the point, avoiding unnecessary pleasantries. Has the song from Xingming been completed? Lu Xinghong asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. It has been completed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you all here, Zhang Shun affirmed. Lu Xinghong smirked coldly at this. Just 2 days prior, they had contacted Xingming Studio, and now it was already finished? The theme song needed to be tailored to the storyline, and it was impossible to utilize stock material. Even if there were songs of a similar theme, they would require modifications. Recording a song would take at least half a day, meaning that finishing a song in just about a day would yield little in terms of quality. I trust you now realize how unreliable such small studios can be. Lu Xinghong leaned back in his chair, smiling as he addressed Zhang Shun. Why is it unreliable? Zhang Shun's grin was peculiar. Haha, a song written in just 1 day. Do you truly believe it can serve as the theme for our film? Lu Xinghong frowned, a cold smile playing on his lips. Why can't it? Zhang Shun's smile grew even more strange. Humph, if you continue to act recklessly, I have the right to lodge a complaint with the investors. Lu Xinghong felt a flicker of anger. To him, Zhang Shun was indeed being chaotic. The crew had already selected a theme song, yet he insisted on meddling and even sought to have an internet celebrity perform it. Although Zhang Xiaoan was indeed quite popular recently, Lu Xinghong felt that their film deserved better than a theme song sung by a social media star, especially one written in just a day. It felt like the utmost insult to his film. I suggest director Lu listen before making a judgment. Zhang Shun remained unfazed by Lu Xinghong's demeanor. As a director, I have always regarded my films as my children. Even if I forego a theme song, I will not allow a piece of trash to tarnish my creation. Lu Xinghong's emotions were running high. Director Lu, please, try to stay calm. Let us listen first before we decide, urged the screenwriter and the 2 leading actors. Noticing Lu Xinghong's escalating agitation. After all, Zhang Shun was the representative of the investors, and burning bridges would benefit no one. However, they secretly admired Lu Xinghong's dedication to his work. He viewed his creations as children, a testament to his purity as a director. And such directors are bound to achieve great success in the future. I truly appreciate your sincerity, Zhang Shun replied, his expression becoming increasingly odd. He waved his hand. To ensure a better and fairer comparison, let us first listen to the song you selected, Once Loved You. Upon his words, the assistant began to play the originally designated theme song. It was a quintessential melancholic love ballad, crafted around the narrative of the film's protagonists. Do you hear that? How perfectly it fits, how beautiful it is. Lu Xinghong exclaimed, thumping his thigh in delight. His insistence stemmed not merely from a prior connection with Liuguang Entertainment, but from a genuine admiration for the song. He felt that the producer, Lu He, had a profound understanding of him and his film. 1,000 gold coins are easy to acquire, yet a confidant is hard to find. Lu Xinghong regarded Lu He as a kindred spirit. Isn't Zhao Yang's rendition far superior to that of the little internet celebrity Zhang Xiaohan? Lu Xinghong swayed his head to the rhythm. Listen, how splendidly it is sung. The screenwriter and the 2 leading actors nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was exquisite and highly suitable for their film. Once the song concluded, Lu Xinghong fixed his gaze upon Zhang Shun, speaking resolutely. I want this song, I mean it. Any opposition is futile. Director, please don't rush. First, listen to Xingming's In a Hurry that year before reaching a conclusion. Zhang Shun, unperturbed, smiled and gestured to his assistant. The assistant complied, clicking to play the song In a Hurry that year sent over by Xingming Studio. As Zhang Shun persisted in his efforts, Lu Xinghong reclined further into his chair, leaning back against the support. A cold smile lingered at the corners of his lips, yet it did not deter the assistant from playing the music. As the prelude began, the sounds of piano, guitar, and strings enveloped the conference room in a melancholic atmosphere. Lu Xinghong crossed his arms, internally filled with disdain. It was nothing extraordinary. The song in those years echoed, reiterating the farewell that lingered, regrettably unresolved, as if love was not merely a fleeting affair, eloquently expressing the complexities of emotions. Zhang Xiaohan's voice, bright yet ethereal, transported listeners to an expansive void, as if sinking into a dreamlike reminiscence. The smile on Lu Zhenghong's face froze. He straightened slightly, his ears perking up. The screenwriter beside him wore a similarly pensive expression. Even the two leading actors furrowed their brows, listening intently to the melody. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun leaned back in his chair, mimicking Lu Zhenghong's posture, arms crossed, observing the crew with a faint smile. Would I have gathered you all here for a song devoid of substance? As the main verse unfolded, Lu Zhenghong's expression morphed into a complex tapestry of emotions. Scenes from the film flashed through his mind. That year, the promise made, and the lingering regrets, moments that resonated deeply within the narrative. Simple lyrics conveyed profound sentiments, leaving Lu Zhenghong and several crew members utterly astonished. The line, "It's no wonder the kiss marks haven tea yet formed calluses," embracing a winter's slumber without transforming into something ethereal, encapsulated the essence of a love that remained unpracticed and unfulfilled, a gift of time that allowed for regrets. Not only Lu Zhenghong, but also the screenwriter and the two lead actors displayed a shift in their expressions: astonishment, shock, nostalgia, and pain. The song seemed to penetrate their hearts, evoking memories of that year, that person, and the haunting figure they dared not recall but could not forget. As the main verse concluded, the piano and strings intertwined in the chorus, tugging at the strings of their hearts. In the next moment, if our reunion cannot be marked by tears, can it still be filled with blushing faces, like that hurried year, etching an everlasting yet beautiful rumor? The chorus did not erupt with the anticipated high notes. Rather, it maintained an ethereal clarity that resonated like thunder within their hearts. This ebb and flow of vocal delivery, this emotional tug-of-war, ensnared them entirely. Lu Zhenghong shivered, propping his elbows on the conference table, fingers curling against his chin, pondering over his stubble, his expression gravely serious. If the past still holds value, let us not hastily dissolve our grievances. Who would willingly part without ties? We must owe each other something, lest we forget our shared memories. The entirety of the chorus conveyed a sense of lingering connection, the bittersweet intertwining of love and hate, regret and blessing, regardless of one's identity, existing deep within another's heart. This unforgettable longing resembles the leaves that fall suddenly in autumn, akin to the snowflakes that drift down on a winter's night, evoking boundless melancholy and nostalgia. Zhang Xin squinted slightly, swaying his head to the music, an expression of enjoyment illuminating his face. Having already listened to this song upon receiving it, he felt an overwhelming impulse to play it on repeat. Now, as it played for the second time, he was even more struck by its brilliance. The lyrics could only be described as picturesque. The essence of the song captures the lingering emotions and the heartache that follows a deep love separation, articulating those feelings with exquisite clarity. This producer is a master of romance. His sensitivity and acuity in capturing emotional nuances render his work profoundly impactful. This was Zhang Shun's appraisal of the song. As the melody approached its conclusion, a look of lingering desire graced Zhang Shun's face. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find director Lu Zhenghong with red-rimmed eyes and trembling lips. "You're not about to cry, are you?" he teased, tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Of course not." Lu Zhenghong quickly shook his head. "What about you all?" He directed his gaze toward the screenwriter and the two leading actors, reminiscing about past events. A sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. After listening to this song, it felt as though something significant had been lost. The three of them blinked back tears, each expressing their sentiments. Anyone with romantic experiences would find such songs stirring deep-seated memories. Zhang Xin nodded, choosing to remain silent afterward. Leaning back against his chair, he folded his arms, quietly observing the members of the crew. Lu Zhenghong was still savoring the moment, feeling Zhang Shun's gaze upon him. His expression faltered, and he awkwardly tugged at his lips. The conference room fell into a brief silence. Finally, as Zhang Shun's gaze made him feel uneasy, Lu Zhenghong cleared his throat. "Actually, I think Zhang's suggestion is quite reasonable. After all, you are the investors. You provide the funds while we exert our efforts. We could consider the song recommended by Zhang. To achieve great things, one must have a thick skin." Having navigated the industry for so long, Lu Zhenghong had encountered far worse situations. This level of awkwardness was trivial. "No, you treat this film as your own child, and I certainly cannot dictate your child's fate," Zhang Xin replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. The screenwriter and the two leading actors lowered their heads, stifling laughter. It was evident to all that this song, CNGC, in both lyrics and melody, outshone the one they had previously endorsed, CNK in HNIN. However, Lu's earlier comments had been so slow that he was now somewhat at a loss. Hey, we all want what's best for the child, naturally. We must provide the best for it, right, Representative Zhang? Lu Zhenghong said, his face flushing as he pressed on. A song by a little internet celebrity hardly seems worthy of director Lu's child, Zhang Shun remarked lightly, glancing down as he playfully groomed his nails. It is worthy. Zhang Xiaoan's vocal prowess is indistinguishable from that of a professional singer, Lu Zhenghong coughed lightly. The singer indeed exhibits a disparity in vocal prowess. However, the studio version allows one to overlook such shortcomings, as it is pre-recorded. The actual difference in vocal ability is only evident during live performances, rendering this assertion entirely baseless. Which song is superior? Zhang Shun had no intention of providing him an easy way out. This director Lu is like a stubborn mule, entirely resistant to advice. Once he fixates on a notion, he cannot be swayed. Let him learn a lesson this time, and future collaborations will undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. Fleet of Time. Lu Zhenghong awkwardly scratched his head. Which song? Zhang Shun leaned forward, fixating on Lu Zhenghong. Fleet of Time. Lu Zhenghong felt a burning prick on his face. Shutting his eyes and clenching his teeth, he shouted it out. He was merely obstinate, not foolish. The quality of Fleet of Time was so exceptional that it gave him the impression he was listening to a song crafted by a top-tier producer. Perhaps even a renowned one. If it meant saving face, he could not force himself to choose the original song. After all, he truly regarded the film as his child. How could he provide his child with anything inferior? By the way, who penned this song? Lu Zhenghong had another question. To compose such an impressive song in a single day was simply unbelievable. It was, after all, the producer of the initial dream, Xing He. Chapter 36. If it were Mr. Xing He, Henin would be more than willing. In the Xingming studio, a sudden scream erupted from Lin Xingming's office. The group, who had been engaged in conversation, suddenly changed expressions and rushed towards her office. Sister Qingming, what happened? President Lin, what is going on? Upon entering the office and pushing the door open, they found Lin Qingming joyfully waving her arms as she held her phone, momentarily taken aback. They initially thought something was amiss, only to realize it was sheer joy. Seeing Zhang Xiaoan and the others arrive, Lin Qingming beamed radiantly and rushed over to Zhang Xiaoan, embracing her tightly and bouncing with glee. Haha, Henin, your song has been selected by the Time Flies film crew. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoan let out a similar scream. Really? Ah, that's wonderful. Ha ha ha. You are going to be famous. This time, you are truly going to shine. The two girls embraced each other, exuberantly like two children. Shuai Yang and Chen Qi, witnessing this, simultaneously displayed expressions of unrestrained joy. They had actually been chosen by the film crew. It is worth noting that their competitor was Zhao Yang from Liuguang Entertainment. Moreover, Zhao Yang's song was penned by at least an intermediate producer. With the backing of such a large company as Liuguang Entertainment, it was previously unimaginable for their small studio to seize resources from them. President Lin, I believe we must recruit this Xing He into our company at all costs. Shuai Yang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. That song, The Initial Dream, had propelled Zhang Xiaohan to the top of the new song charts. And now Fleet of Time had secured the film's theme song resources. What was the basis for this success? Was it the small studio of Xingming? Or Zhang Xiaoan's fame or talent? Neither. It was thanks to Xing He. The achievements of Xing He are solely attributable to the quality of his music. With such a talent present, how could one worry about future success? Indeed, Sister Qingming, let us bring Xing He into the company, especially since we now have investors and financial constraints are not as pressing as before. The leather-clad girl, Chen Qi, chimed in. In the realm of music, while there are numerous skilled vocalists, truly capable producers are a rarity. A proficient producer is a treasure that many covet. Currently, Xing He lacks fame. But once he releases a few more songs and garners recognition, our modest studio will find it nearly impossible to compete against major entertainment firms. Having already released 2 excellent songs, it is evident that Xing He possesses genuine talent. Thus, this is the opportune moment to sign him. Rest assured, I shall secure him. Lin Qingming had long harbored this intention. Previously, the company lacked the funds to afford a producer's salary. Now that we have investment, although employing a music producer is costly, it is indeed essential. After all, having a producer, particularly an exceptional one, not only allows the company to expand its business and accept customized projects, but also enables our artists to produce works, playing a crucial role in the company's development. Sister Qingming, we must spare no effort. Zhang Xiaohan, thrilled by the prospect, excitedly clenched her fist towards Lin Qingming. Even if it means sacrificing the two of you, I would not hesitate. Lin Qingming teased. Zhang Xiaohan was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing. If it were Mr. Xinghe, she would be willing. Little vixen. Lin Qingming playfully swatted her on the backside, teasing her. Why not suggest that you be the one to be sacrificed? After all, you are the national goddess. The leather-clad girl, Chen Qi, felt her earlobes warm and turned her head away. It's just Xinghe. My idol Lin Qingming will always be Suhi. No matter how remarkable Xinghe may be, can he rival Suhi? He is the top gold medal producer beneath the deity of music. Moreover, Lin Qingming felt utterly incapable of being swayed by anyone other than Suhi, rendering the probability of her being involved with anyone else virtually non-existent. No, it is indeed zero. Speaking of which, Suhi is set to release a new song in July. Sister Qingming, what do you think it will be? Zhang Xiaohan inquired with curiosity. Upon mentioning Suhi, the group of girls instantly found a topic to discuss. I'm not sure, but I hope it's a traditional-style song. After all, that is Suhi's signature. Lin Qingming's eyes sparkled. Suhi is renowned as a genius producer, having written countless best-selling songs in a mere 2.5 years, but his prowess in traditional music is unparalleled. In this genre, he is nothing short of divine. Most of his fans adore him for his traditional style. However, it is unlikely that he will release a traditional song, as he hasn't done so in over half a year. This time, he is collaborating with the diva Li Xuan. So I suspect it will likely be a love song, Chen Qi pondered, offering her speculation. The largest audience in the domestic entertainment market is for love songs. This genre has consistently remained mainstream. The heartfelt ballads of Suhi are truly remarkable. Most of his collaborations with Li Xuan revolve around love songs. Thus, it is highly probable that this upcoming release will also be in that vein. Regardless of the genre, I find myself enamored with every song crafted by Suhi, especially since it is a collaboration between my favorite producer and my most cherished artist. I can hardly contain my excitement to hear the new piece. Lin Qingming clasped her hands in prayer before her chest, her delicate face brimming with anticipation, resembling an ordinary starstruck fan. More than the new song, my curiosity is piqued by what Suhi actually looks like. The music gala is just a few days away, marking Suhi's first public appearance. Although Xueliang typically avoids gossip, he could not help but join in the discussion about the genius producer Suhi. Need I even ponder? Our Suhi must be incredibly handsome. Lin Qingming waved her hand dismissively. Qingming, that's not necessarily true. If he were truly that attractive, why has he remained out of the limelight for so long? Chen Qi remarked with a hint of mischief. True masters always maintain an air of mystery. You simply do not comprehend, Lin Qingming countered, her expression suggesting she was in the know. Her confidence stemmed from a clandestine photograph taken backstage. Although he wore a mask that obscured most of his face, the captivating gaze and striking brows were enough to ensnare the heart of any girl, including her own. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly recalled those eyes, which coincided with a particular memory. The figure leaning against the door, a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, wore a subtle smile. It was her neighbor, the one who had stolen her first kiss. Lin Qingming quickly shook her head. Despite his handsome visage, that man exuded a very different aura compared to Suhi. Suhi embodied confidence and rebellion, while this man bore a melancholic and weathered demeanor. Indeed, though he appeared youthful, there was an inscrutable depth to him, as if countless stories lingered in his past. Qingming, are you all right? Zhang Xiaohan inquired, noticing Lin Qingming lost in thought. All right, everyone, let us disperse. Our company is now on a stable path, and I intend to secure more resources for you all. Lin Qingming gestured for them to leave. Resources are the key to an artist's development. With Zhang Xiaohan's position now solidified, the next step would be to direct resources towards Chen Qi or Xueliang. Remember to get in touch with Xinghe, Chen Qi reminded. Rest assured, Lin Qingming replied. Chapter 37. The collapse of adulthood that evening. After work, Lin Qingming donned a mask and took her seat on the light rail, her ears plugged with headphones. The melodies of Suhi resonating within. She had curated a playlist containing every song from her idol, and previously, She had even covered one of Soo Hye's tracks, although the rights had been reclaimed by her former agency. In this capital-driven era, unless one achieves the stature of a superstar, even first-tier artists possess little leverage to negotiate copyright deals. However, once the capital has thrived, it still allocates a commendable income to artists, certainly surpassing the earnings of an average worker by a considerable margin, which is why so many are drawn to the entertainment industry. The advertisements in the subway promoted a music gala hosted by an online cloud platform. The prodigious producer Soo Hye is set to make his debut at the music gala. The most significant highlight of this year's music festival is indeed Soo Hye's first appearance. Major entertainment websites and popular short video platforms are fervently promoting this event, resulting in a meteoric rise in Soo Hye's popularity. Being an insider in the industry, Lin Xingming is well aware that this is merely a marketing ploy fueled by capital. Nevertheless, she believes Soo Hye deserves it. His songs have always been free for fans to enjoy, a gesture that deeply inspires admiration in Lin Xingming. Such pure musicians are a rarity these days. However, it seems that Xinghe, much like Soo Hye, also offers his music free of charge across all platforms. With this thought in mind, she retrieves her phone and opens WeChat. "Teacher Xinghe, are you there?" 2 minutes pass without a response. Just as Lin Xingming contemplates retracting her phone, it vibrates. She opens the chat interface. "If you have something to say, just say it." These succinct 4 words leave Lin Xingming feeling exasperated, as they are often followed by the equally terse phrase, "Spit it out." Having collaborated with teacher Xinghe twice, she expresses, "I find your abilities remarkable. I wonder if you were signed with any company?" Lin Xingming refrains from further embellishment and gets straight to the point. 5 minutes later, the reply comes, "No?" Just 2 curt words. Lin Xingming grits her teeth in frustration. She has never found conversing with a man to be so arduous. Even during her tenure at the agency, top male singers would respond to her in an instant. "Would teacher Xinghe be interested in visiting our company?" Although our Xingming studio is relatively small, we are a group of passionate young individuals, and our demands are not as high as those of larger companies. Perhaps we could be to your liking? After meticulously editing her invitation and ensuring it was devoid of any flaws, she finally clicks send. After dispatching her message, she fixates on her phone, eagerly awaiting a reply from Xinghe. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes. Just as Lin Xingming begins to lose her patience, Xinghe finally responds, "I was busy earlier. Please send me your company address. I'll drop by when I have time." Lin Xingming glances at the screen and abruptly freezes. Then she reads the message aloud once more. Instantly, her cheeks flush with joy. Taking a deep breath, she swiftly opens her location app and sends the company's address to Xinghe. She eagerly anticipates his arrival. After sending the message, she feels it may have sounded overly formal, so she follows up with a playful emoji. Nearly 10 more minutes pass without another reply. As the light rail announcement signals the arrival at her stop, Lin Xingming snaps back to reality, her eyes widening as she registers the stop indicator. Oh no. She had become so engrossed in the conversation that she missed her stop. It's all Xinghe's fault for taking so long to reply. The company is just 2 stops away from home, which is precisely why Lin Xingming chose to rent this apartment, to minimize the time spent commuting to and from work. Having missed her stop and needing to transfer again, Lin Xingming finally made her way back. Exiting the subway station, she was only a few minutes away from home. Preferring to dine at home rather than eat out, she typically prepared her own dinner. After purchasing fresh produce from the market, she carried her bags home. Upon reaching the elevator, she glanced around, and after swiping her card and stepping inside, she let out a long sigh of relief as the doors closed behind her. When the elevator arrived at her floor, she cautiously peeked out, noting that no one was around and that her neighbor's door was closed. Quickly stepping out, she dashed to her own door with utmost speed. As she rummaged through her bag in search of her keys, a sudden realization struck her. Where were they? Had she forgotten to take them when she left in the morning? Placing her groceries on the floor, she delved back into her bag, even emptying its contents. Lip balm, sunscreen, perfume, a charger, bank cards, and some change, but no keys. Searching the walls for the number of a locksmith, she lamented the fact that such services were not accessible in her complex, where small advertisements were prohibited. Despair washed over Lin Xingming, nearly bringing her to tears. Once proud of her status as an urban elite and a self-reliant woman, her life began to unravel ever since that night she had entered a hotel with a stranger. Although she had managed to navigate a crisis at work, her personal life had descended into chaos. The disappearance of her keys, though seemingly trivial, felt like the final straw amidst her mounting troubles. Despite facing exorbitant penalties from her agency and the looming threat of her fledgling company collapsing, she had remained stoic. Yet now, she found herself crumpling at her doorstep, burying her head in her arms as her hair cascaded to the floor, her shoulders trembling with silent sobs. The collapse of an adult can occur in an instant. Once a luminary in the entertainment industry, a dual threat in film and music, she had been sidelined for refusing to acquiesce to unspoken rules. In desperation, she established her own studio, fueled by ambition to create a sanctuary devoid of capitalistic exploitation. Yet reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Without investment, her studio would surely fold. Though she despised the very notion of capital, it seemed she was ultimately bound to rely on it for survival. Lin Qingming felt a profound sense of failure. Her mind was a whirlwind, and all the grievances she had suppressed erupted forth. Suddenly, her sobs filled the air, growing louder as she released the pent-up anguish within. Then, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted her. The entrance across the hall swung wide, revealing her new neighbor, who had intended to voice a complaint about the noise but fell silent upon witnessing Lin Qingming, huddled on the ground in distress. Though he did not know the reason for her tears, he could sense the sorrow and injustice woven into her cries. So he did not approach to offer comfort. Instead, he leaned against the door frame, extracting a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, quietly observing her. Everyone possesses the right to express their emotions. In such moments, offering consolation might yield an adverse effect. Thus, he remained by the door, vigilantly watching over the woman as she allowed her grievances to flow freely. Chapter 38. Do not be so reserved. Treat it as your own home. It is unclear how much time elapsed. The sound of her sobs began to diminish. Lin Qingming looked up, her eyes glistening like pear blossoms in the rain as she regarded Su He. When she first cried, she had heard Su He's voice. Yet in her emotional turmoil, she had no capacity to acknowledge the man. Initially, she assumed that after such a duration, he would have departed. To her surprise, he still stood there, silently observing her. However, seeing a beautiful woman in distress, could he not offer a word of comfort? Was he truly so heartless as to witness her sorrow without any reaction? This ironclad man, what is it that has you crying so earnestly? Su He inquired, bemused by Lin Qingming's melancholic gaze, which elicited a soft chuckle from him. I couldn't find the key, she pouted slightly, her tear-streaked face rather endearing. Is that all? Su He's expression shifted from astonishment to barely contained laughter. Humph. Lin Qingming, observing his reaction, could not suppress a disdainful huff, choosing to disregard him henceforth. Are you planning to spend the night in the hallway? Su He stepped forward a couple of paces. None of your business. Lin Qingming turned her head defiantly. This straightforward man, refusing to comfort her, instead seemed to relish her misfortune. How utterly vexing. What about the groceries? Will they spoil if you don't eat them? Su He gestured towards the bag containing vegetables and meat beside him, bending slightly to extend his hand towards Lin Qingming. What do you want? Lin Qingming, her eyes slightly reddened, glared at him. I haven't had dinner either, Su He remarked, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. And then, Lin Qingming felt a flutter of nervousness at the proximity between them, yet she could anticipate his next words. He would invite her to his home, where he would prepare a meal for her. A rather charming routine. However, it felt rather outdated. Did he believe that a single meal could transform his image in her eyes? Get up. Since you cannot enter, come to my place, Su He said, noticing her fluctuating expressions with a smile. A flicker of shyness crossed Lin Qingming's eyes. Although her thoughts aligned with his, she hesitated to grant him the opportunity to welcome her into his home. Despite their previous encounters, those moments, marred by intoxication, should not count against them, right? Moreover, this man seemed entirely oblivious to that incident. Thus, apart from that occurrence, they were essentially strangers. Additionally, he had just been amused by her predicament, refusing even a simple embrace. Wait, Lin Qingming, what are you thinking? Why would you desire this man's embrace? Are we going or not? Let us go. Just as Su He intended to withdraw his hand, Lin Qingming seized it firmly. Feeling the warmth of Su He's palm, Lin Qingming experienced a cozy sensation within her heart. After steadying herself, she instinctively released her grip, her earlobes slightly reddening as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Su He's eyes. Let us go? Su He reminded her. Lin Qingming responded with a soft acknowledgement and then slowly stepped into Su He's home. Yet, She reassured herself that this was merely due to the loss of her keys, leaving her no choice but to follow this man inside. Upon hearing the sound of Soo-hee shutting the door behind her, a shiver ran through her delicate frame. Although it wasn't her first time in Soo-hee's room, the previous occasion was for catching a cat, while this time it was at the invitation of this man. "What are you dawdling for? Go cook the rice. I will wash the vegetables, and then you can stir-fry," Soo-hee declared as he headed towards the kitchen with a bag in hand. "I'm supposed to cook the rice?" Lin Qingming was momentarily taken aback, then pointed at herself in disbelief. "Am I also supposed to stir-fry?" Suddenly, she felt as though she had been tricked. This man, who had invited her to his home, seemed to be placing value on the groceries she had purchased. What was even more outrageous was that he, who had just wept so heartily, expected to cook while she stirred the dishes. "I bought the ingredients. Shouldn't you be the one putting in the effort?" Lin Qingming huffed indignantly. "I can't stir-fry," Soo-hee replied, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. He was not lying. Since childhood, his culinary skills had peaked at making a simple tomato and egg dish, which he sometimes burned. "Is that your excuse?" Lin Qingming shot a disapproving glare at Soo-hee. Noticing he was already washing the vegetables, she could only internally remind herself not to get angry with this stubborn man. Who could have imagined that this man had invited her inside merely to have her assist in cooking? He hadn't even looked at her properly, only asking a cursory question about her tears without offering any words of comfort. "Where's the rice?" Lin Qingming asked in a muffled tone. Soo-hee turned around and pointed to a nearby cabinet. "Oh, it's in the kitchen cabinet. My mom bought it last year when she visited. It should still be good, right?" Lin Qingming. Through their combined efforts, they soon prepared several simple dishes: stir-fried water spinach, garlic chives with pork, spicy stir-fried shredded potatoes, and a tomato egg soup. Although these were homely meals, Soo-hee devoured them ravenously. "I knew you were an excellent cook when you made noodles last time," Soo-hee exclaimed, giving Lin Qingming a thumbs up as he ate. Of course." Flattered by Soo-hee's praise, Lin Qingming felt a sense of pride swell within her, enough to diminish her earlier annoyance at being asked to cook. For anyone who enjoys cooking, the greatest joy lies in receiving compliments, and Lin Qingming was no exception. "Eat up. What are you waiting for?" After finishing a bowl of rice, Soo-hee got up to serve himself another. Home-cooked meals are always superior to takeout. Soo-hee thought it necessary to propose to this new neighbor that he would provide the funds while she would contribute her efforts, allowing them to share meals together and avoid takeout every day. "I'm not hungry," Lin Qingming replied, still somewhat uncomfortable being alone with Soo-hee. After all, their relationship was quite delicate, neither strangers, friends, nor lovers, yet bound by an absurdly intimate experience. In truth, she wished to avoid Soo-hee altogether and had even resolved to move away as soon as her paycheck arrived this month. However, previously, while catching the cat, the key went missing, which led to her and Soo-hee spending time alone in this house. After crying so earnestly, how could she not be hungry? "Don't be so reserved. Just treat this place as your own." Soo-hee offered her a piece of twice-cooked pork, intending to place it in her bowl. "I can do it myself," Lin Qingming said, a hint of panic in her voice as she grasped her bowl. Noticing her reaction, Soo-hee paid it no mind and popped the pork into his own mouth. "Then you should eat quickly." Lin Qingming nodded slightly and began to eat her vegetables in small bites. A silence enveloped them. Before long, Soo-hee finished his meal, stood up, and rubbed his stomach, making his way toward the sofa. "After eating, just leave your dishes there. I'll wash them later." With that, he turned on the television and reclined on the sofa. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Qingming observed how he treated her as if she were not a stranger, and an unusual feeling flickered in her heart, akin to the life shared between couples or spouses. At this thought, she shook her head vigorously and buried herself in her meal. The scent of smoke wafting through the living room made her frown, and her gaze fell upon the ashtray she had purchased, reminding her of the one that had been broken earlier. "I'm really sorry about the ashtray," she thought. Although she had already penned an apology note, she felt it necessary to apologize in person. After all, that ashtray had been a gift from his ex-girlfriend, and he had used it for 8 years, surely holding deep significance. "It's nothing, just an ashtray," Soo-hee replied casually, having completely forgotten the story he had fabricated about an ex-girlfriend from 8 years ago. Lin Qingming's eyes lingered on Soo-hee, who was reclining on the sofa, smoking. Yet deep down, she thought her neighbor seemed rather amiable. If a stranger had damaged her belongings, especially something so meaningful, she would have been furious, yet he bore it with such composure, seeking to soothe himself and alleviate his guilt. Chapter 39. The talent show. After finishing her meal, Lin Qingming gathered the dishes together. "I'll wash them." Upon hearing the commotion, Suhi quickly stood up. He was not one to take advantage of others. Earlier, when he had asked her to cook, it was merely a distraction to help her forget her sorrow, and it had proven quite effective. After all, she had bought the ingredients and cooked. Thus, washing the vegetables and dishes should rightfully be his responsibility. Seeing Suhi willingly head to the kitchen to wash the dishes, Lin Qingming did not intervene. Once he had taken the dishes away, she finally had a moment to observe Suhi's home. Although she had visited before, she hadn't paid close attention. The decor was minimalist, a current trend, with few soft furnishings, yet it appeared tidy and devoid of the usual chaos associated with a single-man's dwelling. It was evident he was a person who valued cleanliness. Lin Qingming settled herself onto the sofa. The coffee table, however, was somewhat dirty, scattered with ash. And the ashtray was already filled with cigarette butts. Does he have such a strong smoking habit? She pondered, recalling that she had just retrieved the ashtray yesterday. And already it was so full today. With this thought in mind, she began to tidy the coffee table, tossing 2 empty soda bottles into the trash, emptying the ashtray into the bin, and using a few paper towels to wipe the ash from the table. Soon, she tidied up the coffee table and, feeling satisfied, settled onto the sofa. The television had just finished airing a popular film and was now displaying advertisements. A recruitment announcement for a program suddenly captivated Lin Qingming's attention. The registration channel for Blue River Satellite TV's strongest female voice has opened. If you possess talent and the courage to pursue your dreams, come forth and take the challenge. The program is set to commence at the beginning of next month, with voting by both judges and the audience determining the rankings of the singers. Blue River Satellite TV, being the second largest network after Mango TV, ensures a level of fairness that is commendable compared to smaller platforms, as it values its reputation and engages professional judges. Furthermore, to enhance fairness, they have even opened a channel for audience voting. It could be worth a try. Han Han's style is more suited for acting roles rather than competitions, whereas Chen Qi's style is quite fitting. Within the Qingming studio, only 3 singers remain. Zhang Xiaohan's ethereal and melodious voice is most apt for singing theme songs for dramas, akin to Once Upon a Time, which is rich in narrative. However, this type of voice has a drawback. It is not suitable for competitions. Although Shui Liang possesses talent, his past as a talent show champion generally precludes him from re-entering such programs. Experience suggests that the ideal contestants for singing competitions are those with explosive personal styles capable of igniting the audience's enthusiasm, thereby garnering greater support. This is especially true for competitions with audience voting, where such singers are in high demand. Chen Qi exemplifies this type of artist. She frequently dons leather jackets and pants, embodies a lively and cheerful personality, and enjoys belting high notes, perfectly suited for such a competition. Moreover, Strongest Female Voice is a fresh entertainment program crafted by Blue River Satellite TV, guaranteed to attract significant attention. If luck is on her side and she secures a top position, the exposure could be phenomenal. With the visibility gained from the competition, she might ascend to the ranks of second-tier singers, and with favorable resources later on, possibly even to the first-tier echelon. This is the allure of talent shows. For years, various major networks have launched such programs, fostering numerous singers who have gained immense popularity in the domestic entertainment scene. Shui Liang was once among them. But due to his refusal to lip-sync and a fallout with the organizers, he was subsequently shelved by his company. Otherwise, he would likely be a first-tier artist by now. Zhao Hui appears to be a program planner at Blue River Satellite TV. Lin Qingming resolved to reach out to him to inquire about any available spots. Zhao Hui was her university classmate, and although they had lost touch after Lin Qingming was sidelined and went through a period of isolation, she believed that, considering their past connection, he would be willing to assist her. Naturally, as someone familiar with the industry, she understood some of its unwritten rules. If monetary contributions were necessary, she would be willing to invest, provided the demands were reasonable. After all, once Chen Qi becomes successful, such expenditures could easily be recouped by the company. Lin Qingming was lost in thought when she suddenly sensed something beside her. She turned her head and was startled to find Su He sitting right next to her, also gazing at her intently. They were so close that a slight lean forward would bring their lips together. The faint scent of smoke and the masculine aroma emanating from Su He enveloped her senses. In that moment, it felt as if time itself had come to a standstill. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Qingming could hear the rapid beating of her heart. She abruptly snapped back to reality, leaning away. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, her voice laced with irritation. "I called you earlier, and you didn't respond. I thought you were lost in thought." Sui shrugged, surprised that it took her a couple of minutes to notice him. He hadn't expected her to be so engrossed in an advertisement. "I was just thinking," Lin Qingming replied, shifting back a bit. Proximity to Sui made her heart race uncontrollably. "I wanted to discuss something with you," Sui said, suddenly fidgeting with his hands, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. "What is it?" Lin Qingming asked, crossing her arms defensively, eyeing him with suspicion. His expression clearly suggested he had ulterior motives. "You cook so well. Could we arrange for you to cook whenever I buy the ingredients? We could share meals together. What do you think?" Sui chuckled. He was growing weary of takeout, and after tasting the delightful dishes prepared by his new neighbor, he felt he might never want to eat takeout again. No, Lin Qingming firmly rejected him. Had she not lost her keys today, causing her stress and confusion, she would never have entered this man's home or cooked for him. The thought now seemed utterly ridiculous. "I'll wash the vegetables, prep the ingredients, cook rice, and do the dishes. You just need to stir fry." Sui pressed eagerly, leaning closer. "No." Lin Qingming shook her head defiantly, half reclining and retreating further. "Don't be so stubborn. Your stir-fried dishes are exquisite, and I enjoy them immensely. It would be quite fulfilling. Plus you wouldn't have to spend any money on dinner," Sui coaxed, inching closer. No, don't come any closer." Lin Qingming grabbed a cushion and began to hit him with it, shutting her eyes and shouting. Sui was taken aback, wondering how it seemed as if he were behaving inappropriately. He merely wanted his neighbor to cook for him, not to create an uncomfortable situation. Just then, Sui's phone rang. He straightened up and pulled it out of his pocket. "Hello? Okay, I'll be right out." After speaking, he stood up and headed for the door. "Where are you going?" Lin Qingming quickly rose from the sofa. "The locksmith has arrived," Sui replied, glancing back while pulling a cigarette from his pocket. "How do you have his number?" Lin Qingming asked, momentarily stunned. "Sister, there's something called Baidu. It's quite useful." Sui shrugged, no longer wishing to engage in conversation with her. It appeared that persuading her to share a meal would have to wait for another time. "Oh." Lin Qingming's cheeks flushed as she realized how she had overlooked that. If one were to contemplate entering this man's abode, there would be no reason to sit and dine with him. The atmosphere between the two, just moments ago, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of an elderly couple. Her cheeks flushed as she followed Sui out of the door. Chapter 40. A textbook example of riding the coattails of popularity. In Liuqiang City, at Liuguang Entertainment, Zhao Yang gazed incredulously at his inbox. "Thank you for your submission. After discussions among the production team, we regret to inform you that your submission has been declined. We look forward to future collaborations." His song had been rejected by the production team? How could this be? Zhao Yang gasped in disbelief. He then opened Weibo and searched for the official account of The Fleeting Years. As anticipated, the official production team had announced the release of the movie trailer. The trailer for The Fleeting Years would premiere tomorrow night at 10 o'clock, accompanied by the theme song That Fleeting Year, performed by popular singer Zhang Xiaoan. Zhao Yang's expression gradually darkened. He had not expected the team to select a song from Xingming Studio. "Zhao Yang, this is bad." Just then, his manager, Xiaoli, rushed into the office, visibly agitated. Upon seeing the official Weibo page for The Fleeting Years on Zhao Yang's computer, he paused for a moment before managing a wry smile. "It seems you are already aware. What is going on?" Zhao Yang did not turn around. The confidence on his face had vanished, replaced by disbelief. "The production team believes that the song from Xingming Studio is more suitable for the film." "Impossible." Zhao Yang erupted in anger, spitting out words. "How could Zhang Xiaohan compete with me for the theme song? He is merely a second-tier singer with over 2 million followers on Weibo, while Zhang Xiaohan, despite her current popularity due to controversy, is merely a minor internet celebrity, hardly even a legitimate singer. In the industry, Zhao Yang would not even regard such a minor internet figure with a second glance. Even in a face-to-face encounter, the other party would address him as senior. How could he possibly lose to such a rival? You and Zhang Xiaohan are worlds apart in terms of status. The production team, if they are not foolish, would certainly choose you. Yet they opted for the song from Xingming. I suspect the issue lies with the song itself," Xiaoli analyzed. Zhao Yang's vocal prowess and status undoubtedly eclipsed that of Zhang Xiaohan. Logically, the production team should have selected him. Therefore, if they had an advantage in terms of the singer, the problem must reside with the song itself. But teacher Lu Ha, is an intermediate producer, right? Zhao Yang felt it was unreasonable to bear the blame. Yet he also believed that the one crafting his song was none other than Lu Ha, a producer renowned for many hit songs. Zhao Yang was convinced that Once Loved You possessed at least the potential to break into the top 5 of the new song charts, provided that no major industry figures released songs around the same time. While intermediate producers are the backbone of the Chinese music scene, they still pale in comparison to senior or even elite producers. A senior producer, when diligently composing a song, can reliably secure a position in the top 5 of the new song charts, or even ascend to the top 10 of the hot song charts for visibility. In the realm of entertainment, there are few golden producers who inherently possess significant influence. Their mere release of a song guarantees its ascent to the pinnacle of the charts, effortlessly dominating the new releases. As for the finest composers, they represent the zenith of the industry, seldom releasing music, as even the most esteemed artists find themselves bowing in reverence for their masterpieces. Might it be possible that Xingming has enlisted a high-caliber producer this time? Speculated the agent. Impossible. Zhao Yang dismissed the notion outright. A small studio like Xingming lacks the standing to attract such luminaries. It is worth noting that Liuguang Entertainment boasts only 2 senior producers, who typically command significant respect within the company, collaborating solely with top-tier artists. It is inconceivable that they would compose songs for minor internet celebrities. If that were not the case, we would truly struggle to find a reason for the production team to reject us, the agent sighed. Suddenly, a middle-aged man strode into the office. His steps hurried, and his expression fraught with anger. Zhao Yang, what is going on? Why have I received news that the song has been rejected? The newcomer was none other than producer Lu Ha. I have no idea, Zhao Yang replied, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Sensing his tone might be inappropriate, he softened his voice. I just received word that the production team has chosen a song from Xingming Studio. Regardless of the circumstances, Lu Ha was one of the few mid-level producers in the company, and as a singer reliant on these producers for his livelihood, Zhao Yang dared not offend him. Is it possible that you did not record it properly? Lu Ha furrowed his brow. That cannot be the case. I spent 2 full days recording this song, ensuring it reached its most flawless state, Zhao Yang quickly asserted. While live performances might incur errors, the recording studio, equipped with sound engineers and mixers, could produce a masterpiece even from a novice. Therefore, it could not possibly be the singer's fault. So you imply that the quality of my song is lacking? Lu Ha abruptly retorted, his anger rising. A song's success relies on both the singer and the producer. If there were no issues on the singer's side, then the fault must lie with the composition. Certainly, there can be no fault in Mr. Lu's creation, Zhao Yang quickly interjected, knowing he would not dare to claim otherwise for fear of losing the opportunity to work with him in the future. What then is the issue? Lu Ha demanded, his demeanor stern. This production team lacks discernment and has overlooked such a remarkable song by Mr. Lu. They will surely regret their decision. Yes, it is their narrow vision and inadequate appreciation that has led to this oversight. Zhao Yang, in a fit of inspiration, finally identified a rationale. The blame did not lie with him or Lu Ha. It was the production team's failure to recognize true talent. That such a minor production team would dare to reject my song. Lu Ha's expression softened at last. He found this explanation quite reasonable. What should we do now, Mr. Lu? Zhao Yang inquired softly. What else can we do? The song has already been recorded, and it must be released. If they believe my song to be inferior, we shall let the charts reveal the truth. Lu Ha scoffed. Are you suggesting we release it as a single? Zhao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. To speak candidly, he harbored a profound affection for this song and held high hopes for its success. In his heart, he believed that Once Loved You could at least secure a position within the top 5 of the new song charts. Initially, he presumed that after the single's commercial prospects dimmed, Lu Ha would reclaim the song. To his surprise, Lu Ha chose to perform it himself and release it as a single. Naturally, Lu Ha nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Zhao Yang quickly rose and bowed in gratitude. Have your fans create a buzz on Weibo, stirring up controversy. Let them claim that the production team is blind for dismissing our song in favor of a trivial internet celebrity's insipid track. A cold smile danced upon Lu He's lips. Brilliant, Teacher Lu, Zhao Yang exclaimed, swallowing hard before continuing. With this strategy, we can not only ride the wave of the movie's theme song, but also deliver a resounding blow to the production team once we dominate the charts. If they succeeded in eclipsing the song from Xingming Studio, it would not only showcase their prowess, but also serve as a satisfying vindication. Indeed, It was a splendid proposal. Zhao Yang felt a surge of admiration for Lu Ha. Truly, he was a seasoned veteran. A mere suggestion from him was a masterclass in capitalizing on popularity. I shall inform the marketing department to expedite the song's release. Lu Ha, buoyed by Zhao Yang's praise, felt elated. He patted Zhao Yang's shoulder and turned to leave the office. Chapter 41. Did you think you alone understood fan engagement? The controversy of the theme song for Time Flies. A Weibo topic surged into the limelight, sparked by the fans of singer Zhao Yang, who initiated a discussion. It is unimaginable how shameless today's production teams can be in their pursuit of popularity. Fellow fans, who can comprehend this? As a devoted supporter of Zhao Yang, witnessing his idol endure such unfair treatment was heart-wrenching. The Time Flies production team was utterly disheartening for abandoning Zhao Yang in favor of Zhang Xiaohan's song for the sake of trending. This lengthy Weibo post articulated the unjust circumstances Zhao Yang faced within the Time Flies team, highlighting the absurdity of the crew's decision to forsake Zhao Yang's new song to chase after Zhang Xiaohan's fleeting fame, as well as the shamelessness of Zhang Xiaohan in seizing resources from others. This ignited a firestorm of indignation among Zhao Yang's fans. How could such a lackluster production team exist? How could a mere internet celebrity like Zhang Xiaohan dare to compare herself to our Zhao Yang? Just as the hidden underbelly of the industry garnered attention, she fabricates her own scandal. Little did we know Zhang Xiaohan was this type of person, seizing opportunities as soon as she attained popularity. This situation cannot be blamed solely on Zhang Xiaohan. Was it not the production team's decision? The team chose her based on the traffic from her recent trending, not because of any merit in her music. The online discourse escalated. As a second-tier singer with striking looks, Zhao Yang still maintained a loyal fan base. His supporters rallied in his defense. And with the recent buzz surrounding the film Time Flies and Zhang Xiaohan, this issue astonishingly made its way into the top 10 of trending topics. Following this surge in interest, singer Zhao Yang posted a message on Weibo. Thank you all for your unwavering support. We do not blame the production team or anyone else. It is solely a matter of our own capabilities. Our new song will be released on all platforms tonight at 10 o'clock. You are welcome to listen to it. And if you find it enjoyable, please consider downloading it. I am immensely grateful. Zhao Yang has taken it upon himself to address all concerns. However, this action has not quelled the fans' outrage. Rather, it has intensified their anger. My brother has faced unjust treatment, and yet he is expected to clean up the mess for your production team and Zhang Xiaohan? Naturally, the fans are not willing to accept this, and they flock to Zhang Xiaohan and the production team's Weibo to voice their displeasure. Star Dream Studio. Zhang Xiaohan stared at the screen filled with insults, momentarily taken aback. The momentum she had painstakingly built up, along with the goodwill from many bystanders, was now being tarnished due to a theme song, as Zhao Yang's fans unleashed a torrent of criticism upon her. Some even sent her frightening images through private messages, accusing her of being a manipulative green tea bitch. How could they act this way when they had not even won fairly? Zhang Xiaohan's eyes brimmed with tears. This was her first encounter with such hostility, and most of her supporters were new fans, making it impossible for them to stand up against the fervent fans of a second-tier singer like Zhao Yang. Many who supported her were too intimidated to speak up. As she read those venomous remarks, Zhang Xiaohan felt utterly bewildered. Henin, what's wrong? Chen Qi, noticing her distress, leaned over to glance at her computer screen. Upon seeing the barrage of insults, her face flushed with anger. This is outrageous. It's clearly a fair competition. And if they can't compete, they resort to slander? With that, Chen Qi rolled up her sleeves, ready to unleash her fury online. Forget it. There are too many of them, and they are unreasonable, Zhang Xiaohan replied with a bitter smile, shaking her head. Just then, Lin Qingming emerged from the office, her expression dark. Approaching Zhang Xiaohan, she gently placed a hand on her shoulder and said, Henin, rise. Zhang Xiaohan stood up, looking at Lin Qingming in confusion. With a cold smirk, Lin Qingming took Zhang Xiaohan's seat and opened her Weibo, beginning to compose a response. You think you can manipulate the situation with your petty tweets? As if you alone understand fan engagement. As a seasoned first-tier singer, Lin Qingming had far more experience than the novice Zhang Xiaohan. In dealing with such matters, she was well-versed. She had never lost in battles of wits against her peers. Zhao Yang first orchestrated his fans to rally, then subtly tweeted to incite their emotions, clearly aiming to create public sentiment in favor of his new song. What does Zhao Yang think he is, trying to play the role of the green tea girl before me? Lin Qingming's fingers danced across the keyboard with fervor. Why am I being blamed? I was completely unaware of this situation. As a newcomer, I hold great respect for my senior Zhao Yang, and I have always regarded him as an idol. Isn't the theme song chosen by the production team? Why am I being targeted? I am merely a newcomer. How could I possess the power to overshadow my seniors? She aimed to distance herself from the conflict while lowering her own stance, thereby elevating Zhao Yang's status. After editing her Weibo post, Lin Qingming meticulously checked for typos and delicately infused it with ink before finally pressing the enter key to send it out. Sister Qingming, won't this make us seem quite vulnerable? Chen Qi expressed her concerns. She had a penchant for leather jackets and pants, embodying a rebellious spirit, always ready to retaliate when provoked. If she were the one being criticized, she would certainly fight back, for the matter at hand was inherently in their favor, a fair competition, with Zhao Yang resorting to underhanded tactics. In the realm of the internet, the perceived underdogs often wield the advantage. Lin Qingming winked at Chen Qi and then turned her gaze towards the tear-streaked Zhang Xiaohan, gently patting her shoulder with her fair, delicate hand. Henin, remember that the entertainment industry is fundamentally a battleground of public opinion. Mastering it is the finest weapon in your professional arsenal. But even if we show weakness, they won't let me off the hook, will they? Zhang Xiaohan murmured, wiping her tears. Zhao Yang's fans were unlikely to relent due to a mere couple of statements. They would continue their tirades, for that is the nature of fandom. Who said they should let you off? Lin Qingming chuckled. Then what is the purpose of you posting this? Zhang Xiaohan inquired, perplexed. As I mentioned earlier, it's to position you as the underdog, Lin Qingming replied, somewhat exasperated. And then? Zhang Xiaohan's confusion deepened. Then we simply await the release of your new song. You little fool. Lin Qingming lightly tapped her on the head. She continued to elucidate to the two girls, currently, everyone is criticizing you because they believe you've usurped Zhao Yang's resources. However, our song The Years Flow By is undoubtedly superior to Zhao Yang's, and that is a certainty. By this merit alone, we stand on firm ground. Showing vulnerability is not an act of cowardice. Rather, it is a strategic maneuver. When the public eventually realizes that you triumphed over Zhao Yang through talent, they will feel remorse for their previous criticisms. At that point, if you post a few Weibo updates praising Zhao Yang and adopt an even humbler stance, who will be the target of criticism then? With a playful wink at the two girls, a glimmer of understanding began to shine in their eyes, and they enthusiastically gave Lin Qingming a thumbs up. With this strategy, not only could public opinion be turned in their favor, but Zhang Xiaohan could also attract a wave of new fans from this adversity. Chapter 42. This time, it's truly secure. The incident had escalated to the trending topics. Naturally, the cast of The Years Flow By received the news as well. In the conference room, investor Zhang Shun wore a grim expression, while director Lu Zhenghong and the other crew members shared equally somber visages. No one had anticipated that a theme song would provoke such a significant uproar. Moreover, the online sentiments were decidedly unfavorable for them. With the film set to premiere shortly, such controversy could adversely affect box office sales, a matter of great concern for everyone's profits. With rumors flying rampant, should we issue a Weibo post to clarify the situation? Lu Zhenghong suggested in a low tone. As industry insiders, they were well aware that Zhao Yang was behind the mischief. Without deliberate orchestration, such an incident could not have spiraled to this magnitude. Moreover, from the comments of Zhao Yang's fans online, it is evident that there is a leader orchestrating a premeditated hype. Such matters are beyond refutation. Stating the contrary is tantamount to saying nothing at all. Zhang Shun waved his hand dismissively. The opposing party had already seized the initiative, and the public had begun to perceive it as a scandal involving their production team. At this juncture, issuing an explanation on Weibo would be inconsequential and would only draw further attention to the incident. It is utterly outrageous. Their song pales in comparison to that of Xingming Studio. Our collaboration with Xingming was solely based on the superiority of the song's quality. Yet it is being misrepresented in this manner. Some were infuriated to the point of expletives. I have witnessed disgraceful acts before, but nothing as shameless as this. When a collaboration fails, tarnishing the reputation of the primary party is tantamount to Zhao Yang severing his own future. Lu Zhenghong remarked darkly, his voice low. He wishes to leverage our popularity to enhance his own fame. I believe he has chosen the wrong adversary. Investor Zhang Shun's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Observing this, Lu Zhenghong inquired hastily, does Representative Zhang already have a plan? Their audacity stems from their confidence in their own song. Zhang Shun inhaled deeply and smiled at the gathered crowd. Noticing their nods of agreement, he continued, however, they are unaware that the year we were young possesses the quality to far exceed theirs. Representative Zhang suggests that once the song is launched, we can reclaim the narrative? Lu Zhenghong raised an eyebrow. This presents a splendid opportunity, a chance for a win-win scenario with Xingming Studio, allowing the narrative to simmer further. We might even stoke the flames of excitement to elevate the hype. Thus, when our theme song debuts tomorrow, we shall instruct the publicity team to guide the discourse, ensuring that both the singer and producer of the year we were young receive ample promotion. The higher the current fervor, the greater the rewards upon reversal. These rewards will not only amplify the film's popularity, but also elevate singer Zhang Xiaohan and producer Xinghe. Zhao Yang presumed his stature surpassed that of Zhang Xiaohan, believing that as a mid-tier producer, his song was a guaranteed success. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Xinghe, though currently not well known. His song The Initial Dream had soared to the top of the new song charts, and The Year We Were Young is poised to achieve even greater success. Zhang Shun is confident that soon, Xinghe will carve out a name for himself in the Chinese music scene by leveraging company resources to assist in promoting him and Zhang Xiaohan. It serves not only to counteract the negative narrative, but also as a gesture of goodwill, with hopes for future collaboration. Talented producers are highly sought after in both the music and film industries. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Yang's Once Loved You went live on music platforms. In a bid to secure a stronger position in the charts, they expedited the release of Time Flies a Day in advance. Gaining a head start of a day would significantly enhance their streaming and download figures. In the Chinese music industry, the two most crucial charts for song releases are the newly released song chart, which spans a week and is exclusively for freshly launched songs, ranked based on a comprehensive assessment of streaming, download, and comment metrics. The top 10 of the new song chart will prominently feature on the homepage of the music platform, signifying a substantial exposure. Securing a place in the top 10, coupled with the visibility afforded by the platform's rankings, offers the prospect of ascending to a more prestigious chart, the monthly hit song chart. The leading position on the monthly chart is fiercely contested by numerous artists, as only those who attain the top spot have a chance of receiving accolades at the annual music gala. Dominating the hit song chart is also a vital pathway to becoming a musical deity. Maintaining a 12-month reign atop the chart may lead to a nomination for this esteemed title at the music festival. However, achieving such a feat is nothing short of Herculean. In the entirety of the Chinese music scene, there exist only 6 musical deities, with each of the 4 major entertainment companies representing one, and 2 others operating their own studios, all of whom are the pinnacle of the industry. In recent years, the individual most likely to ascend to this divine status is the acclaimed producer Su He, who, after debuting, clinched the top position on the hit song chart for 7 consecutive months. Regrettably, his winning streak was interrupted by another deity's emergence. Otherwise, he might have already attained that esteemed title. Nevertheless, after more than 2 years of maturation, Su He has garnered significant momentum and is widely regarded as the foremost contender beneath the musical deities, poised to challenge for another 12-month winning streak. Zhao Yang, a second-tier singer, does not dare to aspire for the top of the hit song chart. He is merely content to compete in the new song chart. Lu He, a mid-level producer, shares a similar sentiment, and merely vying for a spot on the new song chart is already a commendable achievement. With this surge in popularity, Zhao Yang feels confident about securing a top position in the new song chart, which would greatly assist his ascension to first-tier status. Lu He, brimming with excitement, sits before the computer, refreshing the back-end data every few minutes. With each refresh, the play count increases by 1,000 or 2, and the comments are rapidly accumulating. Supporters of Zhao Yang enthusiastically declare that his song is delightful and of high quality, lamenting that the production team lacks vision. They question why Zhang Xiaohan, a mere internet celebrity who gained fleeting fame through trending searches, should be compared to Zhao Yang. Family, let us rally to elevate Zhao Yang to the new song chart. For the sake of justice, I support Zhao Yang. This song is truly enchanting. I have already begun to loop it. If you, like me, are moved by Zhao Yang's voice, then I believe this endeavor is indeed remarkable. Witnessing such a swift rise in data, Zhao Yang's joy is palpable. At that moment, producer Lu He enters the room. Teacher Lu, I'm about to become famous. Zhao Yang eagerly waves at Lu He. What is this? Have the numbers exploded? Lu He's face lights up with excitement at the news, and he hurries forward. Upon seeing the soaring figures in the back end, he gasps in awe. The power of trending searches on Weibo is indeed formidable. At this rate, by tonight, the song Once Loved You could very well secure a spot in the top 10 of the new song chart. With this thought, the two exchange glances and share a knowing smile. Haha, it's a sure thing. This time it's truly secure. The first place on the new song chart is already beckoning us. Chapter 43. Truly a remarkable talent who almost brought the studio to its knees. The following day, early in the morning, Suhee rises to wash and prepare for the day. He accepted the invitation from Star Dream Studio, and as the true mastermind behind the company, it was only natural for him to observe his own enterprise. Moreover, this weekend coincided with the music gala where Suhee, under the guise of Suhee, yearned to create a stir, revealing to fans and netizens that he was indeed the authentic Suhee. However, he restrained himself, setting aside the issue of whether he could even enter the venue without a work badge. Causing a commotion might lead to him being branded as a lunatic by the powerful Warner. After all, few would believe the words of a mere bystander. To prove his identity as Suhee, he needed to showcase formidable talent that the public could witness. His new persona, Xinghee, was crafted as a means of vengeance against Warner, a weapon to reclaim his rightful place as Suhee. Yet, this weapon was not yet sufficiently honed and required time for refinement. Nevertheless, Suhee was not in a hurry. He possessed a system, offering infinite possibilities for the future, and his ambitions extended far beyond just Warner Entertainment. Having already gained an edge, merely pursuing music would render him no different from a failure. Music, film, anime, any facet of the entertainment industry was fair game for Suhee. One day, he would establish an entertainment empire uniquely his own, rendering Warner Entertainment insignificant with a mere flick of his fingers. After a long hiatus from work, Suhee casually donned a t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants. Gazing into the mirror at his strikingly handsome face, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and then slipped on his shoes, preparing to head out. Since being ousted by Warner, he had returned to Xuanqing City and had transformed into a recluse. His days were mostly spent either descending to dine or being summoned by Li Xuan for foot massages, with little inclination to venture elsewhere. Upon opening his door, he noticed the opposite door was firmly shut. Glancing at the time, just past 9 in the morning, he surmised that his neighbors had likely departed for work. After tasting the dishes cooked by the new neighbor, Suhee had been contemplating a way to form a partnership with her. The old adage rings true: to capture a man's heart, one must first seize his stomach. This neighbor had successfully ensnared Suhee's appetite, but given his recent emotional turmoil, he was not inclined toward romance. Moreover, the woman, appearing somewhat naive, was not quite to his taste. Since the company was not far from home, Suhee opted to take the subway to work. Arriving at the building, he followed the location sent by the Great Fool and entered the office tower. Star Dream Studio occupied the 8th floor, and upon exiting the elevator, he spotted the reception area. It appeared the receptionist was absent. Not feeling the need for formality, he proceeded directly into the studio. The workspace appeared quite spacious, yet the office area was filled with vacant desks. It was no wonder that such a talented individual had nearly brought the studio to ruin. Suhee regarded the desolate office space with silent admiration for the Great Fool. He was now exceedingly curious to meet this refreshingly unique talent. Casting a glance around the office, he noticed 3 individuals gathered around a computer, engrossed in discussion. Without hesitation, Suhee approached them. Zhao Yang's new song has ascended to the 8th position on the new song chart. Do you think he has a chance of reaching the top spot today? Zhang Xiaoan arrived at the office early in the morning, already fixated on Zhao Yang's latest track. When she first arrived, Once Loved You was already at the 10th position, and within just 2 hours, it surged forward to 8th. I believe it is quite possible, especially considering that Zhao Yang's situation is still trending within the top 10 on Weibo, Chen Qi remarked quietly. Unfortunately, my song The Initial Dream has fallen out of the top spot due to time constraints. Otherwise, they would never have a chance at claiming first place on the new song chart. Zhang Xiaoan expressed her regret. The new song chart's ranking lasts for a week, and once the time is up, regardless of the ranking, the song will automatically drop off the list. If The Initial Dream had maintained the top position, even if the rival's data surged rapidly, they could not surpass the heat of my song in just one day. There is no need to concern yourself about him. No matter how hot he is now, he will feel the sting of reversal when the time comes, Shuiliang said with a smile while eating a sheng jianbao. Public opinion is a double-edged sword. It can elevate a person, yet it can also lead to their downfall. Zhao Yang seeks to manipulate fan sentiment to portray himself as a victim, attempting to replicate Zhang Xiaohan's previous experience on Celebrating Voices, hoping to ride the wave of public discourse to elevate his new song on the chart. However, this is only feasible if his work surpasses that of his competitors. Though Zhao Yang's Once Loved You is decent, it pales in comparison to Zhang Xiaohan's The Years We Spent Together, which is on an entirely different level. The Years We Spent Together could easily overshadow Zhao Yang's track. I truly hope the night arrives swiftly. Zhao Yang is quite cunning, releasing his song a day ahead of us. But in the face of true talent, all schemes are futile. Chen Qi chuckled lightly. Our song is superior. No wonder it is by Xinghe. Each piece is a masterpiece. Zhang Xiaohan has already become an ardent fan of Xinghe. By the way, I heard Qingming mention that teacher Xinghe would come to the company today. Chen Qi's gossip-loving spirit was instantly ignited. I hope we can keep him. A producer with such talent is a treasure, and having him would be a blessing for us. Shuiliang deeply resonated with this sentiment. A good producer can elevate countless singers. After all, while there are many skilled vocalists, talented songwriters are rare gems. If Xinghe could remain with the company, it would undoubtedly bring unimaginable opportunities. Keeping him should not be difficult, Chen Qi replied, then teasingly glanced at Zhang Xiaohan, saying, "Didn't you say, as long as teacher Xinghe is willing, you would be willing to offer yourself? With your figure, which man wouldn't he be tempted? I was just joking, okay? I actually think Xiao Qi has great potential. After all, you're still young, and men are drawn to youthful and beautiful girls like you." Zhang Xiaohan playfully pinched Chen Qi's cheek, which was so full of collagen that it felt like it could burst with moisture. How annoying. I'm a visual person. Given the choice between talent and looks, I choose looks, Chen Qi retorted, playfully slapping Zhang Xiaohan on the backside, eliciting a delicate hum from her. Two young women playfully tease each other, engaging in light-hearted frolic. Nearby, Shuiliang shakes his head in resignation, preparing to depart. What if Xinghe possesses striking good looks? At that moment, a voice interrupted. Then I, Chen Qi, shall undoubtedly win him over and add him to my harem. Chen Qi instinctively replied while grasping Zhang Xiaohan's hand. However, she soon sensed something amiss and turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. Upon recognizing the speaker, she was momentarily taken aback. Dressed casually, with a chiseled face, he exuded youthful charm, yet there lingered a sense of weariness that belied his appearance, an aura that was utterly enchanting to young women. A cigarette dangled from his lips as he leaned against the desk, smiling at the group. Chapter 44. Indeed, I am Xinghe. And you are? Zhang Xiaohan glanced at the reception desk, noting that Xiao Li was absent, presumably in the restroom, before returning her attention to the man before her. He was strikingly handsome, appearing youthful, yet carrying an air of maturity unique to older men, particularly evident in his languid eyes and the cigarette poised at the corner of his mouth, an absolute heartthrob. Hello, handsome, I'm Chen Qi. What is your zodiac sign? Do you have a girlfriend? Chen Qi snapped back to reality and approached him eagerly. As an admirer of handsome men, she found it impossible to resist someone with such a youthful yet mature demeanor. Scorpio, just broke up. Suhi answered Chen Qi's inquiry with surprising honesty. Oh. Upon hearing that Suhi was a Scorpio, Chen Qi's expression fell. Scorpios and Aries were not a compatible match. It seems I have no chance, she lamented. May I ask who you are looking for? Shuiliang interjected, preventing Chen Qi from continuing her playful banter. I'm looking for your boss, Suhi replied with a smile. The boss is not here. Shuiliang shook his head. Where did they go? Suhi was taken aback, not expecting that on his first day at the company, the boss would be absent. They seem to have gone to meet with a client. We're not entirely sure, but they should return soon, Shuiliang explained, assuming the role of the studio's elder statesman in the absence of the boss, as Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Qi were not particularly reliable. I'm here for an interview, Suhi said with a smile. An interview? Chen Qi's interest piqued immediately. Are you a singer too? No, I'm here to apply for the producer position. Upon hearing this, Chen Qi and the others were momentarily stunned, before a look of realization and excitement spread across their faces. Zhang Xiaohan pushed Chen Qi aside, her eyes fixed on Suhi, her voice trembling with excitement. You are Xinghe. You are indeed Master Xinghe? She clasped her hands to her chest, akin to a starstruck fan encountering her idol, her long legs bouncing with exhilaration. Lin Qingming had mentioned that he would be visiting the company in the coming days, and no one else would be applying for the producer position. Indeed, I am Xinghe, Suhi confirmed without reservation. acknowledging that they would all be colleagues and might potentially collaborate in the future. According to Li Xuan, these singers possess considerable talent, yet regrettably, they lack the necessary resources to achieve fame. Zhang Xiaohan is well aware of this, having already provided her with 2 songs. Qinqi, a lively girl adorned in leather attire, certainly exudes a unique personality. As for Shuiliang, who greeted her, Sui has a vague recollection of him as a former talent show champion. During her tenure at Warner, she had come across his profile. His prowess is undeniable, yet he fell out of favor with the industry and was subsequently sidelined. They are all intriguing artists, each with a distinct style, and Sui privately offers her assessment. Xinghe, please take a seat and chat. I'll fetch an ashtray for you. Would you prefer coffee or tea? Zhang Xiaohan eagerly invited, guiding Sui to her designated seat before heading towards the beverage area. Let us have tea, Sui thought to herself, feeling her fondness for Zhang Xiaohan increase significantly. A person who knows how to express gratitude is certainly preferable to those who are ungrateful, even if it is merely a superficial gesture. Providing her with those 2 songs was worthwhile. Shuiliang, poised to speak, was interrupted by Sui's playful jest. Just call me Xinghe. There's no need to be so formal here. This is your domain. Still, I shall refer to you as Teacher Xinghe. Welcome to our Xingming studio, Shuiliang replied, scratching his head and smiling at Sui. Qinqi gazed at Sui, her eyes sparkling. Previously, she had suggested to Lin Qingming that they recruit a handsome producer, and she was pleasantly surprised that one had arrived so swiftly, and he was quite dashing. As a connoisseur of good looks, Qinqi felt herself swooning. Alas, he is a Scorpio, while she is an Aries. It seems there is little hope for compatibility. However, their boss is also an Aries, so perhaps there is no hope for her either, leaving Zhang Xiaohan with this charming fellow. I am merely here to interview. There is no guarantee I will join the company, as employment necessitates favorable terms, Sui remarked with a smile, shaking his head. Even if he were to join his own company, he would strive for certain benefits, not merely monetary, but rather, in terms of autonomy. He has no desire to adhere to a rigid schedule or be assigned tasks by this boss. He intends to maintain control even while working within the company. I am confident the boss will offer Teacher Xinghe a splendid arrangement. I've already messaged her, and she should respond shortly, Shuiliang stated promptly. Sui nodded noncommittally. In the CAF on the ground floor of Xingming Studio, Lin Qingming sat across from a sharply dressed man. The man appeared youthful, likely in his early 20s, sporting a slick hairstyle and a confident smile. Qingming, you only reach out to me when you need something. You truly are the embodiment of no visit without a request, he teased, sipping his coffee. Ah, Zhao, you are well aware of my circumstances. During that period, I rarely opened my chat app, Lin Qingming replied with a wry smile. Zhao Hui is Lin Qingming's university classmate and a program planner at Blue River Television. Originally, she intended to seek out Zhao Hui in Blue River City, but to her surprise, he happened to be on a business trip to Xuanqing. After making contact, she arranged to meet Zhao Hui, hoping to secure a spot in the strongest female voice competition for Qinqi, providing her with an opportunity to shine in a talent show. I heard about your situation. It's indeed challenging for young women in this industry. However, with your talent, even without resorting to unspoken rules, you could firmly establish yourself as a leading artist. There are numerous entertainment companies eager to have you after leaving Burke Entertainment, Zhao Hui remarked, his tone gentle and courteous. I've ventured out on my own and established a studio, Lin Qingming said, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Her gaze lowered as she stirred her coffee with a spoon. Going solo? Zhao Hui's expression momentarily registered surprise before he quickly regained his composure. That is commendable. Being your own boss has its advantages, freeing you from various concerns. It's not as simple as it seems. After starting the studio, I realized that the reality differs greatly from my expectations, Lin Qingming replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. Take your time, there's no rush. This is the first time you've actively reached out to me. What is the matter? Zhao Hui added a sugar cube to his coffee, stirring it thoughtfully. While Zhao Hui maintained a warm smile, Lin Qingming felt uneasy under his gaze. Her intuition warned her that there was something amiss in the way he looked at her. I saw online that Blue River TV is organizing the strongest female voice talent show, and since you work there, I thought I might ask if you could help me secure a spot. Lin Qingming spoke with a hint of shyness. Rarely did she find herself in the position of asking for favors, but after facing the near collapse of her company, she had come to understand many things. In this world, achieving one's goals often requires lowering one's pride. although it felt uncomfortable to plead. Sometimes it was necessary to swallow one's pride in an industry dominated by capital. This was a fundamental rule of the circle. At that time, I was also one of your admirers, Zhao Hui remarked, raising an eyebrow at the mention of strongest female voice. Coincidentally, a senior of mine is overseeing this project. Really? Lin Qingming's face brightened. However, I've heard that the program is only for newcomers, since you are already an established artist. Participating in such a competition would be somewhat unfair to the other contestants, Zhao Hui said, leaning back in his chair, smiling at Lin Qingming. Not for me. Lin Qingming quickly waved her hand. It's for a new singer at my studio. She has exceptional vocal skills and is well suited for a talent competition. She is sure to achieve great results. Lin Qingming had high hopes for Chen Qi, a beautiful girl with strong versatility and a vibrant youthful energy in her early 20s. All she needed was an opportunity to rise to fame, which was why Lin Qingming sought out her old classmate, to secure that chance for Chen Qi. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Zhao Hui's face before he quickly regained his composed demeanor. With a sigh, he expressed, I had thought that Qingming would be interested in participating. However, the strongest female voice is a new program meticulously crafted by Blue River Satellite TV. And the standards for contestants are exceedingly high. I've heard that this time, the invited participants are exceptional students and renowned singers from various prestigious universities, some of whom are already quite famous. Achieving a commendable performance in this program is no easy feat. Lin Qingming discerned that he was deliberately engaging in vague conversation, attempting to elevate the stakes in order to secure more leverage for himself. Zhao Hui, considering our camaraderie as university classmates, could you possibly have a word with your senior? We don't require a predetermined spot. We merely seek an opportunity to audition. I understand the rules, and you may set a price. Lin Qingming placed her spoon down. Her gaze fixed upon Zhao Hui, her tone earnest. This selection process differs from conventional talent shows, such as The Voice, which conducts auditions across the nation before advancing contestants to compete. In contrast, the strongest female voice handpicks its participants, leaving no room for even an audition without a connection. Lin Qingming sought Zhao Hui precisely for this opportunity. She firmly believed that with Chen Qi's talent, securing a chance to audition would undoubtedly lead to selection. I can inquire on your behalf. After all, we are old classmates, and I would be happy to assist with such a small favor. You think I'm beneath you for even suggesting a price? Zhao Hui adjusted the cuff of his suit, nodding with a smile. I truly appreciate your help, but I would prefer not to impose on you. Lin Qingming's expression brightened, though she preferred to have a clear agreement rather than owe a personal favor. In the realm of adulthood, the most precious currency is often personal relationships. If you continue with such formalities, I might just take offense, Zhao Hui remarked, feigning a serious demeanor. Noticing Lin Qingming's discomfort, he chuckled and sighed, nostalgia washing over him. Life in school was far more pleasant than the burdens of the working world. He deftly shifted the conversation from assistance to reminiscing about their school days. I remember you were the belle of our school. Many classmates admired you. Zhao Hui continued. Lin Qingming waved her hand dismissively. There was no such thing as a belle. That was merely their exaggeration. Not an exaggeration at all. Which girl in the entire school could compare to your excellence in both appearance and talent? You were undoubtedly the most outstanding, Zhao Hui replied with a chuckle. Back in school, Lin Qingming was already a prominent figure. She could have effortlessly risen to become a top idol in the entertainment industry by adhering to the rules. Instead, she chose to defy them. To reach the pinnacle in the entertainment world often requires sacrifices dictated by industry norms. She was unwilling to compromise, leading her from a once glorious position as a leading artist to being marginalized by her agency. I was among your admirers back then, Zhao Hui said, looking at Lin Qingming. His tone half-joking. His gaze was fervent, seemingly awaiting Lin Qingming's response. A look of astonishment flitted across Lin Qingming's delicate face. Having navigated this circle for quite some time, she naturally grasped the implication behind Zhao Hui's words. At that moment, Zhao Hui's hand, which rested on the table, began to wander restlessly towards her. Zhao. Lin Qingming noticed his movement and swiftly retracted her small hand, concealing it beneath the table. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. Taking it from her bag, she saw it was a call from Shui Liang at the company. I need to take this call. She cast an apologetic glance at Zhao Hui before answering. Shui Liang, what is it? Lin, teacher Xinghe has arrived. When will you be back? Really? Xinghe is here? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingming's face brightened instantly. Zhao Hui, observing her smile, felt a flicker of infatuation. Lin Qingming's beauty was undeniably striking. Otherwise, she would not have been awarded the title of campus belle in an institution teeming with stunning women, becoming the dream goddess of many male classmates, Zhao Hui included. However, he was unlike the others. While his peers approached Lin Qingming with love letters or flowers, Zhao Hui was astute enough to recognize that she was not a woman of superficiality. Thus, he engaged her in discussions about their field, successfully adding her as a friend. After graduation, due to her exceptional skills in singing and acting, Lin Qingming swiftly rose to prominence, becoming a top-tier artist. In contrast, Zhao Hui, leveraging his family connections, secured a position at Blue River Television, initially believing he would never encounter her again. To his surprise, Lin Qingming had been shelved by her company, falling from grace and now requiring his assistance. Instantly, hope surged within Zhao Hui. He perceived this as the perfect opportunity to win Lin Qingming's heart. "Zhao, I apologize, but I must leave due to prior commitments. Please handle the matter regarding the quota. Let me know your price, and I will transfer it to you via WeChat." After concluding the call, Lin Qingming rose, clutching her bag. "What's the rush? Didn't we agree to finish our meal together?" Zhao Hui furrowed his brow. "Perhaps next time. I'll treat you then," Lin Qingming replied apologetically. "Very well. I shall reach out to my senior and provide you with a response later." Zhao Hui also stood up. "Allow me to escort you." "No need. The company is just upstairs. I can take the elevator directly." "Zhao, I must take my leave." With that, Lin Qingming walked towards the CAF exit. Zhao Hui gazed at her retreating figure, his infatuation intensifying. He realized that his momentary lapse in restraint, attempting to grasp Lin Qingming's hand, had been somewhat abrupt. Nonetheless, as long as she sought his assistance, boundless possibilities lay ahead. Perhaps, through this circumstance, he could reclaim the goddess of his past. Chapter 46. Hello, my name is Su He, stage name Xinghe. After bidding farewell to Zhao Hui, Lin Qingming proceeded to a nearby milk tea shop to purchase several cups of tea. Carrying the drinks, she hummed a cheerful tune as she approached the elevator. Although Zhao Hui had not provided a definitive answer, the program was still some time away, and she felt confident that securing a spot for the audition would pose no significant issue. Certainly, the source of her elation was not merely the event itself, but rather the news conveyed by Shui Liang over the phone. "Xinghe has arrived." Lin Qingming held profound admiration for this producer. She had already discerned the brilliance of Xinghe from the previous piece, The Initial Dream. The subsequent work, The Hasty Years, further compelled Lin Qingming to ensure that Xinghe would join their company, even if it meant acquiescing to conditions that defied industry norms, such as relinquishing all copyright to the company. In the industry, apart from renowned producers, even the intellectual property of senior producers is commonly retained by entertainment firms. Although annual royalties are distributed, the ownership of copyrights lies with the company, which retains the authority to manage the works of these producers. Such practices are quite standard within the industry, given the exorbitant resources required to nurture a producer. Unless one is a prodigy like Su He, whose every song achieves viral success, cultivating a top-tier producer inevitably incurs staggering costs for the company. Consequently, when capital invests heavily in development, it is only prudent to maintain control over copyrights. If a producer gains prominence and subsequently defects to a competitor, it would spell disaster. No one is foolish. Society is starkly pragmatic. However, the current scale of Qingming Studio is still dwarfed by capital interests, and Lin Qingming places greater emphasis on personal connections in her business endeavors. Furthermore, in her heart, she believes that Xinghe deserves to retain his copyrights, which is why she does not dwell excessively on this matter. Should every song he produces be as impactful as The Initial Dream, the absence of copyright would still yield immense benefits for the company. What sort of individual is he? The moment to meet Xinghe is finally at hand. In the elevator, Lin Qingming felt her heartbeat quicken, tinged with a hint of excitement. Ding! The elevator reached the company floor. Carrying her milk tea, she stepped out. "Xiao Li, enjoy your milk tea." Noticing Xiao Li at the front desk in a daze, she handed her a cup. "Wow. Thank you, President Lin," Xiao Li exclaimed, her face alight with joy. "Is Xinghe here?" Lin Qingming leaned closer to Xiao Li, inquiring softly. Yes, he's here. In the office area," Xiao Li replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. "He's quite the handsome guy." "Handsome?" Lin Qingming's lips curled into a smile. Judging by Xiao Li's reaction, she could surmise his level of attractiveness. To her surprise, Xinghe possessed not only talent but also striking looks. This would surely delight Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan, those two exuberant souls. With this thought, she strode toward the office area in her high heels. From a distance, she noticed a few individuals gathered around Zhang Xiaohan's computer. Are you saying this Weibo post was made by your boss? A familiar voice reached Lin Qingming's ears, causing her to pause in slight astonishment as she furrowed her brow, trying to recall where she had heard it before. Hee, of course, Chen Qi chimed in beside Su He, her voice playful. Not too dim-witted after all. I thought she would confront Zhao Yang directly. Su He nodded in appreciation. The happenings surrounding the production of Time Flies and Zhao Yang were well within Su He's knowledge. To be frank, in Su He's eyes, Zhao Yang was no different from a mere clown. He believed that by being more popular than Zhang Xiaohan, he could leverage his fans to overshadow her. While this could indeed be a viable strategy, it hinged on the condition that Zhang Xiaohan's song, once released, would not surpass the quality of Zhao Yang's. If that were the case, this approach would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. However, Zhao Yang was overly impatient. He released his song without fully grasping the situation, effectively cornering himself. Should Zhang Xiaohan's song prove superior in quality and earn its rightful recognition, how would he extricate himself from such a predicament? Alas, the challengers in this novice village lacked any real challenge. Sui sighed inwardly. The opponents he encountered during his time at Warner were far from this mediocre. Each was astute, masters in guiding public opinion. It was as though he had re-entered a beginner's realm, where the intellectual caliber of his rivals left him somewhat disoriented. What do you mean I'm not foolish? I, Lin Qingming, am at least a first-tier artist. Do you consider me a novice? At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Su He. He turned to look, and upon seeing that familiar charming face, he was momentarily taken aback. Lin Qingming had intended to say something, but upon noticing Su He's gaze, she too paused in surprise. What brings you here? Are you the owner of Xingmen? They both inquired almost simultaneously. Sister Qingming, do you two know each other? Chen Qi, with his sharp intuition, detected a hint of gossip from their reactions. No, we do not. Lin Qingming quickly waved her hand. She could not allow her employees to discover the past events that transpired between her and this man. Hello, I am Su He, known by my stage name Xinghe. Su He said with a hint of a smile, extending his hand toward Lin Qingming. What a small world it is. The owner of Xingming Studio, that unfortunate individual, turned out to be his neighbor. How intriguing. Hello, I am Lin Qingming. Lin Qingming took a deep breath, forcing herself to suppress the tumult within her. She reached out to shake Su He's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm, which made her instinctively retract her touch. With her gaze lowered, she dared not look at Su He, yet internally, she lamented, how could he be Xinghe? How could he possibly be Xinghe? How could he be Xinghe? Lin Qingming never anticipated that the person she least wanted to encounter would be the very individual she most desired to recruit into her company. Heaven, please do not toy with me. Lin Zong, shall we commence? Su He, noticing her momentary distraction, gently reminded her. Huh. Lin Qingming snapped back to reality, asking, commence what? An interview. Is it not you who summoned me to the company? Su He's lips twitched slightly. Yes, the interview. Lin Qingming finally comprehended, feigning calmness as she beckoned to Su He. Come, let us discuss this in my office. Several employees were casting peculiar glances, and lingering any longer would likely reveal their secret. After speaking, Lin Qingming turned without a backward glance and headed toward her office. Su He watched her retreating figure, filled with a multitude of grievances he wished to express. Yet he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. Casting a glance at the peculiar expressions of a few individuals, he took a deep breath and followed Lin Qingming into the office. Once they departed, Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan immediately huddled together. Is the boss behaving a bit unusually today? I think so too. She didn't even offer us any milk tea. Could there be a story between them? That shouldn't be the case. If the boss knew Xinghe, why would she have spent 500,000 on a song? How curious. Shuel Yang observed the two gossiping girls, unable to suppress a wry smile as he shook his head, then directed his gaze toward Lin Qingming's office. He was uninterested in their chatter. All he hoped was that Lin Qingming would retain this Xinghe, for from his brief acquaintance with the man, he sensed that he was no ordinary individual. Chapter 47. You have always bullied me. Upon closing the office door, Lin Qingming finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She scrutinized the man before her, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Have you seen enough? Su He responded, perplexed by the woman's occasionally inexplicable behavior. Are you truly Xinghe? Lin Qingming finally inquired. If you doubt me, feel free to call me on WeChat, Suhi replied curtly. How could you possibly be Xinghe? Lin Qingming murmured. If we're not discussing this, I'll take my leave. Suhi, growing impatient, felt that even as neighbors, her reaction was excessively dramatic. We must discuss, Lin Qingming quickly asserted. Suhi's demeanor softened at her insistence. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it at the corner of his mouth without lighting it, and sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs. He looked at Lin Qingming. My requirements have been clearly stated on WeChat. I am aware. Lin Qingming settled onto the sofa opposite him, nodding. The copyright for the songs you write will belong to you. I agree to this. Are there any other matters? Lin Qingming was a career-driven woman. She would not allow personal sentiments to cloud her professional judgment. Though she was reluctant to have Suhi in the company, she had to concede that bringing this man on board was the best choice for the company's growth. None. Suhi shook his head. What about salary and profit sharing? Lin Qingming gazed at Suhi in astonishment. You can pay me according to the standards for newcomers, he said, a smirk playing on his lips. The company was his own, and the profits would belong to him. The exact salary was inconsequential. Are you certain? Lin Qingming was taken aback. She had prepared herself for Suhi to demand exorbitant terms and had mentally rehearsed numerous bargaining strategies. Yet here he was, suggesting the newcomer's standard, leaving her utterly flummoxed. Certainly, Suhi replied with a smile. Do you have any other requests? Lin Qingming's tone softened considerably. She remained somewhat skeptical that it could be so simple to bring Xinghe into the company. There is one, Suhi pondered before fixing his intense gaze upon Lin Qingming. Feeling the heat of his stare, Lin Qingming instinctively leaned back, crossing her arms defensively. What do you want? I have but one request. Suhi leaned forward, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you recall my proposal the last time you visited my home? Lin Qingming paused, taken aback. What proposal? Cooking. Suhi winked at her. He had initially thought he would never have the chance to savor the culinary delights prepared by this neighbor again. To his surprise, she turned out to be the owner of Xingming Studio. This request was, of course, a spontaneous addition. Absolutely not. Lin Qingming hastily waved her hand. We work together, and now you want us to dine together too? What would that imply? A couple? At this thought, Lin Qingming felt a slight flush creeping to her earlobes. Are you certain? Suhi inquired, a teasing glimmer in his eyes. Let us renegotiate the terms. I could offer you a raise, or perhaps a share of the profits. Lin Qingming turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. This is my only condition. If you agree, we can sign the contract immediately. If not, I shall take my leave. In fact, Liuguang Entertainment has also reached out to me, and their offer will certainly surpass what your modest studio can provide. As Suhi feigned to stand up and depart, Lin Qingming became flustered, grasping his arm. Upon feeling the warmth emanating from him, she quickly released her hold. The moment she learned that Liuguang Entertainment was also in contact with Suhi, a wave of panic washed over her. After all, they were the largest entertainment company in Xuanqing, capable of presenting him with an impressive offer. More critically, the copyright to匆匆那年still resided with Suhi. Should he join Liuguang Entertainment and collaborate with Zhao Yang against Xingming, Zhang Xiaoan would likely face utter ruin. A threat, an unvarnished threat. My request is not exorbitant, is it? Suhi spread his hands. Lin Qingming bit her lip. From a corporate standpoint, the demand was indeed reasonable, yet from her personal perspective, it felt exceedingly high. She truly wished to avoid entanglements with Suhi, and the idea of dining together was profoundly uncomfortable. If this poses a challenge for you, then let it go. Suhi feigned a sigh, striding toward the office exit. I agree. Lin Qingming closed her eyes, speaking in a soft, reluctant tone. Suhi halted, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Now we have an agreement. Haha, let us finalize the contract. He pulled out a lighter, igniting his cigarette before settling back onto the sofa. After the contract was signed, Lin Qingming wore a forlorn expression, akin to a slighted young bride. Do not wear that expression. It seems as though I am bullying you, Suhi remarked, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. You are indeed bullying me, Lin Qingming murmured under her breath. What was that? Suhi did not catch her words. Nothing. You may leave now. I have a meeting to attend. Lin Qingming waved her hand dismissively, gathering the contract before making her way out of the office. After spending some time with Suhi, the earlier panic had dissipated. Suhi cast her a curious glance, following her out into the office area. Upon learning that Suhi had officially joined Xingming Studio, everyone erupted into applause, welcoming him to the family. Welcome, Teacher Xinghe, To our big family. Zhang Xiaohan's face radiated with joy, having sung 2 of Su He's songs. She was the most benefited and understood well the advantages his presence would bring to the company. Hee, welcome, handsome. Our star dream has finally welcomed a striking gentleman. Chen Qi joined in the applause. Xiao Qi, do you seem to look down on me? Shuai Liang, equally delighted, made a rare joke, then welcomed Su He, expressing his anticipation for collaborating with teacher Xing He. Haha, thank you everyone. In truth, Su He rather enjoyed the atmosphere of the studio, despite everyone struggling. The warmth and laughter present here were far more comforting than the cold environment of a large corporation like Warner. As the welcoming ceremony drew to a close, Lin Qingming clapped her hands. Everyone, please quiet down. I have something to announce. The crowd ceased their chatter and turned their attention to Lin Qingming. There is an event called The Strongest Female Voice hosted by Blue River Television. I am preparing for Xiao Qi to participate. I already contacted the people at Blue River downstairs, and we should receive a response shortly. Lin Qingming shared her general thoughts. The company only has 2 female singers. Now that Zhang Xiaohan has gained popularity and her style is not suitable for such a competition, Chen Qi is the most fitting candidate. Wow, Sister Qingming, I love you. Chen Qi exclaimed, hugging Lin Qingming in excitement. Although she had a few opportunities to perform since joining the company, those were merely as a backing vocalist in small programs. A competition is different. The entire stage would be hers. This was something Chen Qi had long dreamed of. Chapter 48. She is from Class 2. Since you have chosen to follow me, I will naturally strive to create opportunities for you. Xiao Qi, I know your dreams. But it's a bit premature to discuss this now. We need to wait for a response later. However, with our current investment, we can acquire more resources. Lin Qingming smiled and gently patted Chen Qi's back. Chen Qi is the youngest girl in the Stardream studio, and she is also the least well-known. Zhang Xiaohan was previously an internet celebrity with a fan base. Shuai Liang, on the other hand, was a winner of a talent show and once enjoyed great success. Chen Qi, however, is different. She has not undergone professional training and has relied solely on her own exploration, usually singing backing vocals for other singers. During concerts, she would stand in the shadows, adding harmonies when needed, without any spotlight or recognition, and she lacked a song of her own. Since joining the company, Lin Qingming had not been able to secure good resources for her, only providing opportunities for backing vocals. Now, with a competition that suits her, it is certainly worth striving for. Xiao Qi participating in the talent show is a good choice. Her talent is strong, and she possesses innate advantages. With systematic training, she could undoubtedly surpass many top-tier singers, Shuai Liang remarked. In this day and age, merely having talent is not the most crucial factor for achieving fame. Being chosen by the capital and having the willingness to invest in one's development can lead to becoming a well-known singer. However, breaking into the top tier without talent remains exceedingly challenging. Chen Qi has the potential for stardom, or at least that is how Shuai Liang perceives her. Is this young girl truly so remarkable? Su He, listening from the side, became intrigued. Among these 3 singers, Zhang Xiaohan's nuances are well understood, and Shuai Liang leaves a strong impression. Only Chen Qi, appearing lively and adorable, surprisingly earned such high praise from Shuai Liang. Of course, we are blessed with an abundance of talent at Qingming. Lin Qingming cast a proud glance at Su He and said, "Come, Xiao Qi. Let our new producer see what true prowess looks like." Chen Qi, upon hearing this, felt a bit bashful. Shall I give it a try? Su He leaned against the table, arms crossed, nodding at Chen Qi. Since she is to write songs for them, understanding her capabilities is essential. How about I sing a song by the diva Li Xuan? Chen Qi took out her phone to find the accompaniment. Upon hearing Li Xuan's name, Su He involuntarily twitched his eye, yet he refrained from stopping her. Since they had parted ways, it was best not to dwell on such matters and regard Li Xuan as just an ordinary friend. As Chen Qi began to sing, "The first time you sat with me, my palms were empty. I know you desperately concealed those text notifications. I can't bear it. It's just that time cannot turn back. Loving you is worthwhile, but it must come to a halt." Su He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, succumbing to memories. This song, Reluctance, was the hallmark of Xianzi's previous life, a remarkably poignant ballad. It was also the first song he dedicated to Li Xuan. At that time, she was merely a newly signed artist with Warner, and now she has ascended to the heights of stardom. While the title suggests reluctance, Li Xuan was quite resolute, as she promptly initiated the breakup. Listening to Chen Qi's rendition of the song, Suhi found himself pleasantly surprised, for she infused the piece with her unique style. It is one thing to mimic the original's essence, but to imbue a song with one's own sentiment is a challenging feat. Remarkably, Qinqi excelled in this regard. Though her performance was purely instinctive, lacking the mastery of professional knowledge. Once Qinqi concluded, Lin Qingming was the first to applaud, followed by Zhang Xiaohan and Shui Liang. The songs written by my idol are simply enchanting. They nearly brought me to tears. Lin Qingming swayed her head, humming the chorus, appearing utterly captivated. Your idol? Suhi, with a cigarette in his mouth, cast her a quizzical glance. Of course, Suhi, my idol is Lin Qingming, she boasted, directing a triumphant look at him. However, concerned that Suhi might misinterpret her words due to the similar pronunciation of their names, she quickly added, the renowned producer Suhi, the genius producer of the entertainment industry. You must have heard of him, right? Of course I've heard of him, and I know him quite well, Suhi replied, unable to suppress a slight smile at her considering Suhi as her idol. This woman may not be the sharpest, but her taste is commendable. Yet, in the presence of his little admirer, hearing her refer to him as an idol stirred a hint of embarrassment within Suhi. You're just a newcomer. Have you even met Suhi? Lin Qingming rolled her eyes at Suhi's assertion of familiarity with her idol. Suhi is the most enigmatic producer in the industry. Not just anyone can meet him. Believe it or not, Suhi shrugged, offering no further explanation. Then he turned to Qinqi and said, your innate talent as a singer is among the finest, yet you lack systematic training. I have had no teacher to guide me. Qinqi nodded, somewhat embarrassed. In industry parlance, she could be considered a raw talent, relying solely on her natural gifts for singing. However, gifted singers like her are a rarity in the industry, possessing immense potential for growth, but they need professional guidance. At this thought, Suhi had a candidate in mind and ran for Morningstar Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the country. She is renowned as a maestro of creating singing champions, having already nurtured 2 kings of song and 1 queen. Although Morningstar and Suhi's former employer, Warner Entertainment, are rivals, Suhi and Ran share a friendly rapport, primarily because she is exceptionally skilled in networking. After collaborating with one of her artists, she added Suhi on WeChat and frequently engaged him in conversation, leading to a warm familiarity between them. I will find you a teacher. Feel free to consult her with any questions, Suhi said, smiling at Qinqi. Wow, thank you, Teacher Xinghe, Qinqi exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with delight upon hearing this. And Xiaohan, there is still room for improvement in your singing skills. I will create a group for you, and you can ask the teacher any questions there, he added, glancing at Zhang Xiaohan. Thank you, Teacher Xinghe, Zhang Xiaohan replied eagerly, nodding enthusiastically. In her eyes, Suhi held significant weight. Providing her with 2 songs had catapulted her to this level of fame, something an ordinary producer could scarcely achieve. Thus she held him in high esteem. What about me? Shui Liang queried, pointing at himself. You can disregard that. Being a talent show champion already attests to your abilities. Suhi replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Shui Liang could only smile wryly in agreement. With Zhang Xiaohan on the verge of stardom and Qinqi potentially entering a talent show, he suddenly felt like he was the only one left idling in the company. Ordinary teachers wouldn't suffice for Han Han and the others. Lin Qingming clearly doubted Suhi's ability to secure a competent teacher and cautioned him. The teacher I have in mind is different, Suhi insisted, shaking his head. What makes her different? Lin Qingming inquired with curiosity. She is from class 2, Suhi winked at her. Lin Qingming rolled her eyes in disbelief. You 2 are not quite right. Zhang Xiaohan and the others sensed the playful banter between their boss and Suhi, suddenly detecting a whiff of gossip. What is not right? What are you staring at? Disperse. Lin Qingming waved her hand, and everyone quickly returned to their respective places. Just then, Lin Qingming's phone rang. Hello, Zhao Hui. Is there any progress on the show? She asked. The senior side mentioned there's still 1 spot left. But what? The voice on the other end was unclear. Let us discuss it in person. I've reserved a table at a Western restaurant. Will you have time to come by later? Upon hearing Zhao Hui suggest a face-to-face discussion at the restaurant, Lin Qingming frowned. Such matters hardly warranted a meeting. Either there was an opportunity, or there wasn't. Nonetheless, she sensed Zhao Hui had ulterior motives and glanced at Suhi, who was smoking at the table, a smirk playing at her lips. Can I bring a friend along? On the other end of the line, there was a noticeable silence for 2 seconds before the response came. Of course, I can have them at a location. Chapter 49. The novice hypocrite, I still felt that I had been deceived. In the elevator, Suhi glanced at Lin Qingming and let out an exasperated huff. This was a transaction. Lin Qingming turned back and winked at him. Huh. Suhi shot her a disdainful look. When Lin Qingming had made the call and mentioned bringing a friend, then glanced at him, Suhi had immediately understood her intentions. Just as he contemplated a getaway, Lin Qingming had caught him, employing every tactic in the book, soft coaxing, a feigned pout, and even threats stemming from her authoritative position, all directed at Suhi. Ultimately, when she realized that Suhi remained unmoved, she added a condition. If Suhi wished to indulge in late-night snacks, he could always knock on her door. This temptation was utterly irresistible to Suhi, far more effective than her previous antics. Hence, he acquiesced, agreeing to accompany Lin Qingming for a meal. It entailed no significant effort, and in return, he would have late-night snacks. It was a win-win scenario. The Western restaurant chosen by Zhao Hui was not too distant from the office. After a brief taxi ride of 10 minutes, Suhi and Lin Qingming arrived. Qingming, over here. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, they spotted Zhao Hui waving to Lin Qingming. He's quite handsome, Suhi remarked, leaning closer to her ear. Though perhaps not quite your match, he'll do. How dare you? Lin Qingming pinched him playfully at his waist. Ow! Suhi winced, inhaling sharply. How outrageous. He recalled the first time he encountered this woman. She had been timid and compliant, ready to obey any command. He had thought her a meek lamb. But now she dared to pinch him. This was unacceptable. After all, he was the covert owner of Xingming's studio, and she, a mere employee, ought to treat her superior with more respect. Unbeknownst to Lin Qingming, Suhi's thoughts were tumultuous. She shot him a triumphant glare and then approached Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui, Qingming, it's good to see you again. Zhao Hui, with his cultured demeanor, exuded an amiable charm. He merely glanced at Suhi, who was following Lin Qingming, before addressing her. Let us go inside. I've reserved a private room. With that, he led the way. Lin Qingming exchanged a knowing look with Suhi and followed him into the restaurant. A novice hypocrite, Suhi thought, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He had anticipated a formidable character, yet found only a novice. A truly adept hypocrite would not reveal themselves so overtly. After all, he had come with Lin Qingming. A simple greeting was necessary to maintain his gentlemanly facade. Yet, Zhao Hui had blatantly disregarded him. His level was too low. Zhang Xizha is indeed far superior. And there remains much to be polished. Zhang Xizha, the top-tier singer of Hongguang Entertainment, is also a consummate hypocrite. He once engaged in a cryptic battle with Su He on Weibo, exchanging barbs for what felt like 300 rounds, leaving Su He nearly at a disadvantage. Reflecting on those past adversaries, Su He sighed, feeling a sense of ennui as he slipped his hands into his pockets and followed into the restaurant. Inside the private dining room, candles and fresh flowers adorned the table, clearly arranged by Zhao Hui himself rather than the establishment. Waiter, please open a bottle of 1994 Lafite. Zhao Hui commanded with a snap of his fingers, then pulled out a chair next to the dining table, gesturing for Lin Qingming to take a seat. Thank you. Lin Qingming replied with a hint of discomfort before sitting down. Su He, aware that the other party would not assist him with the chair, took the initiative to sit beside Lin Qingming. Just as Zhao Hui was about to join them, he noticed Su He already seated, momentarily taken aback. A fleeting look of irritation crossed his face before he settled across the table. And who might this be? At last, he smiled and inquired about Su He's identity. Oh, this is Su He, my studio's music producer, Lin Qingming answered with a smile. A producer? Zhao Hui raised an eyebrow, casting a surprised glance at Su He. He had initially assumed Su He might be an artist. Admittedly, Su He was quite handsome, even surpassing some popular stars in looks. It would not be surprising if he were an artist. Yet, he did not expect him to be a music producer, having worked in a television station for some time. Zhao Hui had encountered numerous producers and had broadened his horizons. In this industry, one is not regarded as significant unless they reach the level of a senior producer. Indeed, he is exceptionally skilled at songwriting, Lin Qingming praised. Zhao Hui chuckled softly. Is he as remarkable as your idol Suhi? He was aware of Lin Qingming's WeChat, often sharing Suhi's songs on her moments, referring to him as her idol, and he had taken note of all this. Of course not, Lin Qingming responded without hesitation. Suhi felt a few dark lines appear on his forehead. This foolish woman, could she not be a bit more courteous and sing her own praises? Does she not realize how awkward this makes me feel? Suhi is a deity in the industry, a national idol. I naturally cannot compare, he interjected. Whether it be Xinghe or Su-he, in any case, it was merely self-praise dressed in different attire. Su-he truly was exceptional, becoming a gold medal producer in just 2.5 years and propelling the diva Li Xuan to stardom. Describing him as prodigious would not be an exaggeration. I am also a fan of his, but regrettably, I have yet to meet him. Mr. Su, he must possess his own talents to enter Xingming, so there is no need for false modesty. Zhao Hui nodded in agreement with a smile, embellishing his praise for Su He to curry favor. He believed he had executed the interplay perfectly, using Su He to elevate himself while complimenting Lin Xingming's idol, thus winning her affection. Thank you for the compliment. Su He replied with a peculiar smile, choosing not to continue the conversation. At that moment, the waiter brought over the red wine, and Zhao Hui refrained from pursuing this topic further. The filet mignon at their home is quite delightful. Would you like some, Xingming? He said as he handed the menu to Lin Xingming. I'm fine with anything, Lin Xingming replied with a smile. And what about Mr. Suha? Zhao Hui turned his gaze toward Suha. Whatever. Suha pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, intending to light one. But upon noticing the no smoking sign on the wall, he clicked his tongue in annoyance and returned the pack to his pocket. This was precisely why he disliked dining in upscale restaurants. For a habitual smoker, any place where smoking is prohibited, regardless of its opulence, becomes a form of torment. Let's order 3 portions of steak, Zhao Hui instructed the waiter. The latter accepted the menu with a slight nod and turned to leave. Zhao Hui, what did the production team say? Lin Xingming could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. She had come to meet Zhao Hui specifically regarding the program The Strongest Female Voice, in pursuit of Qin Shi's spot. Let's eat first. We can discuss it afterward. Zhao Hui replied with a calm smile. Fine. Lin Xingming frowned slightly, casting a glance at the candles and flowers adorning the private room, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, her gaze fell upon Suha, who was fiddling with a lighter, and inexplicably, her heart felt considerably more at ease. However, the thought of having to prepare late-night snacks for this man later made her somewhat displeased. In truth, Lin Xingming had her own plans. She intended to move out once her salary arrived next month, thus freeing herself from the obligation of cooking for him. Haha, how clever I am. Chapter 50. Young man. This is not how to pursue a girl. At the dining table, Suha remained silent, focused on his steak. Zhao Hui, on the other hand, was quite animated, frequently initiating conversations with Lin Xingming and recounting several stories he deemed amusing. Since Lin Xingming needed something from him, she humorously entertained his tales with a few token laughs. Throughout the meal, she attempted several times to steer the conversation towards the program, but each time Zhao Hui deftly diverted it. Before long, Suha finished his steak. He patted his stomach. His appetite was not large, and he still felt only half satisfied. The beef noodles, or snail noodles downstairs were much more fulfilling. Of course, he did not foolishly request another serving. Regardless of the reason for the invitation, it was still courtesy from the other party. He was accompanying Lin Xingming, and he believed he should maintain a certain decorum. Suha considered himself a person of distinction, and even if the other party was a naive benefactor, he would not stoop to take advantage of such situations. I have my own money. I can afford it. I'll step outside for a smoke. After wiping his mouth with a napkin, he pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his lips, giving Lin Xingming's shoulder a gentle pat. Having not smoked during their time in the restaurant, he felt a bit restless. Go ahead, but come back quickly, Lin Xingming said. Still somewhat unaccustomed to physical contact with Suha, feeling a slight flush on her neck from the unusual sensation. Across the table, Zhao Hui noticed Lin Xingming's subtle expressions, and his heart skipped a beat. Initially, he believed Suha was merely an ordinary employee. Yet he sensed that the dynamic between Suha and Lin Xingming resembled that of equals rather than a boss and an employee. This realization stirred a sense of inexplicable irritation within him. After all, an unexpected competitor had emerged, and a rather handsome one at that, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Following Su He's departure, Zhao Hui and Lin Xingming fell into a brief silence. Zhao Hui, what does your senior say about the show? Are there any conditions? Lin Xingming set down her knife and fork, smiling as she addressed him. This marked the 4th time she had brought up the matter of the show that evening. Previously, Zhao Hui had skillfully diverted the conversation, but this time she was determined to receive an answer. Zhao Hui also laid down his utensils and took a sip of red wine, dabbing his hands with a napkin. With a wry smile, he shook his head and remarked, Is it truly so difficult to enjoy a meal with me without discussing work? Lin Xingming, taken aback, replied candidly, I came here to discuss this very matter." Despite the candles and flowers adorning the room, the ambience felt decidedly uncomfortable for her. "Qingming, can you truly not sense the feelings I have for you?" Zhao Hui felt it was time to lay bare his emotions. Lin Qingming had been the campus beauty during their university days, a goddess in the eyes of many, including Zhao Hui. After graduation, she swiftly ascended to the ranks of first-tier celebrities, creating a significant distance between them. In the past, he would have deemed himself unworthy of even speaking to her. He had assumed he would forever look up to her. But with her return to the limelight after a hiatus, Zhao Hui sensed an opportunity. If he failed to confess his feelings now, he feared he would regret it for a lifetime. Lin Qingming found herself at a loss for words. Having navigated the entertainment industry to become a top star, she was no fool. She could perceive Zhao Hui's deeper intentions. Yet, she was also eager to secure her position, which is why she had invited Suhi along, believing his presence might temper Zhao Hui's boldness. However, she had not anticipated that he would still speak up. "Are you two still chatting?" At that moment, Suhi entered from outside and took a seat beside Lin Qingming. Noticing the somber expressions on their faces, he inquired, "What's wrong? Did I miss the juicy gossip in just a few minutes?" "Qingming, I have liked you since our university days. I am genuinely thrilled that you sought my help this time, as assisting someone I admire brings me immense joy. My request is modest. I simply hope for an opportunity to pursue you. Is that possible?" Zhao Hui did not acknowledge Suhi, instead focusing intently on Lin Qingming. His expression earnest and his tone sincere. Suhi raised an eyebrow at this declaration. Indeed, the drama had only just begun. Leaning back in his chair, he crossed his legs, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He mused internally about what snacks would complement the evening. A bowl of snail noodles, perhaps, to stave off hunger later. Or perhaps he should buy groceries for Lin Qingming to cook instead. "Are you threatening me? What if I refuse to give you a chance?" Lin Qingming frowned, her tone turning icy. Zhao Hui's intertwining of personal and professional matters left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Had she been willing to acquiesce to these unspoken rules, her remarkable professional abilities would have undoubtedly elevated her status beyond that of a mere small studio owner, propelling her to the ranks of a super A-list celebrity, renowned across the vast expanse of the country, or even a diva excelling in both film and music. However, do not misconstrue my intentions. Even if you decline, I shall still extend my assistance. My senior has already made arrangements and assured me that a spot will be reserved for you, so you need not worry in this regard." Zhao Hui hastily interjected. Noticing that Lin Qingming's expression remained unyielding, he continued to elucidate. "The reason I have refrained from discussing work with you is that I feared you might leave upon hearing it, thus depriving me of the opportunity to express my genuine feelings." "Zhao Hui, we are no longer naive children fresh out of school, oblivious to the world," Lin Qingming replied, a bemused smile gracing her lips as she regarded him. Zhao Hui felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze. He believed he had done nothing wrong. He had laid bare his heart and willingly offered his assistance to Lin Qingming, all while assuring her that he would help regardless of her response, without any coercion. "Qingming." Zhao Hui opened his mouth to speak, but Lin Qingming interrupted him. "Since you claim to understand me, you must know what I mean. I genuinely desire that opportunity, but not through such means." With that, she stood up, clutching her bag. "Qingming, I truly harbor no ulterior motives, nor am I asking for an immediate commitment. I merely seek a chance to pursue you," Zhao Hui said urgently. He was being truthful. His affection for Lin Qingming was profound and sincere. "I'm sorry, but I must decline," Lin Qingming replied, shaking her head. She glanced at Suhi, who was thoroughly engrossed in his snack, before departing. After speaking, she headed to the front desk to settle her bill. Sui's expression of amusement faltered, and he slowly rose, offering a smile to Zhao Hui. "Young man, pursuing a girl is not done in this manner. I initially thought you were a hypocrite, but it turns out you're merely a sycophant." With that, he shook his head and left. Zhao Hui stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend where he had gone awry in his approach. He owed a favor to his senior and merely sought a favor from Lin Qingming. He had not coerced her into a relationship. Yet, did Lin Qingming truly have to reject him? Did she genuinely detest him so much that she would forego the opportunity for him to pursue her, even at the expense of the coveted spot? Chapter 51. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope? On Binjiang Road, the summer heat of Xuanqing City was somewhat stifling, though the river breeze felt quite pleasant against the skin. Many adults accompanied children to seek respite by the riverside, while some older women danced joyfully in the square. Finding the noise somewhat overwhelming, Lin Qingming distanced herself from the square. Su-hee, cigarette in mouth and playing with a lighter in hand, trailed behind Lin Qingming, stepping into the elongated shadow cast by the streetlights. Am I being foolish? Lin Qingming finally spoke. Su-hee paused momentarily, then chuckled in response. Indeed. It may be a bit foolish. You've merely attracted another sycophant, trading it for a chance for Qin-chi to step onto the stage. In truth, you have nothing to lose. Lin Qingming let out a bitter smile and shook her head. She paused, resting her hands on the railing, her gaze drifting toward the distant Hongyadong, a renowned attraction in Chongqing, appearing as if it had leapt from the pages of a comic book. The night breeze gently tousled her hair, and the pleasant sensation caused her eyes to narrow slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Su-hee leaned against the railing, turning his face to observe her, suddenly realizing how harmoniously the night lights complemented her presence. I might truly be ill-suited for the entertainment industry, Lin Qingming mused aloud. Her words almost like a soliloquy, her gaze still fixed on the horizon. Indeed, it's evident, Su-hee nodded in agreement, adding, You're also not cut out for running a company. Lin Qingming shot him a glare, mildly irritated by his interjection, yet she refrained from responding harshly, instead sighing as she turned her attention back to the view. Perhaps, she conceded. In truth, Zhao Hui's intentions were not overly excessive. He merely sought a favor in return. A more tactful individual might have welcomed the attention, as gaining an additional admirer was hardly a burden. If necessary, one could simply decline or ignore the advances. From the perspective of a company owner, securing a position without any cost would indeed be a lucrative deal. Although Lin Qingming might not be suited for the entertainment industry or for managing a business, it did not diminish her potential as a talented artist or an effective leader. Su-hee took a deep breath, flicking his cigarette but into the distance, where it arced perfectly before landing in a trash bin. Previously, he had regarded Lin Qingming as somewhat naive, marveling at how she could manage to run a company, a true rarity. Yet today, he discovered an unwavering dedication within her that was seldom seen in their industry. Quite foolish, yet I find it admirable, he thought. As he had noted earlier, it was merely a matter of gaining an additional admirer. Lin Qingming could have easily accepted Zhao Hui's offer and then disregarded him, treating him as a mere sycophant, especially given his connections within the television station, which could provide numerous resources. This would undoubtedly have been the choice of most individuals. His ex-girlfriend, Li Xuan, would have undoubtedly accepted without hesitation. Yet Lin Qingming had outright refused. It was not a matter of right or wrong. Rather, Su-hee was taken aback by her decision. Are you complimenting me? Lin Qingming chuckled lightly. Is it strange that I have praised you before? Su-hee retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. What else have you praised me for? Lin Qingming inquired, turning to face him. Su-hee met her gaze, then playfully blinked. You cook exceptionally well. Lin Qingming's lips twitched. Yet she chose to remain silent. A brief silence enveloped them. Before they knew it, nearly 10 o'clock had arrived. If Xiaoqi finds out that the opportunity is gone, she will undoubtedly be very disappointed, Lin Qingming remarked, taking a deep breath. A twinge of guilt washed over her, as her choice had deprived Qin-chi of her chance to shine. Su-hee, hearing her, wore a faint smile. Perhaps there will be a turn of events? What do you mean? Lin Qingming turned to him. Never mind, it's getting late. Let us head back, Su-hee said, brushing off the dust from his clothes where he had leaned against the railing. All right, Lin Qingming nodded. Are you hungry? Su-hee suddenly asked. Shall we purchase some groceries before heading back? I suddenly find myself no longer hungry. Online. The situation surrounding Zhang Xiaohan and Zhao Yang has escalated significantly after a day of fermentation. Zhao Yang's song Once Loved You has remarkably soared to the second position on the new song chart, achieving this feat within just one day of its release, a speed so exceptional that even many top-tier artists cannot boast of such prowess. This is the power of justice. Haha, our brother Zhao Yang is on the verge of stardom. Ascending to the forefront of the industry is merely a matter of time. Zhang Xiaohan's reputation has undoubtedly suffered, but she brought this upon herself. She rose to fame through underhanded means and is now facing the consequences. However, let us not harbor such animosity. Did Zhang Xiaohan not claim ignorance of the situation? If you believe such a cliché public relations statement, you must truly be naive. Think critically. How could a mere internet celebrity like Zhang Xiaohan possibly compete with Zhao Yang without resorting to unscrupulous tactics? Fans of Zhao Yang feel an overwhelming sense of vindication. After all, they have championed justice for their idol, who has proven his worth by achieving the remarkable second position on the new song chart. With the top position merely a matter of time. What is not to love about such an idol? At 10 o'clock in the evening, the lights in Xingming's studio are still aglow. The spectacle is about to commence. Chen Qi wraps his arm around Zhang Xiaohan, his modest chest pressing against her arm. Should we post on Weibo now? Zhang Xiaohan suddenly recalls Lin Xingming's advice. Indeed, there is a draft in the group chat. She can simply copy and paste it. Chen Qi nods in agreement. Zhang Xiaohan retrieves her phone and opens the group chat. She copies the meticulously crafted statement by Lin Xingming and then opens her Weibo account. She had garnered 500,000 followers through her song The Initial Dream, but has lost several thousand due to this incident. Many comments on her Weibo are derogatory, and she dares not look at them. Having recently risen to fame, she is yet to experience such widespread criticism and finds the vitriol disheartening. Nevertheless, Lin Xingming had once told her that no artist escapes criticism, not even recognized geniuses like Su He. To achieve stardom and widespread recognition, one must learn to disregard others' opinions. While the principle is universally understood, Zhang Xiaohan still requires further experience to truly embody it. Perhaps it is my own inadequacies that provoke such scorn. I have contemplated that if I were in Zhao Yang's position, enduring such trials would undoubtedly be uncomfortable. It is my fault. I should not have competed with Zhao Yang for an opportunity. In truth, I should feel grateful for the current level of attention I have as a small internet celebrity. The somewhat sarcastic remarks made Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Qi shiver involuntarily. Truly, a master of the craft. The former star possesses unparalleled finesse in navigating the nuanced art of Weibo commentary. There are still 4 or 5 meticulously crafted Weibo posts awaiting dissemination, if they are released. And the song subsequently debuts, a reversal of public opinion may ensue. One wonders whether Zhao Yang can withstand the storm. Next, we shall see if the quality of our song can indeed sway public sentiment. Chen Qi, still holding Zhang Xiaohan's arm, is brimming with excitement and anticipation. Little Qi, are you questioning Teacher Xinghe's capabilities? Zhang Xiaohan's lips curled into a confident smile. After all, it was a song by Teacher Xinghe. How could she possibly lose to Zhao Yang? There was no doubt about it. The mature and composed Shui Liang stated the conclusion directly. Chapter 52. You may continue. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the trailer for Time Flies was released on schedule. Even before its premiere, the series had already garnered a somewhat disastrous reputation. In the battle of theme songs, the production team, eager to capitalize on Zhang Xiaohan's popularity, rejected the song from the second-tier singer Zhao Yang in favor of the track from the small internet celebrity Zhang Xiaohan. This decision led to Zhao Yang's fans trending on Weibo, resulting in a severely tarnished reputation for the drama. The Time Flies production team, however, remained silent on the matter, even releasing several song teasers, lavishing praise on singer Zhang Xiaohan. Such actions only further incensed Zhao Yang's fans, whose vitriolic comments kept the topic firmly within the top 10 of trending searches. At Liuguang Entertainment, Zhao Yang and producer Lu He of Once Loved You had not yet clocked out. They were anxiously awaiting their song to ascend to the top of the new music charts. Since the afternoon, it seemed that the momentum had slowed, and at this rate, it would likely take until tomorrow morning to surpass the current number 1. Zhao Yang frowned as he scrutinized the chart data. Their song had garnered an impressive 300,000 streams in a single day, yet the leading song by a top-tier artist had over 400,000 streams. With the current pace of growth tapering off, what they had initially presumed would be a number 1 victory by tonight now appeared to be a tomorrow morning affair. Be satisfied. Your competitor is a first-tier artist. If it weren't for the current wave of publicity, we would be fortunate to even break into the top 10. The prospect of reaching number 1 on the new song chart is already quite remarkable, Lu He remarked, sipping his coffee. In his view, Zhao Yang was still too impetuous. Achieving their current success through such publicity was already a significant surprise. Additionally, the cost of offending the Time Flies production team meant they would likely miss future collaborations. Lu He was willing to accept this price, for the honor of topping the new song chart would afford him access to more resources. And considering Time Flies was merely a small production, the offense was inconsequential. Haha, you are right, Teacher Lu. I was indeed too ambitious. Zhao Yang admitted with a playful scratch of his head and a smile. There's nothing wrong with youthful enthusiasm. Lu He waved his hand dismissively. Just then, Zhao Yang noticed a notification pop up. The trailer for Time Flies is live. He exclaimed. Lu He, catching sight of the message on the computer screen, responded. Shall we take a look? Let us open it. I'm curious to see what qualifications this little internet celebrity has to seize our spotlight, Lu has said, reclining against his chair with a cold smirk. Zhao Yang chuckled, clicking on the Weibo notification and mimicking Lu He's posture. He leaned back and crossed his legs. The screen lit up. At the wedding, the male lead gazed blankly at the female lead. Their eyes met, and they were lost in memories. You must look magnificent in your wedding gown, the male lead, sitting behind the female lead during their school days, remarked with a light laugh, coupled with the earlier visuals. This statement evoked a tinge of melancholy. The thoughts of this inept production team elude my understanding. Our song, Once Loved You, would have been a perfect match for this drama, yet they chose to disregard it. Zhao Yang muttered, this world is never short of those lacking vision. Perhaps it is for the best. Such a mediocre production could never elevate our song to the new song chart. Lu He scoffed, his tone laced with pride. His latest maneuver could only be described as a textbook example of leveraging popularity, directly replicating the method that brought Zhang Xiaohan to fame, employing her tactics against her. Not only did he tarnish Zhang Xiaohan's reputation, but he would soon use the song chart as top position to slap the production team in the face, an intellectual triumph. Indeed, Master Lu, you truly are a senior. Without your guidance, I would have suffered in silence. Zhao Yang chuckled, showering him with praise. Lu He's smug demeanor intensified, and he waved his hand dismissively, humbly stating, in my eyes, you possess great potential. I have high hopes for you. Keep striving. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang was filled with elation. Lu He was a mid-level producer. Once he had won his favor, how could good songs not follow? He felt immensely grateful that the production team had rejected his song, for it had allowed his relationship with Lu He to flourish. I shall not disappoint Master Lu's expectations. Zhao Yang vowed with determination. Let us listen to the music, Lu He said with a serene smile, leisurely savoring his coffee. As they conversed, the trailer reached the romantic moments between the male and female leads. The music played, enveloping the sweet scenes of love in a veil of subtle melancholy. In those hurried years, how many times did we say goodbye, only to prolong the parting? Zhang Xiaohan's ethereal voice resonated. Suddenly, Lu He, unable to swallow his coffee in time, erupted, spraying it all over Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang turned in shock, witnessing Lu He cough violently. His pristine white shirt, newly purchased and worn only for a day, was now stained with brown coffee on one sleeve. Though he felt the urge to curse, he swallowed his frustration. As Lu He was an esteemed figure. Ahem, I apologize, that was unintentional, Lu He stated, grabbing a few tissues from the table while wiping his mouth and offering his apology. Why such a strong reaction, Master Lu? Zhao Yang frowned, also taking some tissues to wipe his sleeve. However, as the fabric was soaked with coffee, his arm felt sticky, prompting him to remove his shirt and wipe his arm bare. The shirt was ruined, but it was fortunate that it was already 10 in the evening. Most colleagues had departed, and he could head to the garage to retrieve his car, where a jacket awaited him. Silence. Let the music play, Lu He interjected hastily, cutting off Zhao Yang. Feeling a twinge of irritation, Zhao Yang thought, you've soaked me, and now you ignore it? Yet, he dared not confront Lu He. As the latter was a mid-level producer, and as a singer, he needed to cultivate a good rapport. Thus, he continued wiping his arm while listening to the song. If the reunion cannot be with tearful eyes, can it still be with flushed cheeks, just like that hurried year, inscribing forever together, such beautiful rumors. The song reached its chorus. Lu He's expression transformed from initial bewilderment to astonishment, and now to sheer shock. His eyes widened gradually, and his jaw slackened. Zhao Yang stood quietly to the side, his paper in hand crumpled into a ball, as if he had lost his senses entirely. We must owe each other. We must remain intertwined. As the song concluded, so did the trailer, the scene freezing on the final credits of the song. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Zhao Yang, and Lu He gradually returned to reality. Time flies, murmured Lu He as he gazed at the song's credits. Zhao Yang turned to look at Lu He behind him, and in their shared glance, they both sensed a flicker of panic. Suddenly, Lu He dropped his coffee cup, causing it to shatter on the ground, splattering coffee onto Zhao Yang's pant leg. What are you doing? Zhao Yang exclaimed, not certain if his anger was genuine or merely a reflection of his inner turmoil, as he scolded Lu He. He then bent down to wipe his pants with a tissue. Lu He stood behind him, expressionless, his mind consumed by the song they had just heard in the name of the producer. At that moment, Zhao Yang's assistant pushed the door open. Zhao Yang, what is going on? Upon seeing Zhao Yang shirtless, one hand propped on the desk and the other hanging limply. With Luha standing behind him, the assistant froze, taking in the scattered tissues on the floor, a peculiar smile of embarrassment creeping across his face. "You two continue," he said, closing the office door behind him. Chapter 53. A twisted turn of events due to the heated controversy surrounding Zhao Yang and Zhang Xiaoan. The trailer for Time Flies garnered numerous clicks within minutes of its release. Initially, the comments section was rife with criticism. However, at some point, the tide began to turn. Why do I feel that Zhang Xiaohan's song is a perfect match for the film? Not just a match. Listening to the song reminds me of a girl from my past. Indeed, while Zhao Yang's song was pleasant, it lacked narrative depth, whereas Time Flies truly struck a chord. If we cannot part with red eyes, can we still part with flushed faces? Such lyrics are nothing short of poetic, encapsulating love to its fullest extent. How can a mere internet celebrity like Zhang Xiaohan compare to brother Zhao Yang? I suspect those praising Zhang Xiaohan are all hired fans. Shut up. Zhang Xiaohan has consistently apologized, yet she secured the theme song through her talent, and you brainless fans still criticize her. Exactly. Zhao Yang's song is trash. Why would anyone choose to overlook such a wonderful piece by Zhang Xiaohan for Zhao Yang's rubbish? The comments section erupted into chaos. Zhao Yang's fans staunchly insisted that Zhang Xiaohan had unethically usurped the theme song from their idol. Yet, many, after listening to both songs, began to understand why the production team chose Time Flies over Zhao Yang's Once Loved You. The two songs were clearly not of the same caliber. Only the most devoted fans remained obstinate, claiming their idol's song surpassed Zhang Xiaohan's. Additionally, astute netizens noted that the producer of Time Flies, Xing He, was also the mastermind behind The Initial Dream. The song The Initial Dream has achieved remarkable success, securing the top position on the new song charts and landing in the top 10 of the hot song charts. At that time, all eyes were on the singer Zhang Xiaohan. However, the song's conclusion specifically credited the producer, Xinghe, thereby allowing him to share in the spotlight. Although The Year We Were in a Hurry differs in genre from the first song, its quality is undeniably high. Many listeners found themselves eagerly anticipating the accompanying film after hearing it. Producer Xinghe seems to be a relatively unknown figure, likely a newcomer. Yet he is evidently a talented one. Based on the current trajectory, The Year We Were in a Hurry is expected to perform well. The song has been released on music platforms and is available for free listening. To my astonishment, it truly is free. Could it be that Xinghe is a fan of Suha, emulating his practice of offering all songs for free? Perhaps there is some truth to this notion. In the realm of Mandarin pop music, free songs typically fall into two categories: newcomers seeking greater exposure by offering their work for free, or Suha, whose entire discography is available at no cost. Now, with the emergence of Xinghe, though a novice, the quality of his work is far beyond that of an ordinary newcomer. Is it possible that a second Suha is emerging in the Mandarin music scene? Due to this song's trending status on Weibo, coupled with promotional efforts from the film, Ximing Studio has managed to achieve maximum exposure for The Year We Were in a Hurry without incurring any promotional expenses. Additionally, as fans of Zhao Yang vehemently criticized Zhang Xiaohan, many bystanders discovered that the reality was not as the Zhao Yang fans had claimed. Upon visiting Zhang Xiaohan's Weibo, where she had previously posted heartfelt apologies, they found themselves sympathizing with her. A song of high quality may not always achieve great success, but when both quality and popularity converge, success is assured. Within an hour of its release, The Year We Were in a Hurry entered the top 30 of the new song charts. After 2 hours, it surged into the top 10 with remarkable momentum, continuing to advance at a rate of 1 position per hour. As night deepened, I was eager to see if it could claim the top spot on the new song charts. My heart ached for Zhang Xiaohan, who had faced severe criticism. The fans of Zhao Yang behaved like a cult, bullying Zhang Xiaohan's smaller fan base and attempting to sabotage the production team. Now that the theme song has been released, it seems they have been proven wrong. I am particularly curious to hear Zhao Yang's opinion on which of the two songs he would prefer. It appears that his previous Weibo posts come off as rather disingenuous, and the topics initiated by his fans, claiming Zhang Xiaohan was inferior, reflect more on Zhao Yang himself, who, despite his talent, has been accused of exploiting underhanded tactics. Did he truly believe that netizens were oblivious? Zhao Yang, shouldn't you apologize to Zhang Xiaohan? As more and more netizens listen to The Year We Were in a Hurry, the fans of Zhao Yang are beginning to crumble. After all, he is merely a second-tier singer. Had he been an A-list star, he might have weathered the storm based on his fan base. but it is evident that Zhao Yang lacks this capability. As the clock nears midnight, Zhang Xiaohan remained at the Xingming studio. Chun-Chi nestled against her shoulder, her head resting on Zhang's arm, sound asleep. Shuiliang felt it was unsafe for the two girls to stay at the company so late, so he chose not to depart. He took a pillow from Chun-Chi's spot, unzipped it, transforming it into a blanket, which he gently draped over her before sitting down beside her. "Brother Liang, I might truly be on the verge of success this time," Zhang Xiaohan murmured, her voice slightly hoarse from the late hour. Yes, the film side clearly wishes to capitalize on the momentum, which means they must promote you and teacher Xinghe. "This time, you are indeed destined for success," Shuiliang replied with a smile. Zhang Xiaohan glanced at the back-end data on her computer, even at this late hour. The listening numbers were surging. The growth rate was even faster than that of the initial dream. At this pace, achieving the top of the new song charts seemed within reach. Initially, Zhang Xiaohan believed she would feel elated and exhilarated, yet her heart was tinged with a subtle sadness. It was as if something she had pursued for so long was finally within grasp. Reflecting on the journey thus far, she felt a deep sense of gratitude for having persevered. "Teacher Xinghe is truly remarkable," Zhang Xiaohan sighed, her eyes glistening with emotion. "President Lin made a very wise decision," Shuiliang remarked with a sigh. After hearing 2 songs from Xinghe, he was confident the results would be promising. Upon meeting Suhi, he sensed the other's extraordinary talent, a gut feeling cultivated over years in the industry. "With teacher Xinghe, you too can realize your dreams, right?" Zhang Xiaohan turned to Shuiliang, aware of the frustration simmering within him. Despite his remarkable talent and handsome appearance, he had lost an entire decade due to the industry's capital constraints, which had derailed many artists' careers long before 10 years had passed. "Perhaps," Shuiliang replied, a hint of self-deprecating humor gracing his lips. "We all can." Zhang Xiaohan then glanced at Chun-Chi. "I wonder how negotiations with the boss are progressing. If the program deal is finalized, Xiao-Qi will finally step into the limelight." Chapter 54, Develop Wisely, Don't Rush. After Su He and Lin Qingming returned home, they found themselves still unsatisfied from their earlier steak dinner. Thus, they purchased some noodles from the supermarket to prepare at home. In Su He's kitchen, they cooked 2 bowls of noodles. It must be said, Lin Qingming's noodles were exceptionally delicious, especially with her secret ingredient, a star anise, which elevated the entire dish to new heights. Su He finished an entire bowl, but Lin Qingming, preoccupied with her thoughts, hardly ate. She was troubled by the lost opportunity for a spot on the strongest female voice, contemplating how to explain the situation to Chun-Chi, which cast a shadow over her mood. After dinner, she bid Suhi farewell and returned to her own home. Suhi tidied up the dishes and then reclined on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully joining Xingming Studio. You have received a task reward, the script for the anime Xiaonan Guxing, Season 1. Copyright has been registered for you and stored in the system's warehouse." The task had been accomplished. I had not anticipated that it would be the script for Young Song of the Journey. This anime is adapted from a novel of the same name and is characterized by its ensemble narrative. The first season revolves around the tale of the heartless monk, and the storyline is imbued with fervor, making it indeed suitable for an anime adaptation. Moreover, Suhi recalls that in his previous life, he was the master of a certain platform, and he remembers that Young Song of the Journey had an impressive score of 95, marking it as a rare gem within the realm of domestic animation. However, now is not the time to be distracted by anime. That can be addressed once the producers achieve stability. With this thought, Suhi picked up his phone to search for the strongest female voice. Blue River Television is passionately crafting a new competition for aspiring female singers, aimed at nurturing outstanding female vocalists for the new generation of the Chinese music scene. Audiences and judges will collectively select the strongest female singer among the new generation. The slogan certainly resonates powerfully. Given that Blue River Television ranks among the top in exposure across major networks, it has the credibility to proclaim such a motto. Furthermore, the audience voting will account for half of the selection process alongside the judges, indicating a pronounced inclination towards market preferences. A total of 24 contestants will be divided into 3 groups, beginning with a knockout round from 24 to 12. Each group consists of 8 singers, competing over 3 episodes to eliminate participants. After the top 4 from each group are determined, they will advance to the subsequent confrontation round, followed by a semi-final featuring the 3 groups combined. "Oh, the overall supervisor is him?" Upon seeing the program list, Suhi was momentarily taken aback by the name Li Xuan. He then exited the webpage and opened WeChat, sifting through his contacts. He had cleared out all his colleagues from Warner Entertainment, but there remained several industry stalwarts among his WeChat friends. Before long, he located Li Xuan. Upon opening the chat, the last message from Li Xuan expressed gratitude. "Thank you, Teacher Suhi, for speaking on my behalf. It has allowed me to keep my job. Please feel free to reach out if anything arises." He recalled that during a previous online interview, the recording had not been saved due to technical issues, leading to a request for a re-recording. Most artists might have outright refused due to the other party's mistake or demanded additional compensation. But Suhi did not voice any objections and graciously agreed to re-record. He even spoke favorably of Li Xuan, which ultimately spared him from dismissal by the television station. It was surprising how quickly he had ascended to the role of overall supervisor. "I have a friend who wishes to audition for the strongest female voice. Are there any slots available?" Suhi promptly composed and sent the message. Initially, he assumed the other party would be asleep, yet to his astonishment, he received an immediate reply. "Teacher Suhi, does your recommended candidate still need to audition? I can simply grant her a slot." The response was a voice message, and one could detect both respect and excitement in his tone, as if Suhi's inquiry was a privilege for him. No need for special treatment. Let her audition as usual. If she meets the criteria, she will pass. If not, there will be no pressure. Suhi believed that Chun-Chi's abilities were undoubtedly up to par, thus there was no need to seek any backdoor advantages. She merely required an opportunity. "All right, just have her come directly to the production team," Li Xuan responded succinctly. "You'll need to contact Xingming Studio and mention the invitation for Chun-Chi to participate in the program." "Xingming Studio, Chun-Chi? Do you know her?" Suhi inquired, somewhat taken aback. A subordinate of mine had also recommended her, but he informed me last night that Chun-Chi would not be coming. Which is why I was so surprised, Li Xuan explained. Understanding dawned on Suhi. The subordinate he spoke of must be Zhao Hui, the sycophant who had treated Lin Qingming to dinner during the day. "I'll send you a phone number shortly. You should call them tomorrow and say the production team is interested in Chun-Chi's talents, and it has nothing to do with your subordinate," Suhi advised after some contemplation. "All right, I'll mention it was introduced by Teacher Suhi. Just don't say it was from me. Say it was your production team that found Chun-Chi's profile impressive and invited her for an audition." "Okay, I'll follow your lead. Thank you, Teacher Suhi. You are my benefactor. Such a trivial favor does not warrant your gratitude," Li Xuan replied. Exchanging a few more pleasantries before Su, he put away his phone and stepped onto the balcony. Observing the bustling traffic outside, he reflected on how Zhang Xiaohan had gained considerable fame, inadvertently bringing attention to Xinghe as well. This time, as he sent Chun-Chi to participate in the strongest female voice, Suhi planned for her to perform a new song throughout the event, aiming to leverage the exposure from Blue River Television to elevate the name of Xinghe, thereby amassing significant recognition. Once Xinghe garnered enough fame, they could vie for the monthly hit song charts. The pressure from Warner was formidable. However, with the system's support, Suhi felt confident. Currently, if Xinghe's connection to Suhi were discovered by Warner, it would undoubtedly face substantial suppression. Even the scrutiny of a top-tier entertainment company like Warner could be overwhelming, especially if they targeted Suhi's reputation. The immediate goal was to enhance Xinghe's visibility and nurture several artists, being cautious in the selection process to avoid repeating past mistakes with ungrateful talents like those Warner had previously introduced. With a few commendable artists and a solidified reputation for Xinghe, they would then be qualified to contend for the top spot on the hot song charts. What Suhi desired was not merely a fleeting number one, but a consecutive 12-time championship. Achieving such a feat would warrant a nomination for the title of Song Deity. Becoming the Song Deity would grant him the leverage to challenge the capital of Warner, ensuring that he wouldn't be easily manipulated by them. To confront Warner effectively, accomplishments in film and animation were also necessary. As for animation, he would have Fatty explore the costs of acquiring the animation company where his sister worked. As for film, Suhi had yet to devise a strategy, but there was no rush. The focus needed to remain on music for now. A long and arduous journey lay ahead. Suhi sighed, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination akin to that of a wild wolf. Regardless of the challenges, the priority was to develop cautiously and not act recklessly. Chapter 55. The Song Deity plan. The following day, the years we spent together achieved over 1 million listens, successfully surpassing Zhao Yang's Once Loved You, and topped the new song chart. Delayed by a day, Yet within a single night, we have triumphed, securing the foremost position. The latest rankings on the new song chart further elucidate that the market's preference between these two songs does not stem from Zhang Xiaohan seizing Zhao Yang's theme song due to popularity. Rather, it is the unparalleled quality of Zhang Xiaohan's piece that eclipses Zhao Yang's. With tangible results for comparison, the online disparagement aimed at Zhang Xiaohan and the Timeflies production team has dissipated, with a significant number of individuals redirecting their ire towards Zhao Yang and his fervent admirers. Additionally, the exposure from the new song chart has propelled the years we spent together to soaring heights of popularity. Zhang Xiaohan has once again re-entered the public eye, igniting her career anew. Finally, we have achieved the coveted first place. Now I can rest. After an all-nighter, I awaited the ascent of the years we spent together to the pinnacle. What a delightful vindication, striking a blow to Zhao Yang's ardent supporters. Although the production team and Zhang Xiaohan were previously subjected to harsh criticism, this reversal has proven immensely profitable for them. Presently, the most popular artist is undoubtedly Zhang Xiaohan, with the production team experiencing a surge in exposure due to this newfound acclaim. Only Zhao Yang finds himself in a world of disappointment. He has brought this upon himself, lacking the requisite talent and attempting to incite his fans to harass Zhang Xiaohan, resulting in her continual apologies on Weibo. My heart aches for my beloved Henin. To those who spoke ill before, mind your words. She is my Henin. 2 weeks, 2 new songs, both clinching the top spot on the new song chart. Such achievements can only be described as explosive. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohan was initially just a minor internet celebrity. Yet she has remarkably secured consecutive first-place finishes on the new song chart, witnessing a rapid increase in her Weibo following, an astonishing surge of 100,000 fans overnight, now nearing 700,000. There exists an official ranking based on big data in the Chinese music scene, which evaluates artists and actors according to popularity and reputation. Although not entirely precise, it serves as a reference point. Currently, Zhang Xiaohan's popularity aligns with that of a second-tier artist. However, due to her meteoric rise, she enjoys such elevated acclaim. Yet it is inevitable that her popularity will wane in time, leading the big data analysis to categorize her as a third-tier artist. From 2 songs, she has transformed from a minor internet celebrity to a third-tier artist. Such an extraordinary growth rate is indeed rare within the industry. As for the producer of these 2 songs, Xinghe, he too enjoys considerable fame, primarily due to his decision to offer his music free of charge. He has even garnered the affectionate moniker Little Suha among numerous netizens. After Du Feng acquired the identity of Suha, Warner's planning department devised a series of commercial strategies for him. First and foremost, the fact that all of Suha's songs are free is fundamental to his reputation. It is inconceivable to profit from song plays, as charging for songs would undoubtedly tarnish Suha's standing. This is the last remnant of value, and Warner would be unwise to sacrifice it at this juncture. Since monetizing these songs is not an option, an entirely new approach must be employed. Engaging in business partnerships is the most lucrative avenue for artists. The appearance fees for various television stations or online platforms, commercial endorsements, and reality shows are quite substantial. Previously, Suha declined such opportunities, but Du Feng revels in the spotlight. Currently, Warner has scheduled him for a dating-themed reality show alongside Li Xuan, which is in the pre-promotion phase and set to air in 2 months. In addition to this variety show, there is also a plan to create a deity, with a record of 12 consecutive months at the top of the monthly hit song chart, which is a prerequisite for becoming the deity of the Chinese music scene. Previously, Sui made an attempt to break through, but when he claimed first place for 7 months, he was ultimately stopped by the deity, Guofeng. Even in the face of the deity, he only suffered a narrow defeat. Thus, Suhi is hailed as the foremost figure beneath the deity. Now Du Feng, having adopted the moniker of Suhi, is preparing to challenge the deity once more. After all, if Du Feng ascends to deity status, combined with the existing deity at Warner Entertainment, the company would possess 2 deities, thereby surpassing the other 3 major entertainment companies in the competition for the Chinese music market. It would not be far-fetched for Warner Entertainment to become the leading entertainment company domestically. In the conference room, there has recently been a rising star named Xinghe, whose 2 songs have both reached the top of the new song chart, as reported by the marketing director. The top of the new song chart? Du Feng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. At my current popularity, I could release a mediocre song and still top the chart. What's the significance in that? You have adapted to your role rather quickly, the marketing director said, involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth. However, he felt a twinge of disdain towards Du Feng's arrogance, considering that this popularity was not his own, but rather the result of Su He's accumulated fame and reputation. Why be so boastful? He merely has a well-connected uncle who bestowed upon him the name Su He. Does he truly believe himself to be Su He? Regaining his composure, he continued, I have listened to those 2 songs by Xing He, and their quality is quite high. If paired with a senior producer and a renowned vocalist, they certainly possess the potential to top the hit song chart. But you said if. What use is such a comparison? They are neither a senior producer nor a renowned vocalist. Du Feng retorted, shrugging his shoulders. Enough of this meeting. We are not here to debate trivial matters, but to discuss the deity creation plan. Du Detao, seated at the head of the table, interjected, prompting silence between the two. The news of the new songs for July has already been released. Yet the deity creation plan remains undisclosed to the public. I believe we should first observe the market response to next month's new songs. Once we achieve several consecutive months at the top of the hit song chart, we can announce Su He's challenge for the deity title, suggested the director of the publicity department. I think that is quite prudent. If we announce prematurely, the other 3 major entertainment companies will undoubtedly attempt to thwart our plans for deity creation, as they would not wish to see 2 deities coexisting within Warner. The marketing director concurred. Currently, among the 4 major entertainment companies in the industry, each possesses a deity, creating a delicate balance. Should Warner produce another deity, this balance would be disrupted, and the other 3 major companies would surely intervene. Just as Su He's attempt to become a deity was halted after 7 months of success, when Guofeng from Chintzy Entertainment ended his streak in the 8th month. Rest assured, since I proposed the deity creation plan, I am not afraid of them, Du Detao declared with a smile, leaving everyone in astonishment. Could it be that teacher Zhao Qingyang has agreed to intervene? The marketing director was the first to react. Zhao Qingyang, the deity at Warner Entertainment, ranks second among the 6 deities. If he were to compose a song and present it to Du Feng for release under his name, even if other companies dispatch talented composers to counteract, it would prove futile. However, Zhao Qingyang would not easily offer his assistance. Even though Du Detao is the general manager of Warner, it would be impossible for him to compel Zhao Qingyang into collaboration. It seems Du Detao, in his bid to elevate his nephew, has offered Zhao Qingyang an irresistible price, a considerable investment indeed. Otherwise, would I propose the composer initiative? A triumphant smile lingered on Du Detao's lips, his expression betraying everything. Upon learning this news, the management of other departments felt considerably reassured. Chapter 56. In what way am I inferior to Su He? In the Warner Artists department, Du Feng, hands clasped behind his back, hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way to the office. As one of the 4 major entertainment companies, Warner Entertainment occupied an entire office building, with each department operating within its confines. The artists department alone spanned 2 floors, and only those artists who reached the pinnacle of stardom were privileged enough to possess their own offices. When Su He was still with Warner, he resided in another floor dedicated to the music department, and due to his habitual mask-wearing, only a few executives and the artists he managed were aware of his true identity. After assuming the identity of Su He, Du Feng traversed the company with increasing familiarity, becoming well acquainted with the artists department. Teacher Su He, here to see Sister Xian again? Teacher Su He. Many approached to greet him. Hello, everyone. Du Feng responded with a smile. At that moment, a vibrant young woman approached him, her high heels clicking against the floor. It's been a few days. Teacher Su He, and you look even more handsome, she remarked, her hands clasped in front of her, her tone laced with respect. Xiaoyun, you're here at the company too. Du Feng's smile broadened. Zhao Xiaoyun, a recent graduate of the Kyoto Music Academy, was a promising new singer being heavily promoted by Warner, with substantial resources allocated to her. She had also participated in the highly popular program The Strongest Female Voice, garnering significant online attention and establishing her as a prodigious talent, a strong contender for the championship. Should she triumph in The Strongest Female Voice, Warner's resources could firmly secure her position among the elite, potentially making her the next diva following Li Xuan. I heard from director Du that the final performance will be a song written by you, teacher. I wonder if the song is ready, Zhao Xiaoyan said, her captivating face adorned with a charming blush as she lowered her gaze. The finals are still a while away, Du Feng replied, shaking his head. Leaning closer, he whispered, moreover, I don't yet fully understand your vocal timbre. How about you come to my office after work? This way, I can better grasp your range and craft a song for you. Zhao Xiaoyan was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face before she ultimately nodded in agreement with a soft Du Feng chuckled heartily and waved. Then I'll go find Xiaoxian first. Goodbye, Teacher Suhi, Zhao Xiaoyan said, her cheeks flushed as she waved back before returning to her position. Although others did not overhear the conversation between the two, Zhao Xiaoyan's bashful demeanor caught the attention of several artists. Zhao Xiaoyan is at it again. Trying to entice Suhi, they remarked. Don't be envious. Zhao Xiaoyan is a rising star favored by the company, while what are you? At least I wouldn't debase myself like that, vixen. With such righteous words, do you even have the standing to converse with Suhi? I suspect that if there were a genuine opportunity to seduce him, some would strip faster than anyone else. Haha, you've seen through me. I merely envy her. After all, clinging to Suhi's leg could at least elevate one to the forefront. By the way, have you heard? The real Suhi is someone entirely different. And this Du Feng is merely an imposter due to connections. Shoo, keep your voice down. Du Feng is the nephew of Director Du. If he hears you, you're finished. Who cares who he is? As long as Warner claims Du Feng is Suhi, then he is Suhi. Even Li Xuan is sweet with him. Do you still wish to be the savior? The crowd shook their heads in response. What kind of savior? Offending Warner means you can forget about thriving in this industry. In Li Xuan's office, Du Feng sat on the sofa with a grin, watching her as she brewed coffee. It must be said that her meteoric rise to stardom, aside from Suhi's unwavering support, is due to her stunning looks, which are among the best in the industry. He genuinely admired Li Xuan, having felt an attraction since their first encounter. However, this woman's heart only belonged to Suhi. Even now, clad in Suhi's persona, she continued to reject him. This thought ignited a nameless fury within Du Feng. Since returning, he had lived in Suhi's shadow, with the company and employees continually praising him, rendering Du Feng almost invisible. In his mind, he believed he had acquired the finest knowledge of contemporary music while in the United States and could write songs just as well as Suhi. It was merely that he had not returned sooner. Had he done so 2 years ago, Suhi would have never emerged, and the title of genius producer rightfully belonged to him. Most importantly, had he returned 2 years ago, Li Xuan's heart would have been his. The dating variety show has been confirmed. We have 2 months to prepare, Du Feng stated, tapping on the glass table. I will cooperate. Li Xuan placed the brewed coffee before him and sat beside him. Du Feng lifted the cup, savoring a sip with a smile of contentment. Xiaoxuan's coffee is always the best. As he moved closer, Li Xuan subtly distanced herself. Xiaoxian, you should know my feelings for you. Let us focus on work. I will cooperate. As for other matters, let us not discuss them, Li Xuan interrupted. A flash of anger crossed Du Feng's eyes. What do I lack compared to Suhi? He could no longer contain himself, clenching his fists as he spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing Suhi's name, Li Xuan was initially taken aback, her brows furrowing deeper. It has nothing to do with him. Still claiming it has nothing to do with you? Then what was the purpose of your recent dinner with General Zhang from Jingyang Entertainment? Du Feng took a sip of his coffee, fixing her with a cold smile. Jingyang Entertainment and Warner Entertainment are rivals. Naturally, Du Feng suspected that Li Xuan sought to provide a retreat for Suhi by dining with Zhang. Did you send someone to follow me? Li Xuan demanded angrily. Is there a need for that? You are a superstar. Any occurrence will surely be reported by the paparazzi. Are you aware of what is circulating online? The popular diva Li Xuan and her clandestine rendezvous with Jingyang's upper management. To ensure the destruction of those photographs, Warner expended a staggering 1 million. Du Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he gazed intently at Li Xuan. It was merely a dinner. I can absorb the company's losses, Li Xuan replied, turning her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Du Feng's tone softened as he continued. I understand that you still harbor feelings for him, but you must recognize that he is out of the game, with no chance of resurgence. Only I can elevate you to greater heights. Li Xuan pursed her lips, remaining silent. The two fell into a contemplative silence. After a long pause, Du Feng exhaled. I will send you the single that is set to release next month. Familiarize yourself with it in advance. Tomorrow is the music gala, and we need to promote this single to secure the top spot on the July charts. With that, Du Feng drained his coffee and stood to leave the office. As he opened the door and stepped outside, he paused momentarily. I know you look down on me, believing I am inferior to Suhi. I will begin to challenge the top charts, and you will see that I, Du Feng, am no less than Suhi. With a loud bang, He closed the office door behind him. Chapter 57. An opportunity arises. Having stayed up late the previous night, Suhee awoke only by noon. After a brief wash-up, he ventured outside. Upon arriving at the company, he found Lin Qingming seated on the couch in the lounge, her expression somber. Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaohan also hung their heads. What is the matter? Didn't Tiananmen South Song take first place? Why does everyone look so glum? Suhee inquired as he settled onto a nearby sofa, intrigued. He had anticipated a joyful atmosphere in the office, especially since Zhang Xiaohan had achieved first place on the new song charts, now a sensation across the internet, truly a cause for celebration for them all. Lin Qingming remained silent. Zhang Xiaohan spoke with a bitter smile. Xiao Qi lost her spot. So that is what happened. Suhee suddenly realized that Li Guangliang had yet to contact Lin Qingming. Pausing for a moment, he added, "It's just one spot. If it's gone, we can find a way to secure another. It's not the only program available." "I'm sorry, Xiao Qi," Lin Qingming finally spoke, looking apologetically at Chen Qi. She understood how much Chen Qi desired that opportunity, but she could not resort to such means to obtain it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found herself in this predicament. "Qingming, why say that?" "Teacher Xing, he is right. It's merely one spot. If it's lost, it's lost," Chen Qi quickly interjected, waving her hands dismissively. Although she was unaware of the events that transpired, she placed her trust in Lin Qingming. If given the chance, she would certainly strive for herself. Since the opportunity had vanished, it was clear that something had occurred. At that moment, Lin Qingming's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw an unfamiliar number, promptly disconnecting the call. Suhee, witnessing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, caught between words. Just after hanging up, the phone rang again. Lin Qingming frowned, but ultimately answered. "Hello. Is this Miss Lin Qingming? Who is this?" "I am Li Guangliang, the chief director of the show The Strongest Female Voice on Longjing Television." The introduction from the other end of the line momentarily stunned Lin Qingming. Noticing the puzzled expressions of those around her, she switched the call to speaker mode. "It appears your company has a female singer named Chen Qi, correct?" "Indeed," Lin Qingming replied. "We came across her profile on the artist website and believe she would be an excellent fit for the Strongest Female Voice competition. I wonder if she is available for an audition in the near future." Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone present lit up with delight. Could there be a twist in the tale? Was her information not provided by Zhao Hui? Lin Qingming inquired, testing the waters. Her immediate reaction was that Zhao Hui was still holding out hope. However, she had already declined his assistance, and he had no reason to continue helping her. Moreover, Lin Qingming felt that Zhao Hui's character was not one to offer help without a motive. There was a brief pause on the other end before Li Guangliang spoke again. "Who is Zhao Hui? I do not recognize that name." Suhee, who had been sipping water, nearly choked upon hearing this. He had merely requested not to mention Zhao Hui as the introducer, yet Li Guangliang had gone further, outright denying any knowledge of him. In Lin Qingming's mind, this could only tarnish Zhao Hui's reputation, rendering him a charlatan. Poor Zhao Hui. Not familiar with him? Lin Qingming was taken aback, but clarity soon dawned upon her. Zhao Hui had been boasting to her, his true intention perhaps to entice her to dine with him. The mere thought ignited a surge of anger within Lin Qingming. "May I ask if you have time?" Li Guangliang inquired. "Yes, of course, I have time," Lin Qingming replied eagerly. "Then let her come to the television station for an audition in the next couple of days, as the program is approaching its start. If she proves suitable, we can finalize arrangements promptly," Li Guangliang suggested with a smile. "All right, I will have her come over right away. Let us leave it at that. Contact me when she arrives." "Thank you, Teacher Li." After hanging up, Lin Qingming cast a glance at the others. "Ah, Xiao Qi, the opportunity has arrived. Go, Xiao Qi, your stage awaits." The resting area erupted in a chorus of cheers and applause. The three girls, Lin Qingming, Chen Qi, and Zhang Xiaohan, embraced joyfully, bouncing around in excitement. Shuiliang watched the exuberance of the three girls with a smile, his previous worries dissipating. Suhee leaned back on the sofa, observing their exuberance, and felt a stirring in his heart. Such audition slots are often overlooked by many artists, particularly when it is merely an opportunity to audition. In the eyes of second or third-tier artists, it may seem insignificant. Yet, this very opportunity brought them such joy. Perhaps this was the purest moment within the industry, in the hope that in the future, as everyone matures, they will still possess such a mindset and continue to share a bond of affection. "Let us go and celebrate with some barbecue for lunch. Afterward, Xiao Qi will set off for Longyan. We've had our fill of joy," Lin Qingming proclaimed with a grand gesture, deciding to commemorate the occasion. Why not indulge in hot pot? Suhi suggested, believing that, as a native of Shuangqing, hot pot was the true essence of dining. Oh, teacher Xinghe, you may not know, but ever since our last encounter with the dark underbelly at voices of Qingren, Qingming has developed an aversion to hot pot, he continued. The last sponsor of Voices of Qingren was Chunjia Hot Pot, Lin Qingming's favorite establishment. However, due to the unpleasant experience, she vowed never to dine there again, leading to a general distaste for hot pot. Thus, for gatherings, they opted for barbecue or street food instead. The barbecue restaurant was situated on the commercial street across from the company. Given that the restaurant primarily operated during the evening, it was relatively empty at that hour. The proprietor was a young man with a passion for music who had engaged a resident singer to perform. Naturally, the repertoire consisted not of lively tunes, but rather soothing folk melodies. At that moment, a bespectacled young man was seated on stage, serenading the audience with his mellow folk songs. His voice deep and imbued with a compelling narrative. Lin Qingming perused the menu, ordering 2 portions of black pepper beef, 3 of pork belly, along with lettuce, bacon, and fatty intestines. Although they were all artists required to maintain their figures, an occasional feast would not drastically affect their weight. Therefore, at gatherings, they indulged freely. In the realm of barbecue, pork belly was indeed the soul of the meal, prompting Lin Qingming to order 3 servings. This establishment's owner has quite an artistic flair, Suhi observed, scanning the decor and ambience. Not only was there a resident singer, but the walls were adorned with literary quotes, "To our gluttonous cravings. And youth remains eternal, you and I shall not part." These phrases, coupled with the gentle folk melodies wafting through the air, created a rich atmosphere, evoking sentiments that could easily lead patrons to savor a few more bottles of wine. As there were few customers at noon, the dishes arrived promptly. The 3 young women were cautious of splatters, while Suhi, being one who preferred to use his words rather than his hands, left the grilling duties to the honest Su Liang. Once the pork belly was perfectly cooked, he adjusted the heat, and soon everyone began to feast heartily. In the midst of their meal, the singer on stage set down his guitar and exited, only to be replaced by another performer. When this new singer began to croon, Lin Qingming and her companions were momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes toward the stage. Chapter 58. The Youthful Ignorance of Appreciating Wealthy Women. It was Lao Yang. Zhang Xiaoan observed the singer with a complex expression. He had once been a member of the Xingming studio but had since switched to Liuguang Entertainment. During their encounter at Voices of Qingren, he had mocked Zhang Xiaoan for her na-vet, claiming that there was no future for her at Xingming. Yet now, Zhang Xiaoan had risen to prominence, and not just modestly. Her Weibo followers were on the verge of reaching 1 million, all new fans, highly active and engaged. On the official artist website, he has been relegated to a 3rd-tier artist, no longer that insignificant internet sensation he once was. Yet, this Yang Wei has fallen so low as to perform at a barbecue restaurant. It is rumored that Yang Wei was released from his contract with Liuguang Entertainment and still owes a staggering 2 million in penalties. Shueliang, having navigated the industry for quite some time and acquainted with numerous artists, has recently heard much gossip within their circle regarding Yang Wei. Serves him right. Chen Qi scoffed. Like Zhang Xiaoan, she believed Lin Qingming had treated Yang Wei fairly, but he had betrayed the Xingming studio, abandoning them just as he was beginning to rise, only to join a rival company. This behavior is something everyone can comprehend. After all, in this industry, relationships are often superficial, and one's future takes precedence. However, Yang Wei resorted to underhanded tactics to defeat Zhang Xiaoan, which left Qin Shi with a profound distaste for him. On stage, Yang Wei seemed to sense the gazes of a few individuals and turned to look. Upon recognizing Lin Qingming and some former colleagues, he faltered and sang off-key. "What is going on? If he can't sing, let us get someone else." A customer, disturbed by the sudden discord, voiced his complaint. The manager hurriedly approached, smiling nervously, then reprimanded Yang Wei. The once self-assured Yang Wei could only bow his head and meekly accept the scolding. To Lin Qingming and her companions, witnessing this scene evoked a mix of emotions. Despite their disapproval of Yang Wei's past actions, it was difficult to feel entirely unsympathetic. In this industry, artists are merely laborers for capital. While it can elevate you to greatness, it can just as easily plunge you into despair. Suhi also felt a pang of reflection. Had he not awakened his system, he might have ended up in a public feud with Warner, revealing his identity as Soo Hee and ruining his stage name. However, such an action would undoubtedly lead to exorbitant penalties from Warner. By relinquishing the identity of Soo Hee, he at least avoids the penalties and retains a fortune of $20 million to make a comeback. Enough of this. Everyone, let us eat. After we finish, Xiaoqi should head to Lanjing early. Lin Qingming tapped her fingers on the table. Only then did everyone retract their gazes. The encounter with Yang Wei had stirred up unpleasant memories, dampening their appetites. What was supposed to be a celebratory feast for Chun Chi's opportunity on the show had turned rather somber. After the meal, Lin Qingming went to settle the bill while Soo Hee led the others outside. Exiting the establishment, they passed by the small stage where Yang Wei was performing. An unspoken understanding prevailed among them. They chose not to acknowledge him, even pretending he was invisible. Yang Wei, strumming his guitar and singing folk music, watched as they departed. He had anticipated their mockery, having previously ridiculed Zhang Xiaohan, yet he was surprised that they chose to ignore him. This indifference, however, brought him a quiet sense of relief. Being overlooked was the best outcome for him. Qi purchased a plane ticket online to Lanjing and returned home to pack her belongings. Meanwhile, Soo Hee accompanied Lin Qingming and the others back to the company. In truth, there was little to do at the office, but that was the nature of work. Even without tasks, one must sit and be present. Teacher Xinghe, would you like some coffee? Zhang Xiaohan brought a cup to Soo Hee, who was smoking by the window. Thank you. Soo Hee smiled appreciatively and took a sip of his coffee. Is Teacher Xinghe not a newcomer in the industry? Zhang Xiaohan leaned against the nearby table, engaging in light conversation. Do I not appear to be a newcomer? Soo Hee replied with a non-committal smile. I can't quite tell. However, I have a feeling that Teacher Xinghe is a person with stories to tell, Zhang Xiaohan remarked with a gentle smile. She wasn't entirely certain, but it was merely the intuition that comes with being a woman. As they conversed, a small head peeked out from Lin Qingming's office. Observing the two chatting by the window, Han Hong, come here for a moment. I need to discuss the follow-up promotion with you. Oh, I'm coming. Zhang Xiaohan waved to Soo Hee, her expression oddly suggestive. Why do I feel like you and Sister Qingming have a story as well? Soo Hee did not respond, but merely waved back. Once she departed, he felt an involuntary twitch at the corner of his eye. Damn, this woman's intuition is quite sharp. Nevertheless, he thought highly of Zhang Xiaohan's character. As for that girl in leather pants, Qinqi, Soo Hee had already envisioned the perfect song for her while she was singing. Regarding Shuel Yang, he currently seemed to possess the strongest ability among the singers, making him a viable candidate for Soo Hee's pursuit of the monthly hit song chart. With this in mind, he opened WeChat and searched for An Ran. He quickly found the friend. Are you there? I thought the sun had risen from the west when you proactively contacted me. Have you come to terms with wanting to live off your older sister? An Ran, in her early 30s, was one of Soo Hee's few friends within the industry, and one of the very few who had seen his true self. She was also the ace agent at Chintzy Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies. Beyond her role as an agent, she was a vocal coach, having trained 2 kings and 1 queen of song, earning her the title of the king and queen maker in the industry. I've always had a hearty appetite. I don't fancy living off others. Soo Hee replied with a humorous emoji, and Ran loved to joke, often claiming she wanted to support Soo Hee, but given his robust appetite, he would never consider living off a wealthy woman. TSK, when I was young, I didn't realize how good it was to have a rich woman. She sent back a derisive emoji. I need your help with something. Soo Hee decided to skip the banter and get straight to the point. You, Soo Hee, need help? The surprise was evident in her tone. Help me train 2 singers. No need for in-depth guidance. Just solidify their basics. Oh my gosh. You want me to help you with Warner's artists? Zhang Qingfeng is going to kill me. This time, she replied with a voice message, her astonishment clear. Zhang Qingfeng was the owner of Chintzy Entertainment, and the 4 major entertainment companies were rivals. Naturally, and Ran could not assist Soo Hee with Warner's singers. Or else Chintzy would certainly cause her trouble. Not Warner's artists, and I'm no longer with Warner. And Ran was aware of his identity. Tonight was the music gala, and Du Feng would be taking Soo Hee on television under his current identity, so she would find out about his situation with Warner later that evening. Thus, mentioning it now was merely a matter of a few hours in advance. There was a noticeable pause on her end. Then came the video call. A wry smile flickered across Soo Hee's face as he reluctantly accepted the call. Chapter 59. An exceptional teacher, are you jesting? Have you truly severed ties with Warner? The visage on the screen belonged to a strikingly beautiful woman, her features imbued with a hint of mature allure, yet her expression was one of shock and astonishment. Indeed, We have parted ways, Suhee affirmed with a nod. That's inconceivable. You were to attend the music gala tonight. I was eagerly anticipating your appearance. I had been pondering how you had suddenly altered your demeanor. At this, Rand seemed to recall something. Her astonishment deepened as she blinked at Suhee in inquiry. Having navigated the industry for quite some time, she was no stranger to the machinations of capital. From Suhee's reaction, she had surmised a fair amount. You are not mistaken. The individual at the music gala is Du Feng. Suhee nodded again. Goodness, does he even qualify? Rand was well aware of Du Feng. Having dealt with him while abroad, a graduate of a prestigious institution, he indeed possessed formidable talent, yet Rand offered him no quarter. The stage name Suhee was not one to be claimed by just anyone, at least in Rand's eyes. Du Feng did not merit it. Without waiting for Suhee's reply, she continued, Is Warner coercing you into relinquishing your stage name through breach of contract penalties? Come to Chenxi. Although Zhang Qingfeng is not an angel, he is certainly preferable to Du Tao. With my influence, Chenxi should be able to assist you with the penalty issue. Though merely an agent, Rand held considerable sway at Chenxi, having ushered several notable talents into the entertainment sphere. Let it be. The 4 major entertainment companies are all cut from the same cloth. Suhee chuckled, shaking his head. Capital is merely capital. Unless he is a deity of music, it is unlikely for him to negotiate terms with the capital. Even a top-tier producer falls short. Enduring it? Rand expressed skepticism. That is not your nature. I never claimed to endure it. How about assisting with the matter of the singers? Suhee deftly shifted the conversation. Cut to the chase. Which singer do you need help with? Rand surmised that Suhee had secrets he preferred not to divulge, and she chose not to pry further. Just 2 new singers I've signed. I'll create a group for you. You can assess their capabilities first. Suhee was candid, knowing that concealing the instruction of Zhang Xiaohan and Qin Qi from her would be futile. Rand was astute, and Suhee trusted her character. Otherwise, he would not have sought her assistance. Most importantly, Suhee wished to bring this remarkable woman into Star Dream Studio. Her work ethic and ability to nurture talent were unparalleled in the industry. Of course, such a transition was not feasible at present, leaving aside her contract with Chenxi. Anyone with a sound mind would not forsake a substantial company like Chenxi for a fledgling studio like Star Dream. This was merely Suhee's future plan. Sharing a glimpse with Rand now would facilitate smoother discussions later. Teaching others is permissible, but you must not betray my trust. Refrain from indiscriminately revealing my identity. Should Chenxi discover that I am instructing others outside, I would be compelled to sell myself to cover the breach of contract. After a moment's contemplation, Anren smiled charmingly at Suhee. Anren holds a prominent position in the Chenxi entertainment sphere, yet she is bound by numerous restrictions, such as the prohibition against teaching others indiscriminately, lest she face the risk of breach of contract. However, if she were to teach online, as long as Suhee remained silent, no one would discern her true identity as Anren. Do you still doubt me? Suhee retorted, somewhat irritated. What about my remuneration? My lessons are rather expensive. Anren playfully winked at him. Name your price. Suhee chuckled lightly. Humph, who discusses finances with you? Anren shot him a scornful glance. Then what shall we discuss? Suhee feigned ignorance, tugging at the corners of his mouth. How about treating me to a meal sometime? And then I will owe you a favor? Anren laughed mischievously, casting a flirtatious glance at Suhee. Deal. Suhee felt somewhat unnerved under her beguiling gaze. This woman is utterly enchanting. After a few more exchanges, he urged her not to disclose her identity to the singer. Then he ended the video call, returning to his workspace. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohan emerged from Lin Qingming's office. Xiaohan, I've created a group for you and Xiao Qi. And I've added the teacher as well. Make sure to listen attentively and enhance your vocal techniques, Suhee informed her, adding both her and Qin Qi to the chat. Thank you, Teacher Xingha. Zhang Xiaohan promptly responded. Suhee waved his hand dismissively, then caught sight of Lin Qingming peering curiously from her office. I say, why do you look like a thief in your own company? Suhee remarked, unable to suppress his irritation at her antics. Nearby, Shuel Yang, who was drinking water, choked upon hearing the comparison and dashed to the restroom, coughing violently. Zhang Xiaohan stifled a laugh, her gaze flitting between the two. I was merely observing whether you two were slacking off at work. Lin Qingming's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. But being her, she retorted boldly, is there any work being done? Suhee raised his hands in surrender, glancing around. Lin Qingming's face reddened further. Unable to counter his remark, she shot him a fierce glare before shutting the door to her office. Suhee smirked slightly, settling back into his seat. Then pulled out his phone to share Chen Qi and Zhang Xiaoan's profiles in the group chat. Xiaoranjia, so, you are both young ladies in your 20s. Greetings. Everyone. Zhang Xiaoan. Hello, teacher. Chen Qi appeared to still be airborne, as she had yet to contribute to the conversation. Xiaoranjia, Zhang Xiaoan. Are you not the recently popular singer on Weibo? Unlike Su He, who seldom kept abreast of industry affairs despite being a renowned producer with a limited circle of acquaintances in the music scene, Anren, as a manager, is well-versed in industry happenings. She had certainly heard of Zhang Xiaoan, who had recently topped the new song charts with 2 consecutive hits, remaining in the trending topics. Zhang Xiaoan. Yes, teacher, I am indeed that Zhang Xiaoan. Sister Xiaoran. I see, it seems rather intriguing, followed by a humorous smile. Sui observed the chat history and mused that this woman must have already surmised something. How astute she is. Such a woman is more suited to be an employee than a wife. And Rant's social skills are undoubtedly commendable. Before long, Zhang Xiaoan became quite familiar with Ran, even referring to her as Sister Xiaoran. As the group leader, Sui found amusement in their conversation. If Zhang Xiaoan, a newcomer in the industry, were to realize that the Sister Xiaoran she spoke of was none other than Ran, the top-tier agent in the entertainment industry, whose mentorship countless leading singers aspire to receive, she would likely be utterly astonished to discover that this esteemed agent was now guiding a novice and calling her sister. However, Sui had promised Ran not to disclose her identity, so he refrained from speaking out. Chapter 60. I must say, Teacher Xinghe bears a striking resemblance. 8 o'clock in the evening. Overtime. Indeed, the company was devoid of any pressing matters, yet Lin Qingming insisted that all employees stay late. At Xingming Studio, Chen Qi was at Lanjiang for a trial performance, accompanied by receptionist Xiao Li and assistant A Jiao, making a total of just 5 individuals present. In the break area, the screen displayed scenes from a music gala. The popular singer Zhang Xizhe was on stage performing his new song, while fans in the audience erupted in fervent cheers. The atmosphere was remarkably vibrant. Since Sui wished to smoke, the window side became his designated spot. Several girls sat on the sofa, leaning against one another, with a table laden with delectable duck necks and beverages. Shuel Yang, the honest fellow, brought out some fruit from the pantry. Is this what one would call a company? Suyu involuntarily twitched at the corner of his eye. It looked more like a group of friends binge-watching a series together. Nevertheless, while he wanted to complain, he found the ambience quite heartwarming. Perhaps such a feeling could only be found in a small studio. It has begun. The male deity, Su He, is finally making his appearance. Lin Qingming clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I can hardly wait. The genius producer Su He is finally willing to show himself. I've been shipping this pairing with the diva Li Xuan for 2 years. The other girls echoed her anticipation. Su He observed their enthusiasm and silently scoffed, thinking to himself that the real Su He was sitting right beside them, while they were getting worked up over a phony on television. However, he merely kept this to himself. After all, given that he was Su He, discussing it was not an option. Even if he were to reveal it now, no one would believe him. He could only blame his past foolishness for never having participated in a public interview. However, had he made public appearances earlier, Warner would have pursued him more aggressively, not merely stealing his stage name. It could have led to being shelved or facing exorbitant breach of contract penalties, making it unlikely they would have released him so easily. Reflecting on this, he wondered whether it was a blessing or a curse. We express our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Zhang Xizhe for gracing us with such melodious songs. Now, we arrive at the most anticipated segment of the evening. Surely, many of you are familiar with the prodigious producer Su He, who, in a mere 2.5 years, has ascended to the status of a renowned producer, dominating the charts for 7 consecutive months. Tonight, he will make his much-awaited debut at this musical gala. How exhilarating! The host's words are undeniably stirring, eliciting a thunderous ovation from the audience, akin to the roar of the sea. Lin Qingming and several young ladies join in the fervent applause, their excitement palpable. Oh, my Su He, the epitome of charm. Sister Qingming, perhaps you should wipe your drool. Observing the audience's fervor, Su He retrieves a Huangalu cigarette from his pocket, igniting it before turning his chair to face the window, deliberately turning his back to the television screen. Lin Qingming glances at Su He, her smile momentarily faltering. She opens her mouth to call out to him, but ultimately refrains, redirecting her gaze to the television. Let us welcome the esteemed producer Su He, alongside his partner, the illustrious diva Li Xuan, to the stage. Boom. As the host's words resonate, the applause reaches a crescendo. Du Feng and Li Xuan ascend the stage hand in hand, the camera capturing various angles of the duo, while the cheers and claps from the audience continue unabated. After a brief interlude of approximately 10 seconds, allowing the fans to fully unleash their fervor, the host finally speaks. It has not been an easy journey. After over 2 years of only hearing his name, we are astonished to discover that Teacher Su He is so youthful. Now, let us pass the microphone to Teacher Su He. Hello, everyone. Du Feng greets the audience and the camera with a beaming smile. The audience responds enthusiastically. Witnessing such a resonant call and response, Du Feng's smile grows even brighter. I have longed to meet you all. He speaks with eloquence, having rehearsed these words countless times in his mind, delivering them with utmost ease. The audience erupts with intermittent cheers. Sister Qingming, Su He is quite dashing, Zhang Xiaohan exclaims, shaking Lin Qingming's arm. Indeed, he is handsome, and his fashion sense is commendable, Xiaoli concurs. No wonder he is Lin's idol. He is simply too charming. As a Jiao, Lin Qingming's assistant, she is well aware of Lin Qingming's admiration for Su He. However, the previously animated Lin Qingming now appears taken aback. Sister Qingming, what's wrong? Zhang Xiaohan inquires, puzzled by her reaction. Wait, he isn't Su He. Lin Qingming's assertion causes Su He, who has been smoking, to choke, tears springing to his eyes. He turns to Lin Qingming, astonishment flickering in his gaze. How does she know? Sister Qingming, what do you mean? Zhang Xiaohan asks, her face a mask of confusion. I have met Su He before. Although he was wearing a mask at the time, his aura is nothing like this. Lin Qingming points at Su He on the television, her tone sharp. But that is Su He. Look, he stands beside Li Xuan. Surely the diva Li Xuan cannot be a mere illusion? Shuelyang expresses his bewilderment at Lin Qingming's reaction. I have a photograph. I captured it backstage. Lin Qingming reveals a photo she keeps in her wallet. Wearing a black mask, with sharp eyebrows and striking eyes that exude a sense of defiance and confidence. Just the gaze alone can ensnare one's soul. At first glance, it indeed does not resemble the Su He from Zhang Xiaohan's comparisons of photographs and television appearances. His eyebrows are somewhat thicker and more formidable. Although he possesses double eyelids, the overall impression is entirely different. Let me take a look. Shuelyang leaned in and after a brief glance, nodded in agreement, noting the distinction. Could it be that you made a mistake? Su He subtly approached, and upon seeing the photograph of himself, his brow involuntarily furrowed. Indeed, it was him. This woman had actually taken a candid shot of him and even kept it in her wallet. How utterly infatuated. I actually think Teacher Xinghe bears a striking resemblance. Zhang Xiaohan suddenly remarked, looking at Su He with a playful smile. At her words, Su He felt a jolt in his heart. Was this woman's intuition uncanny? Was it always so precise? Perhaps it was common for handsome men to share certain similarities, he chuckled lightly. However, Lin Qingming was not in the mood for jest. She placed the photograph into her wallet, then retrieved her phone to log onto Weibo. Sister Qingming, what are you planning to do? Zhang Xiaohan inquired, puzzled. I'm going to post on Weibo to question them. Why is Su He not Su He? Lin Qingming's tone was fervent, though she had been sidelined by the company. Her Weibo account remained active, boasting 2 million followers, which certainly held sway. Lin, just let it go. That's Warner we're talking about. They're not to be trifled with. Shuelyang quickly interjected. Warner, one of the top 4 entertainment companies in the domestic industry, was a force that even leading artists dared not provoke. I don't care who they are. Su He is my idol, and I will not allow anyone to impersonate him. Lin Qingming huffed defiantly. At that moment, a hand reached out and seized her phone. Now that the studio is getting back on track, with Xiaohan rising in popularity and Chen Qi likely securing a spot, your Weibo post would certainly stir some public discourse. However, such discourse would be swiftly suppressed by Warner within hours. You might even find your account banned. Subsequently, Warner would issue a rebuttal, clearing their name, while you would be labeled a detractor, subjected to slander by their hired trolls. They could even uncover your identity as the owner of Xingming Studio and retaliate against it, bringing us all down with you. If you deem all of this inconsequential, I want to stop you. Su He's voice was remarkably gentle as he held her phone, their fingers brushing together. Lin Qingming's body quivered slightly. Lifting her gaze to meet Su He's, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Then what should we do? Shall we allow them to deceive fans under Su He's name? Chapter 61. Targeted. Teacher Xinghe was right. Su He was distant from us. And even if someone impersonated him, there was little we could do to assist. Shueliang, always composed and sensible, wholeheartedly agreed with Su He's earlier words. Warner was not to be trifled with, and we could not afford to offend them. In the face of such a colossal entity, Xingming Studio was nothing more than an insignificant ant. Yet, what gave this person the right to bear Su He's name? Lin Xingming pointed at Du Feng, who was eloquently speaking on the television, sobbing. What if you've mistaken him? Su He sighed. By what right? His uncle is the general manager of Warner. I couldn't possibly be mistaken. Lin Xingming exuded an unprecedented confidence. She pressed her lips together and stubbornly gazed at Su He. The two locked eyes once more. And this time Lin Xingming did not flinch. Feeling her unwavering gaze, Su He was suddenly enveloped by a warm current within him. This woman's determination had genuinely moved him. Can you believe it? All right, even if you are not mistaken, one cannot act so impulsively. Su He released her phone, his tone softening. True, I am not currently a match for Warner, but that does not mean I will always remain so. Lin Xingming tucked her phone away. What? Are you about to spout some klitsch about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West? Su He returned to his seat with a smile and replied cheerfully. One day, I shall unmask this individual. Lin Xingming pointed at the television, where Su He, beaming and eloquently speaking, was featured, her tone imbued with utmost seriousness. Well, I shall wait with bated breath. The corners of Su He's mouth lifted slightly. Due to this unexpected turn of events, Lin Xingming lost interest in continuing to watch the music gala. Originally, everyone had been asked to work overtime to support Su He, but now she felt it unnecessary. This person is not Su He, she was utterly convinced. Let us wrap up for the day. Upon finishing her statement, she prepared to turn off the television and head to the conference room to gather her belongings. Wait a moment, however, Su He stopped her. At that moment, on the television, Du Feng had nearly completed his introduction, and he and Li Xuan were being challenged by the host to a game of mutual understanding, answering questions and performing intimate gestures, much to the delight of the audience. Teacher Su He, fans are urging for a new song. Could you share any updates on its progress? The host inquired. Haha, since everyone is so interested, I shall reveal a little. Du Feng chuckled, paused for effect, and brought the microphone closer, stating that the new song is a love ballad set to be released at the end of July, and it will be sung by Xiao Xian. Please lend your support. Upon hearing that a new song would be released next month, the audience erupted in excitement. Su He's new song was indeed the highlight of the music gala. Although Su He gained fame through traditional music, love songs were also his forte. With mid-June upon them, the forthcoming new release in a month naturally delighted the fans. Humph, these fools. Lin Xingming huffed disdainfully as she observed the cheering fans. Meanwhile, Su He's lips curved into a slight smile as he turned to Shueliang, who was seated nearby enjoying watermelon. Old Shui, would you like to release a song? His voice carried a light-hearted tone. Uft. Watermelon juice sprayed from Shueliang's mouth, followed by a watermelon seed shooting from his nostril, causing him to choke and tear up. What did you say? He gazed at Su He in disbelief. Release a song? Lin Xingming also looked at Su He in surprise, exclaiming, You have a new song? Indeed, I have a piece that suits old Shui perfectly. Su He nodded. Shueliang grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth, nodding his head fervently like a bobblehead. Of course I want to release a song, boss, just look, he said, glancing toward Lin Xingming. Regarding the release of the song, his agreement is inconsequential. The approval of Lin Xingming is also required. After all, while releasing a song may seem straightforward, the subsequent promotion is of paramount importance. If one does not possess inherent popularity, the promotional expenses can be substantial. Shueliang has long since faded from prominence. Although Xinghe is currently enjoying a surge in popularity, it is not at a level where a song can be launched without promotional efforts. Therefore, Lin Xingming must provide the budget for marketing. Of course, the song should be released, especially while Su He retains some popularity and Han Han is at her peak, which could aid in promoting it on Weibo. Now is indeed the most opportune moment. Lin Xingming nodded in agreement, but Su He shook his head. When then? Lin Xingming and Shueliang both paused in surprise. At the end of next month, Su He replied calmly, a subtle glimmer flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, not only Lin Xingming and Shueliang, but also Zhang Xiaohan and a Jiao were momentarily taken aback. Releasing a song at the end of next month sounded somewhat familiar. Wait, didn't Su He just mention that he would be releasing a song at that time? Lin Xingming suddenly realized, her expression one of disbelief as she looked at Su He. Have you lost your mind? He intends to confront Su-hee. Lin Qingming thought this man had gone mad. After all, that was a top-tier producer, the foremost among the gods of music. Though Lin Qingming was convinced he was not Su-hee, the latter's affiliation with a major company like Warner meant that even a single promotional resource could overshadow Qingming. Coupled with Su-hee's inherent popularity, it was clear he was aiming for the top of the music charts. Such a formidable adversary, if one does not evade him, but rather charges headlong into a confrontation. Is that not akin to offering one's head on a platter? I merely wish to gauge the extent of the disparity between myself and Su-hee. Su-hee shrugged, smilingly explaining, I cannot ascertain the difference between you and Su-hee, but I am painfully aware of my own inferiority to Li Xuan. Shuiliang replied, a rueful smile on his face. The disparity in promotional resources, the recognition of the producer, and the fame of the singer are not on the same level. They are worlds apart. Is this not an invitation to self-destruction? I believe there are still over 10 days left this month. Why not release it now? Perhaps we could still secure the top spot on the new song charts. Zhang Xiaohan suggested. Lin Qingming nodded in agreement. Shuiliang looked at Su-hee, as if to say, boss, please don't drag me into this. He foresaw that no artist would release a new song at the end of next month. Given that Su-hee had already announced his plans online, anyone attempting to release a song then would undoubtedly be ridiculed as a fool. To know that Su-hee is releasing a song and still dare to do so alongside him, was that not sheer recklessness? Under the gaze of the others, Su-hee pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. It will be at the end of next month, he stated with undeniable authority. The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing disbelief. You are the producer. Your word is final. Lin Qingming took a deep breath, her gaze softening as she looked at Su-hee. She wondered if he had noticed her anger and wished to help her vent her frustrations by challenging that imposter. Although it seemed somewhat presumptuous, Lin Qingming felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude. Lin, what's wrong? Shuiliang's expression shifted to one of alarm. Old Shui, you've already faded so much. What is there to fear? At worst, we will be mocked as fools. If we are the only ones to release a song while others refrain, we might even garner significant attention. Su-hee winked at him. Shuiliang was taken aback by the words he heard. Although Su-hee claimed he was past his prime, he found an undeniable logic in his assertions. While others hesitated to release new songs, he was willing to take the plunge. Wasn't this a clever way to ride the wave of popularity? As for the outcome, he thought, having fallen from grace like this, one should fear nothing. What was there to worry about in terms of results? So are we doing this? Su-hee inquired, squinting his eyes. Yes, Shuiliang replied through gritted teeth, nodding resolutely. Chapter 62. The most lethal form of imagination after work. Zhang Xiaohan and Shuiliang shared a cab home, while Su-hee awaited Lin Qingming to take the light rail back together. By the way, when are you going to buy a car? Su-hee mused, imagining the convenience of having a private vehicle to avoid the crowded light rail. He indeed possessed a car, but it resided at his home in Kyoto. This place, Shuangqing, was, in all technicality, Su-hee's ancestral abode. My car is with you, Lin Qingming replied coolly. With me? Su-hee was puzzled. The production fee of 400,000 was from the sale of my car. Lin Qingming inhaled deeply. Su-hee was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to navigate this conversation. They arrived at the light rail station. Even though it was the last train of the evening, the commercial area remained bustling with people. Lin Qingming hesitated upon seeing the crowd, but Su-hee stepped forward, standing by the door, waving her over. What are you dawdling for? Come on. After a moment's indecision, Lin Qingming boarded the train. As the doors closed, she leaned against the door, facing Su-hee, who stood directly in front of her. The train was packed, occasionally jostling Su-hee against her. Standing at a height of 1.70 meters, Lin Qingming was slightly shorter than Su-hee, and her figure was striking, particularly her ample bosom, which was pressed against him, causing her heart to race and a blush to creep up her neck. She lifted her gaze, only to find Su-hee oblivious, one hand bracing himself against the train door while the other scrolled through Douyin on his phone. For some reason, this angle of admiration only accentuated his charm. The high bridge of his nose, the depth of his eyes, and the slight upward curve of his lips made her heart flutter. Feeling overwhelmed, Lin Qingming quickly turned her head and faced the door, leaning her back against Su-hee. So much had transpired that day, leaving her thoughts in disarray. She recalled how calmly Su-hee had taken her phone, outlining the possible consequences. Yet, The audacity he displayed in competing with that imposter Soo Hee for the popular song chart made her think he was rather conceited. After all, everyone regarded him as Soo Hee, with a loyal fan base, not to mention the backing of Warner Entertainment and the renowned diva Li Xuan's performance. This formidable lineup was not something to be trifled with, and Lin Qingming felt that Soo Hee was being rather stubborn. Nonetheless, she did not intervene. Perhaps, deep down, she too harbored dreams of a miracle. Upon returning downstairs, Lin Qingming and Soo Hee visited a supermarket together. She selected ingredients ahead, while he pushed the cart behind her, resembling an ordinary couple on a shopping excursion. Due to returning home rather late, Lin Qingming opted for a simple meal, purchasing only a few eggs and tomatoes to prepare tomato and egg noodles. After completing her shopping, Soo Hee dutifully paid for the groceries and carried them home. Once they arrived, Lin Qingming commenced cooking the noodles while Soo Hee settled onto the sofa to smoke. Before long, the noodles were ready, and Lin Qingming served 2 bowls at the dining table. Soo Hee quickly rose to join her at the table. Perhaps because Lin Qingming was feeling a bit down that day, an air of silence enveloped them. After taking a bite of his noodles, Soo Hee got up to fetch 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator, handing one to Lin Qingming. "Thank you," she said, accepting the drink and returning to her meal. "Do you really like Soo Hee?" Soo Hee inquired with genuine curiosity, feeling an inexplicable warmth in his heart upon seeing Lin Qingming contemplate posting on Weibo for his sake. "Of course," Lin Qingming replied, swallowing her noodles and taking a sip of cola, nodding at him. "Why?" Soo Hee asked, intrigued. "Because he is deserving of it." Lin Qingming smiled, pausing before elaborating. "In my view, Soo Hee is an extraordinarily pure musician. If others had his level of fame, they would have long begun to amass fans and wealth, yet he never accepts endorsements and hasn't even appeared on variety shows. Most importantly, his songs are always free of charge." As Lin Qingming extolled Soo Hee's virtues, it seemed she could hardly contain herself. Meanwhile, Soo Hee's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The reason for avoiding endorsements was due to the exposure they necessitated. He refrained from appearing on variety shows for the same reason. His reluctance to be in the public eye stemmed from a desire to evade his obstinate father, who viewed individuals in the entertainment industry as unworthy and vehemently opposed Soo Hee's entry into that realm. Using a stage name was also a means of keeping his father in the dark. Now that he reflected on it, he was grateful his father remained oblivious. Otherwise, he would surely face incessant lectures, not just from his father, but also from relatives within the cultural sphere. The thought of this overwhelmed Soo Hee. As for the free songs, Soo Hee believed they did not originate from him. He merely acted as a conduit for the world's culture to flourish on Blue Star. Moreover, even without charging for his music, he had earned a handsome sum of 20 million, rendering the issue of pricing inconsequential in his eyes. His only desire was inner peace. Unbeknownst to him, these attributes were perceived by Lin Qingming as a manifestation of noble character. "You are quite remarkable as well." Lin Qingming suddenly looked up and smiled at Soo Hee. Soo Hee was taken aback, coughing awkwardly. "In what way?" "Although you retain the copyrights, your songs are also free of charge," Lin Qingming chuckled. "Thank you for the compliment." Soo Hee offered her an awkward yet courteous smile, reflecting on Lin Qingming's purity, a rarity in the entertainment industry. At that moment, both of their phones chimed simultaneously. Soo Hee glanced at his screen to find a message from Chen Shi in the work group. "Haha. Allow me to share some delightful news. I have successfully passed the audition, and I have been placed in the group deemed to possess the least overall strength. Upon glancing at my competitors, I might just endure through the first episode and extend my stay on the stage for a little while longer." The news about Chen Shi was just released, and our work group erupted with excitement. Zhang Xiaohan exclaimed, "Wow, Xiao Qi is truly impressive." Shuai Liang congratulated, "Xiao Qi, congratulations." Xiao Li remarked, "Our studio is about to produce another star." A Jiao chimed in, "I knew Xiao Qi would succeed. Our Xiao Qi is going to be on television." In the dead of night, none of us could sleep. After reading the news, Lin Qingming gasped in delight and then set down her chopsticks. Clasping her hands together, "Xiao Qi, having obtained this rare opportunity, shouldn't your aspirations be set a bit higher? Competing without aiming for the championship, what distinguishes you from a mere bystander?" Chen Shi replied, "Sister Qingming, do you know who my opponents are? In my group, there's Zhao Xiaoyan, whom Warner is currently promoting, and Zhou Qianqian, for whom I previously provided vocal harmonies. I wish to claim the championship, but reality imposes its limitations." Upon hearing Chen Qi mention Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Qianqian, Lin Qingming's expression instantly froze. Keep going, she typed with a wry smile. Indeed, with these two present, it would be quite an achievement for Qin Shi to last through 2 episodes. The only solace was that Qin Shi's group did not include either of them, which might allow her to remain in the show a bit longer. Chapter 63. The number one hater. After dinner, Lin Qingming returned home. Gazing at the wall adorned with photos of Li Xuan and Su He, she angrily tore down every single picture. Humph, Su He elevated you to new heights. Yet you are entangled with others. As your fan, I feel utterly humiliated. Lin Qingming extracted the photos from their frames, shredding them to pieces before discarding them into the trash. Having navigated the entertainment industry for 2 years, she was acutely aware of the underlying dynamics. Initially, she believed in the authenticity of Su He and Li Xuan's relationship, only to discover it was merely a contrived persona propelled by capitalistic interests. After all, Su He had moved on. If they were indeed a couple, he would not be allowed such intimacy with others, as that would raise ethical concerns. Lin Qingming mused that if she were Li Xuan, even at the cost of her status as a diva, she would cause a ruckus with Warner. Alas, she was neither a diva nor Li Xuan. She was merely a once prominent artist, now relegated to obscurity by her agency, with her fanbase dwindling. As she gazed at a photo of Su He, which she had printed in an enlarged format, she caressed the image, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. She was unaware of Su He's struggles, yet the fact that his identity had been supplanted must have been quite painful for him. Holding Su He's photograph, Lin Qingming settled on the balcony sofa. The June evening was somewhat stifling. The city skyline obscured the stars, with flickering neon lights creating a vibrant spectacle. Leaning back on the sofa, her thoughts wandered back to the moment this photograph was taken. At that time, she had just graduated from university and signed with the same agency as her dear friend, Yang Yingying. During their university days, they had shared a dormitory, their bond exceptionally strong, even vowing to support one another in their quest to conquer the entertainment industry together. Upon entering society, Yang Yingying quickly formed a connection with the director of the company's artist department, leveraging her amiable nature to gain numerous resources, which catapulted her to fame. In stark contrast, Lin Qingming found herself languishing in obscurity. Over time, the disparity in their social standings caused their friendship to wane. The turning point came when Yang Yingying participated in a talent show that required her to perform a duet, prompting the company to enlist Lin Qingming's assistance. However, during the live performance, Yang Yingying faltered, and as the lead vocalist, she was overshadowed by Lin Qingming's supporting role. Did you not hear my mistake? Why did you not deliberately falter? Were you waiting for this opportunity, Lin Qingming? I never realized you were so scheming. In the dressing room, Yang Yingying's slap across Lin Qingming's face severed their sisterly bond. Without uttering a word of explanation, Lin Qingming exited, clutching her face. Was it scheming? Perhaps. As a friend and confidant, she might have been expected to feign a mistake to elevate her best friend, content to play the supporting role. Yet, Lin Qingming had her own convictions regarding the stage and music. She could never deliberately falter, for that would be a profound disrespect to both the art and her identity as a singer, as well as to the audience. In the corridor, as she wept with her head in her hands, a masked man passed by with Li Xuan and offered her a piece of paper. It was a simple gesture, devoid of words. Perhaps at that moment, Su He did not truly know her, nor was he genuinely trying to console her. It might have been nothing more than a casual act, yet it provided Lin Qingming with immense encouragement, elevating him to the status of her most cherished and irreplaceable idol. She recognized her tendency to embellish reality, yet it was this very tendency that filled her with courage for the future, enabling her to persevere and shine within the industry. Thus, when she witnessed her idol being replaced, her excitement was palpable. What emotions would you feel in such a moment? Lin Qingming reclined on the sofa, gazing dreamily at the night sky. Late into the night, Su He remained awake, adhering to a commendable habit of reviewing his plans and strategizing for the next steps. In times of financial constraints, the priority was to build a solid foundation. Although producers hold a prestigious position in the music industry, their role is primarily behind the scenes. Whereas singers are the bedrock of this domain, Su He was not pursuing quantity this time. He was following a path of quality, utilizing the songs provided by the system to cultivate a cadre of exceptional vocalists, aiming to seize market share from competitors. Once their influence grew, it would pose a significant threat to larger entertainment companies. A company boasting talents like Shui Zhiqian, G.E.M., and Zhang Lianying is formidable. Yet what if it also included names such as Stephanie Sun, Eason Chan, Su Song, Zhang Jie, Zhou Shun, Mao Bai, Mayday, and even Zhou, Wang, Tao, and Lin? While their numbers may pale in comparison to the thousands of artists represented by major entertainment firms, the quality would undoubtedly be overwhelming. This encapsulated Su He's current strategy, as he made his appearance alongside these individuals, who could possibly rival him in the realm of Chinese music. Presently, Xingming Studio has found its footing. Zhang Xiaoan's 2 songs have gained considerable popularity, allowing her to first engage with her fans and solidify her standing before nurturing her into a leading artist. Chen Shi has been fortunate to enter a talent show, a platform with substantial exposure that can garner significant fanfare over several episodes. If he clinches the championship, he may even touch the threshold of mainstream stardom. Shuai Yang is a promising talent, his prowess undeniable, and he can be utilized as a trump card, which is why Su He intends to employ him in the pursuit of chart-topping hits. 3 artists, however, are still insufficient. With this thought, Su He rubbed his temples. Yet, when selecting singers, he could not afford to be careless. Without constraints, it was all too likely that once they gained fame, they would gravitate towards larger entertainment companies, ultimately serving as a stepping stone for others. Zhang Xiaoan and the other singers had remained loyal even when Xingming Studio faced its downturn, proving their reliability in terms of character, but this assurance did not extend to other artists. Thus, this was a source of considerable vexation for Su He. Turning to the realm of animation, the plump fellow had recently rented an office building, preparing the company's copyright department. After all, the rights to Su He's songs were firmly in his possession. Operating them would naturally require more time and energy than he could spare. The foundation of the Xingchen Investment Company relied fundamentally on the revenue generated from Su He's copyright fees, which would then be reinvested into various enterprises, thereby allowing for a behind-the-scenes control of multiple markets. The moment they could rival Warner would be the moment when this star truly shone. After reviewing all of this, Su He opened the comment section for the years we spent together, intrigued by the public's reactions. Unsurprisingly, following the reversal of public opinion regarding Zhang Xiaoan, the song received nearly all 5-star reviews. However, one comment caught Su He's attention. Heaven rewards diligence. The lyrical references possess a certain charm, yet alas, the subject matter is once again centered on love, lacking grand aspirations, constrained by emotional themes, pandering to the masses. How lamentable. Upon reading this, Su He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 64. The prophet Heaven rewards diligence. The most notorious critic of Su He's career. During his time at Warner, using the pseudonym Su He, this critic began disparaging him in the comments section. Empty sentiments, how lamentable. Forever fixated on emotional themes, how lamentable. As a public figure, one must guide the masses properly. Excessive pandering would only narrow one's perspective. How lamentable. Each time Su He released a song, Heaven rewards diligence would comment, always adopting a critical tone, and invariably concluding with the phrase how lamentable. Initially, Su He's fans perceived him as merely a contrarian, even venturing to criticize him in the comments. Yet as Heaven rewards diligence became increasingly persistent, commenting on nearly every song, the fans began to view this as a unique cultural phenomenon. They even affectionately dubbed him Brother Lament. However, had he changed accounts? This song is composed by Xinghe. The notorious leader of the anti-fans from Suha has unexpectedly appeared here, and yet, the popularity of Brother Bitterness remains undiminished. Responses to him number in the thousands, with likes soaring to 50,000. Astonishingly, I have encountered Brother Bitterness here. Am I mistaken? The leader of Suha's detractors has indeed come to comment on Xinghe's work? Haha. Could it be that Suha has not released new music recently, prompting Brother Bitterness to seek a new target for his critiques? Alas, the career of this producer named Xinghe will now be overshadowed by the specter of Brother Bitterness. Suha seems quite pleased. Finally, a change has occurred. TCH. Brother Bitterness is the pinnacle of music criticism. Others aspire for his commentary, but fall short. His presence in Xinghe's comment section is indeed a stroke of fortune for Xinghe. Observing these comments, Suha is left utterly speechless, wondering whether this is intentional or merely accidental. Can he truly detect my presence even when I switch accounts? It must be coincidence. After all, the song in a flash has been reigning atop the new song charts, making Brother Bitterness's commentary quite natural. One cannot blame his sensitivity. He has indeed been intimidated by this exceptional talent in the past, persistently challenging and educating him. The most disheartening aspect is that when you respond to him, he pays you no mind, neglecting every comment beneath his songs, rendering any debate futile. This sensation is akin to striking a fist against cotton, an overwhelming sense of helplessness that has shadowed Suha's career. There was even a night when Suha dreamt of brother bitterness lamenting in his sleep. In the following days, the members of Xingming Studio closely monitored the developments concerning Chenqi. Teacher Xinghe, this sister Xiaoran is truly remarkable. Chenqi and I sent over just 2 audio clips, and she managed to identify all our issues. Zhang Xiaohan remarked, holding her phone. Over the past few days, both she and Chenqi have been thoroughly impressed by sister Xiaoran's expertise. They sent over 2 cover songs, and not only did she pinpoint numerous flaws in their performances, but she also devised an exceptionally detailed training regimen. After following this training plan for 2 days, Zhang Xiaohan felt quite satisfied with her progress. Of course, it's no surprise who connected you, Suha mused, leaning against the window to smoke. In the company, aside from Shuai Yang, all are women. Thus, the window-side position has become Suha's exclusive domain. Lin Qingming emerged to refill her water, passing by just in time to express her curiosity. Is she truly that impressive? Indeed, I suspect this sister Xiaoran holds a significant identity. She must be someone who cultivates professional singers, Zhang Xiaohan quickly affirmed. Coughing, Suha was momentarily overwhelmed by the smoke, causing tears to spring to his eyes. Teacher Xinghe, are you all right? Zhang Xiaohan promptly offered him a tissue. I'm fine, Suha replied, accepting the tissue to dab at his tears. Astounding. Zhang Xiaohan is indeed prophetic. Her instincts are remarkably accurate, each time drawing closer to the truth. Serves you right for smoking. Lin Qingming teased, casting a sidelong glance at Suha before swaying her hips back to her office. Zhang Xiaohan, bemused, observed the two before returning to her phone to chat with sister Xiaoran. In recent days, Chenqi has been engaged in a friendly rivalry with her counterpart, both striving to rectify their vocal shortcomings in hopes of earning their teacher's approval. Suhi observed the conversations within the group chat and suddenly had an epiphany. Suhi, Chenqi, I will send you the new song shortly. Familiarize yourself with it. Although your opponents in this round are not particularly formidable, do not let your guard down. It's best to practice the song thoroughly. Chenqi, are we singing a new song? Suhi, what? Do you underestimate my abilities? Chenqi, not at all. With teacher Xinghe's remarkable talent, I naturally wish to sing your song. I just feel that debuting a new song on the show might be somewhat disadvantageous. Generally speaking, in live singing competitions, song selection is paramount. The most advantageous choices are those that showcase technical prowess and are widely recognized, as they tend to attract more audience votes. Indeed, a new song could face challenges, as it has not undergone market validation, posing considerable risks. However, with risks come potential rewards. A producer like Suhi, if his song is performed on the show and possesses high quality, can provide a refreshing experience for the audience. Such new songs can significantly enhance a singer's performance, aiding them in achieving better results. Suhi, trust me, the new song is absolutely suited for you. While others' new songs may lack market validation, mine is different. It has already been tested in another realm and has achieved great popularity. Xiaoran, little Qi, I cannot believe you would doubt him. You are far too young. And Ran could not help but interject. That is Suhi we are talking about, the foremost genius in composition. Countless acclaimed singers aspire to perform his songs. Singing just one would be a tremendous gain. Over the past few days, she had gathered insights about Suhi's situation. Frankly, if she were a singer, she would have likely resigned from her company to join Xingming Studio. Suhi clearly aims to make a comeback by nurturing new talent, and these newcomers remain blissfully unaware of their fortunate circumstances. Chenqi, I apologize, teacher Xinghe. I momentarily failed to grasp the situation. Please send me the song, and I will perform the new piece. Chenqi, upon reconsideration, recognized the truth in her thoughts. Although teacher Xinghe had only released 2 songs, both were of astonishing quality. If she performed an old song and were eliminated, she would leave with nothing. However, singing a new song would at least mean she had performed an original piece, thus fulfilling a part of her dreams. In light of this, it was clear that the new song offered greater rewards than an old one, especially since it was a song by teacher Xinghe. Suhi, go for it. Bring home the championship. Chenqi, teacher Xinghe, please don't jest. I would be extremely pleased to stay for a couple more episodes. Suhi shook his head with a wry smile. Though Lin Qingming may not be entirely reliable, She was correct in saying that participating in a competition without aiming for the championship is no different from being a mere fish. Qinqi, I shall not continue this idle chatter. As Sui put away his phone, he noticed Zhang Xiaohan watching him with a bemused expression from a distance. What's the matter? Sui touched his face. Was your previous comment a compliment to Sister Qingming or a jab at her? Zhang Xiaohan chuckled. Let us set that aside for now. Come here. I have something to ask you. Sui gestured for her to approach. Zhang Xiaohan paused in confusion and leaned in closer. Sui smiled mysteriously and opened the Notes app on his phone. Come, predict how many goals Argentina will score tonight. Zhang Xiaohan. Chapter 65. Just tell me whether they won or not. As the show The Strongest Female Voice approached, the promotional efforts by the production team online were remarkably effective. The Strongest Female Voice is about to make its debut, with the entirety of the competition broadcast live, showcasing the exceptional new generation of female singers in the Chinese music scene, and the champion will be chosen by you. Such a nationwide voting program fosters a strong sense of participation among the audience, resulting in heightened attention. The 24 contestants are all young women in their early 20s, the majority of whom are relatively unknown newcomers like Qinqi, though a few are already prominent figures. Group, Zhao Xiaoyun, a newcomer female singer heavily promoted by Warner Entertainment, is hailed as the successor to the diva Li Xuan. Group, Zhou Qianqian, the strongest newcomer of the year, has only been in the industry for a year, yet has 3 songs on Douyin with over 50 million plays, and has even held a small concert, proving her vocal prowess live. As for Qinqi's group, besides a female internet celebrity named Liang Yuding, the others are not very well known, representing various fields. Of course, the saying that there are hidden talents among the masses is not mere rhetoric. Many competitions often yield dark horses, and it's possible that an artist might unexpectedly captivate the audience. That said, putting dark horses aside, judging by current popularity, Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian are the top contenders for the championship, both boasting considerable fan bases. Given that Zhao Xiaoyun is a newcomer from Warner, she is undoubtedly a strong candidate for the title. Are you judging by singing talent or connections? It sounds as if Zhou Qianqian lacks support. Although Yifeng Entertainment may not rival Warner, it is still among the top 10 entertainment companies. Zhou Qianqian's explosive popularity on Douyin gives her a significant edge over the other contestants. Regardless, I support Zhao Xiaoyun. Zhou Qianqian's cold demeanor is off-putting. Xiaoyun is simply delightful. Sweet girls are the way to go. Haha, what is appealing about sweetness? It's the proud and confident women like Zhou Qianqian that have the real charm. Are you here to listen to music or judge beauty? In terms of trending topics, both Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian have garnered similar levels of attention, each with their own dedicated supporters. The production team is adept at creating buzz through a series of promotional tactics. They quickly polarized the fan bases of Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian. This is the nature of the entertainment industry. Controversy breeds popularity. Amidst the rivalry between the two frontrunners, the hype surrounding the strongest female voice continues to escalate. Moreover, as the show's broadcast nears, both of their companies have stepped in to rally support, indicating the importance they place on this competition. Yifeng Entertainment's official Weibo account shared the promotional poster for Zhou Qianqian, urging everyone to support her. If she makes it to the finals, she will present a new song created by the esteemed producer Xie Xiaodong. Following the post, Zhou Qianqian's fans were elated. For Xie Xiaodong is a high-level producer, nearing the status of a gold medal producer, and 2 of Zhou Qianqian's 3 viral songs on Douyin were penned by him. There is no doubt about his strength. Furthermore, he is the only esteemed producer who has ever triumphed over Su He. Haha. Is Xie Xiaodong truly the man who has bested Su He? He barely secured victory with his first song, only to be ruthlessly defeated by Su He thereafter. So, was it a win or not? I am eagerly anticipating Xie Xiaodong's new song. Among producers, Xie Xiaodong enjoys considerable renown. This can be attributed to his previous victory over Su He, albeit with just 1 song. Nevertheless, after boasting about it on various shows numerous times, it has become a humorous anecdote among the audience. Whenever the man who defeated Su He is mentioned, Xie Xiaodong inevitably comes to mind. This quip has significantly heightened his popularity among esteemed producers. However, just as Zhou Qianqian's fans were still basking in their joy, the official Weibo account of Warner Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies, shared Zhao Xiaoyun's promotional poster, rallying support for her. Of course, sweet summer must be spent with Xiaoyun. Everyone is encouraged to vote for her. If she makes it to the finals, She will bring you a new song from the acclaimed producer Suhee. Wow. Warner's Weibo post instantly ignited a frenzy online. Suhee's new song. Zhao Xiaoyan is actually going to sing a new song from Suhee. Truly, she is a rising star cherished by Warner, capable of drawing Suhee's attention. They even remarked that to hear Suhee's new song, one must support Zhao Xiaoyan. Isn't that a bit too much, enlisting Suhee for assistance? Haha, I am now curious to see Xie Xiaodong's reaction. Xie Xiaodong stated, I absolutely must win again. This time, the competition between the two contestants revolves around their backing. Naturally, Zhao Xiaoyan has the upper hand in this regard. After all, she is supported by Warner Entertainment, one of the four giants of the industry, and can readily enlist the legendary producer Suhee. A producer of such caliber can be likened to an explosive in a competition. How can anyone else compete? There is simply no room for maneuver. Meanwhile, Yifeng Entertainment found Xie Xiaodong in a state of utter frustration, tugging at his hair. Beside him, Lao Lu patted his back, offering consolation. Dong Go. Don't be like this. Perhaps this is your chance to prove your prowess? A chance? Xie Xiaodong glared at him. Is this what you call a chance? Otherwise, didn't you defeat Suhee once? Lao Lu shrugged. Xie Xiaodong was momentarily at a loss for words. Can't you see I was just showing off? Must you bring up such an awkward topic? At that moment, a colleague sitting nearby leaned in, smiling, and said, Dong Go. Perhaps if you consider it from a different perspective, does winning or losing truly matter? Xie Xiaodong nodded earnestly. It matters. The colleague was taken aback. I offered you a way out, and you want to take it? In truth, I believe it isn't that significant. If you lose, people will think it's expected. The impact on you is minimal. However, if you win saying this, the colleague winked at Xie Xiaodong, wearing an expression that implied understanding. If I win, I will completely turn my fortunes around. Xie Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. His gloom dissipated instantly. Ha ha ha. After hearing your words, I suddenly see the light. I was merely overthinking it. He then appreciatively patted his colleague's shoulder. Lao Lu also gave a thumbs up to that colleague. Indeed, it is worth noting that this competition is not about songwriting, but rather about the singer's performances. Even if he were to lose to Suhee in terms of the song, for Xie Xiaodong, it would merely add another defeat to his tally. He could still boast that he once triumphed over Suhee. However, if by some stroke of luck he were to win, just the thought of it made Xie Xiaodong's breath quicken. Let us go, dinner is on me tonight, he exclaimed, in high spirits, throwing an arm around Lao Lu and that colleague's shoulders. Dinner aside, I'm heading home to watch the World Cup tonight. Lao Lu waved his hand dismissively. Heaven on earth. Xie Xiaodong chuckled. Ahem, we could also catch the replay tomorrow. Chapter 66. What are you even worth? At last, amidst the fervent discussions online, the inaugural episode has arrived. Backstage, Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Qianqian, two renowned singers, were afforded a private lounge, complete with their own makeup artists and stylists due to their affiliation with major companies. In contrast, the other contestants did not enjoy such privileges. Among the 22 female singers, many were found retouching their makeup in a large shared lounge. Here, they were divided into two camps, the academically trained and the self-taught. The former, having undergone systematic vocal training, were generally expected to outperform their self-taught counterparts, though this was not an absolute rule. In such talent competitions, there have been numerous instances of naturally gifted singers who could dazzle the audience purely by virtue of their talent. Hence lies the allure of these talent shows. Aside from Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Qianqian, Liang Yuding stood out among the other girls for her recognition. She boasted over 500,000 followers on Douyin, having gained fame through her covers of popular songs. Alas, I'm in a group that feels like a death sentence, she lamented. Our group is no different. With Zhou Qianqian in it, what distinguishes it from a death group? I find the group assignments unfair. Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Qianqian should be in the same group, so we might have a chance to shine, another chimed in. What are you thinking? Both of them are favorites to win. They certainly cannot be placed in the same group. Otherwise, the outcome would be decided too soon. Who would draw the audience in? You or us? The 20-some girls sat in their respective groups, whispering amongst themselves. Chen Qi, clad in leather attire, occupied a corner of her group, devoid of acquaintances and lacking in fame, thus ignored by the others. She made no effort to engage in conversation, instead donning her headphones to listen to the competition tracks sent by teacher Xingha, remaining aloof from their discussions. At that moment, Liang Yuding chuckled lightly. What good does complaining do? If any of you possess the ability to win your group, you'd be in the spotlight anyway. If you lack the skill, It matters not how the groups are divided. Elimination is inevitable. Yuting, it's easy for you to speak so confidently. You're the most recognized in your group. So the group championship is undoubtedly yours, someone retorted exasperatedly. What use is a group championship? My goal is the overall championship. We must broaden our horizons. Liang Yuting waved her hand, her voice unrestrained. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp applause echoed from the entrance. Liang Yuting, it has been quite some time. You still exude such confidence. A girl with an exquisite makeup leaned against the lounge door, wearing a smile that was more mock than welcoming as she gazed inside. Oh, I could hardly recognize you. Is that not the rookie champion Zhou Qianqian? What brings you here instead of your exclusive lounge? Liang Yuting seemed to harbor a grudge against Zhou Qianqian, immediately launching into a taunt upon seeing her. I heard you are also participating in the competition. Naturally. I had to come and see this old friend, Zhou Qianqian replied, unfazed and with a smile. Old friend is too generous a title. You are the rookie champion. While I am merely a small internet celebrity, Liang Yuting quickly countered. Zhou Qianqian felt a flicker of irritation at her pointed remarks. Although the other girls were unaware of the history between them, the palpable tension was undeniably intriguing. The competition has not even begun, yet the atmosphere is already charged. Zhou Qianqian remarked with a huff. Am I truly being pointedly sarcastic? Liang Yuting replied with a slight smirk. Initially, both women were artists under the same subsidiary of Yifeng Entertainment. However, when the headquarters sought to cultivate female singers, Zhou Qianqian employed unscrupulous means to secure her spot, subsequently receiving resources and accolades, including the TikTok Annual Rookie Award. Since then, Liang Yuting had borne a grudge against her. If it were a matter of fair competition, losing would simply be losing, but gaining an advantage through dubious tactics was intolerable to Liang Yuting. Her aim in this competition was to reclaim what was rightfully hers. Do you genuinely believe you can defeat me? This time, you have been fortunate enough to be placed in a lackluster group. Too bad you weren't assigned to mine. Zhou Qianqian declared, crossing her arms with renewed arrogance. Her words provoked discontent among the group. Your grievances with Liang Yuting have nothing to do with us, do they? How dare you insult us as garbage? What makes you so special as a star? We all began as newcomers, and your arrogance is unwarranted. Several members of the group, irritable and unrestrained, did not care who she was and began to retaliate. Zhou Qianqian realized she had inadvertently invited collective ridicule, but, proud as she was, refused to capitulate. Did I say anything wrong? Who are you to challenge me? What have you accomplished? As she surveyed the group, her gaze landed on Chun Chi in the corner, and a peculiar smile crossed her lips. I recall you singing harmonies for me, didn't you? Having just finished her song. Chun Chi was taken aback to find Zhou Qianqian addressing her, pointing to herself in confusion. Are you speaking to me? Zhou Qianqian was rendered speechless, realizing that her prior comments had gone unheard. Liang Yuting, I hope you survived the elimination rounds. Otherwise, losing to these people would be quite embarrassing for you. Excuse me, who do you think you are looking down on? What do you mean, losing to us? What are you even worth? Chun Chi retorted, pointing a finger directly at Zhou Qianqian. She was not one to endure disrespect. She had been the most vocal against the underhanded tactics faced by Zhang Xiaohan, and now that she was being subtly insulted, her temper flared. Although she often claims in the group that simply participating in the competition for one more term suffices, such statements are made in a spirit of humility among her peers and do not justify others mocking her openly. If you, Zhou Qianqian, were a celebrated diva, perhaps a few harsh words might be permissible, yet as a mere internet celebrity, whose popularity pales in comparison even to Han Han, let alone to the esteemed singer Qing Ming. What gives you the right to disparage her in such a condescending manner? Your grievances with Liang Yuting have no bearing on my Chun Chi. Apologies, but I am not one to be trifled with. Zhou Qianqian was taken aback by Chun Chi's audacity to retort, momentarily at a loss for words. Haha, the young lady speaks the truth. You are merely an internet sensation. Do you truly see yourself as a diva? Liang Yuting seized the opportunity to steer the conversation. She was astonished to discover such a fierce spirit within the group, someone bold enough to speak out. Who do you look down upon? Flaunting your status as a rookie champion? Zhao Xiaoyun, whom Warner is promoting, cannot match your pretense. With someone speaking out, the others in the group found their courage and joined in the reprimand. Humph, a person who can barely sing harmony dares to insult me. Conversing with you all is beneath my dignity. Zhou Qianqian's face turned a deep shade of anger, and with a cold huff, she slinked away. A chorus of boos echoed in the lounge. Sister, that was impressive. Zhou Qianqian was even scolded to her face. Liang Yuding praised Qin, raising her thumb in admiration. She had not expected that the most formidable individual in the group was the one seated in the corner, Qin. She started it. Qin waved her hand dismissively, then resumed listening to music through her headphones. Consequently, the others in the group began to regard Qin with newfound respect, regardless of her abilities. Qin's willingness to stand up for them naturally endeared her to them. Chapter 67. The competition begins. The strongest female voice program features a total of 24 female singers participating. The elimination rounds are divided into 3 episodes. In each of the 3 groups, 8 contestants will face off in pairs, with 4 victors advancing to the top 12. The contestants' rankings will be determined by the final vote count. According to the draw, the first episode will showcase the 8 contestants from one group. The next will feature Zhao Xiaoyan's group, and the third will include Qin's group. However, even though the first episode will not feature a competition between the groups, the production team still brings them in for a brief appearance. Welcome to Lanjing Satellite TV's Strongest Female Voice, exclusively sponsored by Xianghua Wuyu. The host, a well-known figure at Lanjing Satellite TV, delivered the opening remarks at an astonishing pace that left the audience fearing for his tongue. Such an important event typically requires the presence of a prominent host. After a segment of advertisements, the judge's entrance was announced. Given that this was a competition for newcomers, the program did not feature the veteran judges from Lanjing Satellite TV, but instead invited several currently popular singers. The renowned singer Zhu Tao, Chen Jinxing, the celebrated Zhao Lan, and the esteemed producer Lin Jingya. In competitions of this caliber, having acclaimed singers as judges is customary, and the addition of the esteemed producer Lin Jingya suggests the potential presence of original artists in the competition. While original artists are not uncommon in the industry, truly exceptional ones are remarkably rare. Her critiques of the songs will serve as a standard for the audience's votes, directly influencing the performers' outcomes. Next, let us welcome the contestants to the stage. The host's exuberant voice resonated as 24 talented individuals emerged from backstage. Leading the group was undoubtedly the most popular, Zhao Xiaoyan. Adorned in a delicate pink gown, embodying a charming persona that leans towards the cute aesthetic. Ah, Xiaoyan, I adore you. Her presence in this competition is akin to a formidable force. Although she came to stir the waters, there is still the formidable Zhou Qianqian in the mix. The competition for the crown remains uncertain. The second contestant, Zhou Qianqian, crowned as the strongest newcomer of the year on Douyin, is also a frontrunner for victory. Her image, crafted by the agency, is that of an imperious queen, clad in a chic suit that, coupled with her haughty demeanor, incited cheers from the audience. Qianqian, you can do it. My goddess, I love you. This air of arrogance captivates me. I yearn to be beneath her heel. Let the queen unleash her authority upon me. Ah, but I am different. I aspire to conquer her, to claim my queen. The cheers for the rest of the contestants dwindled significantly. After all, most of them were amateurs or fledgling singers fresh from school, lacking the exquisite stylist that Zhao Xiaoyan possessed, resulting in their attire and makeup appearing rather ordinary. Thus overshadowed by the star's popularity. As one girl after another took the stage to introduce herself, it finally became Qin's turn. Hello, everyone, I am Qin, and I appreciate your guidance. Her introduction was succinct, her tone exuding a vivacious and cheerful spirit. Though she lacked notoriety, Qin's beauty, coupled with her edgy leather ensemble, garnered her a fair share of applause from the audience. Zhou Qianqian, however, cast a cold glance in her direction. Previously, in the lounge, Qin had confronted her, and having once sung harmonies for Qianqian, the latter felt slighted by Qin's audacity. Yet, considering Qin's minor status, likely unable to surpass even the elimination rounds, Qianqian found solace in her superiority, dismissing the need to lower herself to quarrel with such a character. Backstage, in the director's room, Zhao Hui was unexpectedly reassigned to assist the strongest female voice program. He stared incredulously at the screen, showcasing Qin. After being rebuffed by Lin Qingming, he had informed his seniors that assistance was unnecessary. How then did Qin end up on the show? Contemplating this, he approached Li Guangliang, who was supervising the staff nearby. Senior, he hesitated before finally speaking. Xiao, what is it? Li Guangliang responded with a smile upon recognizing him. Did you really allow Qin to participate in the program? Zhao Hui inquired, puzzled. Li Guangliang paused, momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Isn't it for your sake? I personally evaluated Qinqi during her audition. She is quite a promising talent." He was shrewd. Both Su He and Zhao Hui had sought his endorsement for Qinqi. Thus, in Zhao Hui's presence, he chose not to disclose that it was due to Su He's request, as the latter preferred to keep matters discreet. This way, he could deftly gain favor with both parties. Zhao Hui hesitated for quite some time, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He wished to express, "Wasn't I the one who asked you to calculate this? Why did you still bring Qinqi into the mix?" Yet, the words lingered on his lips, ultimately swallowed back down. His apprehension stemmed from a fear of offending his senior, potentially inciting dissatisfaction. It was a significant loss. Not only had he used a favor, but Lin Qingming had also blacklisted him. The thought of this left Zhao Hui feeling more distressed than if he had ingested a fly. "Xiao Zhao, the strongest female voice is a project highly valued by the station. I transferred you here because I recognized your capabilities. I hope you will not disappoint me." In the professional realm, true intelligence is not found in suppressing juniors, but rather in bestowing favors under various pretenses. Thus, even if the recipient remains unremarkable, there is no loss incurred. However, should they soar, those favors will prove invaluable. These are some workplace rules that Li Guangliang learned only after receiving assistance from Su He. "Rest assured, I will cooperate with you diligently." Zhao Hui expressed his gratitude fervently. "All right, go attend to your own matters," Li Guangliang replied, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. As Zhao Hui returned to his position, Li Guangliang finally opened the documents in his hands. This was a list of songs submitted by the project preparation team. Unlike other platforms, contestants on television must have their songs vetted by the program team in advance, after which the team purchases the necessary copyrights. This is a significant source of income for producers. Of course, original songs are exempt from this process, as artists perform their own compositions. However, the majority of songs listed require the television station to acquire copyrights. He turned to the last page, where he found the contestant information. Beside Qinqi's name was the title of the song she would perform, a new piece titled Painting. It was not an original composition, but it was indicated that Qinqi held the singing rights, meaning she was the original artist. The subsequent credits were attributed to a producer named Xing He. Li Guangliang was not particularly familiar with Xing He, but he knew that Qinqi was introduced by Su He. What connection did Xing He have with Su He? Were they friends, or perhaps collaborators? However, hadn't T. Warner Weibo mentioned that Su He would write a song for Zhao Xiaoyan in the finals? Li Guangliang's mind was filled with uncertainties, and he hesitated to inquire with Su He via WeChat. Nevertheless, since Su He was his benefactor, even if he did not explicitly aid Qinqi, he felt compelled to ensure that the girl had a fair chance in the competition. Chapter 68. You actually watch variety shows? The strongest female voice airs weekly, with a total of 3 elimination rounds. The first elimination featured several commendable singers. Zhou Qianqian performed a classic old song, garnering the highest votes in her group, while the second place went to an original singer named Lu Yu. Initially, when the audience heard her sing her original piece, they were quite skeptical. However, with her guitar and unique smoky voice, she stunned everyone with a folk song. Had it not been for Zhou Qianqian's immense popularity, Lu Yu's votes might have surpassed hers. Lu Yu could be considered the dark horse of the strongest female voice. Even the proud Zhou Qianqian, during her post-match interview, expressed her intention to take this formidable opponent seriously. As for the second round of the group competition, it presented no significant surprises. As anticipated, Zhao Xiaoyan delivered a delightful singing and dancing performance that utterly overshadowed her fellow contestants, securing first place in her group. This overwhelming victory not only propelled her popularity to new heights, but also amplified the fervor surrounding her potential championship. It seems the sweet girl archetype is indeed favored. However, it must be noted that the lackluster performances of Zhao Xiaoyan's competitors contributed to her triumph. Zhou Qianqian, encountering a worthy adversary, did not experience the same exhilarating dominance. Yet the vote count between her and Zhao Xiaoyan was remarkably close. Personally, I find Lu Yu's voice profoundly captivating, and her status as an original artist is a significant advantage. Her piece seasons as songs garnered high praise, even from teacher Lin Jingya. Besides Lu Yu, Zhu Ling also impressed me. Her rock style resonates beautifully in live performances, making this group appear to be the strongest overall. The other group has yet to commence their competition. Perhaps they will unveil some surprises. Haha, the only one with a hint of fame in that group is Liang Yuding. while the other contestants seemed to be novices, likely fresh graduates. During the contestant introductions, the girl clad in leather pants showcased a striking personality. She is beautiful and exudes a lively charm, and I eagerly anticipate her performance. Over the past 2 weeks, the buzz surrounding the strongest female voice has been exceptionally high, with both Xiao Xiaoyan and Zhou Qianqian claiming first place in their groups, trending on social media. Coupled with the promotional efforts of their respective agencies, the discussions on Weibo have been vibrant. Naturally, although Lu Yu secured only second place, her outstanding performance garnered considerable attention, with some companies already extending olive branches, preparing to sign her. It can be said that, despite finishing second in her group, Lu Yu has achieved significant recognition from various entertainment firms solely based on her folk song. This exemplifies the remarkable power of talent shows, with substantial viewership and exposure. Even amateurs can achieve rapid fame if they possess the requisite skill. As July approaches, the third round of group matches is about to commence. The second group, lacking a standout representative like Zhao Xiaoyan, has not garnered much discussion online. Nevertheless, the excitement surrounding the strongest female voice continues to grow, with many eager viewers curious to see if this so-called weakest group can produce 1 or 2 astonishing singers, and who will ultimately emerge as the top contender in the group stage. Welcome to the live taping of the Strongest Female Voice Episode 3, exclusively sponsored by Xiangwo Wuyu. As the hostess' rapid-fire opening remarks resonate, the program officially begins. After 2 episodes, I believe everyone is now quite familiar with the show. In the group elimination rounds, each group must eliminate 4 singers, meaning only the top 4 can advance to the next competition. Tonight marks the competition for this particular group. We shall see which 4 of these 8 young ladies will progress. Let us eagerly await the outcome as we welcome the 8 contestants to the stage. As the host elaborates on the competition rules, backstage, Qinqi engages in deep, frantic breaths. Although she has graced this stage before, this time is different, for she is to sing. In the past, while providing harmonies for other singers, Qinqi dreamt countless times of having a stage that belonged solely to her. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaohan on the show, she felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Now, the moment has finally arrived for her, and a flicker of nervousness inevitably arises within her. Is this your first time on stage? Liang Yuding inquired with a smile. Previously, Qinqi had scolded Zhou Qianqian backstage, which endeared her to Liang Yuding. No, I've performed before, but only as a background singer, Qinqi replied. I've heard that you provided harmonies for Zhou Qianqian. Liang Yuding nodded with a smile. The entertainment industry is such that some individuals shine brightly on stage, while others toil tirelessly behind the scenes, receiving little recognition. There are many like Qinqi who sing harmonies, some even possessing greater talent than professional singers, yet most never get the chance to step into the limelight, spending a lifetime working in obscurity. For someone like Qinqi, the opportunity to take center stage is already a stroke of fortune. When it's your turn to perform, try to keep your gaze slightly upward, avoiding looking at the audience. It will significantly alleviate your nerves. Moreover, the stage lights will prevent too many shadows from casting on your face, enhancing your on-screen presence. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Liang Yuding shared her stage experience with her. The other girls listened intently, as none possessed prior stage experience. Thank you. Qinqi expressed her gratitude. They VE called for us. Let us go. Liang Yuding waved her hand. The group followed her towards the stage. In Kyoto, within a brightly lit villa in a residential area, Su He's father, Su Jinghua, nearing 50 yet appearing to be in his early 40s, exuded a scholarly elegance. He had a habit of sitting on the sofa to watch television after meals. I say, old Su, don't you usually watch poetry programs? Why are you watching a variety show today? Su He's mother, Shin Manfong, emerged from the kitchen with a plate of sliced fruit. The remote is out of battery. I can't change the channel, Su Jinghua replied nonchalantly, pressing the remote a couple of times to prove his point. My phone has a remote function. I can change the channel for you, Shin Manfong offered, retrieving her phone. Never mind, it's just for leisure. I'll go to sleep when I get tired. Su Jinghua attempted to stop her, but then retracted his hand. After a moment of hesitation, Shin Manfong put away her phone, gazing at her husband in surprise. How peculiar. You've always scoffed at entertainment news, almost making it a taboo in our home. Yet today, you're watching a variety show. I merely rest on the sofa. The television is just providing some background noise. Su Jinghua snapped irritably. All right, you enjoy your noise. I hope you can cast aside your prejudices against the entertainment industry so that Xiao He 1T have to avoid you, Shen Manfang remarked, noticing Su Jinghua's increasingly sour expression, and decided not to pursue the matter further. I'm off to play mahjong. With that, she disregarded Su Jinghua and left the house. Chapter 69. Please begin your performance. Although in the inaugural episode, everyone introduced themselves on stage, the past 2 weeks have seen no particularly famous individuals, resulting in a lack of public attention and leaving little impression. Let us welcome our first contestant, Tian Ling, who will present the song His Past Love. Greetings, everyone. My name is Tian Ling, and I am a nurse at a hospital. I enjoy singing in my spare time, and am immensely grateful to the production team for granting me the opportunity to stand on this stage. I hope you all enjoy my rendition of His Past Love. Tian Ling's voice is crisp and melodious. However, due to her lack of formal training, she did not fully showcase her vocal strengths. Nevertheless, her profession as a healthcare angel certainly adds to her appeal. After her performance, she garnered over 50,000 votes, which, considering she lacks a fan base and was performing for the first time, is quite commendable. Naturally, she cannot be compared to established artists like Zhao Xiaoyan, who can easily secure 200,000 votes solely from her followers. This disparity may be quite evident in the early episodes, yet as the contestants shine through their performances, their visibility and support will likely rise, potentially surpassing even those already famous. Take for instance the original artist Lu Yu from the group. The vote difference between her and Zhou Qianqian in their first contest was only over 20,000, a testament to the opportunities earned through talent. Even if one is a popular singer, if their performance does not resonate with the audience, only loyal fans will vote. While the majority of the show's viewers are casual spectators, thus forming the largest base for votes. Hello everyone, I am Liang Yuding, and today I will be performing a dance pop song titled I Shine the Brightest. I hope you will support me with your votes. Liang Yuding's performance was notably more professional, particularly as it involved both singing and dancing, earning her much applause and cheers from the audience. Unfortunately, the song's girl group style lacked some of the impactful resonance. Yet Liang Yuding executed it flawlessly, showcasing high professionalism in both vocals and choreography. The 4 esteemed judges offered her exceedingly high praise, and she ultimately secured 1.75 million votes, surpassing the dark horse Lu Yu from the group, temporarily placing her 3rd overall and 1st within her group. Liang Yuding is indeed impressive. I recall she had previously live-streamed on Douyin and even collaborated with newcomer Zhou Qianqian on a cover song. I thought the group lacked strong contenders. Yet another dark horse has emerged. It seems Liang Yuding's position as the top in her group is secure. However, it is still too early to conclude, as the competition is ongoing. Currently, the total vote rankings show Zhao Xiaoyan from the group in first place with 200,000 votes, Zhou Qianqian in second with 190,000 votes, followed by Liang Yuding with 1.75 million votes, and the dark horse Lu Yu in fourth with 170,000 votes. The vote differences among these 4 singers in their first performances are not as substantial as the audience had anticipated, indicating that rankings could shift at any moment in the upcoming contests, leaving considerable suspense in the competition. Sister Yuding is truly remarkable, ranking 3rd. As she returned to the contestants' area and took her seat, the girl beside her expressed admiration and praise. However, Liang Yuding felt somewhat dissatisfied for not surpassing Zhou Qianqian. It is not that she is putting on airs, rather, she has a long-standing rivalry with Zhou Qianqian, and her intention in participating in the competition is to triumph over Zhou. This song, one of her signature pieces, was used in the first round primarily to instill a sense of intimidation in Zhou Qianqian. Unfortunately, the gap between their fan bases is challenging to bridge. After this episode aired, she garnered considerable popularity, and in the next round, she might very well surpass Zhou. A girl nearby offered her consolation. Liang Yuding smiled noncommittally. Indeed, that possibility exists, but Zhou Qianqian is not to be underestimated. While her popularity is on the rise, so too is Zhou's, making it quite difficult to eclipse her. As they chatted, Chen Qi glanced at her phone from the corner. Sister Xiaoran, Xiao Qi, your strength lies in your breath control. Although you tend to resonate heavily nasally, it is not a flaw but rather a distinctive hallmark of your voice. Therefore, do not overly concern yourself with it. Relax and avoid tension. With your talent combined with Xinghe's song, securing the top position in your group is certainly within reach. The teacher Xiaoran, arranged for her and Zhang Xiaohan by Su He, was exceptionally professional, consistently analyzing competition dynamics in the group chat and even providing a strength rating chart for the participants. She summarized the competition based on the contestants' abilities and styles, offering her insights on Qinqi. Xinghe, if you remain calm, you've already won half the battle. Go for it. Xiaoqi. Qinqi responded, Sister Xiaoran, Teacher Xinghe, I will do my best. Shortly after her reply, the host called her name. As the final singer of her group, her performance would determine the fate of the current fourth-place contestant. Should she secure a position in the top 4, the contestant in fourth place would be eliminated. Conversely, if she did not, that contestant would remain for another episode. The competition in the talent show is fierce, which is what captivates the audience. The thrill of advancement and elimination, filled with surprises and emotional moments. Although Qinqi might not appear particularly remarkable to the audience, she is quite well known among the contestants. This notoriety stems from an incident in the lounge when she boldly confronted Zhou Qianqian, garnering considerable support from her peers. Go, Qinqi. Liang Yuding was the first to cheer her on, as Qinqi had previously lent her support. You can do it. Don't be nervous. Among the 8 singers, aside from the fourth-place contestant who bore a conflicted expression, the others rallied behind Qinqi, appreciating her for standing up to Zhou Qianqian during the group ridicule. A mere backing vocalist thinks she deserves to stand center stage? Zhou Qianqian, resting nearby, scoffed. When you are eliminated, I shall relish the chance to see you humbled. Having harbored a grudge since being insulted, she eagerly awaited Qinqi's downfall to publicly shame her. Hello everyone, my name is Qinqi. I am thrilled to be on this stage. As a newcomer, I deeply cherish this opportunity and would like to share a song titled Painting. I hope for your support. Although it was her first time gracing such a grand stage, a blend of nervousness and excitement fluttered within her. Yet, her psychological resilience proved commendable, far surpassing that of other contestants who faltered under the spotlight. The esteemed producer Lin Jingya, seated at the judges' table, was momentarily taken aback. Is this a new song? She inquired. Indeed, though it is not of my own composition, Qinqi replied with grace. I eagerly await your performance. Lin Jingya gestured encouragingly. As the stage lights gradually dimmed, the prelude commenced, the piano's notes resonating with crystalline beauty. Chapter 70. Painting Vocalist. Qinqi Lyrics. Xinghe Composition. Xinghe. The screen illuminated the song's details. Upon discovering that both the lyrics and melody were penned by Xinghe, several audience members exchanged astonished glances. In truth, following the success of the initial dream, and in a hurry that year, the name Xinghe had become rather familiar. After all, both songs had swiftly ascended to the pinnacle of the new song charts. Such accomplishments ensured that many music enthusiasts would remember his name. Now, in the competition, the strongest female voice, Qinqi, was daring to perform his new song. What connection did Qinqi share with Xinghe? How audacious of her to sing a new song on such a stage, especially one that was not her own creation. Surely, the quality of Xinghe's music would be assured. I find it quite refreshing, as many tend to select well-known pieces, leading to a certain auditory fatigue. Personally, I would not dare do so. If it were producers like Su He or Xie Xiaodong, it might be more acceptable, but Xinghe has only released 2 songs. And Qinqi's boldness in singing his new work is indeed audacious. The fact that both songs topped the new song charts does not attest to her prowess. With both tracks garnering trending topics, their release sparked considerable attention due to controversies, making their success quite ordinary. Newcomers often grapple with song selection issues. As word spread that Qinqi was performing a new song by Xinghe, many audience members began to murmur among themselves. Original artists performing their own new songs would garner additional praise. However, singing another's new work not only lacked the potential for bonus points, but also risked negative repercussions if the song did not resonate with the audience. Thus, most contestants opted for familiar songs, as this strategy was likely to attract broader support. Love is like a canvas in the azure sky, a blank space where you accompany my imagination. The white horse suddenly becomes tangible, as the frog finally encounters Cinderella. As a newcomer, there was no elaborate stage design. Qinqi stood at the center, gripping the microphone, her voice rising in serene song. The murmurs regarding her song choice gradually faded. Many faces exhibited surprise, not solely at the song's quality, but also at Qinqi's vocal prowess. Initially, it was presumed that her abilities were akin to those of her peers. However, after just a brief segment, the 2 male vocalists and 1 female vocalist on the judging panel straightened in their seats, expressions of astonishment adorning their faces as they listened intently. In the contestant area, Liang Yuding raised an eyebrow. this sister has some serious talent. As a singer, one can discern intricate details from a performance. As Chun-Chi began to sing, her breath was remarkably steady, devoid of the trembling often exhibited by other contestants overwhelmed by nerves. This alone set her apart from many competitors. Initially, her enunciation and nasal tone seemed somewhat peculiar. However, after listening for a few lines, one could appreciate how her elongated, delicate tail tones beautifully accentuated her vocal timbre. Although the journey ahead remains long, a sense of premonition enveloped me, a belief in the inspiration she possessed. On stage, Chun-Chi, guided by the performance experience imparted by Liang Yuding, slightly lifted her head, her gaze scanning the audience. The spotlight cast an even glow on her exquisite visage, and her melodious voice enveloped the audience in a sublime experience, whether through sight or sound. Meanwhile, in the resting area, expressions of gravity adorned the faces of her fellow contestants. Zhou Qianqian's eyes flickered with astonishment, followed by a visage as somber as water. This Chun-Chi appeared considerably stronger than she had anticipated. I painted you as a flower, a bud yet to bloom, and let my yearning trickle down like rain. Whenever I am absent, please remember my love, quietly nurturing from afar under the same sky, awaiting the autumn's departure and the arrival of spring, anticipating the next bloom in the near future. In the chorus, the seamless transitions between her head voice and chest voice showcased her vocal compatibility and technical prowess in vivid detail, coupled with an incredibly catchy melody. Many in the audience were left with goosebumps. I admit my earlier remarks were a bit too loud. Wow, this song is delightful. The melody is so catchy. The chorus posed significant challenges, yet Chun-Chi remained remarkably composed. Initially, I had reservations about her nasal tone and diction, but as the song progressed, I found it surprisingly pleasant, imbued with a playful sorrow that perfectly suited this young lady's style, making it a song seemingly tailored for her. After the chorus, the audience's perceptions shifted dramatically. What I had expected to be a potential misstep turned out to be quite commendable, and the melody was simply enchanting. Such a refreshing song, with a catchy tune, is perfectly suited for mass appeal. Life is like a small boat bravely navigating the vast sea, while you are like a harbor up ahead, silently opening your arms. Though the road ahead may be long, I sense a premonition, a belief in this inspiration. I painted you as a flower. As her performance continued, the expressions of the judges grew increasingly astonished. Gold medal producer Lin Jingya clasped her headphones tightly, occasionally revealing expressions of surprise and bewilderment. The audience had long been immersed in the atmosphere conjured by her song, raising their glow sticks and gently swaying to the mellow rhythm. This was a song inclined towards tranquility, devoid of complex arrangements, anchored solely by the piano's gentle foundation. Stripped of the crisp, poignant piano notes, it bore resemblance to pure singing. It is this simplicity that rendered the song even more moving. Love is akin to a distant journey, a radiant yet gentle beam of moonlight. Happiness, it turns out, is remarkably simple. Your presence beside me constitutes my paradise. The entire song lasts less than 3 minutes, yet it evokes an extraordinarily complete emotional transition for its listeners. On stage, Chun-Chi sets down the microphone, a glimmer in her eyes. At last, she stands on a stage that belongs solely to her, no longer merely providing harmonies for other singers, but instead delivering a complete song. Under the spotlight, she purses her lips, quietly gazing at the audience below. After approximately 5 seconds, a resounding cheer erupts from the crowd. A warm and gentle song that feels like a spring breeze. It is simply enchanting, not only due to the melody, but also Chun-Chi's performance, which evokes a long-lost sense of emotion. I never anticipated such a delightful surprise from the last singer in the group. Her attire suggests she is quite the vivacious girl, yet her vibe is refreshingly pure. I am not particularly fond of such songs. I find them too tranquil, lacking a climactic moment. It would have been splendid to conclude with a soaring high note. Haha, always yearning for a high note. Why not listen to a donkey bray? That creature certainly possesses a high pitch. The audience's applause continued for a full half-minute before finally subsiding, illustrating the profound impact this song had on them. Original artist, G.E.M. Tang. Lyrics, G.E.M. Tang. Music, G.E.M. Tang. Chapter 71. Group First. The host steps onto the stage, expressing gratitude to Chun-Chi for her delightful performance. Next, the 4 judges are invited to provide their critiques of Chun-Chi's presentation. Chun-Chi, inherently confident, may have felt a tinge of nervousness before taking the stage, but once she found her rhythm, any trace of anxiety vanished. Observing the audience's response, she realized that her performance had been quite successful, a radiant smile blossoming on her lovely face. The first to comment is the esteemed Zhao Lan, known for her amiable disposition among the judges, focusing primarily on the contestants' strengths. Initially, I sensed some issues with Chun-Chi's resonance while she sang, and I am sure others noticed it too. However, after listening for a few more moments, I found myself captivated by her unique timbre. Both her breath control and attention to detail are commendable. Chun-Chi, keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you. With that, Zhao Lan gives Chun-Chi a thumbs up, prompting a wave of applause and cheers from the audience. In the resting area, Zhou Qianqian's expression darkens further. Zhao Lan's praise of Chun-Chi surpasses her own, and though she is reluctant to admit it, Chun-Chi's performance was indeed remarkable. However, Zhou Qianqian does not believe that Chun-Chi can surpass her. Thus, Zhao Lan's high appraisal is difficult for her to accept. Not only her, but even Zhao Xiaoyan from their group watches Chun-Chi on stage with a serious demeanor. Yet, thinking of her own backup plan, her furrowed brow begins to ease. After all the effort invested, she cannot allow any unforeseen circumstances to hinder her pursuit of the title of strongest female voice. I share a similar perspective with teacher Zhao Lan. Your performance was remarkably stable, surpassing that of most singers. I eagerly anticipate your future presentations. The king of singers, Chen Zhenxing, nods in agreement. Teacher Zhao Lan spoke of strengths, so I shall address the weaknesses, began the illustrious singer Zhu Tao. Your audacity in selecting a new song, especially one produced by an unknown talent, is commendable. However, in my estimation, the production is rather simplistic, lacking any arrangement. With only a solitary piano accompaniment that feels excessively sparse. I hope that in your future selections, you might invest more thought and perhaps choose more popular songs, as this would be of greater benefit to you. Zhu Tao shook his head with a sigh. Chun-Chi's smile faltered slightly, and she instinctively felt the urge to counter his remarks, but ultimately refrained from speaking. As a competitor, opposing a revered singer would be a grave misstep in the competition. Finally someone has voiced it, sighed Zhou Qianqian with relief, a smile returning to her lips. The opinions of the four judges can significantly sway the audience's votes. After all, the viewers are not professionals. They often succumb to herd mentality, and Zhu Tao's comments could cost Chun-Chi thousands of votes. I beg to differ. Just then, the final judge, the esteemed producer Lin Jingya, interjected with a light chuckle. Please share your thoughts, teacher Jingya. Although Zhu Tao was a celebrated figure, he dared not offend a gold medal producer. Even when faced with a rebuttal, he merely paused momentarily before regaining his composure. I believe the merit of a song should not be confined to its arrangement. I concur with teacher Zhu Tao that the song's accompaniment is limited to the piano and lacks grandeur. Lin Jingya stated, casting her gaze towards Chun-Chi. After a brief pause, she broke into a smile. However, this simplicity has its advantages. The absence of complex vocal layers places higher demands on the singer, as it approaches the realm of pure singing, making any flaws in performance distinctly audible. The melody of this song is delightful, and in the context of a singing competition, that is more than sufficient. Furthermore, the near-uncensored format accentuates the singer's performance, allowing their prowess to shine through. I dare say that many top-tier artists would struggle to deliver this song with the same perfection as you, Chun-Chi. Did you select this song? Ignoring Zhu Tao's increasingly displeased expression, Lin Jingya directed her inquiry at Chun-Chi. No, it was teacher Xinghe who suggested this song as particularly suitable for this competition. He encouraged me to sing it, Chun-Chi replied candidly, not seeking to claim credit. From this perspective, it appears that teacher Xinghe is quite the seasoned professional, remarked Lin Jingya with an expression of knowing approval. He evidently possesses great confidence in your abilities. Otherwise, he would not have chosen this song for you in the first round. Chun-Chi was taken aback by this revelation. She had not considered the implications. For like many others, she initially desired to select a well-known hit. It was teacher Xinghe who had urged her to sing a new song in the group chat, and it was upon the suggestion of sister Xiaoran that she ultimately decided on this piece. So, there were so many intricacies involved. A vision of Su He, cigarette in hand and a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, flashed through her mind. Teacher Xinghe is truly remarkable. Regarding the aspect of singing, although I am not a professional vocalist, I have had the pleasure of witnessing many renowned singers perform live. Your performance, in my estimation, harmonized beautifully with the song. showcasing an almost flawless execution. I have high hopes for you and eagerly anticipate an even more stunning display in the next episode. Lin Jingya gave her a thumbs up. While beside her, Zhu Tao wore an expression of discomfort. He cast a disapproving glance at Lin Jingya, feeling slightly displeased that just after he had mentioned her song selection issues, she contradicted him with such praise. Could she not temper her words out of consideration for him? Thank you, Teacher Jingya. Thank you to all the judges for your feedback. I will continue to strive for improvement. Chen Qi exclaimed, her face aglow with joy as she bowed to the 4 judges. Was it not expected for Teacher Jingya to bestow such high praise upon Chen Qi? Goosebumps erupted on my skin. I believe Teacher Jingya is absolutely correct. The more pure and simplistic the arrangement, the more it highlights the singer's skill. Moreover, this song is so catchy that after just one listen, I could sing the climax effortlessly. Can you believe it? I have memorized the melody as well. This Xinghe truly is impressive. I wonder if Chen Qi will perform another new song from Xinghe in the next episode? Do you think songs are as commonplace as cabbages? 1 per week. Surprisingly, it almost seems that way. I just checked, and Xinghe released 2 songs last month, with another one at the start of this month. Wow. Such prolific output, akin to a production team. With Lin Jingya's high praise for this song and Chen Qi, many viewers began to take notice of the name Xinghe. They soon discovered that Xinghe is a fresh newcomer with an incredibly rapid release pace, instantly garnering quite a following. Please, audience members both present and watching from screens, take out your phones and scan the QR code on the screen to cast your precious vote for Chen Qi. The host, having noted that all the judges had provided their comments, proceeded to the next segment. Chen Qi tightly gripped the microphone, turning to glance at the large screen behind her, which displayed her name along with the rapidly increasing vote count. 10,000, 20,000. In no time at all, the votes soared to 100,000. She widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at the screen. The rate of increase showed no signs of slowing down. In fact, it continued to accelerate. 1 minute of voting time is up. At the moment the host announced this, the numbers on the screen settled at 1,860,000. A wave of excitement swept through the audience once more. This figure surpassed the underdog Lu Yu and the group leader Liang Yuding, placing her just 4,000 votes shy of overtaking the TikTok newcomer champion, Zhou Qianqian. Remarkably, Chen Qi secured 3rd place overall and 1st in her group with just a single new song. Chapter 72. I cannot accept this. The sounds of cheers and applause resonated throughout the venue. Initially, everyone believed that the top spot of this episode would belong to Liang Yuding. Yet it turned out to be this young girl who performed last. Furthermore, her vote count surpassed that of the group's dark horse, Lu Yu, and was nearly on par with Zhou Qianqian, the annual TikTok newcomer champion. It is worth noting that this was only Chen Qi's first performance, and she had no fan base, yet she achieved such remarkable results through a single performance. Is this vote count serious? How could she possibly have such a high number? It's quite reasonable, really. Audience voting is rather straightforward. With a melodious song and a charming appearance, Chen Qi possesses both attributes, so such a vote tally is hardly surprising. The primary factor is that teacher Lin Jingya has rated her exceedingly high, garnering her a substantial number of votes. This Star River is quite remarkable. All 3 of its songs have been exceptionally delightful. If nothing unexpected occurs, Chen Qi's song Painting should claim the top spot on this week's new song chart. This is the allure of talent shows. Even an individual lacking fame has the potential to surpass renowned stars. I find myself more eager for Chen Qi's next song, wondering if she will continue to sing Star River's new releases. If she aims for stability, perhaps she should refrain from that. Her reputation has already been established, and she could easily consolidate her standing with popular songs, as new releases might be too risky. Fortune favors the bold. If she continues to sing Star River's songs, it not only elevates her, but also enhances Star River's prestige. In any case, I have already followed this Star River on my music platform, with 3 consecutive delightful songs. This newcomer truly resonates with my taste. In the contestants' resting area, Zhou Qianqian was left agape in astonishment. She initially thought that after Zhu Tao's rather lukewarm critique, even with Lin Jingya's high praise, Chen Qi's vote count would not be significant. Yet, the final tally left her utterly astounded. 1.86 million votes. Merely a few thousand votes away from surpassing her. She could hardly accept it, shaking her head in disbelief. Had Zhu Tao not delivered a negative assessment, and had she not possessed such high notoriety, it is likely that Chen Qi would have indeed eclipsed her in votes. Prior to the competition, She had regarded Zhao Xiaoyun as her rival, hardly giving Liang Yuding a second thought. Little did she anticipate that not only would Lu Yu emerge, but now Chen Qi had also surfaced. It wasn't just her. Even Zhu Tao at the judges' table appeared rather discontent. He had presumed that the rival was a relatively obscure figure and that the song's producer lacked renown, thus leading to a low vote count. His intention was to deliver a slightly stringent critique so that when the votes were revealed, it would not only showcase his professionalism but also enhance his standing in the audience's eyes. In truth, when the esteemed producer Lin Jingya countered him, he felt a sense of secret delight, believing that if the vote count turned out to be low, many audience members might even regard him as more professional than Lin Jingya. Yet now, with Chen Qi's 186 million votes, it was as if he had been soundly slapped across the face. Is this reasonable? Zhu Tao's expression was one of shock and disbelief. A newcomer singing an unfamiliar song, though it may indeed be pleasant, lacks the explosive high notes or heart-wrenching emotional depth to garner such a significant vote count. Reflecting on his career, he realized he had never encountered such a situation. It is entirely reasonable. Zhu Tao, perhaps you should listen to this song again. You focus too heavily on technique and high notes. At times, more subdued melodies can resonate more profoundly. Lin Jingya chuckled softly. Zhu Tao's face flushed. As a reigning king of song, very few could impart wisdom to him, yet Lin Jingya was one of them. Not knowing how to respond, Lin Jingya chose not to press further, but instead cast a deep gaze at Chen Qi on the stage. She held high hopes for this young lady. On stage, Chen Qi handed the microphone back to the staff and returned to her position. Sister, I didn't see that coming. You're incredibly strong. Liang Yuding exclaimed in surprise. Leaning closer to Chen Qi, I never anticipated garnering so many votes. Chen Qi mused, still feeling as though she were in a dream. Initially, she believed that teacher Xinghe and sister Xiaoran were merely cheering her on, but in retrospect, it seemed there was more to it. As teacher Xinghe had said, as long as one remained calm, they had already won half the battle. Sister Xiaoran's assertion that she might secure first place in her group now appeared to be far from mere boastfulness. When they spoke so casually, did they truly possess such insight? If that were the case, then teacher Xinghe and sister Xiaoran must be remarkably astute. She suddenly felt that these two individuals were quite extraordinary, exuding an aura of profound wisdom. However, it was unfortunate that she fell just short of surpassing Zhou Qianqian. Otherwise, they could have relished in teasing her afterward. Liang Yuding sighed with a hint of regret. Aren't you upset? Chen Qi inquired unexpectedly. Upset about what? Liang Yuding replied. Taken aback. I took your first place in the group. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qi spoke. Oh, if you can achieve first place, that is your merit. If I were to envy you for that, what would distinguish me from Liang Yuding and Zhou Qianqian? Liang Yuding playfully patted Chen Qi on the shoulder, then glanced at Zhou Qianqian in the resting area, whose face was clouded with displeasure, further brightening her own mood. She relished any opportunity to see Zhou Qianqian humbled. I haven't yet thanked you for the advice you gave me earlier. Your strategy of not looking at the audience was indeed effective. Chen Qi expressed her newfound appreciation for Liang Yuding. Right? That's the essence I've distilled, Liang Yuding chuckled. As the two conversed, the four singers ranked lowest in their group were set to be eliminated according to the program's rules. The host called them to the stage for a final appearance. Four ordinary individuals, merely performing completely on this stage would be a significant accomplishment. However, some aspired to make a remarkable impression through the competition. Unfortunately, this stage demanded not only talent, but also the right mindset and a sprinkle of luck. Many contestants failed to showcase their true abilities due to excessive nervousness. Yet, life offers no second chances. The four eliminated young women, their eyes glistening, bowed to the audience and cameras. Today's program must bid farewell. And we extend our heartfelt gratitude to our sponsor, Xianghua Wuyu, for their generous support of this event, the host articulated with trademark speed, expressing appreciation to a multitude of advertisers. Amidst the audience's cheers, this episode of The Strongest Female Voice came to a definitive close. Overall, the level of excitement within the group astonished many viewers, who initially believed it to be the weakest of the three groups due to the absence of notable contestants. Yet, no one had anticipated the emergence of Liang Yuding and the unexpected dark horse, Chen Qi. After 3 episodes, all the contestants have made their appearances, and everyone has developed a certain understanding of their capabilities, naturally fostering anticipation for the upcoming competitions. Chapter 73, An Appointment Tonight at Xingming Studio. Xiaoqi has secured the first place. Lin Qingming and Zhang Xiaohan, both girls, are so excited that they embrace each other. Sui seems to have anticipated this outcome, covering his ears in advance. It appears that Xiaoqi's performance was remarkably successful. This is merely the first episode, and if her future results continue to shine as brightly, she is bound to achieve immense fame. Shuiliang also feels a surge of excitement, having spent so much time in the studio without a glimmer of hope. In just a month, not only has Zhang Xiaohan gained popularity, but even Chen Qi is on the brink of stardom. This joy dispels the studio's previous gloom, with even the assistants and receptionists beaming with smiles. It is truly unbelievable. I thought Xiaoqi would merely advance, but she actually clinched the first place. Lin Qingming takes a deep breath, her face flushed with exhilaration. Do you really lack confidence in Chen Qi? Sui couldn't resist teasing. As if you weren't surprised. Lin Qingming retorts sharply. Why would I be surprised? I had already predicted this outcome. Sui chuckles lightly. I almost believed you. Lin Qingming shoots him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced. Sister Qingming, teacher Xing'a mentioned it in the group chat long ago. And even Sister Xiaoran stated that Xiaoqi had a chance to secure the group's top spot, providing a plethora of professional data analysis. Zhang Xiaohan giggles, covering her mouth. Like Chen Qi, she is astonished by the professionalism of Su He and Sister Xiaoran. If they weren't bluffing, their insights are truly formidable. How did you predict it? Lin Qingming asks, her expression stiffening with suspicion. Is there even a need for prediction? Over the past month, Chen Qi's training has shown significant improvement in her vocal skills, and given the lack of formidable singers in this program, combined with my song, isn't it only natural for her to claim the top spot? Sui retrieves a cigarette from his pocket and lights it, speaking with feigned profundity. You are impressive, all right. Lin Qingming, seeing his smug demeanor, struggles to find a counterargument, feeling vexed that he has outshone her. After the program concludes, it is already late into the night. However, as a member of this family, everyone is eager to witness Chen Qi's variety show debut. Watching together at the company adds to the excitement. And with the company's situation improving, Lin Qingming even ordered takeout of crayfish, gathering to enjoy crayfish and beer while watching the show. Isn't this experience more delightful than being at home? Moreover, the entire studio is filled with single individuals. Whether they return home or not makes little difference. Once the program ends, everyone disperses. Similar to last time, Lin Qingming retreats to her office, waiting for the employees to leave before emerging. She is reluctant for anyone to discover that she returns home with Su He, fearing that these gossip-loving employees might assume they live together, leaving her unable to clarify. However, after waiting for a while in the office, Sui does not come to knock on her door. As she stepped out of the office, Lin Qingming was taken aback to find that everyone had already departed, and Su He was nowhere in sight. A plethora of questions flooded her mind. In a huff, she pulled out her phone, only to discover that Su He had sent her a WeChat message long ago. I have plans tonight. We won't be dining together. Upon reading this message, Lin Qingming paused, initially expecting to feel elated at the prospect of not having to return home with this man or share a meal. Yet, inexplicably, her heart felt somewhat hollow. Ever since Su He joined the company, over the past few weeks, she had grown accustomed to returning home alongside him, grocery shopping together, and enjoying meals together. Today, his sudden engagement left her feeling oddly disoriented. Su He, a reclusive individual, typically oscillated between the office and his home. What could have prompted him to make plans today? With whom? Another man or a woman? Lin Qingming, what are you thinking? She suddenly snapped back to reality, feeling a wave of irritation as she ran her fingers through her hair and switched off the office lights. No need to prepare an elaborate meal. She welcomed the reprieve, wishing every day could be devoid of such obligations. Muttering to herself, she left the office. At the street-side eatery, the local cuisine was a hallmark of Shuangqing's culinary identity. Unlike high-end restaurants, the atmosphere was refreshingly casual, with patrons rolling up their sleeves to dig into the food. Many of these eateries featured outdoor seating, and even in the sweltering July nights of Shuangqing, the heat was palpable as fans whirred overhead. Leaning back in his chair, Sui observed the bustling crowd while taking a drag from a cigarette, offering one to Li Jiang and lighting one for himself. Soon, the waiter brought a large platter of oil-braised crayfish to their table. Boss, bring me a chilled guobing. Li Jiang called out to the proprietor, donning disposable gloves to begin peeling the crayfish. If summer had a definitive flavor, it would undoubtedly be that of crayfish, paired with icy beer, an exquisite delight in life. How are things progressing on your end at the company? Sui asked, discarding his cigarette but joining in the peeling. Huh, do you doubt my capabilities? Li Jiang replied, a note of pride evident in his tone. At that moment, the waiter placed a box of beer beside Li Jiang. He expertly popped open 2 bottles with his chopsticks, handing one to Suhi. After Suhi accepted it, Li Jiang continued. The copyright department has hired 5 new staff members. Given your current standing, that should suffice. Other departments have about 20 assorted new hires. Well done, Fatty. Your efficiency is impressive, Suhi remarked, somewhat surprised. It seemed he had underestimated Li Jiang's abilities. When this man truly applied himself, he possessed considerable skill. Cheers, Li Jiang exclaimed, downing half a bottle of beer in one go and exhaling with satisfaction. However, at the rate you're progressing, it won't be long before the company needs to hire again. Just leave it to me, Sui nodded, acknowledging that he lacked Li Jiang's expertise in this area and would not meddle unnecessarily. By the way, Yan Jie's company is quite formidable. It ranks among the top 10 in the animation sector in Huagua, although they have recently faced challenges. Our current financial standing is still far from being able to consider an acquisition, Li Jiang remarked while continuing to peel the crayfish. Previously, Sui had informed him about the desire to acquire the animation company where Su Muyen worked, akin to the acquisition of Xingming Studio. He took it upon himself to delve into the matter, only to discover that the company was quite substantial in scale. Given that Xingchen investment was still in its nascent stages, it was evident that absorbing such a large entity would pose significant challenges. Furrowing his brow, Sui pondered the situation. He possessed the script for Young Song Journey, which he had held onto for 2 weeks, and it was becoming impractical to delay its release. After all, the sooner it was completed, the sooner it could generate revenue. He had never truly explored his sister's career, initially assuming it was merely a trivial endeavor. To his surprise, he learned that the company employing his sister ranked among the top 10 in Huagua. Indeed, it was quite a daunting task. Li Jiang, having finished his bottle of beer, opened another for himself. Yet, a solution was not entirely out of reach. Sui suddenly spoke up. Come on. Don't keep me in suspense, Li Jiang retorted with mild annoyance. If we cannot acquire it, we can position ourselves as the primary party, Suhi remarked, winking at Li Jiang. Chapter 74. Lin Xingming, what on earth are you doing? Elaborate. Li Jiang's interest was immediately piqued. Our intention in acquiring the company where my sister works is to assist her while we produce animation, Suhi explained. Although his capacity for alcohol was commendable, he flushed visibly after a bottle, his face and neck tinged red. He reasoned that since they were venturing into the animation realm, it made sense to collaborate with his sister, as it would be more advantageous to keep resources within the family. Indeed, I am rather eager to see the moment when Yan Jie realizes that it is we who provided her with the script. Her expression will undoubtedly be priceless. Li Jiang chuckled. However, acquiring such a large company was not particularly economical, as it involved an excessive amount of complexities. Given the current modest scale of their company, management would be unmanageable. After a moment of contemplation, Suhi continued, in fact, I have conceived of an alternative model. We could leverage the reputation of Xingchen Investment to seek collaboration with these companies. We would provide the script and some funding, while they would handle distribution and promotion. This approach not only alleviates our manpower shortage, but also places us in a position of advantage. Are we seeking partnerships with others? Li Jiang furrowed his brows, deep in thought. At first glance, it appeared that they would be the subordinate party, yet upon further reflection, Li Jiang began to grasp the underlying intricacies. Initially, this model would indeed place them in a weaker position, but once Xingchen Investment established its reputation, the dynamic would shift, with others approaching them for collaboration. As roles reversed, they would undeniably hold the upper hand. Moreover, under this model, they could retain the rights to the works, although the initial stages might prove challenging. However, once their reputation flourished, the cost would be considerably lower than those incurred through acquiring multiple companies. In that case, Xingchen Investment must step into the limelight, which will undoubtedly increase the pressure on you, Suhi added. Once we establish our name, we can no longer remain in the shadows, and our ambitions will grow, exposing us to greater scrutiny from larger corporations. Impressive, Heezy. How did this investment genius not think of it sooner? Li Jiang exclaimed, giving Suhi a thumbs up after coming to this realization. You were merely constrained by conventional thinking. Moreover, I had always encouraged you to consider acquisitions, so it is only natural that you did not arrive at this conclusion. Suhi waved his hand dismissively. In truth, Adopting this approach would significantly alleviate my stress. Upon comprehending Su-hee's words, Li Jiang followed his train of thought. How so? This time, Su-hee appeared perplexed. You have always believed that Warner possesses extensive influence. Indeed, as an artist, one cannot compete with Warner. However, we are currently examining this from a commercial perspective, where our relationship is one of mutual necessity. China is not solely represented by Warner. There are other entertainment companies such as Chenxi, Hongguang, and Shenying that maintain a delicate balance. As long as our work is exceptional enough to be irresistible, the initiative will invariably remain in our hands. Li Jiang articulated his analysis with fervor. Su-hee, too, felt a sense of clarity. He approached the matter from an artist's viewpoint, while Li Jiang took a commercial stance. Although their methods of contemplation differed, this conversation delineated a more defined objective for the future. The most advantageous strategy for the Star investment, co-founded by Su-hee and Li Jiang, is not merely to acquire other companies, but to position itself as a content-centric entity, engaging in commercial partnerships with others. Star Investment represents Su-hee's most significant asset and serves as a crucial bargaining chip against Warner, though it must first develop, as it currently remains too nascent. Not to mention, even a top 10 company could easily suppress it. Nevertheless, as the public legal representative of the company is Li Jiang, Su-hee is not overly concerned about Warner discovering his involvement. After further deliberation on the finer details, both concluded that this approach was indeed feasible. By the way, my sister has finished her exams. She asked me to inform you that she will be coming to Xuanqing City soon. Li Jiang, having taken a sip of his drink, abruptly changed the subject. It is already July, marking the beginning of the school holidays. Previously, his sister had mentioned her intention to visit Xuanqing City and stay with Su-hee, and now she has confirmed her plans. Is she really coming? Su-hee mused, suddenly finding the crayfish in his hand less appetizing. What would a singer need to do in Xuanqing City? He complained. My father also called, urging me to take good care of her, but you know I will be busy with company matters. Li Jiang chuckled. Su-hee was momentarily at a loss for a counterargument. He certainly did not wish for Li Ku to reside in his home. Irrespective of his relatively favorable impression of her, the sudden presence of an 18-year-old girl would undoubtedly disrupt his life. Yet, it seemed that Li Ku was resolutely determined to stay at his house. Even considering the respect owed to Uncle Li and Li Jiang, Su-hee could not outright refuse. After all, the Su and Li families have been long-standing friends and neighbors, with Su Jinghua and Uncle Li maintaining a close relationship. If Li Jiang were a girl, it is likely that Su-hee and he would have been betrothed due to their amicable bond. Fortunately, this chubby fellow is male, thus averting such a tragic scenario. Li Ku is quite favored by Su-hee's father, Su Jinghua, to the extent that it sometimes makes Su-hee feel as though she were his biological sister. Of course, he would never dare voice such thoughts, as they pertain to the friendship between his father and Uncle Li. Logically speaking, there is nothing inappropriate about Li Ku coming to stay at his house in Xuanqing City. Yet, Su-hee harbored numerous secrets, genuinely fearing that this girl might disclose everything to his father. If she were to thrive, that would be one thing. However, given her current predicament, he could already envision the scornful remarks his father would unleash upon his return home during the New Year festivities. After returning from the bustling eatery, Su-hee already felt a slight intoxication. Just as he exited the elevator, he encountered Lin Qingming, who was heading out with a bag of trash. At this hour, you actually ventured out to dispose of garbage? Su-hee remarked, astonished as he cast a glance her way. Why do you care? Lin Qingming retorted, rolling her eyes at him. She discarded the trash into the property's bin and promptly turned back towards her apartment. Su-hee shook his head in resignation, exhaling deeply. This woman often perplexed him with her actions. The moment Lin Qingming closed the door, a wave of anxiety washed over her, her heart racing uncontrollably. Since returning from work, she had washed up and lain in bed, yet slumber eluded her as thoughts of Su-hee occupied her mind. She found herself pondering whom he might be meeting, whether male or female. Rationally, Lin Qingming understood that she ought not to concern herself with such matters, yet she could not help but toss and turn in bed, frequently glancing at the peephole to see if Su-hee had returned. Upon hearing the elevator's sounds, she instinctively pretended to take out the trash, hoping to catch a glimpse of whether he had brought anyone back. When she saw Su-hee returning alone, inexplicably, a sense of relief washed over her. However, in hindsight, she chided herself. Lin Qingming, what on earth are you doing? She touched her flushed cheeks and hurriedly retreated to her bedroom. Chapter 75, The Persistent Debater. Upon returning home, Sui took a shower and lay in bed, scrolling through his phone. The program The Strongest Female Voice undoubtedly lived up to its reputation as a popular show on Blue River Television, having quickly ascended to trending status shortly after its airing. In today's competition, Chen-Chi undoubtedly shone the brightest. This young woman possessed remarkable potential, both in appearance and talent. She merely lacked a stage and memorable work to showcase her abilities. This episode of The Strongest Female Voice provided her the opportunity to dazzle. With all contestants having made their appearances, the competition escalated intensely. The most formidable dark horse of the group turned out to be this girl. Her performance of painting was a contender for the annual newcomer title on Douyin, marking her as a formidable talent. Xing He, a promising new producer, also gained attention as Chen-Chi's success garnered him recognition. Following the program's broadcast, within just a few hours, painting ascended to the top of the new song charts, with Lu Yu's folk song In a Foreign Land in second place. This was largely due to the fact that other contestants sang old songs. Even fresh covers would not be recorded on the new song charts. Otherwise, given Zhao Xiaoyan's popularity, Chen-Chi might not have secured the top spot. Nevertheless, the speed at which the rankings shifted was truly astonishing. This exemplifies the frightening popularity of talent shows, where even an amateur can achieve widespread acclaim in a remarkably short time. For many years, talent shows have been the flagship programs of major television networks, with each year witnessing the planning of 1 or 2 episodes. On Weibo, although Chen-Chi's song sparked considerable debate among the judges, the number of votes she received is undeniably justified given her performance's success and popularity. To be candid, had it not been for Zhu Tao's less than flattering critique, her vote count might have soared even higher. Zhu Tao's commentary can be regarded as mere jest, while he candidly pointed out her vocal deficiencies. He unnecessarily critiqued the song itself, only to be sharply countered by the esteemed Lin Jingya. I concur with teacher Zhu Tao's observations. Indeed, the song lacked dynamism, but Lin Jingya's elevated praise for it strikes me as somewhat dubious. I find it amusing that Lin Jingya, who caters to both the reigning kings and queens of music, would stoop to endorse an obscure, unknown artist in such a manner. Currently, some popular singers equate high notes with true talent, and their fans fervently proclaim their idol's vocal prowess. Yet, to those knowledgeable in the field, high notes do not necessarily denote a quality song. It is akin to certain artists who wail in every performance, with fans extolling their vocal skills, leaving music students like myself feeling rather embarrassed. For casual listeners, I hold no objections to their opinions on Chen-Chi, but isn't it somewhat unethical to subtly disparage others? I am well aware that there are detractors criticizing my beloved idol. If they possess the ability, let them sing as high as he does. Why engage in such disparagement? My idol's vocal abilities are indeed formidable, irrefutable in their excellence, no matter how much they may attempt to tarnish his reputation. Observing these comments on Weibo, Sui shook his head in resignation. With the advent of the short video era, what once seemed like specialized vocal knowledge has now been disseminated to the masses through tutorial videos, albeit with a corresponding decline in aesthetic appreciation within the market. Many now assess the merit of a performance based solely on the ability to hit high notes or exhibit hysteria, neglecting the paramount emotion embedded within the song. This awareness of vocal range has led the industry to mold certain idols into high-note singers, while they may reach impressive heights. The quality of those high notes is seldom a concern for their fans, who only recognize the invincibility of their idol's high range and seek to sway casual listeners through various musical platforms. This is a market-driven choice, one that cannot be altered by a mere handful of individuals. The subjectivity of musical appreciation is too profound to be easily transformed. As for the ongoing disputes among viewers and fans, Sui remained largely indifferent. Such controversies are essential for generating buzz in variety shows. He even felt gratitude towards Zhu Tao for challenging Chen-Chi, as his status as a reigning singer would inevitably heighten her visibility. After spending some time on Weibo, Sui ventured into the comment section of the song Painting. Perhaps due to its commendation by the renowned producer Lin Jingya, the comments were overwhelmingly positive, all 5-star ratings. As a non-professional, my impression of this song is simply that it is delightful, with both its melody and lyrics resonating beautifully. In Chen-Chi's melodious voice, I discerned a profound bravery and an unwavering courage that defies the tempest. This young lady possesses an innate charm, and should she continue to perform with such brilliance in the upcoming rounds, I dare say she might even challenge Zhao Xiaoyan and Zhou Qianqian. presenting a genuine opportunity to seize the championship. The musical style is remarkably sweet, and this type of love ballad is indeed a rarity. Moreover, Chun Chi's vocal technique is imbued with a distinctive individuality, rendering her timbre memorable. I find myself entranced, playing her single on repeat. Her voice is exquisite. However, one must commend the producer Xinghe, whom I have followed since the release of the song The Initial Dream. With 3 consecutive songs that deserve accolades beyond mere chart positions, it is evident that Xinghe is far more than just a newcomer. His prowess is undeniable. Having secured the #1 spot on the new song chart 3 times in succession, I have become an ardent follower of this musician and eagerly anticipate his future compositions. As I scrolled through the most liked comments, I encountered nothing but praise. Yet, when I stumbled upon a solitary 1-star review, I was momentarily taken aback. The reviewer, Suhi, remarked, "Upon seeing the song title, I initially presumed it would be a piece about the art of painting, eager to hear the producer's insights on the subject. However, what unfolded was yet another love song. I had anticipated that an artist capable of crafting an inspiring track like The Awakening of the Initial Dream would be quite remarkable. Yet here we are again, constrained by a narrow perspective, ensnared in romanticism, catering to market demands, tragic and lamentable indeed. Such a glitch." The reviewer's once buoyant mood was utterly diminished by this lamentation. This time, Sui could no longer contain himself. Logging into the Xinghe account on the Penguin Music platform, he refrained from switching to a different alias and directly voiced his displeasure. "What on earth is wrong with you? You're entitled to dislike love songs and my music, but you could simply choose not to listen. There's no need to endure a song just to criticize it again. Spare us your lamentations, a contrarian masquerading as a literary soul. If you love it, enjoy it. If not, then kindly take your leave." This was not a matter of Suhi lacking composure. In his earlier days as Suhi, he had never had the opportunity to express such sentiments. After gaining fame, he felt the weight of his idol status and refrained from speaking out. Now, with the Xinghe account freshly launched, he believed that failing to confront this lamenting individual would become a thorn in his career, a constant reminder. "Lamenting brother, I implore you, go listen to someone else's music." Chapter 76. Would you care to join me for a meal? Lamenting Brother had garnered quite a reputation in the music review section. Many had followed his account and noted his commentary on Xinghe's new song. However, most approached it with a sense of amusement, given Lamenting Brother's notorious strictness. Even Suhi's songs rarely received favorable remarks, often met with harsh critiques. Yet, upon witnessing the producer Xinghe personally confronting Lamenting Brother and declaring, "If you enjoy it, listen. If not, then depart," the comment section erupted. How amusing. Lamenting Brother had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. It appeared that Xinghe's temperament was far less forgiving than that of Suhi. An irascible producer taking on critics is precisely the assertiveness we need. It's rather tiresome to witness endless bickering in the comments. In truth, I find no fault in what the Lamenting Brother has expressed. Music should not be confined solely to love songs. He mentioned Suhi without issue. Yet his remarks on Xinghe seem excessive, considering Xinghe is still a novice. Naturally, a newcomer must cater to the market, and love songs undoubtedly represent the largest segment within the domestic entertainment industry. Once fame is attained, it will not be too late to explore other musical avenues. Xinghe has grown accustomed to his incessant prattling, but Xinghe shall not indulge such behavior. Following this incident, it is likely that the Lamenting Brother will refrain from commenting on Xinghe's works in the future. Regrettably, without the Lamenting Brother, the enjoyment derived from music critiques diminishes significantly. As per usual, even when confronted directly by the producer Xinghe, the Lamenting Brother did not rise to the occasion to retort. He seems akin to a mere passerby, who, after posting a comment, shies away from further debate. In this respect, he cannot be deemed a contrarian, for a true contrarian would engage in endless disputes. Instead, the Lamenting Brother resembles an onlooker who merely shares his opinions without concern for others' acceptance, offering no explanations. Perhaps this is why he has afforded Xinghe so many unfavorable reviews. Yet Xinghe's fans seem to appreciate him nonetheless. The following day, due to the weekend, Sui did not rise until noon. Upon completing his morning routine, he heard a knock at the door. To his surprise, it was his neighbor Lin Qingming. "I seem to have prepared too much food. It would be a shame to waste it. Would you care to join me?" Lin Qingming said softly, her lips pursed. "Sure." Sui readily agreed. The prospect of waking up to a home-cooked meal was simply delightful. Interestingly, This marked Su He's first visit to Lin Qingming's residence. The interior, though simply furnished, exuded elegance. A plush rug lay before the sofa, and the overall decor emanated a youthful charm. "I prefer dining at the coffee table. Please make yourself comfortable while I bring the dishes," Lin Qingming said, heading toward the kitchen. As Su He settled onto the sofa, he noticed a cage on the balcony, where the cat that had previously wandered into his home was now glaring at him. "You have a salivary allergy, so I confined it to prevent it from licking you," Lin Qingming explained as she set the dishes on the coffee table, noticing Su He's gaze on her cat. As she spoke, a memory flashed of that morning when Su He had developed an allergic reaction due to her saliva, causing a blush to grace Lin Qingming's cheeks. Oh, Su He remained oblivious to her embarrassment, accepting the bowl and chopsticks she offered. While Su He occupied the sofa, Lin Qingming seated herself cross-legged on the carpet. The atmosphere grew momentarily quiet, prompting Lin Qingming to turn on the television and switch to an entertainment channel. "I heard That Time Flies has been released, and its premiere box office performance was quite impressive," she initiated a conversation. "Indeed, all efforts to hype Once Upon a Time have proven quite effective," Su He replied with a light chuckle. "Certainly, this is a threefold victory for the production team, Henin, and you," Lin Qingming nodded in agreement. Su He merely smiled non-committally as entertainment news played on the screen. Chen Qi, having secured first place in her group, was unexpectedly mentioned by the entertainment news. It is noteworthy that only top-tier or super top-tier individuals make it to this segment, which clearly indicates that her performance in this episode has garnered significant attention. Aside from the high popularity of the variety show The Strongest Female Voice, another dating show is also generating considerable buzz. This is due to the renowned producer Su He and his partner, the diva Li Xuan, making their variety show debut. Major entertainment websites are currently building anticipation. Li Xuan has also capitalized on this wave of attention, gaining a substantial number of followers. While the show's trending topics are filled with fans eager to ship her and Su He. Conversely, Su He remains rather indifferent. Lin Qingming, however, is fuming over the program and changes the channel with the remote. "You defend Su He so fervently, yet he remains oblivious. Is this even meaningful?" Su He finds her irritated expression somewhat amusing. "Have you never been a fan?" he inquires. "No," Lin Qingming shoots back. "Then I can't explain it to you," she replies with annoyance. "I can understand appreciating a work, but I cannot fathom obsessively idolizing a person." Su He raises his hands in mock surrender. "Do you take me for a rabid fan?" Lin Qingming sets down her chopsticks, pauses, and continues. "Although I often say Su He is my idol and frequently fantasize about dating him, fantasies are merely that. I view him more as a goal, an aspiration to strive towards." "A goal?" Su He seems perplexed. "I wish to stand before him one day and declare that I am the singer Lin Qingming," she states, adopting a whimsical pose. "And also, I want to thank him for his previous words of comfort, as they have been my source of strength." Su He is utterly bewildered. "Did I ever comfort you?" he asks, genuinely unable to recall. "Keep it up," she responds, unsure of what else to say. Having dined together on numerous occasions, he holds a favorable impression of her. "By the way, I remember you mentioned you broke up last time. Have you moved on?" This question had lingered in Lin Qingming's mind for quite some time. She had longed to ask, but never found the right moment. Now that the conversation has veered in that direction, she finally lets it slip. "How did you know?" Su He suddenly recalls that Li Xuan's call had annoyed him, and when Lin Qingming called afterward, he mistook her for Li Xuan, venting his frustration at her. "It's just a breakup. What is there to move on from? I apologize for what happened last time. Since the topic has been broached, an apology is due. It seems you are not truly in love with your ex." Lin Qingming teases with a smile. "True love does not require one to be devastated after a breakup," Su He replies with a chuckle, continuing to eat without wanting to delve further into the subject. Lin Qingming gazes at Su He, suddenly realizing that he is not as intolerable as she had imagined. In fact, he appears to be a man with many stories. What tales might he hold? She feels an unexpected urge to explore further. As she contemplated this, Lin Qingming's delicate face suddenly flushed. Noticing that Su He was solely focused on his meal and had not paid attention to her, she let out a sigh of relief. After their meal, Su He took the initiative to wash the dishes. A tacit understanding formed through their shared life together. Meanwhile, Lin Qingming retrieved some fruit she had purchased the previous night from the refrigerator, washed it, and placed it on the coffee table. Observing Su He in the kitchen, a strange feeling washed over her, one that left her momentarily dazed. They had only recently met, and could hardly be considered good friends. Yet their interactions bore an uncanny resemblance to those of a couple, even akin to an old married pair. With this thought, Lin Qingming covered her flushed cheeks and stepped onto the balcony, offering a handful of cat food to the feline in its cage. There, my dear, she murmured, gently stroking the cat's head through the bars. The cat's meow was low and plaintive, as if it were complaining or perhaps being affectionate, nuzzling against her fingers. All done. Thank you for your hard work. She heard Suhi's voice, causing her to quickly retract her hand and move towards the living room. The cat's subsequent meow was filled with dissatisfaction. Post-meal, Suhi felt it impolite to leave immediately. He settled onto the sofa, with Lin Qingming beside him. On the television, a music critic named Mei Wenhua was providing commentary on a song from the strongest female voice. However, when discussing the song Painting, he echoed Zhu Tao's sentiments. I believe the most crucial aspect of the competition is the atmosphere. Over the years, many talent shows have crowned champions with extensive vocal ranges, as high notes are the most exhilarating. Chen Qi's transitions between chest and falsetto are commendable, yet her high notes leave much to be desired. I support teacher Zhu Tao. This singer will not go far. While the critics spoke passionately, a silence enveloped the two on the sofa. At some point, the atmosphere had grown distinctly awkward. Indeed, it was profoundly uncomfortable. If they did not engage in conversation soon, the tension would become unbearable. Actually, they both began simultaneously. You go ahead, Sui chuckled. Xiao Qi has an impressive vocal range, even broader than mine. Why not give her a more explosive song to silence the critics? Lin Qingming adjusted her hair and, with her long legs crossed, tilted her head to look at Suhi. Hee, I did it on purpose, Suhi replied with a smile, shaking his head. On purpose? Lin Qingming asked, puzzled. Of course, Suhi instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, but remembered he was in Lin Qingming's home and put it back. What do you think of Chen Qi's abilities? Very strong, Lin Qingming nodded, pausing before adding, although I doubt she will achieve a top ranking. This is due to her lack of recognition and support. After all, our studio cannot provide the extensive promotional backing that major entertainment companies can. Without publicity, no matter how talented she is, attaining a high ranking will be challenging. You are absolutely right, Sui concurred with her assessment. In the realm of Chinese music, there exists an abundance of exceptionally talented vocalists. Yet, the unfortunate reality is that the majority remain obscure, with many skilled performers relegated to playing in bars or becoming singing streamers. The crux of the matter lies in popularity. For ordinary individuals, achieving widespread recognition is an arduous task, even in this digital age where short videos proliferate and various internet celebrities emerge. Behind those who achieve viral fame, substantial capital often plays a pivotal role. For instance, on platforms like Douyin, an average person's video may garner a mere few hundred to 1,000 views. However, those backed by robust financial resources can purchase traffic, investing heavily in each video to ultimately forge a super influencer. Their monetization becomes straightforward. A prominent influencer can effortlessly generate millions in sales in a single night. This is a commonly employed method of capital conversion. First, by investing money to create a sensational influencer, and subsequently recouping costs through sales or other means. In comparison to Zhao Xiaoyun and Zhou Qianqian, Chen Qi's shortcoming lies in her lack of popularity. Given our company's limited resources, it is implausible to compete with giants like Warner or Yifeng Entertainment, which necessitates an alternative strategy. Sui tossed a grape into his mouth, acknowledging the exquisite taste of Lin Qingming's grapes, succulent and juicy. Are you suggesting that you deliberately provide Xiao Qi with songs that, while lacking explosive appeal, resonate with professionals, thus inciting polarized public opinion to maintain her relevance? Lin Qingming's eyes lit up as she spoke. Suhi observed her, surprised by her perceptiveness. Precisely. I even plan to solicit support for Zhu Tao, amplifying the dichotomy. The more intense the conflict, the greater Chen Qi's popularity will soar, attracting increased media attention. Just like this program, the media's focus and coverage inadvertently elevate her profile. He gestured towards the television, where a music critic named Mei Wenhua had just concluded his remarks, engaged in a spirited debate with another critic who supported Chen Qi. The lively exchange captivated the audience, as such controversial programs are favored by both media and viewers alike. Suhi, I find you quite formidable, Lin Qingming remarked, feigning fear as she patted her chest. Her ample bosom, accentuated by her loose home attire, drew Suhi's gaze away momentarily, causing him to involuntarily swallow. "And what comes next?" Lin Qingming inquired. "Will you have her sing high notes?" "Absolutely. High notes are Qin Chi's forte. Once the initial buzz has been generated and sufficient attention garnered, she will reveal her true prowess, yielding impressive results." Suhi affirmed with a nod. Lin Qingming gave him a thumbs up, recognizing his familiarity with the entertainment industry's intricacies and his unwavering confidence. After a few more exchanges, Suhi noted the late hour and bid farewell, returning to the adjacent room. Lin Qingming felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. She realized that her time spent with Suhi brought her a sense of relaxation, though she concealed this sentiment. After bidding farewell to Suhi, Lin Qingming reclined on the sofa. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. It was a call from her landlord. "Miss Lin, didn't you mention wanting to vacate the premises? I have a friend interested in renting my place, so could you move out in the next few days? I'll refund your rent, but only half of the deposit. Considering it was your request, you should bear some responsibility, don't you think? How does that sound?" As she answered the call, the landlord's voice echoed in Lin Qingming's ears. However, Lin Qingming frowned slightly, pondering. A week ago, she might have felt elated, as it meant she could avoid cooking for that man and distance herself from him. But now never mind. I feel your house suits me quite well. The landlord was taken aback. Chapter 78. Sister Yin, do you have time? In the office of the fantasy animation company, Sumu Yin set her phone down and rubbed her aching temples, leaning back in her chair to rest her eyes. Since childhood, she had been enamored with the world of anime, often dressing in styles reminiscent of the genre. Today, she donned a white shirt that accentuated her alluring curves, complemented by a short skirt that showcased her long, porcelain-like legs. Not only was she the director of the second team at Fantasy Animation, but she was also a highly regarded figure in the industry, frequently invited to major conventions. However, recently, Sumu Yin found herself in a predicament. The second team she managed had not produced new works for several months, while the first team had reportedly acquired the rights to a best-selling novel, preparing to adapt it into an anime. According to company policy, the slots for the year-end animated film would be allocated based on performance. And if the first team successfully adapted their work, their metrics would undoubtedly surpass those of her team, likely securing the film slot for them. A group of dozens, yet unable to produce even a decent animation. What a disgrace. Nowadays, original anime was a rarity. Most works were adaptations of online literature. The reason being that successful web novels had been validated by the market, and adapting them presented minimal risk, along with a robust fan base from the original texts. Nevertheless, the past few months had seen her team fail to acquire the rights to any of the web novels they pursued, as rival companies snatched them up at high prices, resulting in no successful negotiations. Consequently, it felt as though her team had accomplished nothing during this time. "Su Director, the supervisor has called for a meeting." Her assistant knocked on the door and informed her. "I'll be there shortly." Su Muyin nodded, letting out a deep sigh. In the meeting room, core members from both the first and second teams of the animation department were present, seated on opposite sides of the table. The first team appeared vibrant and cheerful, while the second team, to which Su Muyin belonged, wore expressions of worry, creating a stark contrast. "This meeting is intended to review your business summary for the first half of the year," Supervisor Lu Bo stated, observing the members of both teams with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing the theme of the meeting, the members of the second team looked even more disheartened. "In the first half of the year, our team continued the fantasy saga from last year, successfully producing a second installment, which has shown a remarkable increase in performance compared to the first." The team leader, Chening, wore a radiant smile. With a teasing glance at Su Muyin, she continued, "We have signed a contract with the emerging online literature maestro for the widely subscribed fantasy work, Soared Across the Horizon, and we are currently in the modeling phase. I believe the finished product will be ready for launch by August." Excellent. Fantasy is a trending genre, and securing a work with 1 million subscriptions is quite commendable, Lu Bo remarked, a flicker of amusement crossing his serious expression. Given the fierce competition among major animation companies and the scarcity of quality works, it is indeed challenging to acquire a promising title. Particularly, works with 1 million subscriptions are often preemptively claimed by the larger companies. The fact that Chuning's team succeeded in securing one will undoubtedly solidify their performance for the year. Receiving Lu Bo's praise, Chen Ying's smile broadened. Meanwhile, the members of the second team lowered their heads in silence. "What about your team, Director Su?" Lu Bo inquired, directing his gaze towards the second team. Su Muyin hesitated, forcing a smile as she reported their half-year results. In the first half, we released sequels to 2 previous works, both of which made it into the top 10 of the animation rankings. After speaking, she bowed her head, falling silent. That's it. Lu Bo expressed his surprise at her sudden quietude. That's all, Su Muyin murmured. You haven't found any new works in half a year? Just relying on past successes? Lu Bo's tone turned brusque. Recently, the competition has become fierce, and those renowned authors have been secured by several animation companies, making it difficult to find a work with potential, Su Muyin replied softly. Lu Bo's expression darkened. That indicates a lack of diligence on your part. Why has Chun Ying's team managed to secure 1 million subscription work? Su Muyin glanced at the smug Chun Ying and retorted. 1 million subscriptions are merely potential outside the top 10 of the animation rankings. The true commercial value is not particularly significant. Their team previously signed 2 works with an average subscription of 50,000. Such titles have a genuine chance of entering the top 10. Such audacity. In the current market, unless by sheer luck, you won't easily secure a work with tens of thousands of subscriptions. Those renowned authors' works are predominantly claimed by the top 3 animation companies. Your team was merely fortunate to have signed 2 previously. Do you think such good fortune will last? Chun Ying sarcastically countered. In the realm of animation adaptations, the market is nearly monopolized by the top 3 companies. Although the Fantasy Animation Company is also among the top 10, obtaining works with average subscriptions in the 50 to 60,000 range is exceedingly difficult. In terms of pricing and relationships with websites, they cannot compete with the top 3. Securing 1 million subscription work is already quite an achievement. Enough, Lu Bo sighed. After all, Su Muyin's team had previously been among the company's best performers. I will make my judgment at the end of the year based on this year's performance for the animated blockbuster. Those relying solely on past successes will not be considered. The team with the best performance will receive the project. The animated blockbuster is an important annual project for the company, serving as a motivation for employees to diligently develop new projects. Last year, Su Muyin and her team secured a prestigious opportunity, producing a remarkable film that garnered impressive box office returns. Each member received year-end bonuses amounting to several tens of thousands, while Su Muyin, as the director, was awarded over 100,000, a sight that incited immense envy from Chun Ying and her team. However, this year, the opportunity seemed elusive. Our team will undoubtedly meet the supervisor's expectations, Chun Ying exclaimed, her face aglow with excitement. If we qualify for the major film, that could mean bonuses in the tens of thousands. The other members of Team 1 echoed her enthusiasm. We still have 6 months. Team 2 may yet prevail. Su Muyin scoffed, prompting wry smiles from the others in Team 2. Even if they were to sign a contract now, preparations for modeling and special effects would take a month or 2, and unless they secured a blockbuster that could rank among the top 5 in the animation charts, it would be nearly impossible to outshine Team 1 in the remaining months. Well, since you all are so confident, I can rest easy. I hope everyone can produce a hit. The company will not shortchange you. Meeting adjourned. With that, Lu Bo rose to leave. Chun Ying, beaming, approached Su Muyin and softly remarked, "We've been competing for 3 years. Surely it's my turn to win this year, right? Just a book with 100,000 subscriptions. Look at your smug face." Su Muyin shot her a glare. "Well then, I eagerly await Director Su's masterpiece," Chun Ying replied, unperturbed, as she led her team out with a bright smile. The members of Team 2, witnessing their leader being mocked, held their breaths in frustration. "Let's call it a day." Su Muyin sighed, rubbing her temples. Just then, her phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, her brow furrowed, yet she pressed the answer button. "Fatty, you actually called me? Sister Yin, do you have some time? I'd like to discuss something with you at the CAF downstairs." Chapter 79, Childhood Sweethearts at the CAF. Li Jiang took a sip of his coffee, grimacing slightly. Despite considering himself a successful individual, he preferred cola over coffee. He only chose coffee when conducting business, as it would be inappropriate to invite someone to discuss substantial deals over 2 cups of cola at KFC while munching on fried chicken. Though Li Jiang was unfazed by this, the atmosphere in Huagua placed great importance on appearances. Even deals worth tens of thousands might be discussed at a high-end venue. It wasn't merely a matter of preference, but rather one of face. "Fatty, it's been years. You've done quite well for yourself, looking sharp in that little suit," Su Muyin remarked, radiating youthful vibrance. "Haha, Sister Yin, you flatter me. You've risen to the position of director. I can hardly compare." Li Jiang replied with a hearty laugh, snapping his fingers to call over a waiter. What would you like to drink, Sister Yin? Order whatever you fancy. Not bad. You've certainly taken on the air of a wealthy tycoon, Su Mu Yin chuckled, covering her mouth. She then ordered a latte. After placing her order, she turned to Li Jiang, teasingly asking, I hear that young Master Li has made a fortune in America. Are you here to help me strike it rich? She has Li Jiang's WeChat, and he often boasts about turning 500,000 into 5 million in the United States on his social media. Every time she scrolls through her feed, she is bombarded with his success rhetoric, accompanied by his illustrious achievements. During that period, Su Mu Yin even contemplated blocking him. Sister Yin, you're amazing. I'm here to help you make a fortune, Li Jiang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Then instantly filled with admiration as he gave Su Mu Yin a thumbs up. After discussing with Su He, he concluded that they should proactively seek collaboration with an anime company. However, to assist Su Mu Yin, they naturally wouldn't approach the company directly, as it would be troublesome if the project were assigned to someone else. Moreover, the anime business of Xingchen Investment is tied to Su Mu Yin, which would elevate her status within the company. Su He understood his sister well. She had always aspired to make a name for herself in the anime industry to gain the admiration of their stubborn patriarch. Su He felt similarly. If not for wanting to help his sister, he could easily collaborate with one of the top-ranking anime companies for his script of Youth Song, which would likely yield even greater profits. However, one should not let good fortune flow to outsiders. Naturally, he must assist his own sister. Well, your sister is quite self-aware. I can't earn money in finance. If you need a loan, I can lend a hand, but for investment matters, you should consult Su He. That kid has made quite a fortune in the entertainment industry. Su Mu Yin winked at Li Jiang. What investment? It's not an investment. Su Mu Yin's words touched Li Jiang. In this era, having someone willing to lend money unconditionally is remarkable. However, he was not there to borrow money. I've started an investment company, and I have a rather impressive anime script at hand. An anime script? Su Mu Yin was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the sudden shift in conversation. Exactly. I thought, since Sister Yin is involved in anime, perhaps there is an opportunity for collaboration, Li Jiang chuckled. Is it an original script or a novel? Su Mu Yin inquired with genuine interest. Original, Li Jiang replied, stirring his cup of coffee with a spoon. A light laugh escaping him. Creating original content can be challenging. Without market validation, the risks are substantial. Even if I wish to assist you, the company might not greenlight it. Su Mu Yin appeared troubled, pausing before continuing. Don't think that just because anime is popular these past 2 years, it guarantees profit. If the storyline is poor, it could lead to significant losses. Upon hearing this, Li Jiang felt a wave of frustration. It seemed Su Mu Yin believed he was seeking her assistance to produce an anime. No, my script is absolutely exceptional, rivaling mainstream anime. If you produce it, it will undoubtedly become a sensation, Li Jiang quickly asserted. He had already reviewed the script and found it exhilarating. Indeed, even as an outsider, Li Jiang believed that the story of Youth Song was quite compelling, and the ensemble cast's vibrant characters provided a strong sense of immersion, making it an ideal candidate for adaptation into anime. All the authors who submitted to us have said the same, Su Mu Yin remarked, a peculiar smile gracing her face. Sister Yin, I, Li Jiang, guarantee with my integrity that this script is remarkable, Li Jiang proclaimed, thumping his broad chest. All right, just let me take a look at the script. If it's feasible, Sister Yin will naturally assist you. Considering you and my younger brother Su He have known each other since childhood, right? Su Mu Yin said, winking at Li Jiang. Hearing her words, Li Jiang couldn't shake off a sense of oddity. I'll send it to you via WeChat, but the copyright of this script cannot be fully acquired. It can only be on a profit-sharing basis, Li Jiang stated as he took out his phone to send the script to Su Mu Yin. He was not concerned whether Su Mu Yin could grasp the script's potential, for even he, as an outsider, found the story commendable, let alone Su Mu Yin, an elite in the industry. Come on, that's excessive. Unless it's from a platinum master, our company only engages in outright purchases, Su Mu Yin retorted, somewhat exasperated. Sister Yin, since I dared to propose this condition, I must possess the confidence. Please trust in my professionalism, Li Jiang replied, raising his hands in resignation. Fine. I'll take a look when I get back. Su Mu Yin waved her hand, graciously refraining from further comment. A brief silence enveloped them. Su Mu Yin gently tapped her cup and suddenly spoke. You must have heard about Sui by now? Yes. I've been in Xuanqing recently and just arrived in Kyoto today, Li Jiang nodded. Given your close relationship with Su He and now that you've started an investment company, I hope you can lend that kid a hand, Su Muyin said with a smile. Li Jiang was momentarily taken aback by her words. Then he smirked slightly, thinking, did she really need to say that? She had already mentioned that he and Su-He were childhood friends, as if it were necessary for him to look after him. Su-He had even relaunched his secondary account, and it was thriving. Not to mention, he was the hidden boss behind Xingchen Investment. Haha, with your words, sister. I feel reassured, Su Muyin laughed joyfully. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from her assistant. It's work hours, so I can't linger outside any longer. I must take my leave. Thank you for the coffee. All right, Sister Yen, attend to your work. But do ensure you thoroughly review the script upon your return and get back to me afterward. Li Jiang gestured as if making a call. I'll look at it as soon as I get home. Su Muyin nodded at him before departing the CAF. After she left, Li Jiang picked up his phone and sent a gesture to Su-He. He finished the coffee in his cup, pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and hummed a tune as he exited the CAF. Chapter 80. Flowing Lights. Su Muyin returned to the company and coincidentally ran into Chen Ying, who was also coming back from outside. Although they were colleagues, Group 1 and Group 2 were competitors, and as the leaders of their respective groups, their relationship was understandably strained. Previously, Su Muyin's Group 2 had consistently outperformed Chen Ying's group, thanks to 2 anime titles ranking in the top 10, which kept Chen Ying in check. However, this year, Group 2's performance had declined, prompting Chen Ying to become more vocal. Oh, it seems Director Su is in quite good spirits, even finding time to enjoy coffee at the CAF downstairs. Chen Ying remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Goodness, are you a dog or something? You can smell that? Su Muyin replied, half in surprise and half in jest. The CAF downstairs had a uniquely fragrant aroma, which naturally clung to anyone who lingered there for too long. You. Chen Ying was momentarily at a loss for words after being retorted by Su Muyin. She recognized that she could not outmatch Su Muyin in a verbal duel, so she refrained from further argument. Su Muyin, you have basked in your triumph for far too long. It is our turn this year. Merely signing a book with 100,000 subscriptions. And look at how proud you are. Su Muyin disdainfully shook her head. It is still better than some who cannot even secure 100,000 subscriptions, relying solely on past achievements. Chen Ying's tone was laced with mockery. It's only July this year. How can you be so certain that I cannot produce a success? Su Muyin looked at her with a smile that was neither here nor there. Chen Ying was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. This year's bestsellers have all been claimed by the 3 major animation companies. Do you really think you can fool me? She had a comprehensive understanding of the market, knowing that the prominent titles this year had been snatched up by the big 3. Otherwise, mid-sized animation companies like theirs wouldn't be struggling so. The fierce competition among the major players left those in between to suffer the consequences. At that moment, the elevator arrived at their floor. Su Muyin cast a glance at her and said coolly, does losing the big opportunities mean one cannot create original works? With that, she strode away in her high heels, leaving Chen Ying standing there, utterly bewildered. Original? Based on Su Muyin's team? How could such words be uttered? It seemed they were truly at their wits' end. Once our new project launches and secures the annual blockbuster, let us see if you can still be so defiant. Humming a little tune, she felt a wave of clarity wash over her as she walked toward her office. In the animation industry, there is a saying, original works are fraught with peril. This is because the production costs for animation far exceed those of a novel. Adaptations not only carry the built-in popularity from the original fans, but their plots have also been vetted by the market, ensuring a basic level of security. However, with original stories, if the plot fails to resonate with the market, the losses can be catastrophic, which is why few animation companies dare to employ original scripts. Upon returning to her office, Su Muyin rubbed her aching temples. What she had said earlier was merely bravado, especially in front of a rival, and an old one at that. She could not afford to show weakness. Indeed, Chen Ying was correct. This year, the 3 major animation companies were vying for dominance, acquiring all the prime resources, which made it exceedingly difficult for mid-tier companies like Fantasy Animation. They found themselves in a precarious position, unable to look down upon the smaller firms while failing to secure the larger opportunities. This was why Chen Ying was so proud of having acquired a book with 100,000 subscriptions. In the past, it may have seemed insufficient, but now it represented the best resources they could obtain. With a frown, Su Muyin began to organize the documents that her assistant had brought. After processing the files, she noticed it was already time to clock out. Just as she was about to shut down her computer, she recalled Li Jiang's script. Although she was not optimistic about original scripts, given Li Jiang's connection with Suhi, she felt compelled to take a look. She sent the documents to her computer via WeChat and then opened the file. The screenplay for Young Song Journey, penned by Li Xuan, reveals a strategic discussion between Suhi and the portly character. They both concur that the alias Xinghe cannot remain concealed for long once it gains popularity. Even the most adept disguise will inevitably reveal its true nature. Therefore, it is prudent to create a new pseudonym for the realms of film and animation. This way, even if Warner discovers that Suhi is indeed Xinghe, they would never suspect that Suhi is also Li Xuan. One operates in the light, while the other remains in shadow. Once both aliases ascend to prominence, even Warner's influence would be rendered insignificant. It appears that the name Li Xuan has not been heard within the realms of web literature and editing. Su Muyin maintains a commendable level of professionalism in her work, having familiarized herself with both web authors and renowned screenwriters. If she has not heard of this name, it could only imply that it belongs to either an established author using a pseudonym or a newcomer. Much like music producers, many authors and screenwriters, enticed by lucrative contracts or the desire to explore new genres while fearing failure, often choose to adopt new aliases. Li Jiang, being entrenched within the entertainment industry, would hardly be acquainted with any prominent figures. Yet, he speaks of seeking royalties. What other than a platinum-level author would dare to make such a demand? Every industry operates on a similar premise. To claim rights, one must possess a corresponding level of prestige. Those in the lower echelons of the industry should not hope to gain such privileges. The narrative unfolds with elements such as the Golden Coffin and the Cold Water Temple, where the Master of Forgetfulness passes away, causing a stir in the martial world. Characters like Wang Yong'an and Xiao Chua, alongside the snow-laden mountain villa and the once mighty Lei Wujia, are introduced. The intriguing premise of a once powerful character being suddenly incapacitated and subsequently biding their time to develop is captivating. Having perused a portion of the script, Su Muyan's interest was piqued. It must be said that the writer Li Xuan displays remarkable professionalism, providing not only the script, but also accompanying character portraits and storyboard images. Even the finished scripts from her own team lacked such meticulous detail. Should they adhere to these portraits and storyboards, it would likely reduce the production timeline by a significant margin. Moreover, the character illustrations align closely with the images she had envisioned while reading the script. As Su Muyin flipped through the pages, her expressive face mirrored her changing emotions. Suddenly, an urgent need for a restroom interrupted her concentration. A glance at the clock revealed the shocking hour, 10 o'clock. She had inadvertently worked late into the night. It is known that Su Muyin is not one to stay late. Even during major projects, she always departs promptly. Upon exiting her office to visit the restroom, she encountered her colleagues from the second team, who were momentarily stunned, forgetting to greet her. After returning from the restroom, she hesitated momentarily, thinking, I should finish reading first. Ultimately, she returned to her office. Goodness, Director Su is actually working late. It appeared that the pressure had indeed affected her. As she remained at the office well past closing time, the second team had been struggling to secure quality scripts. And it was apparent that Director Su was feeling the urgency as well. Her stress is no less than ours. Today, when I arrived at the team, I was met with derisive comments from those individuals. After years of struggling as a team, now that they have finally turned their fortunes around, they naturally wish to revel in their success. The air was thick with murmurs. However, due to poor performance, they found themselves the subject of ridicule from competitors, casting a pall over the office atmosphere. Chapter 81. In truth, I wasn't particularly interested. It was 11 o'clock at night. As Su Muyin chose to stay, many employees lingered in the office as well. In the workplace, it seems inappropriate for anyone to leave before the leaders. Even though Su Muyin had no strict demands for employees to work overtime, nonetheless, project managers also remained behind. When Su Muyin emerged from her office once more, she noticed several managers from Team 2 watching her and couldn't help but smile in surprise. You're still here? When the leaders are working late, we naturally must keep up the momentum. Wei Kuan, the head of the planning department, chuckled. Puffed. When did I demand you all to work so hard? Everyone can leave once their tasks are completed, Su Muyin replied, a hint of annoyance in her tone. She herself held this mindset and expected the same from her subordinates. Everyone should strive during work hours, and once tasks are finished, they should rest, rather than adhering to rigid quitting times while employees dawdle through their assignments. Why are you so late today, Director Su? Wei Kuan inquired. as it was generally uncommon for Su Mu Yin to work overtime. I got so engrossed in a promising script that I lost track of time. Su Mu Yin answered with a smile. A script that can captivate the director to the point of forgetting time? Is there a new script that has caught Director Su's fancy? It must be a book with at least 50,000 copies sold. The crowd expressed their curiosity. It's nothing grand, just an original script. Su Mu Yin waved her hand dismissively. However, from her professional perspective, this script, Youth Song, could undoubtedly rival the bestsellers on the market. In fact, in terms of character ensemble and the fervor of the protagonist group, it was even more worthy of adaptation than those typical stories featuring male leads. Original? The risks associated with originality are quite significant, the group remarked, their interest waning. Director? The risks of original works are too high, and our team can't afford to lose. Besides, who even writes original content these days? Those with the talent have gone off to write books, Wei Kuan hastily interjected, stating his disapproval of using original scripts. Currently, Team 2 was still managing to maintain their performance based on past successes. Venturing into original works could lead to failure, allowing Team 1 to completely overtake them. Wei Kuan was a conservative, believing that such risks should not be taken. Since everyone is here, let us head to the conference room for a brief meeting. We can review this script and discuss post-production matters. Su Mu Yin suddenly clapped her hands and added, after the meeting, I'll treat everyone to a late-night snack. Initially, the team members wore expressions of discontent at the prospect of working late, but upon hearing Su Mu Yin's promise of a late-night treat, they immediately cheered. It seemed that Director Su was quite serious. Wei Kuan could only smile wryly. In the conference room, Su Mu Yin powered on the projector. Then, Li Jiang uploaded the script of Youth Song to the projector. Let us first peruse the first 3 episodes of the script, and then we shall engage in discussion. Su Mu Yin declared from her seat of authority. Director Wei Kuan seemed poised to interject, but Su Mu Yin interrupted him, saying, let us wait until we finish watching. He could only nod in acquiescence. All present were seasoned professionals in the industry, and they swiftly consumed the script, completing the initial 3 episodes in a mere 10 minutes. The narrative of Youth Song commenced with Xiao Se and Lei Wujia emerging from the Shui Luo mountain manor, subsequently encountering Tang Lian. Together, they ventured to the gambling den, Mei Rin Zhuang, where Xiao Se and a silver-haired man engaged in a life-or-death wager. The first 3 episodes concluded just as Xiao Se was on the verge of a grandiose display. The abrupt ending caught everyone off guard. Director, what comes next? Please release the subsequent script, exclaimed one. This cliffhanger is simply remarkable. I must see what follows. I long to witness Xiao Se's display. The collective urgency was palpable. Such cliffhangers, reminiscent of those experienced while reading a gripping novel, left them in suspense, utterly vexing. Fear not, everyone. Let us first deliberate on the plot. Su Mu Yin chuckled at their anxious reactions. The storyline is quite compelling. Martial arts and fantasy genres are currently in vogue. Based on the first 3 episodes, this script possesses great allure. What lies within the golden coffin? Someone queried. Indeed, what could it be? If you don't reveal the continuation, I shall be restless tonight. The group was exceedingly eager to uncover what lay ahead, making it impossible to engage in a thoughtful discussion about the plot. Wei Kuan, what is your opinion on this original script? Su Mu Yin inquired, emphasizing the word original deliberately. It's acceptable, Wei Kuan hesitantly replied. He couldn't deny the plot's allure, even finding it more captivating than some highly subscribed web novels. Though a conservative by nature, he was also quite impatient and loathed cliffhangers. His mind was consumed with curiosity about the contents of the golden coffin. However, since Su Mu Yin had intentionally left it at the end of the 3rd episode, he refrained from voicing his frustration. Is that all you have to say? Su Mu Yin inquired with a knowing smile. We've only seen 3 episodes. A conclusion can only be drawn once we view the entire script. Wei Kuan, stubborn as ever, insisted, it's still acceptable. At this moment, his colleagues could no longer contain their impatience, urging Su Mu Yin to release the subsequent plot. Very well, seeing your eagerness, this meeting may not continue smoothly. Su Mu Yin stifled a laugh and turned to Wei Kuan, saying with a playful smirk, Wei Kuan, I leave this to you. For those interested, continue watching. I shall take my leave for the day. Remember to share the invoice in the group after your late-night meal. I shall cover the expenses. With that, she rose from her seat. Wei Kuan appeared somewhat awkward, having just questioned the originality of the script, yet now he found it compelling, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. Actually, I'm not that interested. Su Mu Yen said nothing further. She bid farewell to the group and exited the conference room. Hurry, Wei Kuan, release the next part of the script. Hasten, it is merely a matter of being publicly humiliated. What significance does it hold? I yearn to witness the treasures concealed within the golden coffin. I wish to see Boss Xiao display his grandeur. The crowd urged Wei Kuan with great enthusiasm. Although Wei Kuan feigned indifference, his heart was already aflame with anticipation. Given that everyone offered him a way out, he naturally seized the opportunity, hastening to the control panel to delve into the subsequent plot. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Mu Yen at the entrance, arms crossed and leaning against the doorframe, wearing a teasing smile as she observed him. Wei Kuan's hand gripping the mouse trembled slightly, his face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him momentarily flustered. I forgot my bag, Su Mu Yen remarked, her eyes crescent-shaped as she approached her seat, retrieving her bag from a nearby chair before winking at Wei Kuan. A profoundly awkward smile spread across his face. Once Su Mu Yen departed again, Wei Kuan could no longer contain himself and promptly clicked to advance to the next episode. The night had deepened. This evening, the management team of Fantasy Animation Group 2 was working overtime. Chapter 82. What a live performance! Over the course of the week, the strongest female voice had gained considerable traction. Zhao Xiaoyun, as a highly favored newcomer by Warner, basked in a propitious blend of timing, location, and support. Not only did Su-hee retweet her post that claimed the top spot on the charts, but even the illustrious diva, Li Xuan, extended her blessings via Weibo. Online, Zhao Xiaoyun was already hailed as the successor to Li Xuan, and with the endorsement from the revered artist, her fans were exhilarated, elevating her status as a frontrunner for the championship. In contrast, Zhou Qianqian from Yifeng Entertainment, the new sensation of Douyin, experienced a decline in popularity. Initially, both she and Zhao Xiaoyun were regarded as contenders for the championship, with the audience believing the final showdown would be between the two. However, Zhao Xiaoyun exhibited undeniable dominance, while Zhou Qianqian did not. In her group, the original singer Lu Yu emerged, yet failed to achieve the overwhelming support that Zhao Xiaoyun garnered, leading to discontent among her fans. Unable to glorify their idol's prowess, they unfortunately redirected their frustrations towards the artist herself. Thus, this past week had been quite challenging for Zhou Qianqian. Conversely, the group perceived as the weakest demonstrated an unexpected resurgence. The singer-dancer Liang Yuding delivered an outstanding performance. Alongside the dark horse of the competition, Chen Qi, whose song Painting sparked considerable controversy. The online community divided into two factions. One faction, led by Zhu Tao, the proponents of high notes, argued that while Chen Qi possessed talent, her technical execution was lacking, as her rendition of Painting primarily showcased her transitions between chest and falsetto, with little to demonstrate in terms of vocal techniques. The opposing faction, championed by the esteemed producer Lin Jingya, represented the emotional advocates, who believed that the merit of a song lay not in its technical complexity, but in its ability to resonate with listeners. Emotion, they asserted, was the essence of a singer's performance. Both sides felt their arguments were compelling, resulting in a fervent online debate. Of course, one could also discern the presence of hired commentators stoking the flames of this discourse. As a variety show, popularity serves as the currency in negotiations with sponsors. Whether it is positive or negative buzz, it invariably brings substantial profits to the production team. The recent controversy surrounding Chen Qi has generated an impressive surge in viewership, much to the delight of the production team, who are now more inclined to promote this topic, intensifying the rivalry. Ultimately, the greatest beneficiaries of this situation will undoubtedly be Blue River Television, Shuangqing City, and Xingming Studio. Lin Qingming, previously accustomed to working in her office, has recently taken to visiting the workspace to engage in conversations with Zhang Xiaoan. Sui continues to smoke in his designated spot by the window. Personally, I am not fond of men who smoke, yet there is an undeniable charm when teacher Xinghe does so. Zhang Xiaohan gazes at him with admiration. It appears that physical attractiveness can indeed conquer all. You're not actually developing feelings for him, are you? Lin Qingming remarked with a hint of jealousy. I have always admired teacher Xinghe, Zhang Xiaohan replied unhesitatingly. Really? Lin Qingming exclaimed, flustered. What is so great about him? Xiaohan, you're still young. Smoking men are bound to be scoundrels. Trust me, you can't handle it. Hee, my admiration for him is different from yours, Sister Qingming. It's more of a reverent admiration, Zhang Xiaohan teased. Admiration? Lin Qingming, seemingly perplexed, suddenly realized, "Are you out of your mind? Who would like him?" Her cheeks flushed, and she playfully tickled Zhang Xiaoan. Zhang Xiaoan erupted into laughter, and in retaliation, she remarked, "Sister Qingming's figure is simply unbeatable. Your children with teacher Xinghe will certainly never go hungry." "Do you have to say that?" Lin Qingming's ears turned crimson with embarrassment. The two girls shared a playful moment, their laughter capturing Su He's attention. Indeed, Lu Ziqiao has not deceived me. Watching the two frolicking, he sighed inwardly. "Teacher Xinghe, enjoy the gossip." At that moment, the studio's elder brother, Shui Liang, emerged from the refrigerator with a watermelon. "Is this watermelon ripe?" Su He inquired suddenly. Shui Liang, taken aback, responded, "It should be ripe." Upon cutting it open, he revealed a seedless watermelon that looked exceedingly tempting. "It's ripe, Teacher Xinghe." He offered a piece to Su He. Seeing the watermelon, Lin Qingming and Zhang Xiaohan eagerly approached. The group settled down together to indulge in the refreshing fruit. About Teacher Xinghe, Shui Liang rubbed his hands, hesitating slightly. "What's the matter?" Su He, savoring the cool watermelon, felt it was the greatest blessing of summer. "When will you give me the new song?" he asked, somewhat sheepishly. Although he found Su He's intention to confront Su He somewhat excessive, he felt a twinge of envy. Zhang Xiaoan had already sung 2 new songs, while Chen Qi was basking in the limelight from her participation in a talent show. Among the 3 singers in the studio, he was the only one without a song to perform. To be frank, Shui Liang wished to sing a new song, even if it meant targeting Su He. Moreover, this new song was penned by Teacher Xinghe, a man whose every composition had been a hit, questioning that would render him no better than a fool. "It's only been a week since July began. What's the rush?" Su He replied with irritation. "Generally, to seize the monthly hot song charts. Releases are strategically scheduled for the beginning of the month, allowing for maximum exposure and better data acquisition." However, Du Feng's assertion at the music gala about releasing a song by the end of the month was quite transparent in its intent. Primarily, he aimed to inform everyone that he would indeed unveil a new song this month. Even if the industry insiders chose not to give Su He any regard, they would certainly extend their respect to Warner. Those with the capability to contend for the charts would likely refrain from doing so this month, thus allowing him a smooth path to seize the top spot on the hot song list. Furthermore, the name Su He inherently possesses the potential for a breakout hit. Coupled with this collaboration with the renowned diva Li Xuan, unless a musical prodigy intervenes, no one could feasibly outshine them. It could be said that the first position on July's monthly hot song chart has already been earmarked by Du Feng. "I merely wish to familiarize myself with the song ahead of time," Shui Liang remarked timidly. "Very well, it would be beneficial for you to get acquainted with it. After all, it's a live performance. Practicing multiple times to grasp the emotional nuances of the song is essential. Otherwise, a mishap during the live show would be troublesome." Su He reasoned, finding merit in his own words. Yet, Shui Liang seized upon a pivotal point in his statement. "What? A live performance?" "Live." Lin Qingming, who had been eavesdropping, gasped in astonishment. "She hadn't received any invitations for live shows lately. I just exchanged pleasantries with an old acquaintance." Shui Liang could appear as a guest on the program. Coincidentally, right at the end of the month, Su He casually shrugged. However, his words detonated like a bombshell in the hearts of those present. An old acquaintance? A simple greeting could secure a spot on the show. "What program?" Lin Qingming inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Observing their astonishment, Su He retrieved a yellow crane tower cigarette from his pocket and placed it at the corner of his mouth, calmly stating, "It's that king of love songs. You must have seen it, right?" "Goodness!" Lin Qingming exclaimed, her surprise spilling over. "Wow!" Shui Liang gasped, taken aback. "As expected of Teacher Xinghe, you are indeed some wealthy heir stirring up family disputes to validate yourself at our modest studio. Are you?" Zhang Xiaoan's gaze towards Su He shifted, perceiving him as an enigmatic figure. The notion that he could facilitate Shui Liang's appearance on King of Love Songs was almost surreal. To put things into perspective, King of Love Songs is a venerable program on Southeast Satellite TV, renowned for its focus on professional love ballads. While it may not boast the current popularity of the sensational strongest female voice, it has cultivated a loyal audience over 5 years of airing, with even top-tier singers needing to queue for a chance to perform. The idea of Shui Liang, a once prominent singer, gracing such a program was simply unfathomable. "You received the new song. Why are you all so astonished?" "It's merely a program, as if you've never encountered the like before," Su He remarked, secretly relishing their astonishment. Though he maintained an air of superiority, looking down upon them. After that, he moved to the window, lighting a cigarette and gazing into the distance. "Quick, let us see what the song is," Lin Qingming urged, her curiosity bubbling over as she pressed Xueliang. He promptly pulled out his phone to check the demo file Suhi had sent. It turned out to be a song titled Diva. Upon seeing the title, everyone paused in surprise. Xueliang then opened the file to play it, revealing a prelude of piano accompanied by strings, a quintessential love song arrangement. "At long last, I have found an excuse to express my innermost feelings under the influence of intoxication. The solitude intensifies, and silence lingers in the corners of the dance floor." The mechanical synthesis of the melody resonates with the essence of the initial dream, evoking an emotional void. However, as we are all professional singers, listening to the melody while perusing the lyrics allows us to conjure the profound imagery encapsulated within the song. It must be said that this piece is a quintessential lament, with lyrics that etch profound sentiment into the very marrow of its existence. "I envy the fervor of your affection, radiant and commanding like a celebrated diva. What you desire is not me, but rather a sense of vanity, for it is the presence of admirers that renders one truly remarkable." As the chorus unfolds, Lin Qingming and Xueliang, among others, are struck with astonishment. They discern a characteristic of Xinghe's compositions. Each melody possesses an irresistible charm, a quality that ensures its widespread appeal, often referred to within the industry as having the potential for great success. In the realm of music, there exists a plethora of high-quality songs that fail to gain traction, as they may be deemed exceptional from a professional perspective, yet the masses are not connoisseurs. Many simply seek melodies that resonate with them, indifferent to the intricate theories of music theory woven within. Thus, this explains the phenomenon of the 15-second viral tunes on platforms like Douyin, which can suddenly explode in popularity. Those fleeting moments capture the audience's attention, being sufficiently melodious and catchy, leading to widespread acclaim. Of course, Douyin showcases both commendable music and ephemeral tunes. The latter comprises segments that, aside from those 15 seconds, are devoid of substance, relying on repetitiveness to attract attention. In contrast, true artistry harmonizes professionalism and popularity, maintaining coherence throughout the entirety of the song. Excluding that 15-second excerpt, the remainder is equally impressive. This is the hallmark of quality music. Several of Suhi's songs have achieved this balance, which is why each consistently claims the top spot on the new song charts. Truly delightful. Zhang Xiaohan squints her eyes, swaying her head to the rhythm. Xueliang connects his phone to the office speakers, which undoubtedly offer superior sound quality, allowing for a more nuanced appreciation of the song's intricacies. Meanwhile, Lin Qingming gazes upward in bewilderment. Her eyes are drawn to Suhi, who is smoking by the window. She realizes that his smoking, paired with the music, imbues him with an even deeper narrative, rendering him irresistibly captivating. This sensation is as profound as the stars, and Lin Qingming yearns to be enveloped within it. If one day love ceases to confound, sufficient to discern all right from wrong, only then will you no longer be exalted in my heart, as the one I once revered as a diva. As the final segment concludes, Xueliang takes a deep breath. The fear he harbored regarding Suhi and Li Xuan has, unbeknownst to him, diminished considerably. He can envision the scene if he were to stand on stage and sing this song, imagining the audience's response to his voice accompanying the chorus. This piece, the diva, is undoubtedly a perfect fit for him. He gazed toward the Sioux River by the window, where a figure seemed to radiate a luminous glow, a light of faith. At that moment, Xueliang found himself utterly captivated by Suhi. This man had become his belief. How curious it is that the lyrics seemed to convey a deeper meaning. Just then, Zhang Xiaohan unexpectedly spoke up. Coughing, Suhi choked on the smoke, failing to maintain his aloof demeanor, and crumbled. "What you desire is not me, but a sense of vanity. One only stands out when someone cares," Zhang Xiaohan softly sang. Continuing, Teacher Xinghe is mocking that Li Xuan for being so close to the false Suhi. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingming swiftly snatched Xueliang's phone, intently examining the lyrics. At that moment, Suhi was engulfed in confusion. Did Zhang Xiaohan somehow obtain the script? Why was she always so perceptive? Was she perhaps toxic? While Suhi pondered how to defend himself, Lin Qingming spoke up. "Suhi," she said, her eyes shimmering like water, gazing affectionately at him. Suhi, startled, dropped his cigarette. "Thank you," she said, her cheeks flushed. "Thank you for helping me." Suhee was utterly bewildered. Earlier, I said you were foolish for targeting the false Suhee. I apologize for those words. Your willingness to stand against Li Xuan for my sake truly moved me. Thank you for avenging me. With that, Lin Qingming covered her face and hurried back to her office, leaving Suhee and Shui Liang in a state of confusion. Exchanging glances. What on earth was she imagining? Did she believe that her writing this song was a deliberate attack on the false Suhee and Li Xuan? Motivated by her previous heartbreak caused by the false Suhee? Goodness, I did not intend that. Suhee mentally criticized her convoluted reasoning, which could only be described as a winding mountain road. Oh no, Qingming has fallen for him. Zhang Xiaoan looked at Suhee with a hint of flirtation, saying with a smirk, cough, with teacher Xinghe's charm and his willingness to go against the false Suhee for Lin, if I were Lin, I would also be moved. Shuiliang scratched his head, sharing his opinion. Suhee sighed, feeling exasperated. A small Qingming studio had managed to produce two such talents simultaneously. He internally scoffed, yet felt a sense of relief. At least he wouldn't have to explain why he wrote that song. He could thank this woman's wild imagination for providing him with an excuse. Chapter 84. How profound. After a week of anticipation, Blue River TV's The Strongest Female Voice was set to commence a new episode. In the previous 3 episodes, during the elimination rounds, each group had eliminated 4 singers, leaving 4 remaining in each. This episode would feature a competition where 2 more singers from each group would be eliminated, allowing only the top 2 to advance to the scoring rounds. No one had anticipated that a brand new music variety show, after just 3 episodes, would frequently trend on social media. While it may not have reached the level of a phenomenon for a modestly funded show featuring new talents, the production team had already reaped considerable rewards. Given the current popularity of the program, it seems the ultimate champion's acclaim will rival that of the top tier. Does it not? Indeed, even if the fervor diminishes post-finale, it will likely remain securely positioned in the second tier. I anticipate that the upcoming competitions will intensify further. Should Zhao Xiaoyan emerge victorious, the top tier of singers will be firmly established. With Warner's additional promotional efforts, she could swiftly ascend beyond that echelon, and within 2 years, we might witness the birth of yet another songstress of great renown. This is the advantage of being backed by a major corporation. Ordinary amateur singers struggle to maintain their momentum. Zhou Qianqian, too, possesses formidable talent, and as the TikTok newcomer, she boasts a substantial fan base. I eagerly await her transformation from internet celebrity to singer. Speaking of such transformations, one cannot overlook the remarkably popular Zhang Xiaoan, who has secured her place in the second tier with just 2 songs. Zhou Qianqian pales in comparison. It appears that both Zhang Xiaohan and Chen Qi are performing songs by Xinghe. Are they perhaps from the same company? I must say, Xinghe is indeed impressive, releasing 3 songs in succession, each more delightful than the last. The online discourse is quite lively. In truth, most listeners tend to focus on the singer rather than the songwriter, rarely acknowledging the creators behind the music. Only those who achieve the status of a renowned producer like Suhee gain substantial recognition. The majority of producers operate behind the scenes, and even after releasing numerous songs, they remain largely anonymous. However, Xinghe stands apart, as each of his compositions becomes a hit, leading more and more people to realize that Chen Qi's song Painting and the recent hits by Zhang Xiaohan were both penned by him. As these connections come to light, Xinghe's reputation grows alongside the acclaim of these artists. Many are eagerly anticipating whether Chen Qi will perform Xinghe's new song in this episode. In the program's lounge, the atmosphere has shifted as half of the contestants have been eliminated, leaving the once crowded space feeling quite spacious. Previously, Chen Qi, lacking notoriety, had few conversations with others. However, the situation has changed. She has now emerged as the strongest dark horse of the program. To be fair, a portion of the show's current popularity can be attributed to the discussions surrounding the critiques offered by judges Zhu Tao and Lin Jingya regarding her performances. Chen Qi, from the information available, it seems you are not affiliated with a major company? Liang Yuding inquired curiously. Having previously clashed with her rival Zhou Qianqian, she harbored a favorable impression of Chen Qi and enjoyed a good rapport with her throughout the program. It's merely a small studio, Chen Qi replied candidly, adding, a very loving little studio. She cherished the atmosphere at Qingming Studio and was grateful to Lin Qingming for this opportunity. Your studio sounds wonderful, Liang Yuding exclaimed, intrigued. To her, a company was typically synonymous with competition and exploitation. The notion of love in the workplace seemed excessively extravagant. Of course, you must know Lin Qingming, our boss. Chen Qi smiled. Liang Yuding paused, taking a moment before continuing. Is she the one known for her sweet songs, the top-tier artist? Chen Qi nodded. Indeed. Sister Qingming's persona is that of a charming and sweet individual. Upon reflecting on Lin Qingming's public persona, which starkly contrasts with her private self, Chen Qi found herself amused. So it was her, Liang Yuding remarked with a hint of nostalgia. She was so popular a few years ago, yet she has seemingly vanished from the entertainment scene in recent times. Sister Qingming is merely accumulating her resources. When she resurfaces, she will undoubtedly reign supreme in the industry. Chen Qi asserted with conviction. Being an insider, Liang Yuding understood that an artist's abrupt disappearance from the limelight often signals a falling out with the powers that be, leaving little room for alternative explanations. She refrained from delving deeper into this topic and shifted the conversation to another individual. Can you sing Xinghe's new song? Xinghe and Zhang Xiaoan are also from your company, right? Of course, Henin and I are the best of friends, Chen Qi responded, her face lighting up at the mention of Zhang Xiaoan. I once thought that Zhou Qianqian and I were the closest of sisters, Liang Yuding remarked with a slight smile. Uft, our bond is nothing like yours, Chen Qi scoffed, rolling her eyes at the thought of Zhou Qianqian's arrogant demeanor. And what about Xinghe? Is your relationship with them also strong? Liang Yuding chose not to linger on this, recognizing that in the industry, especially in entertainment, genuine friendships often hold little value. In pursuit of resources and survival, everyone resorts to any means necessary. When opportunities arise, even friends can become foes. Teacher Xinghe is impressive. I can describe him in just 4 words, Chen Qi said, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she spoke of Su He. What 4 words? Liang Yuding inquired, intrigued. Leaning closer to Liang Yuding, who was dressed in a revealing outfit, Chen Qi pointed subtly at her décolletage and whispered, as unfathomable as your career line. This was her and Zhang Xiaoan's assessment of Su He. Though he appeared nonchalant about everything, he had managed to gain immense popularity online since his debut. With 3 consecutive hits, including the song Hua, which received high praise from renowned producer Lin Jingya, Su He was certainly no ordinary individual. Moreover, during her earlier conversation with Zhang Xiaoan, she learned that Su He had reached out to a friend, asking Shui Liang to join the long-established variety show King of Love Songs. Based on Zhang Xiaohan's speculation, Chen Qi's sudden opportunity to audition for the strongest female voice was likely orchestrated by Su He behind the scenes. If that were indeed the case, the handsome man from the company was far more than just a newcomer. So profound, Liang Yuding said, lowering her gaze, feigning surprise. Such vanity. Chen Qi shot her a glance, and then glanced at her own figure, feeling a wave of defeat. Perhaps only Sister Qingming could rival Liang Yuding in this regard. Just as the two were teasing each other, a staff member entered the lounge. Everyone, please get ready. The show is about to commence. With that, everyone rose from their seats, preparing to head to the waiting area for the show's start. Let's go. I've pulled out all the stops this time, Liang Yuding said, winking at Chen Qi. Good luck, Chen Qi responded with an encouraging gesture, feeling a fondness for the cheerful and open-hearted girl. In this episode, she still does not unveil any remarkable talent. Instead, Teacher Xinghe has prepared a sweet song for her. In the past, she might have questioned this choice, but now she understands that Teacher Xinghe's decisions are not to be doubted. She simply needs to follow them without hesitation. Chapter 85. The pinnacle of pretentiousness in the waiting area backstage. Zhou Qianqian's expression is graver than ever. As the most favored contestant in her group and the annual strongest newcomer on Douyin, she initially believed that this competition should rightfully showcase her brilliance. At first, among all the contestants, only Zhao Xiaoyan caught her attention. However, she was taken aback to discover that not only does her group feature an original singer, Lu Yu, who garnered hundreds of thousands of audience votes with an original song, but even the least favored group boasts a formidable dark horse in Chen Qi, whom she finds particularly irksome due to their past conflicts. Nonetheless, Zhou Qianqian takes solace in the considerable online controversy surrounding Chen Qi. Many supporters of Judge Zhu Tao assert that without the ability to sing high notes, she cannot progress far in the competition. Both Zhou Qianqian and her manager share this sentiment. It is common for singers embroiled in such controversy to initially attract high attention, but their popularity typically wanes after a couple of episodes, as most competitions hinge on showcasing vocal prowess. Without a stunning live performance, the audience is unlikely to be impressed. Apart from Zhou Qianqian, several other contestants are also curiously watching Qinqi. Shouldn't she be the second most popular contestant after Zhao Xiaoyan? It's merely controversy that fuels her popularity. It cannot compare to Zhao Xiaoyan's solid fan base. The discussions surrounding Qinqi online consist largely of indifferent onlookers. Does anyone truly know if she can sing high notes? Who can say? Qinqi's transitions between true and falsetto are impressive, yet the impact of her falsetto is quite limited. In my opinion, she likely embodies the style of Hua. Otherwise, how could she refrain from showcasing her strongest abilities in such a crucial opening competition? I suspect she is concealing her true talent, especially with her leather jacket and pants, giving off the aura of a rock singer. Judging one's capability based on attire is rather unprofessional, the crowd murmurs softly. Leaning closer to Qinqi, Liang Yuding whispers with a light laugh, "It seems you have become their formidable rival." "It doesn't matter. Competitions are inherently competitive," Qinqi replies, waving her hand dismissively. As an artist without a background, achieving such a significant level of popularity is already a blessing. Qinqi's thoughts are rather simplistic, having finally reached the grand stage. She is determined to showcase her best self, to relish the competition and the performance. Everyone aspires to victory, and Qinqi is no exception. Yet, she believes that the most crucial aspect is to cherish this hard-earned stage, focusing on how to sing well and present her finest self to others rather than engaging in petty rivalries. By the way, will there be any high notes in this episode? Liang Yuding inquires curiously, adding, "Since the competition is about to begin, the production team wouldn't allow any song changes. So if you tell me in advance, I can't tailor my approach to you. I'm merely curious." In truth, Liang Yuding and Qinqi are the foremost rivals. Yet both harbor a mutual respect for one another, creating a sense of kinship. It must be noted that such camaraderie is a rarity in the fiercely competitive world of talent shows. Historically, even when contestants exhibit profound emotions and shed tears upon witnessing their peers eliminated, the majority secretly rejoice that it was not their own dismissal. Such insincerity is merely for the audience's spectacle. However, Liang Yuding's objective in joining the show is unequivocal, to challenge Zhou Qianqian. While Qinqi shares a history with Zhou Qianqian, leading to the adage that an enemy's enemy is a friend. Given that both young women possess amiable dispositions, it is entirely natural for them to forge a friendship. "No," Qinqi replied candidly, without any pretense. To be honest, she found it perplexing, as her forte lies in her high notes, an area where she feels most assured. The first song, Painting, utilized both falsetto and head voice techniques. However, today's selection is a light-hearted tune. Upon listening to the song sent by teacher Xinghe, she voiced her inner dilemma. Why not choose a piece that showcases her high notes to quell the online discourse and skepticism? Nevertheless, Suhe's response in the group chat completely captivated her, even eliciting a thumbs-up emoji from Sister Xiaoran. The most riveting aspect of the competition is the unexpected twists, commonly referred to as showboating. The pinnacle of such showboating occurs when one defies expectations at the moment everyone doubts their abilities, thus maximizing the impact. Teacher Xinghe truly masters the art of navigating the entertainment industry. "I shall reveal my trump card this time. If you do not showcase your prowess, I will not go easy on you," Liang Yuding exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before winking at Qinqi. "Go for it." Qinqi felt an overwhelming confidence swell within her. During this time, under Sister Xiaoran's guidance, both she and Zhang Xiaohan have made significant strides. Sister Xiaoran has imparted lessons on emotional interpretation in song, teaching them how to render their performances more nuanced and how to evoke the fullest emotional resonance from a piece, which has been an eye-opening experience for both. Sister Xiaoran has asserted that a good singer should not be confined to a single style. Each genre must be comprehended individually, which defines a competent vocalist. Thus, Qinqi eagerly anticipates this performance. Welcome to the exclusive presentation of the strongest female voice, brought to you by Xiangguo Wuyu, with the host's signature rapid-fire delivery. The fourth episode of the strongest female voice finally commenced, beginning with the entrance of the mentors, the esteemed Zhu Tao and Chun Jinxing, alongside the diva Zhao Lan, performed a song by the renowned producer Lin Jingya. Even Lin Jingya herself, typically reserved in vocal performance, sang a few lines. Although her singing prowess does not rival that of these vocal titans, she still garnered substantial applause from the audience. At last, the reason behind Zhu Tao's admiration for high notes became clear. His high notes are truly exceptional. This exemplifies the strength of a true vocal champion. I am an ardent supporter of Zhu Tao. Lin Jingya should return to songwriting, as her singing is significantly lacking compared to Zhu Tao. It is rather foolish to compare a producer with a king of song, is it not? Some fervent fans have truly lost their senses. Why not compare Zhu Tao with the esteemed Lin Jingya in songwriting? The audience has now divided into two factions, those who support Zhu Tao and those who favor Lin Jingya. There are even many casual viewers drawn to the program by this controversy, a situation exacerbated by the show's producers. Both Zhu Tao and Lin Jingya have remained relatively silent, while their respective fan bases engage in incessant disputes. As the judges took their seats, the formal competition commenced. In this episode, all three groups of singers were to perform, which meant that there was limited time for other segments. Thus, the four singers from one group began their performances first. Among the remaining four singers in this group, apart from the newly promoted Warner artist Zhao Xiaoyan, the others did not possess particularly strong abilities, which is why Zhao Xiaoyan has significantly outpaced her peers, achieving her current level of acclaim. In this episode, Zhao Xiaoyan performed a timeless sweet song, perfectly aligning with her established sweet girl persona. Her rendition of this beloved classic resonated deeply with the audience, garnering considerable praise. During the judging segment, Zhu Tao offered her high commendation, while Lin Jingya merely provided a positive remark without substantial feedback. Her commentary focused on the song itself, but given that this classic has already stood the test of the market, it hardly required her critique. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoyan opted for a safe approach, refraining from any alterations and instead utilizing the original accompaniment, prompting Lin Jingya to comment solely on the synergy between Zhao and the song. Why did Zhu Tao not critique Zhao's lack of high notes? Could he dare to? After all, Zhao Xiaoyan is a Warner artist, a promising newcomer backed by one of the four major entertainment companies in the industry. He would not dare to nitpick. Zhao Xiaoyan embodies the sweet girl style. Do you understand what that entails? She is not a high-note singer, and her high notes are not lacking. It simply happens that this particular song does not feature them. Chen Qi has also not been labeled as a high-note artist, so why does she face such elevated expectations? Zhu Tao found himself cornered by fans, unable to retract his statements, and thus felt compelled to pick on Chen Qi, all in the name of boosting the show's popularity. As a result, Zhao Xiaoyan's votes surged, doubling to an impressive 430,000. The highest vote tally for the other three singers in her group barely reached 130,000. This overwhelming victory naturally delighted her fans. Following the group performances, it was time for the next round. Although Zhou Qianqian's support had waned somewhat, she is still recognized as the TikTok newcomer champion. In this episode, she showcased her signature talent by performing the song that catapulted her to fame on TikTok, striking a chord with many viewers and ultimately securing 390,000 votes. Given the current vote counts, Zhao Xiaoyan's chances of winning appear exceedingly high, especially with Warner, a colossal entity in the entertainment realm, orchestrating her campaign. Unlike Zhou Qianqian, Zhao Xiaoyan is portrayed positively online, having debuted as a traditional singer with a sweet and endearing image, a true favorite among her male admirers. Zhou Qianqian, having transitioned from an internet celebrity to a singer, faces a daunting path. Many influencers aspiring to enter the Mandarin music scene have faltered, often experiencing a decline in popularity compared to their previous online fame. Thus, while Zhou Qianqian's starting point may be elevated, the obstacles she encounters are formidable. In this episode, the dark horse of the group, Lu Yu, delivered a performance that was underwhelming. Despite presenting an original composition, her song failed to resonate with the esteemed producer Lin Jingya, resulting in merely a favorable remark. Ultimately, Lu Yu garnered 300,000 votes, placing her second within her group and third overall. After the group competition concluded, the contest advanced to the final group. This group had been underestimated, yet unexpectedly featured a competent singer-dancer, Liang Yuding, alongside another formidable contender, Chen Qi. Both had previously showcased remarkable talent, raising anticipation for this episode. Liang Yuding continued along her path of singing and dancing, preparing a striking performance by selecting a popular girl group song infused with electronic elements, which effectively energized the atmosphere. Coupled with her alluring physique, the audience erupted in fervor following her captivating dance. What defines true sensuality is not vulgarity. Liang Yuding embodies this distinction. Her impressive stature alone epitomizes allure, complemented by her exceptional dancing skills and stable vocal delivery during her performance. I found this performance delightful and sensed the emergence of a rising star in the realm of singing and dancing. The esteemed judge, Diva Zhao Lan, lauded Liang Yuding's performance. Having traversed a similar path herself, Zhao Lan lamented that her own beginnings lacked the advantages that Liang Yuding possesses, ultimately opting for a route as a powerful vocalist. In the domestic entertainment industry, it has been quite some time since a remarkable newcomer has emerged in the singing-dancing domain. Liang Yuding's impressive display enchanted Zhao Lan, who recognized her skill, particularly noting the stability of her soaring high notes. Zhu Tao nodded appreciatively, yet the applause from his fans revealed a hint of resignation on his face. After casually commenting on high notes in the previous episode, he had not anticipated the ensuing public discourse. He found himself supported not only by his fans, but also by fellow artists renowned for their high-pitched vocals, who openly championed him online, effectively designating him as a representative of the high-note faction. Consequently, he felt compelled to continue down this path. Your taste in song selection is commendable. However, I believe this particular piece has emerged a tad prematurely. It is executed splendidly, exuding both sensuality and a refreshing elegance that avoids any semblance of vulgarity. Your innate qualities are well suited to this style. I would recommend collaborating with a skilled producer who can compose tailor-made songs for you, as this would expedite the development of your unique artistic identity. Lin Jingya remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Liang Yuding bowed in gratitude to Lin Jingya, though a bittersweet smile graced her lips. Her contract with the company had expired, and she had yet to secure a new opportunity, let alone find a talented producer. In the current market, even a mid-tier producer's song commands a 5- or 6-figure sum, far beyond the means of a mere internet celebrity like herself. After Liang Yuding's performance, it was time for another contestant from the group. It seemed the production team had intentionally placed Chunqi last, which was understandable given her inherent appeal. Many were eagerly anticipating the song she would perform. To maintain an air of suspense, the production team naturally reserved her for the finale. Soon, all 3 contestants had completed their performances, leaving only Chunqi. She accepted the microphone from the staff and took center stage. Without uttering a word, she nodded to the crew, and the song information appeared on the large screen. My Secret, performed by Chunqi, lyrics by Xinghe, music by Xinghe. The prelude, accompanied by harmonious vocals and piano, evoked a pleasing sensation. Given Chunqi's soaring popularity, this episode's experience was markedly different from the last. Previously, the production team had not provided her with any stage or lighting arrangements. This time, however, she was granted an elaborate stage setup and 2 backup dancers. The lighting designer also enhanced the atmosphere in accordance with the song's mood. Having previously performed on such a grand stage, Chunqi was completely at ease this time, confidently standing under the spotlight with her gaze fixed ahead. Although the stage lights were blinding, obscuring the audience, she could still glimpse the supportive light sticks held by her fans. Most of the audience consisted of Zhao Xiaoyan or Zhou Qianqian's admirers, and the sight of so many supporters filled Chunqi with envy. Yet, she firmly believed that one day, she too would have fans present, holding supportive signs while listening to her sing. Lately, she had been in remarkably good spirits, though the reason eluded her. I want to sing this for you, she thought, as the piano harmonized beautifully with Chunqi's distinctive vocal delivery and enunciation, imparting a sense of lightness. The song is straightforward, simply portraying a girl's secret admiration, a love song that avoids melancholic tones, instead opting for a light-hearted, sweet confession that reflects her delicate feelings. It was youthful and perfectly suited for Chunqi's current style. Gazing at the little stars outside, pondering my secret, is it love? I'm not quite certain. All I know is that I'm thinking of you, she sang, as the stage lights gradually transformed into a youthful pink hue. Initially, the production team believed that Chunqi should don a youthful, voluminous dress to harmonize with the stage. However, Chunqi declined, expressing her preference for her ensemble of leather jacket and pants. Nonetheless, her live performance exuded a unique charm that seemed well suited to the venue. The audience gradually became captivated by her melodious voice. Even those who were not her ardent fans found themselves swaying in support, clutching their placards in encouragement. As the verse drew to a close, a sweet and youthful ambience enveloped the venue. At the moment the chorus commenced, a burst of drums and instruments erupted, elevating the atmosphere to a delightful crescendo. The distance between us felt both near and far. Though you were not physically beside me, an inexplicable intimacy lingered. There is a sentiment I wish to convey, the secret within my heart, the sweetness you bestowed upon me. Once again, it was a captivating tune. In the judges' panel, Lin Jingya couldn't help but smile. After the previous episode, she took the initiative to explore the artist Xing He, listening to his earlier songs, and with each note, her intrigue deepened. From the initial dream to In a Hurry that year, each melody resonated beautifully. Lin Jingya mused that had she penned those songs, she might have captured the top spot on the monthly charts. Yet, Xing He was undeniably impressive, despite his lack of fame. Each of his songs managed to secure the top position on the new song charts, a feat nearly impossible for a newcomer. He was a remarkably perceptive producer, attuned to the public's tastes, with a musical sensibility that perfectly aligned with market demands, each composition brimming with potential for widespread acclaim. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao chuckled and shook his head, having anticipated that Qin Shi would select a song showcasing high notes or a heart-wrenching ballad. To his surprise, she opted for a light-hearted love song. Although the chorus posed some challenges, he believed it fell short of what was necessary for success. This led him to think that Qin Shi's journey might not extend much further. Feeling relieved, he reflected on how Qin Shi had gained considerable attention online, leveraging their controversy, which left him somewhat displeased. If she were to be eliminated, that attention would revert to him, making him the ultimate beneficiary. As the upbeat and rhythmic chorus progressed, many audience members raised their placards in unison, swaying to the music. Qin Shi's confidence grew with every note she sang, as she began to revel in the magic of the stage. Although she lacks stage experience and cannot exhibit as many distinctive movements as Liang Yuding, she is gradually discovering her unique style. The audience is also adapting to her performance style. Initially, some found her enunciation and nasal tone somewhat jarring, but as they became accustomed, they realized it possesses a memorable quality that unmistakably identifies her. Qin Shi contemplated making adjustments in this regard. Yet Suhi advised her that the essence of a singer lies in cultivating a personal style, be it in stage presence, timbre, or vocal delivery. Distinctiveness is what etches an impression in the audience's memory. This is not a shortcoming of Qin Shi, but rather her signature style, a personal hallmark that is easily recognizable. Consequently, she refrained from altering her approach and continued to sing in her own manner. Her voice, accompanying me at night, remains enchanting even in its weariness. This fatigued timbre is the gentlest testament. The emotional intensity of the second verse is palpably richer than the first, compounded by the audience having settled into the atmosphere, beginning to relish the sentiments of youthful, secret affection. Particularly for those female spectators attending with friends, they listen intently while stealing glances at their companions. The barrage of comments has transformed into a confessional wall characteristic of the entertainment industry. Qin Jingyu, I like you. That fool. Did you not realize I have been secretly in love with you? I just want to be with Xiao Li forever and ever. My secret is that I like you, but I'm afraid that after confessing, I won't even be able to remain friends. I hope you see this, that person. I like you. Yuan Gu, bring back a pack of cigarettes. Perhaps this exemplifies human frailty, timid in reality, yet audacious online. Nevertheless, matters of the heart are inherently complex. Many harbor secret affections. Some are acutely aware of their lack of opportunity, while others fear that a confession might jeopardize their friendships. Taking that step indeed requires immense courage. Therefore, the emotion conveyed in Qin Shi's song My Secret resonates with the sentiments that many yearn to express. My Secret, originally performed by G.E.M. Lyrics and music by G.E.M. Chapter 88. A Harmonious Understanding. Star Dream Studio. As in the previous episode, everyone gathered at the company to watch Qin Shi's competition. Enjoying the show, listening to the music, paired with crayfish and beer, it embodies the utmost respect for summer. It's so beautiful. I adore this song. Assistant A. Jiao helped Lin Qingming peel the crayfish. This is such a girlish song, specifically penned for you young ladies. Lin Qingming remarked as she divided half of the peeled crayfish with a Jiao, then added with a touch of maturity, Sister Qingming, you speak as if you're quite old. Zhang Xiaohan retorted while taking a sip of beer. Indeed, I am. Once a girl surpasses 25, the decline begins. Although women often shy away from discussing their age, Lin Qingming remains unperturbed. Sister Qingming is also at the age of seeking a partner, Zhang Xiaohan said, glancing at Suhi. Teacher Xinghe, do you not agree? I find your perspective quite insightful. Suhi tossed the peeled crayfish into his mouth, and then reached for a napkin to wipe his lips. Lin Qingming, a year his senior, was akin to Suhi's former classmates, whose children were already old enough to run errands. What a ridiculous notion. I still wish to revive my career and embark on a second spring. Seeking a man now feels akin to courting death. Lin Qingming shot a disapproving glare at the two of them. Sister Qingming, what an antiquated mindset you hold. The entertainment industry is thriving, and many fans revel in sweet romances. You are a talented artist, not a fleeting idol, so you need not rely on fan support. Zhang Xiaohan remarked with a smile. Times have changed. In the past, celebrities hid their relationships, but now many are open about them, even garnering additional fans. Of course, only those who rely on their talent can afford such candor. Those who depend on their looks cannot, as they rely heavily on the support of their devoted followers. And revealing a relationship would undoubtedly hinder their careers. Lin Qingming was not a superficial star. She possessed genuine skills, and a comeback could indeed be a splendid choice. Yet, even if she were to find a partner, it would not be a matter to be taken lightly. Lin Qingming sipped her beer, her delicate face tinged with a subtle blush, whether from intoxication or shyness was uncertain. Teacher Xinghe is quite remarkable. He possesses both beauty and talent. You would not regret having him as your boyfriend, Zhang Xiaohan teased, gesturing towards Suhe. She then turned to Suhe with a playful smile. Teacher Xinghe, our sister Qingming, with her intellectual charm, would undoubtedly make a wonderful girlfriend. Does she even qualify? Does he? Both Suhe and Lin Qingming interjected simultaneously, casting mutual disdainful glances at one another. Suhe found the concept of an intellectual and charming woman appealing, yet Lin Qingming had no association with intellect. She could be likened to a hidden gem with little sense and a penchant for fanciful thoughts, far from his type. Conversely, Lin Qingming instinctively retorted. But upon hearing Suhe echo her sentiment, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She buried this feeling deep within, reluctant to confront the source of such emotions. After their exchange, an awkward silence enveloped the group. Why has it suddenly grown quiet? Shui Liang, the earnest one, inquired while peeling shrimp, perplexed. Such harmony. Zhang Xiaohan clapped her hands to ease the tension, although her gaze towards the two grew increasingly peculiar. Xiaoqi has finished singing. Let us watch the show. Lin Qingming glared at Zhang Xiaohan, wishing to divert the conversation. Teacher Xinghe, how many votes do you think Xiaoqi will receive this episode? Shui Liang, unable to contribute to discussions of romance, still held interest in the competition. Should be about the same as last time. But whether it becomes more popular depends on Zhu Tao's actions. Suhe chuckled, pointing to Zhu Tao at the judges' table. Zhu Tao was likely ensnared by fans and fellow singers, destined to follow a singular path. Lin Qingming had her own thoughts regarding work matters. Isn't it quite unfortunate for Xiaoqi to sing high notes later? Zhang Xiaohan laughed heartily. That's why I say Zhu Tao is a benefactor for Qinqi. Suhe remarked, taking a sip of beer, a smile gracing his lips. Without Zhu Tao, Qinqi's popularity would likely diminish by half. He has leveraged his reputation as a renowned singer to assist Qinqi in achieving rapid fame. It brought tears to my eyes, my friend. At the live show, Qinqi has just completed his performance. The applause and cheers are considerably louder than in the first episode. The host invited the 4 judges to provide their critiques. After the host's remarks, the camera focused on the judges. Qinqi, your performance in this episode has evidently improved compared to the first. In the initial episode, you appeared somewhat nervous on stage, but this time you exuded much more confidence and composure. Well done. Your singing today was commendable, and I continue to hold high hopes for you. Zhao Lan, the singer, maintained her usual encouraging critique demeanor, primarily offering support to the contestants unless a glaring mistake warranted correction. Thus, she is the most approachable among the 4 mentors. Today's performance revealed a different facet of you, and your overall strength remains stable. Keep it up. Chen Jinqing's feedback was succinct yet supportive towards Qinqi. Next came the judge everyone anticipated most. Zhu Tao cleared his throat and shook his head with a smile. Another new song, still a piece from Xinghe. I won't elaborate much on the song since teacher Lin Jingya has provided her insights. Although your emotions were fuller this time compared to the first, it still did not resonate with me. This time, he was wiser. After being publicly contradicted by Lin Jingya for his previous comments on the music, he approached his critique from a more subjective standpoint, allowing him greater flexibility in his evaluation, as whether it moved him was ultimately his prerogative. Moreover, Zhu Tao is not particularly fond of this genre, and even if he believed Qinqi performed well, he wouldn't offer high praise, as that would undermine his supporters and fellow artists. Fortunately, Zhu Tao discerned Qinqi's style with his experience. He speculated that Chen-Chi would not remain for many more episodes. You performed splendidly, capturing the emotional essence of the song. It is a very feminine piece, imbued with a touch of emotional shyness. I find myself curious about whether this Xinghe is male or female, as it is no small feat to write such a tender song without a feminine heart. Furthermore, this is an excellent confession song. Young boys and girls should thank Xinghe for this gift. I am already looking forward to your next new song. Lin Jingya, perhaps due to her role as a producer, displayed a clear interest in Xinghe that overshadowed her regard for Chen-Chi. Nevertheless, she also rendered high praise for Chen-Chi's singing. She did not counter Zhu Tao's earlier remarks, but her demeanor indicated a stance contrary to his. Chapter 89. Isn't this unscientific? Haha. It seems our teacher Zhu Tao remains as strict as ever. The host, sensing the atmosphere had grown awkward, hurriedly intervened to smooth things over. However, he was also aware of the ongoing controversy between Zhu Tao and Lin Jingya, which the station valued highly. The leadership desired Zhu Tao to continue his role this episode. Many shows manufacture controversy when none exists, and the fact that the esteemed singer Zhu Tao brought this controversy to the forefront was precisely what the production team yearned to showcase. Certainly, for Chen-Chi, this publicity was handed to her on a silver platter. Behind the scenes, the executive director Li Guangliang was overjoyed. Truly, a singer personally recommended by Su He could produce such an exceptional program. He was destined for a brilliant future. Li Guangliang felt immense gratitude towards Su He. The production team had pondered for a long time about potential explosive points and controversial marketing strategies, yet had been unable to devise a concrete plan. Miraculously, they found that no planning was necessary. The competition already brimmed with sufficient controversy. Their task now was simply to allocate more budget to amplify this topic, fostering a rivalry between the two factions of fans. This would elevate the popularity of the program, as well as that of Zhu Tao and Chen-Chi, creating a scenario of mutual benefit. Director, the strongest female voice has now ranked among the top 5 variety shows, and the station has already increased our budget. Zhao Hui felt fortunate to have been assigned to the strongest female voice team. In fact, he was somewhat grateful that Li Guangliang had managed to bring Chen-Chi onto the show. Li Guangliang was earning favors from both sides, and Zhao Hui mistakenly believed it was his influence that secured Chen-Chi's participation, unaware that it was Su He who had facilitated the introduction. Thus, Zhao Hui felt quite accomplished for introducing such a remarkable contestant to the team. Regrettably, he had not managed to curry favor with Lin Qingming. However, the success of this program would certainly enhance his resume, providing him with another credential to boast about at future reunions or gatherings. Xiao Zhao, you brought Chen-Chi to us. Your contribution is invaluable, and I will certainly mention this to the higher-ups. Prepare to receive your year-end bonus, Li Guangliang praised, clapping Zhao Hui on the shoulder. In the workplace, it is common to allocate credit for success to oneself while distributing rewards to subordinates. Thank you, senior. I will strive to ensure the program excels. Zhao Hui, invigorated by Li Guangliang's commendation, felt as though he had been energized. Li Guangliang cast him another appreciative glance before addressing the other subordinates. This time, teacher Lin Jingya has surprisingly taken a stand in favor of Chen-Chi. A gold medal producer is an immense source of traffic. We must seize this opportunity. A gold medal producer not only signifies the pinnacle of production quality, but also represents a considerable roster of talented singers. Although Lin Jingya has not openly targeted Zhu Tao, her unwavering support for Chen-Chi and her praise for the producer Xing He clearly indicate her stance. The production team must amplify this controversy. Ideally, we could involve Lin Jingya's extensive roster of singers to provide free publicity for the show. Let us act swiftly. The audience responded eagerly. On stage, after the host had enlivened the atmosphere, the tension in the air had notably diminished. Next, please scan the QR code on the screen and cast your precious vote, the host announced, as a suspenseful background score filled the venue. On stage, the lights flickered, and Chen-Chi stood there, a subtle smile gracing her delicate features. Generally speaking, competitions that rely solely on audience voting prioritize the appeal of the music above all else. As long as a song resonates with the public's aesthetic sensibilities, one need not worry about the vote count. Those who choose to showcase their vocal prowess through niche songs, regardless of their skill, are unlikely to achieve remarkable results. This is the perspective shared by Su He in the group chat. Unlike professional talent shows, in the strongest female voice, the judges primarily play a guiding role. The true measure of success rests with the audience's votes. Given that the competition adopts a voting format, a degree of professionalism must be relinquished, as public taste inevitably diverges from expert judgment. The song My Secret, which enjoyed considerable popularity in Suhi's past life, although its lyrics may appear somewhat naïve, undeniably aligns with the tastes of the masses. This alone suffices to secure Chen Qi a substantial number of votes. On the big screen, the vote count escalates rapidly. Within mere seconds, it surpasses 200,000. In the rest area, Zhou Qianqian's expression grows increasingly grave. She possesses 39,000 votes this round. And upon hearing that Chen Qi is performing this sweet little tune, she initially felt elated, believing such a song could hardly garner significant votes. Although Chen Qi's performance was commendable, she shared the same sentiment as Zhu Tao. Without a particularly electrifying live rendition, it is challenging to obtain high scores. However, she never anticipated that Chen Qi's vote tally would soar like a rocket. Why? Zhou Qianqian's mind swirls with confusion. How could this song attract such an overwhelming number of audience votes? Could there be some hidden agenda behind the scenes? If Chen Qi were signed under a major label like Warner, perhaps such suspicions could be entertained. However, Zhou Qianqian had inquired and discovered that Chen Qi was merely an artist from a small studio. One so insignificant that even internet celebrities like herself would not associate with it. How could such a minor entity wield enough influence to concoct a conspiracy? This is astonishing. Why are so many voting for Chen Qi, especially when numerous online critics disparage her? Regardless, I cast my vote because I genuinely find this song delightful. It is truly enchanting, especially the sweet moments in the chorus, which resonate deeply with me. I support her, irrespective of whether she hits high notes. If it sounds good, I am on board. After watching this episode, I would gladly put this song on repeat. The public does not care if it's a new song or if it features high notes. As long as it is pleasing to the ear, that suffices. In talent competitions, song selection is of paramount importance, and Suhi possesses an extensive repertoire, validated by the market. As long as he remains sensible, he should avoid deliberately choosing obscure songs for this type of competition. The audience's response will be favorable. With merely 10 seconds remaining, Chen Qi's votes surpass Zhou Qianqian's, reaching the 400,000 mark. She is charging toward the leading position held by Zhao Xiaoyan. This defies logic. The expressions of judges Zhu Tao and Zhou Qianqian mirror each other in disbelief. Yet, it is quite rational, given the presence of a producer like Xing He. It is not difficult for Chen Qi to secure a commendable rank. Lin Jingya's lips curl into a confident smile. As a renowned producer, she too can discern which songs will resonate with the public and appreciates the intent behind the two selections given to Chen Qi by Xing He. In her heart, her fascination with this galaxy grew ever stronger. 5. 4. The host's exuberant voice resonated throughout the venue. The audience's cheers surged like a mighty tsunami. Ultimately, Chen Qi garnered 420,000 votes. Once again, she secured the first position in her group. Second overall, Chen Qi. Chen Qi. The crowd chanted her name, gradually transforming the cacophony into harmonious applause. Upon witnessing this achievement, Chen Qi felt no surprise, for it aligned closely with the predictions made by Sister Xiao Ran in their group chat. As the person at the center of it all, she felt deeply moved. With professionals like Teacher Xinghe and Sister Xiao Ran supporting her from behind the scenes, the competition seemed almost effortless. It felt as though even a dog on a leash could triumph.